Those who possess super speed know that such power comes with many troubles. Not only do they have to face various tricky situations, but they may also find themselves in difficult dilemmas, even potentially turning against former allies. In this chaos, I found myself in intense conflict with others due to differing interpretations of justice. And I was determined to retrieve the key fragments and leave this world. Standing on the rooftop and gazing down at the vintage, dimly lit street below, a wave of frustration surged within me. Did I come to the wrong era? I couldn't help but murmur to myself. Having adapted to modern life, I found it quite uncomfortable to experience life in New York 100 years ago. In the world of the Flash, I had once traveled to the past, but without internet and with food I couldn't adjust to, I returned after just 2 days. This was not the timeline I wanted to be in, I thought, transforming into lightning and leaving the rooftop to arrive at an abandoned factory, where I began to run in circles around the building. Traversing time and space consumed a lot of my super speed, otherwise, I wouldn't need to rely on running in circles to open a time portal. Ordinary travel across the Earth was easy for me, but this time I wanted to distance myself from the Flash and his group. On one hand, their way of handling things was foolish, and on the other hand, it would evoke painful memories. To escape this place often disrupted by the Flash's meddling with the timeline, I needed a lot of super speed. So, I set my sights on Barry's super speed, which was different from the one created within me, as his had surpassed his control. After discussing with Reverse Flash, I made a device to siphon super speed from the blade on the Savitar armor, successfully capturing nearly half of his super speed to open the time tunnel. I didn't absorb this super speed. Instead, to avoid harming myself with Barry's speed, I consumed a significant amount of my own super speed, but thankfully, it could be restored. The super speed I took from Barry, however, was permanent, and since he couldn't control it, who knows how many Flashes from parallel worlds had been drained by that accumulated super speed, I might as well consider it revenge for him. As I ran in circles, the time tunnel gradually revealed itself. At that moment, the Ancient One from Kamartaj stopped her lecture, seemingly sensing something. Her expression changed, and she waved her hand, summoning the Eye of Agamotto. She drew circles with her hands in the air, creating sparks, and directly opposite was where I was running. She discovered me amidst the lightning. But as soon as I saw the time tunnel open, I leaped right in, and the lightning and tunnel quickly vanished. The Ancient One seemed to want to do something but ultimately shook her head, put away the time stone, and returned to Kamartaj to continue her lecture. In 2008, a silver tunnel suddenly appeared in a building near New York, and a large bald man who had been waiting for a long time waved his hand upon seeing white lightning, causing the building to tilt and fold, yet the people inside remained unaware, continuing their normal lives. I felt something was off as I entered the time tunnel. In the past, I could always see my past or future self upon entering, but this time I couldn't. Although not seeing myself could be normal, it still made me a bit anxious, and I was soon to find out that my worries were justified. Looking around at the distorted buildings and conspicuous clothing, I quickly realized I had arrived in the Marvel Universe, before the timeline of Doctor Strange. "Who are you?" the Ancient One asked, looking at me. Zhang Wen. "You probably don't know me. Could we talk without fighting first?" I certainly didn't want to test whether I could traverse her mirror dimension. "Tell me your intentions and which universe you come from." The Ancient One's expression was serious. Decades ago, she had witnessed my speed, and those who could traverse time were not easy to deal with. I'm the Speedster, and I come from another universe, quite far away." I tried to keep my tone calm, but wearing the Savitar armor made it hard to be at ease. "This universe does not welcome you, please leave." The Ancient One's hands radiated green light. "Wait. Don't make a move." I quickly stepped out of the armor. The Ancient One looked at me in confusion. "I am human, although I am not from this universe, I am still from Earth. I can't go back, the cost is too great, unless I consume half of a space stone." I sighed in relief and pressed the button on my back to retract the armor into my ring. This ring was made by Adam, and he put in a lot of effort. After retrieving the armor, I truthfully explained my origins to the Ancient One. Although she was skeptical, she eventually believed me after using the Eye of Agamotto to glimpse the scene. Though the Ancient One did not act against me, she still insisted that I stay at Kamartaj for a few days. I agreed to stay for a few days, and eventually complied. "Master Ancient One, you can buy a few comics. Aside from my absence, all the basic information about that world is in there," I said, following her. "Comics?" "Yes, I read comics about this world in my original world. While some details may be exaggerated, the general information is there, like how I know you'll later find Doctor Strange as your successor." I shared everything I knew with her. In the Flash's world, I hadn't concealed my origins from Barry and had often informed him of upcoming events, but he still acted foolishly at crucial moments. I directly told the Ancient One the information, allowing her to deduce for herself. After all, I planned to live here and couldn't ignore everything. Are you saying we're all characters in a comic? Who knows, maybe I should draw a few comics for you. For some reason, the Ancient One didn't ask for the comics. During my days at Kamartaj, I had the freedom to move around, and there were people specifically teaching magic if I wanted to learn. After a few days of study, After leaving Kamartaj, I headed straight to New York City. Kamartaj has 3 exits, but I only knew the location of the New York exit, so I didn't bother searching for the others. Anyway, I had no intention of leaving the United States. After all, most of the plot in this world takes place here, and I didn't want to be reminded of the past. Even though I had left the Flash's world, it was still affected by the time vortex caused by Barry. Some things cannot be avoided. The movies and comics I've seen in my previous life are not all-encompassing, and the real world is far more complex. A small mistake could cause me to miss something, and for someone like me who knows the future, I need to be especially careful. In short, the real world is even more exciting than the movies. The Speedster never lacks money. As long as I want, there is no bank in the world that can prevent a Speedster from invading. However, I didn't want to rob a bank, not because of any moral principle, but because robbing a bank takes time, and spending it is inconvenient. Who is the richest person in the Marvel world? It's not Black Panther. He is merely a king of an African nation with limited currency circulation. As for vibranium, even if Black Panther sold it, it wouldn't compare to some American conglomerates, and vibranium wouldn't be sold easily. Once its production is leaked, those in America wouldn't just pay up. The most famous wealthy person is Iron Man, Tony Stark. His wealth may not be the greatest, but he is the most willing to spend it, and I happen to hold information related to his life. I just didn't know where the plot of Iron Man had progressed. If it had reached the point where S.H.I.E.L.D. came knocking, that would be troublesome. Should I go look for the egg-headed S.H.I.E.L.D.? Maybe not to mention whether he would believe me. He isn't as wealthy as Stark. I found an internet cafe and opened a computer to search for information. Finding a rich guy like Stark online was more reliable. I just hoped it wasn't yet time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take action, or it would be difficult to obtain a large sum of money. Unfortunately, I had promised the Ancient One not to traverse time indiscriminately, otherwise, I could just travel back in time to buy a lottery ticket and avoid all this hassle. Searching for Tony Stark, the first result was a video where he acknowledged being Iron Man, and the second was what I was looking for. I didn't log out and simply got up to leave the internet cafe. Since I wasn't wearing the Savitar armor, while my lightning was white, I lacked the speed that disregards air resistance, creating a gust of wind as I ran. Actually, if I focused, I could run without causing a strong wind, but that would risk damaging my clothes. As for Barry's later strategies, I hadn't reached that level yet. Ever since I got the Savitar armor, my control over my lightning had lagged behind significantly. The Savitar armor resembled villainous gear too much, and I preferred not to use it if I could, taking the opportunity to train my super speed during this time. Though super speed is powerful, if not used properly, it can lead to situations like Barry's. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the energy was detected by S.H.I.E.L.D., but their reaction posed no trouble for me, and I didn't intend to hide from them. Enemies should be fought. If someone has poor judgment, I wouldn't show mercy. While watching the live stream in the internet cafe, Iron Man was about to race, and within minutes I had run from New York to the racetrack. I definitely need to buy a satellite. In the Flash's world, I always had satellites guiding my actions. Even after falling out with Barry, I still retained satellite access. They were so naive. Even while battling, the satellites still served me. Even without Barry altering the timeline, we would have conflicts sooner or later. The heroes in comics. In this world without satellite guidance, I ran to the wrong places several times before finally arriving at my destination. But it didn't matter. Upon seeing Stark's car getting blown up, I became invisible off to the side. The principle of invisibility involves vibrating my body to allow light to pass through, which is even harder than walking through walls, but thankfully, Reverse Flash had helped me master this skill. Honestly, Reverse Flash is more suited to be a teacher than a villain. As the front of the race car exploded, Stark crawled out cautiously, watching the approaching Russian brute. Taking advantage of the moment when the brute was distracted, Stark picked up a metal sheet and swung it at the man's head, but it had no effect and was instead knocked down by a whip from the brute. If it weren't for the metal sheet blocking a bit, he might have lost his life. A flash of white light appeared, and I materialized in front of Tony Stark, holding a glowing metal piece. The Russian brute behind me staggered and slowly fell to the ground, his rudimentary armor's chest missing something. I smiled at Stark and said, "Hi. Tony, I showed up just in time, didn't I?" Stark froze for a moment, stood up, and rubbed his painfully injured right hand, asking, "Who are you? Are you a bodyguard sent by some mysterious organization?" "Nice work." I replied, "No, it's not convenient to talk here, let's go somewhere else." With that, I took him away. We arrived at the abandoned factory, and a flash of white lightning appeared as we materialized there. As soon as we stopped, Tony Stark bent over and began to vomit. I took a few steps back and said, "Looks like you're not quite used to super speed." After vomiting for a while, a pale-faced Tony asked, "Who exactly are you? Is this a kidnapping?" I chuckled and said, "I considered kidnapping, but spending money is inconvenient. Luckily, I possess some information." I spread my hands, helplessly repeating to Tony Stark, "Don't look at me like that, I'm not a villain." Stark paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, before continuing to walk outside. I quietly watched as he boarded his plane and left, not intervening. After Stark boarded the plane, he first met with Ivan and then returned to his home in the United States. For some reason, he didn't reach out to anyone to inquire about me. That night, while Stark was listening to Jarvis report, I spoke from the shadows behind him, "So, how's it going? Can't find any information about me, can you?" Stark didn't pay me any mind and asked Jarvis, "What? Can anyone just walk into my house now?" Jarvis responded, "I'm sorry, sir, but this uninvited guest has been here for less than 3 seconds, and I haven't had the chance to report yet." I quickly said, "I told you, I'm not a villain, no need to be so wary." Stark retorted, "I've never heard of a hero breaking into someone else's house at midnight." I explained, "I'm not a hero either, I'm just a traveler who just arrived in this world. I know some information, and you are the richest person I know, so you came to find me?" Stark asked. "Exactly." I handed him a comic book. "And don't you want to know who I am? Here." Stark glanced at it, dismissing it immediately, "The Flash? I read that when I was a kid." "Don't tell me you're a character from that comic." I nodded, "That's one way to think about it. Do you know about parallel universes? I came from the universe with the Flash to the one with you, Iron Man. My name is Zhang Wen, and I'm a speedster." Stark looked at me, "Alright, I'm a bit interested in a deal now. What do you want?" I bluntly stated, "Money, a house, and legal status since I'm not from this universe." After a pause, I added, "As for what I'm offering in return, it's a life-saving opportunity and a substitute that can completely replace palladium." Stark frowned, "You may not know this, but I've been searching for a palladium substitute and have tried various elemental combinations." "That's a new element," I said. Okay. You're impressive, you can traverse universes, right?" Stark replied, somewhat resigned. I shared the information about the new element with Stark. When he learned that his father had discovered it, his expression was quite colorful, filled with questions, frustration, and disbelief. However, that was none of my concern. Once I confirmed the information was accurate, I received what I wanted: a villa in New York and a billion-dollar bank card. Initially, I only needed a few tens of millions, but I didn't expect Stark to be so wealthy. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I informed him of the truth about his parents' deaths and the existence of Hydra. Stark was deeply affected, and I seized the opportunity to leave. I had no interest in the plot of Iron Man 2 or the Winter Soldier. I wasn't a saint and couldn't solve every crisis. As long as it didn't threaten me, I would let it be. The next day, I woke up in the villa and was awakened by Jarvis. Looking at the empty room, I felt a bit lonely, so I decided to go for a walk. The Marvel world at this time was quite peaceful, with very few superpower-related crimes. Accustomed to seeking out superpowered individuals in the Flash's world, I suddenly found myself at a loss for what to do with my time. After catching a few robbers, I began to travel the world. It was a hassle without a translator, but once I gathered the materials, I made one myself. My travels weren't just for fun, I was also searching for supernatural abilities. I discovered that this was purely the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I didn't find any of the plots I remembered. Perhaps time was short, and I couldn't find much, but with my speed, I had already circled the globe in a few days. However, it was troublesome without satellite guidance. The map routes always had discrepancies with reality. After wandering for a few days, I decided to build my own satellite. I could handle the materials and technology needed to launch a satellite since I had super speed and a strong learning ability. In the Flash's world, I was a tech inventor, otherwise, how could I have easily completed the machine to absorb super speed? But I couldn't handle some of the infrastructure, which would require a lot of time and connections. I didn't want to maintain the satellite alone, it would be exhausting. Although the Flash TV series didn't explicitly state it, Barry had people helping him, especially since Reverse Flash left him quite a legacy. So, I planned to hand over the infrastructure to Stark Industries, asking my good friend Tony Stark for help. During my free time over the past few days, Tony had called to ask me about the other world and dark energy. I shared whatever I could. If he really managed to create dark matter, I'd want to use it too. Maybe someday Tony could create a Flash just like Wells did. I arrived at Tony's basement, where he was building pipes, seemingly working on the new element. Just as I got behind him, alarms blared loudly. Tony jumped in surprise and complained, "Come on. Can't you just knock like a normal person?" I shrugged, that takes too much time, so. Alright, what do you want this time? Tony put down his tools and sat in a chair, looking annoyed at me. I have a satellite. As I was engrossed in my game, I received a call from Tony. "Zhang-Wan. I need your help." "What's going on?" I asked while quickly maneuvering my character in the game. "Go save Pepper. Stark Expo Center, Ivan's robots are there." The noise on the phone indicated he was in the middle of a fight. "Friday, satellite positioning and route planning," I said, putting on my glasses, and a virtual screen immediately displayed the route to the Stark Expo Center. "Got it, boss," Friday replied, and before he finished, I vanished from my spot. When I arrived at the Stark Expo Center, the crowd was still scattering in panic, the sounds of chaos and crying filled the air. The robots on stage were not attacking the crowd but were instead firing into the sky. Noticing my arrival, most of the robots took to the air, while a small portion came down toward the stage. The crowd became even more terrified, appearing like sheep ready for slaughter in the eyes of the robots. Sighing, I flashed my body and, as a white lightning bolt, swiftly passed through all the robots, extracting the bombs and arc reactors from their interiors. Meanwhile, Tony, who was flying in the air, received Jarvis's report as I arrived on the scene. Like a scene from a movie, he flew towards a garden with the remaining robots. The difference was that War Machine was not being controlled by Ivan, instead, he was working alongside Tony to deal with the robots. Perhaps it was due to my earlier message to Tony about the new element. Now, War Machine was built by Tony and, although it still used the original reactor, its weapons were top-notch Stark Industries products. Justin Hammer's weapons company may not have matched Stark's previous status, but as a substitute for American arms dealers, its strength should not be underestimated. These remote-controlled robots had decent combat capabilities. With War Machine not causing chaos, Hammer gave Ivan more freedom, significantly increasing both the number and fighting power of the robots. This was a trap set for Tony. With Hammer Industries' support, Ivan wouldn't let Tony easily resolve the robot situation. Ivan, nicknamed Whiplash, didn't get to earn that name in the movie before meeting his end, but his whips were indeed formidable, and he had equipped them on other robots. Tony was in a tough battle. I had to admit Ivan was a genius. If he were on equal footing with Tony, the outcome might have been different. I didn't intervene. It wasn't Tony or War Machine who dealt with the Whiplash robots, but rather an airstrike team called in by War Machine. A foreigner stirring up such commotion in America was blatant disregard for the US military. Perhaps because of my assistance with War Machine, Tony had no worries and didn't rush to end the fight, which also gave the US military time to react. Although a garden was destroyed, all of the Whiplash robots were defeated. The real Whiplash, Ivan, arrived at this point, ignoring the planes in the sky to directly engage Tony in battle. Since he was so close to Tony, the aircraft couldn't intervene. "Feels good to be back," Ivan exclaimed, swinging his whip fiercely, and War Machine was caught off guard and entangled. To be honest, while Whiplash looked formidable, he was rather lacking. The electricity could affect the armor's performance, but it was too easy to grab hold of. Soon, War Machine managed to grab the whip and restrain Ivan, allowing Tony to launch a fierce attack. Ivan had no choice but to use his other whip for defense. He didn't have confidence that his armor could withstand Tony's repulsor blasts. War Machine's distraction didn't last long. Ivan had equipped himself with a device to recycle Whiplash, and he was clearly not going to leave such a weakness unaddressed. The War Machine that was pulled and was knocked down with a single punch, but it was ineffective against War Machine. I watched from the sidelines, invisible, unable to suppress my mocking thoughts. Tony didn't ask for my help, so I had no intention of stepping in. I could take out such an enemy in an instant, and it was more enjoyable to watch the movie. Ivan stepped on War Machine while using his other whip to restrain Tony. Tony struggled to pull away and free War Machine. "Rhodey, get out of there!" Tony shouted. "What? I have a secret weapon." "All right." War Machine immediately took to the air after hearing this. At that moment, U.S. military snipers occupied the high ground, but Ivan kept his head down, making it difficult for ordinary sniper rifles to penetrate the armor. Armor-piercing rounds weren't something they carried regularly, and it was impressive they had arrived so quickly. Seeing War Machine move away, Tony extended his right arm and launched a missile at Ivan. The missile hit the ground, causing the temperature to plummet and a white mist to fill the area. It was a freezing missile, and half of Ivan's body was encased in ice. Only Tony Stark could create armor specifically designed to counter a speedster so quickly? No, this is just standard equipment. I'm really looking forward to seeing the anti-speedster armor. I thought to myself, watching the scene with a somewhat villainous smile. Everything was going as I had predicted. My abilities couldn't be hidden, rather than being guessed at, it was better to be upfront. Who knows, if we end up as enemies in the future, at least they'd be prepared. Besides, even if I concealed it, Tony would eventually create armor to counter me. Well, blowing up armor designed to counter opponents does sound a bit villainous. But then again, I'm not a villainous big boss. I emerged from Kamartaj and headed straight to New York City. Kamartaj has 3 exits, but I only knew the location of the New York exit, so I didn't bother to explore the others. Besides, I had no plans to leave the United States. After all, most of the plot in this world unfolds in America, and I didn't want to be reminded of the past. Just like in the Flash's world, even after leaving America, I was still affected by the time vortex caused by Barry. Some things are unavoidable. The movies and comics I watched in my previous life are not all-encompassing, and the real world is far more complex. For someone like me, who knows the future, a moment of inattention could lead to overlooking something. In short, reality is far more exciting than the movies. The speedster never lacks money. As long as I want, no bank can withstand us. However, I didn't want to rob a bank, not because of any moral principles, but because it's slow to get money and inconvenient to spend. Who is the richest in the Marvel world? It's not Black Panther, he's just a king of an African nation with limited currency circulation. As for vibranium, even if Black Panther sold it, it wouldn't compare to some American conglomerates, and vibranium wouldn't be sold easily. Once its production is leaked, those in America wouldn't just pay up. The most famous wealthy person is Iron Man, Tony Stark. He may not have the most money, but he is the most willing to spend it, and I happen to have information related to his life. I didn't know how far along the Iron Man plot was. If it had reached the point where S.H.I.E.L.D. came knocking, that would be troublesome. Should I go look for Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Perhaps not to mention whether he would believe me. He isn't as wealthy as Stark. I found an internet cafe and started searching for information. Finding a rich guy like Stark online was more reliable. I just hoped it wasn't yet time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take action, or it would be difficult to acquire a large sum of money. Unfortunately, I had promised the Ancient One not to traverse time indiscriminately, otherwise, I could just travel back to buy a lottery ticket and avoid all this hassle. Searching for Tony Stark, the first result was a video where he acknowledged being Iron Man, and the next was what I was looking for. I got up to leave, not bothering to log off the computer. Since I wasn't wearing the Savitar armor, my lightning was still white, but I lacked the speed that disregards air resistance, creating a gust of wind as I ran. In truth, if I focused, I could run without causing a strong wind, but that would risk damaging my clothes. As for Barry's later methods, I hadn't reached that level yet. Ever since I got the Savitar armor, my control over my lightning had lagged behind. The Savitar armor resembled villainous equipment too much. It was better to use it less and take the opportunity to train my super speed during this time. Though super speed is powerful, if not used correctly, it could lead to situations like Barry's. The massive energy generated by my running was detected by S.H.I.E.L.D., but they posed no threat to me, and I hadn't planned to hide. If I encountered any foolish enemies, I wouldn't show mercy. While watching a live stream in the internet cafe, I saw that Iron Man was about to race, and a few minutes later, I had run from New York to the racetrack. I definitely need to buy a satellite. In the Flash's world, my actions were always guided by satellites. Even after falling out with Barry, I still retained satellite access. They were truly naive. Even during battles, the satellites still served me. Even without Barry altering the timeline, we would have conflicts sooner or later. Ah, the heroes in comics. In this world without satellite guidance, I ran to the wrong places several times before finally reaching the racetrack. Seeing Stark's car getting blown up, I became invisible off to the side. The principle of invisibility involves vibrating my body to allow light to pass through, which is even harder than walking through walls, but thankfully, Reverse Flash had taught me. I had to admit, Reverse Flash was more suited to being a teacher than a villain. As the front of the race car exploded, Stark crawled out cautiously, grabbing a metal sheet to attack the Russian brute, but it had no effect and he was knocked down by a whip. If it weren't for the metal sheet blocking a bit, he might have lost his life. I transformed into a flash of white light and appeared, taking down the Russian brute and saving Stark. I greeted him with a smile, but he thought I was a bodyguard sent by a mysterious organization. I suggested we talk in a different location and took him to an abandoned factory. Once we arrived at the factory, Stark started to vomit. It seemed he wasn't used to high-speed movement. He questioned whether I was kidnapping him, and I stated it was a trade. He outright refused and tried to leave. I helplessly reminded him that I had just saved him, but he thanked me without looking back and continued to walk away. I threw out the question, "How does it feel to be poisoned by palladium?" And he immediately turned back, staring intently at me. As the icy mist cleared, Tony approached the frozen Ivan. Ivan opened his armor helmet and, after staring at Tony for a while, said with a smile, "You lost." Immediately, alarms sounded from his chest and the surrounding robot fragments. The timed explosives from Hammer Industries were indeed secure. The robots were blown to bits without triggering their detonators. However, after this incident, Hammer Industries would likely be finished. War Machine informed us that all the robots would explode and urged us to leave, then he flew off. Tony, worried about Pepper, quickly flew towards the expo. I muttered in resignation and vanished. I gathered the bombs and arc reactors from the destroyed robots at the expo and piled them up. My name is Zhang Wan, an Asian who appeared in New York a few days ago, with no prior records. My current identity was arranged by Tony Stark, and I even obtained a substantial amount of funding from Stark Industries. I possess super speed and publicly claim to have come from a comic book, possessing abilities akin to those of the Flash. Ward is an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and also a member of Hydra. He will certainly report my situation to his superiors, but regarding my connection to Hydra, he will keep that information confidential, as he was the only one who interacted with me at that time, and I had been friendly enough not to install any listening devices. Realizing this, Ward broke out in a cold sweat and continued his report. The target seems to have a lot of information. He knows about Coulson and Nick Fury and even asked about Coulson's whereabouts, suggesting that Nick Fury can contact him directly in the future. He skipped over the nickname Egghead and didn't mention his own identity within Hydra, finishing his report before heading to find his Hydra superior, John Garrett. Upon learning this, Garrett realized he didn't know much about the Zola algorithm either. The information was eventually relayed up to Alexander Pierce. Upon discovering that I was aware of his meticulously planned algorithm, Pierce was quite surprised. Although he had passed the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director to Nick Fury for certain reasons, the organization's power had not diminished. It was precisely because he was hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. that he could maintain his position as the head of Hydra. If everything were to be exposed, his status would be at risk. Other Hydra members might be fine, even if discovered, their ability to hide could allow them to bounce back. But Pierce was in a dire situation. His first thought was to eliminate me as a threat, but he hesitated, knowing he couldn't guarantee that he could kill me. Even if he succeeded by chance, he couldn't be sure the information wouldn't leak. After much contemplation, Pierce decided to postpone his plans to separate Hydra from S.H.I.E.L.D., while also appeasing me to prevent any disclosure of Hydra information. After all, if Hydra were exposed, it would mean certain doom. He needed to extract as many resources from S.H.I.E.L.D. as possible, not letting years of scheming go to waste. On the other hand, S.H.I.E.L.D. also decided to temporarily show goodwill towards me. When dealing with powerful individuals, it's best to avoid confrontation, as evidenced by General Ross's failed pursuit of the Hulk. Although his status hadn't visibly diminished, he had to bear the costs of the expenses and damages incurred during the pursuit, and he was still struggling after a recent failure abroad. Therefore, to avoid losses, S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to win me over, hoping to recruit me if possible, but at the very least, they didn't want to create any enmity. I spent a considerable amount of effort ending a debate with Stark Industries scientists. Although I called it a debate, it was really just me unilaterally critiquing them. Out of frustration, I had to manually build a small satellite to demonstrate to them, while waiting for the materials and explaining the details. Even using my super speed, it still took me the entire morning, leaving me exhausted, much like explaining a math problem to a child. I'm not a teacher, and some technical aspects are hard to explain. Feeling frustrated, I ran to Brazil for some barbecued meat, and my mood improved. I then headed to Mexico to see Mjolnir. Its location was easy to find, but I almost got chased off by SHIELD agents during my visit. I suddenly appeared, and the plastic tent was no obstacle for me, which drew the agents to surround me. Unlike the scene with Thor in the movies, the agents surrounding me this time were armed with submachine guns and fully geared, clearly not wanting to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Fortunately, Coulson arrived just in time. He evidently knew about me and quickly intervened with a few words to stop the agents. However, my interest in visiting was gone, and after greeting Coulson, I vanished, startling both him and Hawkeye, who was on the rooftop. Coulson had initially wanted to ask me about Mjolnir's details but was caught off guard when I simply left. After leaving Mexico, I didn't go to see Thor, who had lost his powers. He was busy chasing after women anyway, and there was nothing particularly interesting to see. I'd wait to address that during the major battle. I also thought about using information from the Dark Elves to trade for a weapon in Asgard, but that would have to wait for another time. I should have asked Savitar when I caught him where his armor came from. It matched so well with my super speed. The Savitar armor originally had two weapons, one was broken by Barry, and the other was modified by me. Now, using my fists to fight felt too cumbersome. A few days ago, when I tore apart a robot, I felt my attacks were not flowing smoothly. Although the vibrating hand blade has strong attack power, it requires slowing down time, which is dangerous in this world. My physical condition is similar to that of an ordinary person. Unlike Barry, I can't afford to expose such significant weaknesses in battle, or I might end up like Quicksilver and be shot dead. Thinking of Quicksilver, I wondered where he might be now. In the comics, he and Wanda are mutants, but there are no mutants in this world. He was probably transformed into a super soldier by Hydra. I wonder if he underwent any genetic modifications. As I pondered this, my phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling, saying he wanted to meet me in the afternoon. I looked around at the vast ocean, feeling a bit lost, and told him I was in the Atlantic or some ocean. Fury's face darkened. He hadn't intended to show up at my place so abruptly, and this was the situation he found himself in. Being the king of spies, he naturally understood the meaning behind my words and deduced quite a bit of information from them. I mocked Nick Fury, and although he was displeased, he remained patient and didn't hold it against me calling him Egghead. After we set a time, he hung up. After all, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite busy. If it weren't for my display of super abilities, he wouldn't have bothered to schedule an appointment and would have shown up uninvited. After ending the call, I continued running across the ocean, planning to catch some crabs to eat. However, catching fish with super speed is quite troublesome. As my speed decreases near the water, it creates large waves, and the fish close to the surface aren't very tasty. Fortunately, I'm quite skilled at catching fish in deep water, so I donned my Savitar armor and dove down to the ocean floor. The material of the armor is special, allowing it to integrate perfectly with my super speed. Wearing it, I could walk freely underwater without creating large waves. However, the deep sea is too dark, and illuminating it would be a hassle. The lightning from my super speed propagates underwater, and I only wanted to catch some seafood for myself. I didn't want to accidentally harm the surrounding marine life. A few minutes later, I surfaced with a large lobster in one hand and a crab in the other, successfully making my way home. Whether in this world or the Flash's world, I've never had to worry about money, so buying lobster is certainly no issue. However, catching it myself made it taste even better. That sense of satisfaction can't be bought. I protected the lobster and crab with my super speed, running swiftly across the ocean surface. I usually walk on air, but I had to be careful when stepping on the water to avoid causing disturbances. As a speedster, if I don't control my abilities well, I could easily harm the environment. Traveling through time is even riskier. Just my speed could cause major troubles, like a tsunami. Welcome home, Jangwon. I suddenly appeared in my room, and Friday quickly detected my presence and greeted me warmly. Yeah, I brought back some seafood. Can you help me cook it? I'd love to see your skills, I said, handing the lobster and crab over to the robotic assistant while I headed to my study. Although I called it a study, there weren't many books in there. Instead, there were quite a few comics. In reality, I was there to use the computer. In the future, Barry's technology advanced significantly, creating an artificial intelligence named Gideon. I was always curious about how he made it, but Barry wouldn't let me travel to the future timeline. While it was a pity I didn't get to witness Gideon's birth, I noted down some code, and slightly modifying Friday was no problem. Thus, an artificial intelligence comparable to Jarvis was born. Unlike Jarvis, Friday was designed for my everyday life. capable of handling villa security, cleaning, cooking, and so on. Since the villa only had me, cleaning would be quite a hassle, and I had some collectibles I didn't want anyone to see. It would be a disaster if a thief broke in. The computer in my study was used to monitor dark matter. Logically, there should be no dark matter in this world, but I created it just in case someone from the Flash's world suddenly arrived here. The time portal I used was a one-time thing, I couldn't build a second one. However, the space-time portal is always present, and who knows when Barry or Reverse Flash might decide to cross over. The only real threats to speedsters in the world are other speedsters. Unlike Barry, who was ambushed, I wouldn't encounter such situations because my super speed is contained within me. I have complete control over the space of my super speed. In this state, I am virtually invincible. Even if I were ambushed and injured, my super speed could heal me. However, I can't escape the erasure from the Infinity Stones or the devouring by Dormammu, and there are some comic characters I can't contend with either. But whether these exist in this world is still uncertain. I'm not afraid of the erasure from the Infinity Stones. If it comes to that, I can always hide in another world. Besides, I believe with my presence, Thanos might not be able to gather all the stones. Friday? Have you found any traces of dark energy? I asked. None. However, the lobster is ready. Should I serve it at the dining table now? Friday responded. Sure. I opened the magic book I had taken from Kamartaj and glanced through it for a while. The Ancient One was quite generous with her magic, but my learning progress was slow. Once the meal was prepared, it smelled good. I had upgraded Friday's intelligence, and its cooking skills had improved significantly. Just after finishing my meal, Ward arrived again, this time not in a suit but in casual clothes. He came on behalf of Hydra to subtly suggest goodwill and even offered me 60% of a large company's shares. Although he tried hard to be friendly, he never mentioned Hydra by name. When I brought up Hydra, he didn't refute it. It was as if a wealthy businessman was gifting me a company. I acknowledged Hydra's goodwill, but I had no intention of helping them for such a small favor. Even if I leaked all I knew about Hydra, they still had confidence in retaining most of their power. In the movies, Hydra fell due to the Avengers, but facing such overwhelming strength, it wouldn't matter how many members they had. However, the Avengers hadn't formed yet, and high-level powers were still not under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. or various governments, giving Hydra a false sense of security. Of course, they didn't want to be exposed. If I insisted on leaking information, they would go to great lengths to eliminate me. Ward performed well this time. He truly is an excellent agent. After hinting at the consequences of leaking Hydra information, he left. Seeing him like this, I decided to share everything I knew during my conversation with Nick Fury later. Nick Fury listened to my words with shock, but he feigned calmness and asked, "So, can I call you that?" I corrected him, "Just call me Zhang-1, I'm not really used to the way you guys address people." Fury maintained his composed demeanor. "Alright, Zhang-1. You claim that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. That's impossible, and I have no reason to believe you." I pointed at his eye patch. "I know a lot of things, though I'm not sure if they're correct. For instance, your eye, there are versions saying you're completely blind, and others that say it was scratched by a cat. Care to share your situation?" Fury removed his eye patch, revealing his intact eye, and asked, "I'm curious about your source of information. Is it really just from comics?" I nodded. "Yes, just like superhero comics. Some of it I saw in movies. Don't doubt it, the world I came from was also based on comics. Maybe it was some big shot who got bored and spread the stories, or maybe we really are comic characters. But does it matter?" I locked my gaze on his eyes as I questioned him. Fury pondered for a moment, staring at me sharply. "Is that so? I suppose it really doesn't matter. But is the information you provided earlier true?" I shrugged casually. "Who knows? I just watched the movies. But S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely has quite a few Hydra members, like Alexander Pierce, Ward, and his superior." I relayed the names I had in mind to Fury. "That's all I know. I remember a school being taken over by Hydra to cultivate power. You can look up the rest yourself, that's all there is in the comics. After all, no one trusts a spy like you." Fury stood up and extended his hand. "I see. Thank you, Mr. Zhang-1, for the information." I suddenly remembered something. By the way, Hydra knows about me, and I mentioned knowing about the Zola algorithm. They might try to smear my name over the next few days, and they could potentially withdraw from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just don't cause me any trouble. After we shook hands, our conversation ended. I didn't care what S.H.I.E.L.D. thought, whether Fury believed me or not, he would investigate. With him involved, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't fall apart as quickly as in the movies. The most crucial thing was that both of my troubles had their hands full and wouldn't be able to focus on me. I've never had a good impression of government agencies. I'm quite laid back, but they always want to control powers that don't belong to them. Whether it's the Eyes in the Flash's world or S.H.I.E.L.D. in this world, they collect supernatural items, only to have them stolen repeatedly. While such organizations may protect the public, they are unfriendly towards superpowered individuals. Getting rid of them as quickly as possible would be an achievement in itself. Next, I planned to establish a star laboratory, which meant I needed to find talented individuals and then buy a building. But in the Marvel world, talents are either villains or heroes, making them hard to find. Oscorp could be a breakthrough. If I could cure Osborn's blood disease, things would be easier. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything in what I brought from the Flash's world to treat the illness. Forget it, I should look for the Hulk. Bruce Banner is a super genius. Fortunately, I brought the emotion control device made by Cisco. I asked Friday, can you find information on Bruce Banner? Not expecting much. Friday's response surprised me. Boss, Hulk's presence was detected at Caltech University. The military was recently engaged in battle with him. He's reached this timeline? What a coincidence. Just as I was about to recruit Banner, news of the Hulk came unexpectedly. It wasn't yet time for Banner to inject the cure, but since he was fighting at Caltech, he would eventually seek out Dr. Stern for the antidote. Although it would be difficult to find Banner, it would be easier to locate Stern. I arrived at Dr. Stern's lab, lost in thought while looking at the experimental equipment when a voice interrupted me. I turned to see Dr. Stern accompanied by Bruce Banner and Betty Ross. I spoke calmly, just a person of no importance. I'm here to see you, Banner. I can help you control the Hulk. Banner glared at me with hatred. Whoever you are or which organization you represent, don't provoke me. Having hidden for so long, even the best of temperaments can become irritable. As I quickly circled the room, I added, I'm just a regular person who heard about the Hulk and wanted to help you control him. You know how much destruction he can cause. Banner was shocked, the other two looked frightened. I continued, although the situation is different, I'm not an ordinary person either. The recent terror attack at the Stark Expo. Betty interrupted, is that you, the lightning guy? She clearly had heard of me. Banner angrily said, listen, whatever you are, I don't want to control the Hulk, I just want to kill him. His watch was beeping incessantly. I regretfully said, alright, we can meet again later. Then I turned to Dr. Stern and said, Dr. Stern, remember, if any soldiers ask you to inject Banner's blood, absolutely don't do it. After saying that, I left and stood on the street waiting. I certainly didn't want to get involved with. I urged Banner not to act impulsively, but after a long time on the run, he was determined to rid himself of the shadow within his body, even to the point of feeling that death would be acceptable. Dr. Stern was initially trying to persuade Banner, but my sudden appearance dampened his enthusiasm, and he began to consider the consequences. Dr. Banner, are you sure you want to go through with this? Stern asked, looking at Banner lying on the operating table with uncertainty. Let's do this, I'm ready, Banner replied firmly. Bruce, Betty looked at him with deep concern. Don't worry, I'll be fine, he assured her. They held hands tightly. Although Banner didn't value his life as much, he cared deeply for Betty's feelings. I must say, even though I designed this experiment, it's too dangerous. Didn't that guy just say he could control what's inside you? Stern looked at them, feeling a bit of regret. Sorry, Dr. Stern, I don't trust anyone right now. What I want isn't control, it's to be completely free of this. You're the only one who can do it. Please. The gentleness in Banner's demeanor vanished, replaced by a steely determination. All right, I hope I won't regret this, Stern said, beginning the procedure. He connected a vial of purple liquid to the machine and checked to ensure that Banner was properly secured on the operating table. This will feel strange, the blood analyzer will mix the antidote with your blood, but you have to fully transform for it to work, Stern explained while operating the machine. He then brought a device resembling a headset that could deliver electric shocks close to Banner's head. The stimulation caused Banner to begin transforming, slowly swelling into the green giant known as the Hulk. Despite having heard of Banner's transformations before, Stern was still quite startled to witness the process. While he was momentarily dazed, Banner had completely transformed into the Hulk, struggling to break free. Seeing this, Betty immediately climbed onto the Hulk to comfort him. At this moment, Hulk and Banner were not vastly different. Though he was ferocious, he could still sense Betty, and under her soothing presence, he gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the antidote began to inject, and Banner's form slowly returned to normal. The experiment successfully suppressed the Hulk, and Banner was quite satisfied. Afterward, Banner and Betty sat on the couch chatting with Stern, who was so excited that he nearly forgot the potential crisis of the situation. However, when Banner discovered that Stern had replicated a large quantity of his blood, he wanted to dispose of it, but Stern disagreed. As they argued, Blonsky shot Banner in the shoulder with a tranquilizer gun and rushed over, frantically trying to find the Hulk. However, just after Banner had injected the antidote, he wouldn't be able to transform so easily. Ultimately, the military captured Banner, binding him and taking him aboard a plane, while Betty, after arguing with her father, also boarded. Ross didn't expect that after he left, Blonsky would force Dr. Stern to inject him with Banner's serum to gain power. Stern hadn't believed what I said before, but under Blonsky's threat, he had no choice. At that moment, I was at a roadside diner eating, and through Friday, I hacked into the school's surveillance, watching as the abomination was born. Without my interference, everything unfolded like a scene from the movie. The abomination went on a rampage, and some of Hulk's blood even flowed into Stern's body. I looked at the half-eaten meal in front of me and finished it at super speed, startling the patrons in the diner. Then I instantaneously appeared in Dr. Stern's lab, saving 2 soldiers before allowing the abomination to rampage. After all, there were fewer people at the school. I approached Dr. Stern, pulled out a vial of serum, injected it into him, put a metal helmet on his head, and summoned the Savitar armor, transforming into lightning as I charged toward the abomination. Just as the abomination exited the university, he began wreaking havoc on the street, shouting for Hulk. First, I needed to clear the crowds out of harm's way. Since I hadn't dealt with the abomination beforehand, I had to ensure everyone's safety. I didn't care about property damage, it was just a warning for this world to adapt to the arrival of the superpowered era. Wearing the Savitar armor, I appeared as a silver-white flash. The armor looked intimidating, but those I saved couldn't see it. Though I was fast, relocating so many people still took some time, during which I had to stop the abomination from causing further destruction. "Come out! Where are you?" The abomination roared, unsure whether he was calling for me or Hulk. "Hey, Blonsky! The unfortunate soul controlled by power?" I taunted, standing in front of him, my voice echoing through the armor, sounding eerie. "A little bug? Get out of my way!" Blonsky dismissed me completely, acting as if my previous interference had never happened. "Hulk! Coward! Where are you? Okay, now I know you weren't calling for me earlier." I felt a bit annoyed by being ignored. My earlier actions were frustrating enough, and now being disregarded by the abomination added to it. However, as my super speed coursed through me, my mood lifted slightly. I dashed behind the abomination and aimed a kick at his calf. The immense force knocked the abomination down, but he wasn't seriously hurt. The ground only had a small dent because of his defensive capabilities. I watched as the abomination, suffering from its injuries, became even more violent. Its elongated, sharp bone spikes jutted out, and it kept pounding the ground with its only hand, exhibiting a mix of madness and fear on its face. Soon, the fear disappeared, and it completely lost its sanity, starting to destroy everything around it and throwing nearby vehicles and debris into the air. But what did that matter? As a speedster, I was the most dangerous one present at that moment. The Savitar armor allowed me to use my super speed to its fullest without worrying about my body breaking down. In a flash, I slashed a huge wound across the abomination's body. However, it instinctively dodged my attack aimed at its neck, and the wound healed at a visibly fast rate. The abomination locked its gaze on me, no longer randomly smashing things, but it couldn't touch me at all. I was confident of my victory in this battle, I just had to continually avoid its attacks. This reminded me of my fight with Earth X Superman. That battle was dangerous, although my speed was an advantage. Superman's speed was no slouch either, and I didn't want to experience the pain of being hit by him again. While the abomination wasn't on the same level as Superman, I still had to be careful. If I got hit, I'd likely end up bedridden for a day. I kept attacking, inflicting multiple wounds on the abomination. Even though it healed rapidly due to the super soldier serum and Hulk's blood, the increasing number of injuries began to show some signs of fear in its eyes, alleviating its wild expression for a moment, but it soon returned to its rage. At this point, the street was in complete disarray, littered with vehicle fragments and shattered pavement. I maintained control over the battle scope. Just as I was about to finish off the abomination, a figure came crashing down from above. Hulk had arrived, with tattered pieces of clothing, though his pants remained intact. Seeing Hulk, I withdrew from the fight. To be honest, I was a bit wary of him, not knowing if he was the kind who could get infinitely angrier like in the comics. In this real world, one shouldn't take comic and movie information at face value, it's merely a reference. I didn't move too far away, making sure not to let these two monsters expand their battlefield. Just then, a helicopter overhead suddenly opened fire on me. What the hell? If I weren't wearing this armor, I'd be dead. I was taken aback. Bruce Banner had jumped out of this very helicopter. I stepped onto the air and entered the helicopter, where soldiers immediately opened fire without hesitation. After a flash of lightning, I collected their weapons and the floating bullets, grabbing Colonel Ross by the neck and demanding, "Why did you attack me?" Ross, unafraid, retorted, "What kind of monster are you, and what do you want with Blonsky?" I quickly understood the situation, releasing Ross and retracting the Savitar armor to appear more casual. That was just an armor. Do you understand what armor is? I was planning to go back and modify the appearance of my armor, muttering, "Damn Barry, even the remnants of time make things so troublesome. What's with the aesthetics?" After saying that, I donned the armor again and returned to continue watching the battle. At this point, the abomination had been severely injured by me, and Hulk hadn't fully recovered from the effects of the antidote, making them evenly matched. The beaten abomination had completely lost its humanity, its eyes filled with sheer brutality. The destructive power of their battle was immense, so I had to divert some onlookers, especially the reporters who were recklessly rushing forward. To minimize further losses, I rejoined the fight. Hulk didn't care about teammates. I had to both defend against him and crush the abomination. From a distance, I could see the two monsters wreathed in lightning. Finally, I found an opening and struck down the abomination's head. With its target lost, Hulk immediately turned his aggression toward me, but thankfully I was prepared and dodged. I pulled out the triangular emotion control device designed by Cisco and rushed over to press it against Hulk's head. This action nearly got me hit by Hulk, but with my super speed, the difference between close calls was negligible. Normally, only a distracted speedster would get hit. However, the last time I was struck by Earth X Superman left me with a psychological shadow, making me a bit fearful when facing physically powerful enemies. The device began to work, dark energy flowing through Hulk's forehead, and he immediately stopped moving, clutching his head in struggle. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the device was shot to pieces by a sniper. No matter, it had already served its purpose. After all, the device was a one-time use, and I didn't bother to stop the bullet. Hulk gradually shrank down, eventually transforming back into Bruce Banner, who collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Seeing Banner return to his human form, I retracted the Savitar armor to avoid any sniper fire. Banner was breathing heavily and took a long time to respond. "I feel like my head is going to explode." After regaining his composure, Banner looked at the headless abomination beside him and asked, "Did you kill him?" I retorted, "What? Not killing him and keeping him around for dinner?" "Bruce, you need to decide quickly. General Ross and the others are coming." Banner gave a wry smile. "Do I have a choice?" He sat there, seemingly lost. As I spread my abilities across my body to guard against surprise attacks, I continued to speak normally with Banner. "You're in luck. I'm starting a lab and looking for people." "Want to join?" Banner sighed. "What do you need me for? Destruction? I don't think you can control the Hulk." I hurried to clarify, "No, I don't need the Hulk. I can help you control him. What I need is you, the scientist. My lab is called Star Lab, think about it. If you feel it's not suitable, you can leave any time. I don't want to face the Hulk head-on. No one will restrict your freedom." Banner responded, "No. I wish someone would limit my freedom." "Then it's a deal," I declared. "Deal?" Banner asked, "How many people are in the lab now?" "2, you and me, and maybe we'll add Stern." Just then, a group of soldiers arrived late to the scene. In truth, they had been there for a while, but I had moved them several blocks away to keep them safe. If I hadn't done that, General Ross, who could see the monitors, might not have let Banner jump from the plane, considering that capturing Banner was a huge asset. Banner and I stood in place, waiting for Ross to arrive. Banner raised his hands, fearing he might transform again, while I remained indifferent, as did the American soldiers. As soon as Ross arrived, he pointed a finger at me. "Do you know you're infringing on national property, Mr. Lightning Man?" Betty only had eyes for her boyfriend, rushing into Banner's arms. I ignored them and taunted Ross. Really? Your national property just destroyed an entire street, and the person you're arresting was trying to stop it. Can you guess what would happen if two Hulks fought in this neighborhood, General Ross? Ross didn't respond. Even if he knew he was in the wrong, as a general, he had to maintain a tough demeanor. With a wave of his hand, he barked, "Arrest them." Betty was furious and stepped forward to argue. "What are you doing? They saved the city and you repay them like this?" Ross's face was grim. "Get out of the way. Pull her back." I leaned closer to the general's ear and said, "General, I'm not going to let you do this. I'm not afraid, I just don't want to kill these soldiers who are following your orders. You know where I live. If you're not satisfied, come find me. I won't hold back." Ross looked shocked. "What do you mean?" Ignoring him, I took Betty and Banner and dashed away at super speed, leaving the American soldiers to deal with the aftermath. I brought Banner and Betty back to the villa, arranged guest rooms, and set up Friday's access, leaving a small button-sized device behind before departing. When I appeared in Dr. Stern's lab, he had just woken up, staring into space and not noticing me. I looked at Stern, whose head showed some changes, and asked, "Looks like you took off the thought cap. How does it feel to be all-knowing?" The thought cap was a device from the Flash's world, originally designed to dumb down Earth 2's Wells, but I had reversed its effects and cured him, making it a mind-suppressing device. Stern, in a frenzy, asked, "Did you do all this? Did you know it would turn out like this?" I calmly explained, "I knew what might happen. If you had listened to me and not injected the blood or stayed away, none of this would have happened." Stern was quite lucky. Without the cap, he had superintelligence without mental erosion, and putting it back on restored his distorted brain. Stern muttered, whether to himself or to me, he threatened me with a gun. If I didn't comply, I would die. I'm not Superman, what could I do? I felt impatient but had to be patient to recruit him. "All right, enough with that. I stabilized your condition, you got smarter without getting uglier. Want a research job? If you don't like what I create, you can always work on reverting to your original state." Stern looked at me deeply and readily agreed, "Sure, I'll do it." I was surprised that convincing Stern went so smoothly. My efforts weren't wasted. After eliminating the Banner serum that Stern had made, I brought him back to the villa. To my surprise, he was hypersensitive, and as soon as he stood upright, he vomited. Thankfully, I handed him a bucket in time, but the villa was still filled with the smell, and it took Friday a long time to ventilate the place. I couldn't help but think, I must kick them out tomorrow. Just a few days ago, I complained about how few people were around, and now I wished for the place to be empty. The 3 people staying in the guest room of my villa were very quiet last night. The experience they went through was a huge shock, completely overturning their understanding, but I had long since gotten used to such things. Compared to the Marvel Universe, the DC Universe had far too many bosses encountered in daily life. I won't even mention the various magical enemies. Ordinary people could become formidable daily bosses with just a few months or years of training. I sometimes wondered if they had maxed out their combat talent. Adding to that were the superhumans created by Reverse Flash's dark energy. In that world, I faced a battle almost every few days as if it were a normal routine. Sometimes I sent criminals to prison, and other times I just eliminated them. So this incident was just another typical monster taken down for me. There was no sense of joy after the battle, and I slept peacefully through the night. The next morning, I got up and headed to find Tony Stark, but the main goal was to seek out his partner, Pepper Potts. After all, I had a small stake in Stark Industries, so I figured it wouldn't be a problem to ask for a few subordinates. This time, I couldn't just walk into Tony's place. First, it would be rude since Pepper lived there with him. Second, Tony had developed a protective shield. I must say, Tony was impressive. He had managed to create a protective shield in just a few days, something Cisco had been working on for a long time. I wasn't sure how it differed from Cisco's version, but it effectively prevented speedsters from phasing through. I politely rang the doorbell and waited for a long time before Tony finally appeared, wearing pajamas and holding a glass of wine. He seemed to enjoy watching my expression as I stood at the door before letting Jarvis open it for me. "Mr. Lightning, what a friendly knock today. What's the good news? Tell me." Tony was unconcerned about my interruption and seemed eager. It wouldn't be polite to just walk in. Pepper's upstairs, right?" I replied calmly. "Damn. Did you just walk in?" Tony looked annoyed. "No, your shield is impressive. While I could force my way in, it would blow up your house. This thing consumes a lot of energy. Even with your new reactor, it's still quite wasteful." I thought Tony was being extravagant.
Doesn't matter, didn't you say I'm the richest person you know? What's a little energy? Sorry, I meant you're generous, not the richest. Is that so? Jarvis, play the recording. Jarvis played our earlier conversation. Alright, do you carry a listening device with you now? You know I've been kidnapped before.
Talking with Tony was never smooth, he always acted superior, which annoyed me, but it was whatever, he was rich. After some back and forth banter, I traded some of Cisco's shield technology for a portable Iron Man suit. This armor was useless without the reactor from Tony's chest, but I had picked up a few reactors from Ivan. Although I had reactors to use, the technology in this armor wasn't that advanced, I could make it myself, but asking Tony was just to satisfy my collector's habit. Our main deal was the collaboration on the Star Lab and modifying my Savitar armor. Because of Barry's bizarre taste in aesthetics from the time remnants, the Savitar armor had been designed to look like a villain's outfit. I left the Star Lab matters to Pepper since she managed the vast Stark Industries and had many talented people under her. Such a small task could easily be handled by one of them. However, considering my unique circumstances, Pepper still chose to take charge personally. For me, it didn't matter who handled it as long as they got those few people out of my house before dark and didn't let General Ross catch Banner and the others. I worked with Tony on modifying the armor. He showed more interest in my suit than in his own Mark series, clearing the workbench to make space for the Savitar armor. The armor was tricky to modify, its materials were special and could ignore resistance, almost non-existent in nature, and the armor itself was unique and not reparable. Of course, if it truly was irreparable, I wouldn't be able to modify it either, but I genuinely had no idea how to fix it. Back in the Flash's world, Cisco would get a headache just looking at it, and Reverse Flash was obsessed with trying to take it apart, while Barry often stopped me from using it. I couldn't ask people like DeVoe for help. I finally convinced Earth 2's Wells to assist, but he was ultimately stopped by Barry and the others. I really didn't understand if a villain could use a piece of equipment, why couldn't I? While I had mastered many methods to create advanced technology, I could only replicate and not innovate. Even if I was proficient in modifications, I had no means to handle the Savitar armor, so I had to rely on Tony. It was the first time he had seen this armor, and even he didn't have a good solution. No matter how smart he wasn't a god. After a busy morning with no resolution, I had to leave the armor with Tony. I didn't worry about the armor's safety, I had placed a miniature time-space transfer device inside. The larger time-space transfer device was the primary means of transport for many besides Cisco, while the smaller one was modified for safety. In case of danger, I could directly transfer to the Star Lab, but the effectiveness was basically zero. It wasn't needed for everyday monsters, and during boss battles, the Star Lab was always being invaded, making the transfer ineffective. On the other hand, the team on Green Arrow's side was doing alright, though they did love infighting. I left the mini device in the armor. I left Tony's lab because Pepper had arranged for the Star Lab to be set up, and it was already taking shape. In this world, having money makes things easier, and thanks to Pepper's efforts, a large lab was nearly completed in just one morning. Although the main researchers hadn't arrived yet, various lower-level staff had already been recruited by Pepper. It wasn't so much that she found them, Stark Industries had put out the word, and within a morning, people were knocking on the door for interviews. Pepper just needed to filter through the applicants, and the rest was up to me as the primary investor and director of Star Lab. The lab Pepper chose was called Impulse Lab, which had quite a bit of debt. However, I didn't care about the money. Pepper was optimistic about reviving the lab's initially failed experiment, creating matter from nothing. She believed I might know the reasons for the experiment's failure due to my mysterious background, which is why she selected this lab. As a joint investment between Stark Industries and myself, reviving this failed project would greatly benefit Stark Industries. Pepper was a strong woman managing the entire company, unlike Tony, who left the company to its own devices. However, what Pepper hadn't anticipated was that the staff sent to Impulse Lab encountered ghosts, prompting her to call me over. I was quite interested, as ghosts were not common sights. In the Marvel universe, while ghosts and magical entities do exist, they are rare and often kept private. I arrived at Impulse Lab, and while I didn't particularly like the architectural style, it didn't matter since the space was vast and could be rebuilt. Walking into the lab, I saw some medical personnel checking on patients, and various instruments were in use. It was unclear whether these were brought in by Pepper or were part of the lab's original setup. I asked the medical staff, "How's the situation?" Seeing me in a responsible demeanor, the staff patiently explained, "The situation is generally stable, but brain activity is very high, which is quite rare. I then went to question a few others who had encountered the ghost. Not everyone who saw the ghost collapsed, only those who had direct contact were affected. The ghost was contained within a box, and opening it would reveal the entity. These individuals had come to assess the lab's assets. The original owner had disappeared, and only one person, now in prison, remained with no authority. They said, the ghost seemed to say something, but we couldn't hear it, and then it just vanished.
It really did disappear, like smoke, they added.
Their description sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it, so I decided to check out the box myself. The storage area for the box was surrounded by security guards who tried to maintain a brave front but couldn't hide their fear. When they learned I wanted to go inside, one well-meaning guard tried to dissuade me, but it didn't work. I opened the box, and gas escaped, slowly coalescing into a person. This being had a human shape but clearly did not belong to this space. Upon seeing itself released, it excitedly began speaking to me, but unfortunately, I couldn't hear what it was saying. Recognizing the unusual situation, I immediately understood what was happening and recalled the source of my familiarity. This was a scene from the TV series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., a subplot within the Marvel Universe, and in this real world, such events could indeed take place. The story was quite cliché. A group of scientists obtained the Darkhold, created miracles, but were affected in return. Although it lacked originality, the series featured S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, which made it entertaining. I knew the plot well. These affected individuals were beyond saving, having made a deal with a demonic realm without realizing it. This behavior was irreversible unless they exchanged another soul. None of the affected individuals were people I recognized or scientists I wanted to recruit, and I had no intention of trading lives. Besides, dealing with ghosts was a hassle. I turned to the ghost before me and said, "Sorry, but I can't save you."
With that, I eliminated it.
Next, I opened all the boxes and took out the ghosts inside. It was easy to take them down. They were merely humans caught between two worlds.
A little disruption was enough to easily kill them, consuming even less effort than dealing with actual ghosts.
I wasn't sure where they went after dying, but they weren't in this world, nor in hell.
Not letting them suffer in hell could count as my way of saving them. I guess. I wasn't even sure if there was a heaven in the Marvel Universe.
In the Flash's world, there was, but it was rather dull, and the requirements to get there were high. Even if this world had a heaven, I didn't think they had the qualifications to go.
Well, it wasn't my concern.
I searched around the city, took down a few remaining ghosts, and returned home with a book. The book didn't contain any knowledge that piqued my interest, so I locked it up and stored it in my collection room. This was a real collection room. I kept some dangerous items in my internal Speed Force space. The Speed Force space was quite boring. It seemed like it could contain everything, yet it held nothing of substance. That's why I didn't go in there unless I needed to store something important. After all, no one else could enter, including the big shots who created the Darkhold. Having dealt with the ghosts, I needed to come up with an explanation. I would use Scarecrow's fear toxin, diluted a bit. After all, they were already scared silly. If rumors about ghosts spread, it would be better to have a controlled narrative. I exited the lab carrying the box and put on quite a performance, claiming it was merely a neurotoxin that posed little risk to humans. Many people relaxed after hearing this, and even those who were skeptical didn't matter anymore. I instructed everyone, "Alright, if there's nothing else, please return to work."
It was just a false alarm.
This situation had originally been Pepper's responsibility, but given the ghost incident, I had to send her back to Stark Industries. I approached the patient's windows and released a faint spark of lightning, clearing the dark energy from their bodies, which immediately stabilized their vital signs. While this seems simple, it was, in fact, quite difficult. This dark energy, similar to an infection, was a factor of the hellish dimensions invading Earth and was incredibly challenging to remove. If I hadn't learned magic from Zatanna, removing it would have posed a serious risk to the patient's lives. Of course, normal technological means could solve it, but it would be troublesome and dangerous. A single mistake could lead to the patient's souls being dragged into the hellish dimensions, at which point there would be no saving them. Although I could traverse time with the Speed Force, facing a demon lord was beyond my capabilities. Escaping was my specialty. I could even run out of heaven, so I naturally wasn't afraid of hell. This was also why so many powerful beings chose the Speed Force. According to my research, replicating Superman's abilities wasn't impossible. After quickly cleaning up the lab, I sent the few people in my home away, giving each a disposable mini transfer device before they left. Due to the insufficient dark energy, I could only make it a one-time use. The individuals who were sent away nervously arrived at the residential area of Impulse Lab, finding it equipped with Friday and protective shields. Aside from the location, it was not much different from my home. I must admit, speedsters do renovations quickly. Once the asset evaluations were completed, I slowly drove back home with the instruments and data. These were no simple items, they were devices capable of extracting energy from the hellish dimensions. The group affected by the dark arts had indeed received genuine knowledge from the Darkhold, and I needed to safeguard this information. If ordinary scientists got their hands on it, it would undoubtedly cause trouble.
I was also considering using hellish energy to replace dark energy.
It turned out that, with Reverse Flash's assistance, there was a slight presence of dark energy in the world, which allowed me to modify unique tools like the transfer device. The transfer device was one of my best technological achievements. It had saved many lives, but never mind that, the past is the past. I focused on the equipment and instruments I brought back from Impulse Lab, and after reviewing the data, I made significant discoveries and found a research direction. However, extracting hellish energy was unrealistic. Once I attempted it, I would surely draw the attention of the demon lords. After considering it, I abandoned that idea and instead researched the energy within the arc reactor. Through technological means, it was possible to convert the reactor's energy into low-grade dark energy, but I would need Stark's new reactor for that. The old energy source wasn't sufficient. I knew where the new element was located, but I didn't have Tony's skills to decipher it, so I could only seek his cooperation to produce it. However, given Tony's high regard for the new reactor, I wasn't confident I could persuade him, so I had to temporarily shelve that plan. After spending 2 hours in the lab, I instructed Friday to archive all my plans. I then went back to Tony's lab, where he was studying the Savitar armor, seemingly close to finding a breakthrough. I didn't disturb him and headed over to Stark Industries to update Pepper on the situation. The diluted fear toxin was the first product of my lab, and trading it with the military and SHIELD would serve as excellent branding. Stark Industries would handle the upper-level affairs of the lab, while I would organize personnel to develop technology in the underground area of Star Lab. This was also why I wanted to recruit Banner and the others. Halfway through my conversation with Pepper, my phone beeped on schedule, indicating that Friday had detected Thor's appearance. I had no choice but to bid Pepper farewell and head to Mexico. Upon arrival, I found Thor had already finished his battle and was standing on the Bifrost, preparing to return to Asgard. With no time for explanations, I dashed into the Bifrost. I managed to avoid the defenses, and just as Thor noticed me, we reached Asgard. I quickly explained, "Hey! Wait! Don't attack, I'm not an enemy of Asgard." Thor replied, "Take Heimdall to heal, I'll go find Loki." With that, he headed toward the palace. Speaking of which, let me recount how I obtained the Speed Force. Initially, when I crossed over, I became a researcher at Star Lab and witnessed the emergence of the Flash, but I didn't gain any powers myself. One day, I had the whim to seek help from my future self, thinking that if I could possibly obtain the Speed Force, I could return to the present. Then, a small vortex appeared, dropping a note and a vial of Speed Force serum onto the table. Thus, while Barry was unconscious, I became the first speedster in the world. The note indicated the time to prepare the Speed Force serum. My future self compared this time-crossing method to a loop. I had to cross over during that specified time frame to create a closed loop, or the consequences would be dire. After a while, Zoom's speed serum appeared, and I traveled to the future to find a way to make the effects permanent, as well as the key to removing Barry's Speed Force. Consequently, I transferred all of Barry's Speed Force into the serum and sent it back to my past self, thus forming my own Speed Force space. After that, I embarked on my journey through the Marvel Universe. Hi! There's no need to fight, you still have injured people. Surrounded by several of Thor's companions, I hurriedly explained. Humans of Midgard, state your purpose, Sif asked with a grim face. Her brother was seriously injured, and I, a Midgard human, suddenly appearing made her visibly anxious. Calm down, I mean no harm. I have matters to discuss with Thor. I originally had enough time, but due to an accident, I ended up here. I didn't want this to happen. If I weren't somewhat capable, I would have been cleared out by the Bifrost long ago. As the situation developed this way, I felt quite frustrated but could only explain patiently. Sif, you take Heimdall to get treated. We'll handle things here, Vandal said, pointing his sword at me and then turning to Sif. This was indeed a good idea. Heimdall was seriously injured and needed immediate treatment. Moreover, Vandal and his companions should be capable of dealing with me, a human who directly breached the Bifrost's defenses. Hearing Vandal's words, Sif, who was genuinely worried about her brother's injury, felt reassured leaving the fight to the three warriors. After all, I was just a Midgard human. Watching Sif lead Heimdall away, I stood still, quietly waiting. The three warriors across from me stood still as well, awaiting reinforcements. They had been injured in their previous battle against the destroyer and lacked confidence in defeating me, a human who had broken through the Bifrost's defenses. Even if Midgard humans were the weakest on average among the 9 realms, they should not be underestimated. Their goal was not to capture me right now, but to prevent me from having any ill intentions. If I harbored malicious intent towards the Celestial Palace, they would have to fight with all their might. I didn't pay much attention to their vigilance. My priority was to prevent Loki from activating the Bifrost. The Celestial Palace was too far from Earth, and my teleportation device couldn't get me back, so I could only guard the Bifrost. At this moment, inside the Celestial Palace, the frost giant King Laufey wanted to take advantage of Odin's slumber to assassinate him. Having been brought into Asgard by his son, he was feeling somewhat inflated. It's said that even when your soul leaves your body, you can still see and hear. I hope that's true. Laufey was on top of Odin, beginning his villainous monologue. This way, you will know you died by my hand. After saying this, he raised an ice blade formed from frost to stab Odin, but Loki struck him down from behind with Odin's spear, leaving him on the ground, unable to rise. Laufey lay on the ground, shocked as he looked at Loki, unable to speak. With tears in his eyes, Loki said, "And you will die at the hands of Odin's son." He then killed Laufey with one thrust. Frigga stood up beside them and said to Loki, "You saved him." The two embraced, creating a dramatic scene. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, otherwise, I would have probably laughed out loud. It is common for a son to kill his adoptive father, but to lure one's biological father to kill the adoptive father, especially in front of the adoptive parents, is truly ridiculous. "Mother, I promise they will pay for their actions today," Loki said to Frigga. Loki. At that moment, Thor approached with Mjolnir, questioning him. The two brothers immediately began to argue, leaving Frigga looking bewildered and at a loss. In the midst of the argument, Loki took the opportunity to strike Thor with his staff, flying towards the Bifrost. He intended to use the Bifrost to destroy Jotunheim. Both Odin and Frigga heard it, but they could not stop him. Odin was unconscious, and Frigga. When Loki reached near the Bifrost, he was stunned by the sight before him. I had tied up a group of Asgardian soldiers together and was standing on them tying knots. In the movies, the confrontation between Loki and Thor doesn't last long, but in reality, the Asgardian soldiers had enough time to gather near the Bifrost. Much of that time was likely spent traveling, as the palace was quite far from the Bifrost. I had only been waiting for a few minutes when the reinforcements Sif had called for arrived in numbers. Seeing more people, the three warriors wanted to take me away from the Bifrost. This place was important, and if it weren't for stopping Thor from destroying the Bifrost, I wouldn't want to stay longer. But to stop Thor, I first had to stop Loki, so I needed to wait here. I expressed a desire to stay a bit longer, but the three warriors and the Asgardian soldiers could no longer tolerate it and began to fight me. The outcome was predictable. The soldiers I had tied up would be the next to fall. I didn't want to take their lives, so I held back my strength. Loki arrived on the scene, somewhat dazed by the noise. "Hey! Asgard's three princesses, you are too weak to be crying over this?" I greeted Loki. "Be careful, Loki. He's very fast." The tied-up three warriors quickly warned Loki. Although they disapproved of Loki, he was still a prince of Asgard and deserved their assistance. Hearing them, I kicked out, "Damn! I'm helping you Asgard, yet you treat me as an enemy." After the kick, I felt much better. The rope used to bind the soldiers was borrowed from Diana. It was tough and stretchable. I usually used it to bind strong criminals, and this was the first time I had tied so many people at once, but the effect was quite good. Looking at the struggling soldiers, I felt quite satisfied. "Who are you?" One of the bound soldiers, blocking Loki's path, asked me as he dismounted. His main goal now was to defeat me, the invader. I dodged Loki's sudden attack with a shot while guiding the soldiers behind me. I shouted at him, "Loki, don't you see that I have a hostage behind me? Are you going to kill him?" But the hostage soldier yelled, "Don't worry about me, just kill him." Helpless, I kicked him again. For some reason, Loki stood still, quietly watching me. For a moment, both sides fell into silence, and the soldiers tied up nearby didn't dare make a sound. The entire Bifrost was eerily quiet. I turned to an empty space and said, "You know I can see you, right?" Suddenly, Loki's shadow, which had been sneaking around, appeared in front of me.
He awkwardly smiled and curiously asked, "Good eyesight. When did Midgard get magicians?" I replied, "I'm not the kind of magician you think I am, but never mind that." "Odin really hasn't told you anything, huh? Didn't you encounter any magicians when you went to Midgard a few hundred years ago?" Just as Loki was about to respond, Thor appeared. He shouted, "Loki!" Seeing the scene in front of him, he paused in anger and turned his gaze towards me. I smiled and explained to him, "You might not believe it, but they really attacked me first." After saying this, I dropped the rope in my hand and added, You two brothers can talk it out. Oh, and Thor, please don't destroy the Bifrost while you're fighting, I still need to go home later." Then, I led the hostage soldier away as if I were flying a kite. After running to a camp-like area, I untied the soldiers and patiently explained that I meant no harm, but they all refused to believe me. I couldn't worry about that anymore. I needed to get back to the Bifrost quickly. I really didn't trust Thor, and I hadn't memorized the spatial coordinates of Earth. Without the Bifrost, I wouldn't be able to return. However, as I tried to leave, I ran into a transparent barrier. A young woman who looked like a magician warned me from outside the barrier to surrender. I tried to explain that I had no ill intentions and only hoped not to be wanted later. But they wouldn't listen at all, shouting "For Asgard" as they attacked. But this was no challenge for me. Using my speed, I successfully dodged them. After all, as a speedster, my speed was my greatest asset. On the Bifrost, after I left, Thor and Loki began to argue. Thor questioned Loki about his actions, but Loki ignored him and attempted to activate the Bifrost. Thor tried to stop him, not wanting him to destroy Jotunheim. Loki even attacked Thor with Odin's spear and knocked him to the ground, shouting uncontrollably that he didn't want to be king and only wanted to stand equal with Thor. Thor, however, didn't fight back, which made Loki even more agitated. He taunted Thor about a certain woman, which completely enraged Thor, and they began to fight. Meanwhile, I finally managed to break through the encirclement of the Celestial Palace's army, but just as I reached the vicinity of the Bifrost, I was targeted by the palace's cannons. These were weapons designed to take down ships, and I could only dodge with difficulty. The weapons caused significant destruction to the surrounding buildings to prevent me from approaching the Bifrost, but fortunately, there were no casualties. In the end, I shook off the weapons and hurried to the Bifrost. Seeing the scene before me, I couldn't help but shouted, "Thor, Thor! You actually didn't stop Loki?" On the Bifrost, Loki and Thor were fighting, and it looked no different from when I left. At that moment, the Bifrost had already been activated, and a beam of light shot into the depths of the universe. "Loki, stop it!" Thor ignored me and knocked Loki down to the ground once again, shouting at him. "I can't stop it, no one can now," Loki replied, blood streaming down his face from the fierce battle. Thor placed his hammer on Loki's chest, staring blankly at the expanding light in the distance. Loki struggled to move the hammer of the god of thunder off him, but to no avail. I stepped in front of Thor and asked, "Is there a way?" "No, the energy of the Bifrost is too massive, it can't be stopped." "I'll break the Bifrost, and you take Loki away," Thor concluded after a long look. After saying this, he summoned his hammer and swung it forcefully at the surface of the Bifrost. "Wait!" I quickly stopped him. "Huh?" Thor looked at me with curiosity, having been interrupted. I looked at him seriously and asked, "If I absorb some energy, can you shut down the Bifrost?" "That should be possible, the Bifrost hasn't reached its limit yet." "But are you sure you can absorb that much energy?" "It could tear you apart," Thor explained, skeptical about whether I could manage it. "Of course, but you need to act quickly. While there's no limit to absorption, the equipment does have one, you only have 5 minutes. After that, the equipment will be damaged," I said after some thought, realizing this was a perfect opportunity to absorb the energy from the Bifrost. I hadn't planned on this, but since it came up, I could restore my Speed Force space before obtaining the Space Stone. I took out a device and attached it to the cracked surface of the Bifrost where Thor had struck. Instantly, the energy flowing through the Bifrost diminished significantly, and the raging energy lines ahead shrank, the tree-like energy gradually calming down, revealing the control panel that had been hidden beneath the energy. 5 minutes? That's enough. "Thanks for the help," Thor said, picking up Odin's staff from the ground and heading towards the Bifrost control room. At that moment, the raging energy had slowed down, making it a good time to control the Bifrost. Behind me, a group of Asgardian soldiers arrived. Seeing the scene before them, the commander chose to halt their actions. Asgardians are proud, even if they suspected I had ulterior motives, they didn't care, especially since it looked like I was helping them now, so they naturally didn't attack me anymore. The energy I absorbed flowed into my Speed Force space.
This was different from absorbing Barry's speed force. At that time, my body was merely a converter, and most of the energy was used to construct a spacetime portal. The energy from the Bifrost was different, and my body had no resistance to it. As the energy flowed through me, it imposed a tremendous burden. Fortunately, there was no danger to my life. I controlled the speed force space, and to some extent, even if my body died, I could use the speed force to reconstruct my body, let alone repair it. But after all, the body is the vessel that carries the speed force space, which is a fundamental condition for enhancing the speed force, so I had to protect my body to avoid affecting my speed force. After all, I didn't have other speedsters to draw speed force from, nor would I let anyone possess my speed force. I was engulfed by the surging energy of the Bifrost, unable to move. Thor, holding the staff, tried to shut down the Bifrost. With no one paying attention to him, Loki, feeling unwilling, charged towards Thor. After a surge of energy, I was knocked unconscious. The energy absorption device was left in tatters, but it seemed it could still be used. However, by that point, the Bifrost was under control and had little energy left to absorb. The small channel connecting my body to the speed force space was completely closed. After absorbing a large amount of energy, my speed force space began to grow, and lightning gradually surged within my body, though the effects weren't visible on the surface. When I woke up, it was already the next afternoon. The time here was different from Earth. When I arrived, it was daytime, but now it was night, and I couldn't figure out how long I had slept. However, it was clear that Asgard didn't see me as an enemy. This spacious room didn't look like one for a prisoner. In a sense, I had become a benefactor of Asgard. After I got up, the guards took me to meet Odin. Upon learning that I could foresee the future, Odin initially thought I was a magician from Kamartaj. Once he realized I wasn't, he showed some interest. Thus, I easily shed the charge of invading Asgard and, with the information about Frigga's death, exchanged it for an opportunity to make a weapon. In truth, Odin had known about the Dark Elves' impending invasion, he just hadn't expected that Frigga would die at their hands. Out of gratitude, he agreed to my request to forge a weapon. Afterward, I went to see Thor and learned from him that Loki was dead. He had ultimately fallen off the Bifrost. Thanks to my efforts, the Bifrost wasn't destroyed but would need about a month for repairs. Thor, don't be too sad, Loki still has a chance of survival. I could only comfort him. Oh? Seer of the future, do you really think so? Thor had been calling me this ever since he learned I foresaw the Dark Elves' invasion. I'm not sure, under normal circumstances, Loki wouldn't die. From Thor, I learned that Loki had been directly struck by the energy wave of the Bifrost, and despite Thor's best efforts, he couldn't catch him and ended up being grabbed by Odin instead. Thor could only watch helplessly as Loki fell into the endless abyss. Even after hearing about Loki's true lineage, Thor didn't care whether they were blood-related, he just considered his brother dead. Thor felt uncertain about the future. Although there had always been rumors in Asgard about Ragnarok, he had never believed in such prophecies. I, on the other hand, had a clear conscience. While speaking the truth might make Thor dislike me, hiding it would lead to worse consequences if it were uncovered. I preferred to be straightforward. If someone disapproved, so be it. Making amends for mistakes is better than being exposed. I didn't believe for a moment that Loki could die in that way. If Thor had any objections, I could always travel back in time to return him his brother. My agreement with the Ancient One only restricted me from time travel on Earth. She couldn't interfere with Asgard's timeline. However, Odin might intervene. Don't let the old man's portrayal in the movies fool you, his power was immense. When I faced him, I could feel the overwhelming energy within him, so powerful that Asgardians had to sleep to control it. The repair of the Bifrost would take a month. Thor and Loki had both caused significant damage to it. Although it hadn't been completely destroyed, it was currently unusable unless they wanted to blow up Asgard. During the repair period, I could only stay in Asgard. Theoretically, I could use the Speed Force to return to Earth, as it possessed both temporal and spatial attributes, allowing for travel across parallel worlds, let alone the vast distances in the universe. However, I had been in such a hurry that I hadn't memorized Earth's coordinates, so it would be troublesome to go back. Therefore, waiting for the Bifrost to be repaired seemed like the better option. Fortunately, I didn't need to go to the dwarven planet to forge my weapon. Asgard had dwarves stationed there. My weapon requirements were simple, and the dwarves here could craft it. After all, it was a weapon for an outsider, and Odin wouldn't let me have a Stormbreaker. The processing of weapon materials would take time, otherwise, I could have had it in my hands right away. Life in Asgard was incredibly dull. There was no television, no internet, it felt like stepping back into ancient times.
With so many high-tech planets in the universe, Asgard's entertainment industry was virtually non-existent.
They loved hosting banquets, one after another, making what was essentially a civil war seem like a grand victory.
I wasn't used to these kinds of feasts.
Although I had lived in the West for a long time and attended many parties, the ancient-style feasts of Asgard were quite different. However, the food was quite good, the unique meats of Asgard were delicious. After a week of various banquets, which I only attended once, I no longer participated and instead spent my time reading magic books in my room. The magic of Asgard was quite different from that of Camartage, but they didn't seem to care much for magic and allowed me to browse freely. I wasn't sure if it was cultural neglect or something else. Sometimes, Thor would invite me to go hunting, but after a few times, he stopped asking me, switching instead to sparring with me. Although he was sad about his brother's death, I still believed Loki was likely alive. Thor wouldn't wallow in despair all day, he wasn't the type to be a winner. Hunting was a way to lift his spirits and procure some game, and the tastier the animal, the stronger it was.
However, hunting with me was rather dull.
I had a weak physique and couldn't pull back an Asgardian bow, but with my speed, I could run over and kill the prey as soon as I spotted it, which took all the fun out of hunting. Fighting me, on the other hand, was quite entertaining. We often ended up in draws. Thor couldn't catch me, and I couldn't break through his defenses. Even when I tried to strike with a shockwave, I could only make a small cut on his surface. He could unleash large-scale electric shocks on me, but my speed force currents were much more potent than his, and we would end up zapping each other like mages. I learned quite a bit about combat techniques from Thor. He often fought across the 9 realms, and his skills had been honed through practical experience, which was very helpful for someone like me, who usually relied on speed to overpower enemies. After spending 3 boring weeks in Asgard, the dwarven blacksmith notified me that the weapon materials were ready, inviting me to come over. I wanted to forge a simple yet sturdy sword. My requirements weren't high, but it would be a bit complicated when using the speed force. The dwarves, being masters of weapon crafting, selected a material called URU based on my specifications. It could accommodate various types of energy and would change according to the energy fluctuations. I hadn't heard of URU before and didn't care whether it appeared in the comics. I only cared about how the weapon would turn out. Curiously, I asked the dwarf, "Does making this weapon require blood?" Marvel's dwarves were no shorter than average. Perhaps dwarf meant they were relatively shorter among giants. The dwarf impatiently explained, "Yes, otherwise how would the sword recognize you as its master? This sword can't use magic, or it will conflict with the energy within you. You can think of it as a kind of DNA authentication, although it's not exactly the same, the effect is similar." I nodded and allowed him to draw a portion of my blood. But afterward, I definitely. The dwarf proudly told me that this sword was the best fit for me, perfectly matching the energy within me and would never shatter. The hilt was made from branches of the Yggdrasil tree, providing an excellent grip for my hand. Unfortunately, it couldn't be enhanced with magic, otherwise, it could rival Thor's weapons. I was skeptical that it could be comparable to Mjolnir, but it certainly felt comfortable in my grip. After thanking the dwarf, I headed to the training grounds to test the sword. To my surprise, even without using the speed force, the sword easily tore through Asgardian shields, which made me trust the dwarf's words a bit more. The dwarf suggested I give the sword a name, but I thought it unnecessary. As long as it worked well, I simply called it Nameless. The dwarf muttered that the name was strange, recorded something, and then left. With the sword in hand, I had achieved one of my main objectives in Asgard. I had hoped for an enemy invasion to showcase the sword's power, but there were very few opportunities for that. Situations like the Dark Elves invading Asgard were rare. Instead, I had to settle for testing it on the strange creatures in the forest. Life in Asgard was quite boring for me. While the technology here was excellent, I even found the code to enhance Friday's intelligence. There was a lack of entertainment due to the small population. The adult Asgardians primarily entertained themselves with feasts and battles. The culture of dueling was prevalent, and there were always many spectators, with Thor sometimes participating. As a guest, I was often invited to duel as well. Before I got my weapon, my results were mixed. I won against warriors like Thor but lost to those dressed as mages. Although Asgard didn't place much importance on mages, there were quite a few of them. Simple magic was ineffective against me, but illusions and barrier spells gave me a headache. My resistance to illusions was decent, but I couldn't ignore them. Without my speed, I would be at a disadvantage in duels. My frail body had broken several times, even though my opponents hadn't used much force. The barrier spells were even more troublesome. Breaking through them was difficult, and while I could use shockwaves to penetrate, they were susceptible to illusions, especially charm spells. My resistance to such spells was low, and once controlled, I couldn't use my speed and would lose. With my weapon, things changed. I could easily cut through barriers and defeat mages. However, dueling with Thor was another story. He could barely see my movements, and his reactions were too slow. I was also worried about injuring him, which made him unhappy. Aside from that, life in Asgard was not bad. I bought some toys for Asgardian children, which had far more advanced technology than those on Earth. I didn't buy them to dismantle the technology, they were nothing special for Asgard, but I wanted to collect some. Unfortunately, I couldn't understand them. Although I was a scientist capable of modifying things, I couldn't create them myself because my energy was focused on studying the Speed Force. I stored these toys in the collection room of my villa's basement to add some flair and could give them as gifts when children were born. Time passed quickly, and a month later, the Bifrost was repaired. The Bifrost in Asgard was made using the Tesseract, or the Space Stone. If it were completely destroyed, only the Tesseract could repair it. Thanks to my efforts, the damage to the Bifrost wasn't severe, and Asgard managed to repair it easily with various treasures. Asgard had many treasures, which were precious to civilians or Earthlings. Odin's vault didn't contain much, but I had visited it once under Thor's guidance and was genuinely amazed. Regardless of whether the treasures had appeared in the movies, they radiated immense power. I didn't know if this was Odin's way of showing off to Earth or if Thor was simply bragging, or perhaps both, but it definitely made me respect Asgard more, although I had no ill intentions toward it. I wasn't afraid of any situation, as the Speed Force was my greatest trump card. In this world, aside from the Time Stone, I didn't know of anything that could change time, and the Time Stone was in Kamartaj, where they wouldn't easily alter the timeline. Therefore, as long as I didn't recklessly travel through time, it wouldn't be a problem, and I didn't have to worry about some dim-witted speedster altering time and affecting my life. That feeling would be too torturous. Thor didn't return to Earth with me. After the Bifrost was damaged, enemies targeting Asgard appeared across the 9 realms, and he had to go quell the rebellion. He asked me to look after Jane but didn't want me to reveal any information to her, hoping I could help her if anything happened. Although there was the Bifrost, there were times when Thor couldn't leave immediately, so I could help him feel more at ease. While I despised how quickly Asgard had fallen into rebellion, I gladly agreed to his request. When I returned home, I was shocked by the changes in my house. Friday, what on earth is going on? Jianwen stared in shock at the bullet marks scattered across the exterior of his villa. While the structure itself seemed mostly intact, the surrounding yard and streets were completely devastated. Fortunately, the villa was situated in a remote area with no civilians around. However, that also meant that the landscaping and facilities hadn't been repaired. Welcome back, sir. The villa was attacked 23 days ago, and the battle lasted for 30 minutes. The enemy has been repelled. Would you like me to play the battle video? Friday's gentle voice eased Jianwen's tense mood slightly. Forget it, I don't need to watch it for now. Do you know who was behind the attack? The yard had become a wasteland, yet the main structure of the villa remained unharmed, and the interior was just as spotless as it was before Jianwen left, thanks to Friday's cleaning robots. There is a 70% probability that it was Hydra, a 25% probability that it was S.H.I.E.L.D., and a 5% probability that it was another intelligence organization. Would you like to join the revenge plan? Friday provided an answer without the slightest hesitation. Oh? Hydra's retaliation. Never mind, the small matter isn't worth getting involved in. I'll deal with it myself later. By the way, I brought back some code from Asgard, see if there's anything useful. With that, Jianwen tossed a USB drive toward the floating hologram of Friday. Friday's holographic form was self-generated, a fusion of Jianwen's previous AI and Tony's Friday. This hologram only displayed half of its body, not because it couldn't show more, but because it would look less aesthetically pleasing if it did. The hologram was infused with energy particles, allowing Friday to manipulate certain tasks, such as picking up items weighing no more than 5 kilograms and performing household chores. The design of the household robots still had some imperfections, and sometimes their performance was less than satisfactory. Therefore, Jianwen had created a virtual body for Friday, which could perfectly transform into various forms. However, using this virtual body required a significant amount of computational power, so Friday rarely utilized this form. Friday nimbly caught the USB drive that Jianwen tossed. The drive contained all the technological data Jianwen had acquired in Asgard, with the most important being some AI codes, along with various second-tier Asgardian technologies, such as security systems.
Although Asgard could not provide Jiangwen with the most advanced technology, these technologies were sufficient to withstand some cosmic-level hacker attacks, let alone Earth hackers. After receiving the drive, Friday scanned it and quickly understood how to use it. The device beneath her shimmered with ripples, and a matching USB port was designed and created. Jiangwen's original AI was named Sevia, but it had sustained significant damage upon arriving in this world. It was only through the fusion with Tony's Friday that Jiangwen managed to fully revive Sevia. However, once revived, it could no longer be called Sevia, so Jiangwen simply renamed it Friday. Artificial intelligence was far more complex than one could imagine. Perhaps in the future, as technology continued to advance, it would be possible to create AI that didn't require a host. But for now, whether in Flash's world or Marvel's, that wasn't achievable. The code on a disk was merely the core of AI. The data within the external host constituted the main body of the AI. Such AI could only be considered secondary, it hardly qualified as true AI. Perhaps only AI like Ultron could be regarded as genuine AI. However, both Ultron and Vision operated in human forms, making it difficult to categorize them as true AI. After absorbing the data from the USB drive, Friday began the upgrading process, while Jiangwen had other matters to handle. After all, his home was in such disarray, he needed an explanation. When he arrived at Tony's place, he found Tony still working on the Savita armor. However, from his expression, it seemed he had developed a rough idea. Some strange instruments were scanning the armor, and they looked freshly made. "Hey, how's the research going?" Jiangwen greeted Tony and then sat down nearby to tinker with the instruments. Tony had long sensed Jiangwen's arrival, although he had given JRVIS permission for Jiangwen to enter the room. He still needed to be notified in advance. "This is the most amazing material I've ever seen. It completely ignores any resistance, only certain energy fields can pass through. If I can fully understand this material." Tony spoke with excitement as he watched Jiangwen fiddling with his instruments. In his life, this was the first time Tony Stark had been captivated by something for so long, and it was also the first time he hadn't been able to solve a problem in such an extended period, which thrilled him immensely. "Whatever, feel free to study it, but please don't break it. If you do, the armor will disappear. Just let me know once you find something. I don't need the armor at the moment. If it really can't be modified, then so be it. I haven't found a way to change its appearance anyway," Jiangwen said nonchalantly. He understood that the limitations of technological development were largely dependent on materials, but he didn't believe that the material of this armor could be mass-produced artificially. Materials that couldn't be artificially manufactured didn't significantly contribute to technological advancement. Just like Wakanda's vibranium, even if they could study it extensively, they could only produce a single weapon at best. Only large-scale materials or replicable materials could drive technological advancement. If Tony's genius brain could truly replicate this material, then Jiangwen's plan for the Speed Force robot could be set into motion, which would be incredibly beneficial. There might even be other advantages, who knows? By the way, I went on a trip recently and found my home blown up when I returned. Do you know any insider information about this? After fiddling with Stark's instruments for a while without discovering any advanced technology, Jiangwen lost interest and casually asked Tony. "Your house was blown up? JARVIS? Tony looked curious and then turned to call out to his AI. "No abnormalities detected at Villa number 16, the building is intact," JRVIS's voice responded, and the displayed image showed that Jiangwen's villa was perfectly fine, including the surrounding streets. "I think JARVIS has been hacked again, look," Jiangwen said, showing Tony the state of his bombed yard. Then he added, "Forget it, JARVIS. Please contact some road repair people, I don't know many people around here. By the way, have you seen Banner and the others? How are they doing? That big guy who transforms? He's still in your lab. Seriously, you really know how to get yourself into trouble. Do you know how long Pepper and the Defense Department have negotiated for those few people of yours?" Tony brushed off the data that JARVIS had investigated. The information JARVIS retrieved was connected via satellite, and it was clearly the work of those government departments. As long as Tony revised JARVIS's query methods later, there wouldn't be an issue. As for Jiangwen's claim that JARVIS had been hacked, Tony simply took it as a joke. "Is that so? That's really appreciated, I'll go check on my lab." With that, Jiangwen vanished from Tony's sight. "How's Banner doing here?" Jiangwen asked as he arrived at his lab and found Banner. "Pretty good. With this thing," Banner said, pointing to the device on his head, I can manage the Hulk's appearances now. But I still don't quite get why you hired me. I don't have any specific tasks right now. Jiang Wen had left without assigning Banner any work, allowing him to study on his own, with his primary focus being the monster within him. From a work perspective, Banner felt somewhat idle, which made him uneasy. It's fine, you can research whatever you want. My goal is the Hulk inside you. Seeing the shift in Banner's expression, Jiang Wen clarified, don't get me wrong, I'm not conducting any illegal experiments. Jiang Wen projected the scene from his previous battle against Abomination, showing the destruction caused by the two massive beings. Banner fell into contemplation as he watched. You see, my goal is to prepare for attacks like this. Compared to Abomination, the Hulk is still a controllable ally, Jiang Wen explained, pulling over a chair for Banner to sit down. Every time he shows up, it's bad news. Your plan can't work, the Hulk is uncontrollable. Banner said, sitting down with a bitter smile and frustration on his face. He can't be controlled at all. As he shouted, green stripes occasionally flickered across his body, but they were blocked by the glowing device on his head. The Hulk is controllable. If you don't control him, he'll become another person, like a split personality. At that point, you might one day lose control of your own body and you'll fully become the Hulk, Jiang Wen said, unfazed by Banner's transformations. To him, the emotional controller would effectively manage Banner's transformations. As long as Banner didn't want to turn into the Hulk, the emotional controller could successfully regulate his emotions. Right now, Banner was likely about as stable as he was during the Avengers period, except that his self-control had shifted to machine control. However, if someone shot Banner, no controller would be effective. Startled by Jiang Wen's words, Banner sat in silence for a long time. For him, the Hulk was the source of his destruction. He constantly wanted to rid himself of the Hulk and had never considered that the Hulk and he were one entity. Perhaps he knew deep down, but he was unwilling to admit it. If you truly want to get rid of the Hulk, there's only one way, you have to become the Hulk. But the price is that you become a giant and forever say goodbye to your human identity, Jiang Wen stated, referring to Banner's choice in Avengers: Endgame. In reality, that choice was entirely wrong. Banner hadn't returned to being a normal human, but instead lost the combat-capable Hulk. Perhaps you could find a soul master to transfer your soul into another blank body. But I really can't determine if the Hulk is a product of your soul, that's a bit concerning. Plus, transferring souls is almost impossible. Frankly, I'm at a loss. Watching Banner's dejected expression, Jiang Wen casually said some comforting words. The Ancient One could indeed expel Banner's soul from his body, but could it really transfer souls? Moreover, Banner's condition might not solely be a physical issue. Jiang Wen didn't believe that such abilities had no relation to the soul. Jiang Wen's comfort had little effect. Banner remained silent. He understood his own physical condition better than anyone. The fact that he could barely control himself from transforming was already the best outcome. Completely eliminating the Hulk was impossible, and he couldn't even think about suicide. Seeing Banner like this, Jiang Wen lost the desire to continue the conversation. He called Betty to come and comfort her boyfriend and then left directly. Speaking of which, Jiang Wen wasn't entirely clear on the current situation between Betty and Banner. Betty wasn't working in Jiang Wen's lab, she only occasionally came by to check on Banner. It seemed she had broken up with her doctor boyfriend, or else she wouldn't be visiting Banner so frequently. However, their relationship didn't appear to have made much progress. Jiang Wen was merely curious about their situation and had no intention of having Friday investigate. He wasn't that bored. If he wanted to watch a romance drama, there were plenty on TV. Stark's research was progressing smoothly. After Jiang Wen managed to control his erratic thoughts, Stern wasn't becoming the big boss like in the comics. Instead, he was doing quite well at the Star Lab. The fear gas that Jiang Wen had given to Stern before leaving had been successfully researched. It was now being used as police and military equipment and was selling particularly well. Of course, this gas had been weakened to a certain extent. After all, the original fear gas could incapacitate someone completely. The sales of the fear gas had been greatly aided by the Stark Group, as this was their primary line of work. After all, Star Lab and Stark Industries were in a cooperative relationship. Due to Tony, Stark Industries had paused its weapons department, but fear gas could be considered a type of biochemical weapon, possessing advantages such as rapid attack, minimizing collateral damage, and being peaceful in means, which made its sales very robust. If it were solely up to Star Lab, it wouldn't have had such a significant impact. With Stark's backing, it was different. Stark Industries had already closed its weapons department, which the military was quite regretful about. Now, with the news that Stark Industries was once again involved in weaponry, how could it not attract attention? The weaponization of fear gas had been approved by Tony, and to prevent others from reselling it, Stark's defense systems were incredibly tight. If there were any issues at all, those weaponized fear gases would be destroyed and made completely ineffective.
Confirming that his foundations in this world were solid, Jang-won called Nick Fury. Although Nick Fury, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was very busy, he still had to take Jang-won's call, as this was quite a significant 084 incident. On the call, Nick Fury naturally denied any attack on Jang-won's villa. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D's style of operation wasn't that reckless, and Jang-won didn't fully believe that it was S.H.I.E.L.D's doing. While S.H.I.E.L.D. had a hardline approach, they weren't stupid. If it had truly been them, they would have handled the aftermath properly. In fact, Hydra would do the same. However, this time it was likely due to S.H.I.E.L.D. conducting a covert investigation. No matter who was behind it, Jang-won would place the blame on Hydra, as he needed an example to deter others. Calling Nick Fury was merely to drop a hint. Otherwise, if Jang-won took out those Hydra agents, no one would know who did it. Friday, list all the locations that seem to be Hydra headquarters, as well as the whereabouts of Alexander Pierce, Jang-won instructed as he left the lab, standing atop a high building issuing commands to Friday. A few minutes later, Friday's calm voice responded, "The coordinates have been displayed on the map." Jang-won took out a pair of glasses, and a virtual map appeared in his view, with suspected Hydra targets meticulously marked in various corners of the map. Next, Jang-won set off towards Pierce's location. Currently, the only person he might have offended was Alexander Pierce, who had leaked Hydra's intelligence to S.H.I.E.L.D. and had threatened them extensively. However, finding Pierce was genuinely difficult. After all, he was the leader of a covert organization, making him hard to track. While it was challenging to locate Alexander Pierce himself, his subordinates were relatively easier to find. S.H.I.E.L.D's network defenses were practically ineffectual against Friday after her upgrade. Jang-won swiftly located John Garrett, who was Ward's superior and a core figure within S.H.I.E.L.D. Jang-won didn't know much about Hydra, limited to what was mentioned in TV shows and movies. Ward was a character Jang-won was familiar with, given his frequent appearances in the series. Unfortunately, it seemed that Ward had evacuated along with Crossbones, as Jang-won found no trace of either Ward or Crossbones in S.H.I.E.L.D's system, and even Pierce's whereabouts had been wiped clean. Jang-won couldn't help but wonder if Nick Fury had covertly tampered with things or if Hydra had withdrawn on their own. Although Garrett didn't appear frequently, Jang-won remembered there was such an agent, and he could find out more about him later. At that moment, John Garrett was on a mission. Much like Coulson after the Avengers, he was now a team leader, and they were pursuing an Inhuman. In this Marvel universe, mutants didn't exist. Instead, there were Inhumans. Jang-won had limited knowledge of Marvel from his past life and wasn't sure if these Inhumans were created as a substitute for mutants after the rights were lost or if they originally existed within the Marvel universe. In any case, the copyright issues in the Marvel universe were quite awkward, and the existence of Inhumans was less significant. Overall, Inhumans functioned similarly to mutants. Treating them as a small population of mutants wasn't a big deal. Both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. were eager to control supernatural powers. Although not many such events occurred in the current timeline, there were still enough, just not exposed to the public eye yet. The Inhuman being pursued could breathe fire, but compared to mutants, the Inhuman's abilities were significantly lacking. This Inhuman could only spew flames for a few seconds before collapsing and continuing to flee. Jang-won wasn't particularly interested in saving anyone, but since he witnessed it, he couldn't just stand by, especially since his target was involved, giving him ample reason to intervene. A bolt of lightning flashed, and everyone involved in the chase fell to the ground. For a speedster, ordinary people were far too fragile, even seasoned agents had no room to react. Jang-won found an empty room and tossed some S.H.I.E.L.D. agents inside. Killing Hydra's agents was one thing, but he preferred not to harm S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, only needing to knock them out. He decided to put John Garrett's interrogation on hold for now. Hydra agents weren't likely to speak the truth easily, which was quite a hassle. Instead, he would start with the simpler tasks. The young Inhuman being chased needed to be interrogated first. Jang-won didn't want to let a potentially superpowered criminal go free. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. heavily monitored these Inhumans, they wouldn't randomly hunt one down. Of course, Hydra could be different, especially since Garrett was leading the team, and Jang-won still wasn't sure whether the other team members were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents or not. Jang-won tied the Inhuman agent to a chair and poured a basin of cold water over him. The place where the chase occurred was quite remote, and for some reason, no one lived there, even though the map showed it as just an ordinary small town. The inhuman youth quickly regained consciousness after being doused with cold water. Jiangwen hadn't been overly rough, he had just knocked him out, so it was easy to wake him up. "Who are you? Why is Shield chasing you?" Jiangwen asked, his expression stern and troubled. The inhuman youth gradually came to, looking somewhat dazed. It wasn't until Jiangwen repeated the question that he began to pay attention. At the same time, the young inhuman honestly revealed his background to Jiangwen. The young inhuman's name was David, and he came from the Inhumans on the moon. He had become separated from his people while procuring supplies on Earth and had inexplicably ended up in this small town. Upon arriving, he found it completely deserted, and soon after, he was pursued by SHIELD agents. David was much more honest than Jiangwen had imagined. Although Jiangwen had used something akin to a truth serum on him, it was still his first time encountering someone who would so readily tell the truth. Still, he was somewhat skeptical given the ease of the situation. Jiangwen asked for more details, and David answered fluently, showing no signs of deceit. While Jiangwen temporarily believed David's words, he didn't release him. Jiangwen then woke up several of the agents led by John Garrett for another round of interrogation. This time, he didn't use the truth serum, as he wasn't sure how effective it would be on agents. Instead, Jiangwen returned to the villa to retrieve a hypnosis device. With Jiangwen's speed, making a round trip was incredibly quick. The information obtained through hypnosis was always somewhat reassuring, and hypnotizing these agents was easy. Soon enough, Jiangwen gathered information on each of them. This group of people was indeed not Hydra. In fact, Hydra had already vanished from SHIELD just over 10 days ago. There had been a major upheaval within SHIELD, with numerous Hydra infiltrators being discovered. The turmoil lasted about a week, during which Nick Fury managed to root out all the Hydra agents embedded within SHIELD. Of course, not all were captured. John Garrett was one of those who had remained hidden within SHIELD. However, Nick Fury had managed to expose most of Hydra's presence, and although he didn't catch the higher-ups, he had significantly weakened Hydra's power within SHIELD. After receiving information from Jiangwen, Nick Fury had accomplished this in just over 10 days, which made Jiangwen regard him with newfound respect. Truly, he was the king of spies. What impressed Jiangwen more wasn't just that Nick Fury had cleared out Hydra within SHIELD, but that such a significant upheaval occurred without any information leaking to the outside world. Even Jiangwen didn't discover anything when he searched for information in SHIELD. However, the most pressing issue at hand wasn't admiration for Nick Fury, but the strange events occurring in the small town. The information from the agents largely matched David's account, except they believed David was the culprit behind the disappearance of the town's residents, which was why they were relentlessly pursuing him. "Friday, investigate all the relevant information about this small town for me," Jiangwen instructed, then moved on to other matters. Friday's intelligence was remarkably powerful, able to traverse the digital world freely. Aside from relying on a host to survive, it was not much different from top-tier AIs. "Understood, boss." After informing Friday to begin the investigation, Jiangwen focused entirely on dealing with the Hydra agent John Garrett. Jiangwen was wary of Hydra's insidious brainwashing techniques, given that an agent who could hide so deeply during Nick Fury's purge was not to be taken lightly. Upon arriving at the location where John Garrett was being held, Jiangwen found that he had already regained consciousness and was struggling to free himself from the ropes binding him. When he saw Jiangwen approach, he stopped moving, looking at Jiangwen with an expressionless face, as if the attempted escape had never happened. "John Garrett, is that your real name?" "Whatever. I don't know much about you, but I already know you're with Hydra, so let's not waste time guessing identities. Just tell me where Alexander Pierce is," Jiangwen said calmly, looking at Garrett tied to the chair. If he couldn't find any information about Pierce from Garrett, Jiangwen would probably have to give up. After all, he hadn't stayed in this world long enough to track down Pierce himself. Even upgraded to a level like Ultron, Friday wouldn't be able to locate Pierce. His information had seemingly vanished from the network, whether by his own doing or due to Nick Fury's interference. If he couldn't find Pierce, taking revenge on other Hydra members would also suffice. Jiangwen wasn't worried about lacking targets for retaliation. For now, the mysterious disappearance in the small town was more intriguing to Jiangwen than avenging Hydra. A traveler from a parallel world? Someone who jumped out of the comics? I've heard Ward mention you. Honestly, I didn't believe such bizarre things at first, but anything can happen in this world, right? John Garrett tilted his head, looking at Jiangwen without a care for his own safety. "Not quite, I'm not from a parallel world, and there's no trace of me in the comics.
I just live in a world similar to a comic. To be honest, I hate Hydra, but I don't want to stir up trouble. Can you tell me why Hydra is bothering me?
Jiangwen sat on the table, casually popping a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Even though mastering the Speed Force meant he didn't need to consume much energy, Jiangwen still had a habit of eating high-calorie foods. After all, speedsters didn't gain weight.
Can I have some? I haven't eaten yet. Garrett, feeling hungry, couldn't help but ask Jiangwen for chocolate as he watched him eat nonchalantly. Here. Jiangwen tossed 2 pieces of chocolate over, but Garrett couldn't catch them due to his bound hands. Seeing this, Garrett let out a bitter laugh and gave up on the chocolate. He looked straight at Jiangwen and said, I know why you're looking for me, but unfortunately, I really don't know where Pierce is. At this stage, Hydra has completely distanced itself from S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm just a backup left in S.H.I.E.L.D. with no way to contact the higher-ups. Oh, I see.
Jiangwen unwrapped a piece of chocolate and casually shoved it into Garrett's mouth.
Do you believe what I'm saying? Garrett asked, his words muffled by the chocolate. Well, whether you believe it or not doesn't matter.
I just have a general understanding of the situation. I don't have the ability to pry open the mouths of Hydra agents, Jiangwen replied calmly, watching Garrett awkwardly eat the chocolate. Hearing this, Garrett suddenly tensed up, but his expression quickly returned to calm.
Looks like I'm not going to make it. Yeah, someone attacked my villa, and I need a place to vent.
Although your rank isn't high, I won't let you off easily. Don't worry, even though I can't catch Pierce, Baron Zemo will keep you company, Jiangwen said slowly while checking the information Friday had sent to his phone.
Ability to foresee the future? Garrett muttered to himself. Not exactly, but it's close enough. Any last words? Jiangwen asked Garrett. None. Garrett closed his eyes, seemingly accepting his fate.
A cold flash passed, and Garrett's head rolled off his body, his mouth still holding onto the unfinished chocolate. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his face was filled with reluctance. Suddenly, the printer in the room activated automatically, and sheets of paper filled with information fell from the printer. This was Friday's handiwork, documenting all of Garrett's information and detailing his actions over the years as a Hydra agent. Some of it might also have pertained to actions taken by other Hydra agents.
However, it didn't matter, most of the information was genuine. With this, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered what Jiangwen had done, they wouldn't make a big deal out of it. Just like ancient warriors leaving their names after a kill, if Jiangwen didn't leave something behind, who would know that he was the one who killed John Garrett? What meaning would that have? Unlike ancient warriors, however, Jiangwen also left evidence of Garrett's crimes. Avenging like a hero, only to be hunted down by ignorant government agents? No way was Jiangwen going to do that. Next, Jiangwen was headed to destroy the Hydra base listed in the information. He glanced at the data sent by Friday before disappearing from the spot. Was Jiangwen going to find the Hydra base?
Not really, because there were still many things, or rather, many people waiting for him. Jiangwen untied the Hydra agents and the Inhuman youth, leaving a note behind before leaving. The Inhuman youth, David, quickly regained consciousness, perhaps due to his extraordinary abilities giving him stronger resistance. Upon seeing the note Jiangwen left, he left the place immediately, showing no interest in solving the mystery of the missing townspeople. He was an Inhuman living on the moon, although he occasionally came to Earth to procure supplies, he still didn't consider himself a human being from Earth. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who woke up afterward were more disheartened. They had just begun their pursuit when they were knocked out, and upon waking to find their captain beheaded, they felt fortunate that it was just a comrade who had sacrificed himself. However, what they never expected was that the captain they thought was dead was actually a Hydra agent. Even if the information on those documents was slanderous, they would still have to report it to their higher-ups at S.H.I.E.L.D., along with the mystery of the missing small town awaiting their investigation. They were exhausted and no longer wanted to be agents. Upon hearing the news, Nick Fury was taken aback on the helicarrier. He hadn't expected that the seemingly straightforward interdimensional visitor would suddenly resort to such ruthless measures. Although Jiangwen's target was Hydra, the intensity of his actions left Fury feeling quite uneasy. When it came to confronting Jiangwen, Nick Fury truly had no good countermeasures. He was aware of the comics involving the Flash and knew there were several ways to counter speedsters, but once applied to the real world, those methods often proved ineffective. Additionally, the fleeing Inhumans and the mysterious disappearance of the townspeople were causing Fury considerable headache. Inhumans, by their nature, were typically troublesome, and any being possessing supernatural powers was usually not to be underestimated.
Thankfully, Inhumans were generally more compliant, and their numbers in areas under SHIELD's jurisdiction weren't high.
As for the complete disappearance of the town's residents, that was something typically reserved for stories. Now it was happening in reality. Regardless of the underlying cause, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to investigate thoroughly.
Based on the current information, it wouldn't be easy to get to the bottom of it.
Fury wasn't overly concerned about the continued presence of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. Any organization could have moles, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was no exception. Cleaning out most of Hydra from S.H.I.E.L.D. had already cost him a great deal of effort and resources, amounting to billions, along with many precious items stolen by Hydra.
If he were to clear every last Hydra agent from S.H.I.E.L.D., it might even render the organization unnecessary.
In the original timeline, Nick Fury had done just that, unaware of Hydra's infiltration until it was too late when they turned against him. Thus, in the movies, Nick Fury took the opportunity to let S.H.I.E.L.D. collapse and secretly split the existing agents into smaller factions, including Coulson's team. In this world, however, with Zhang Wen's reminder, Nick Fury had managed to drive Hydra out with ease, though that also had a lot to do with Hydra's voluntary withdrawal. If Hydra hadn't chosen to retreat, it would have been far from easy for S.H.I.E.L.D. to clean house so swiftly. The two sides might have ended up in a stalemate, and one shouldn't underestimate Hydra. Despite their unique identity making recruitment challenging, they still held more than half of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power. When mentioning that Hydra controlled over half of SHIELD's power, it didn't imply that half of SHIELD's agents had become Hydra agents, but rather that they occupied a significant share within SHIELD's power structure. After all, no matter how powerful Hydra was, they wouldn't dare to expose their true identities easily. Once discovered, Hydra had no choice but to flee. They could inflict some damage on their enemies, but in the public eye, they couldn't survive. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a recovery phase after the upheaval, with at least 30% of agents having lost their lives during the turmoil, some directly killed by Hydra, others harmed by Hydra's schemes, and some mistakenly killed while being thought of as Hydra agents.
Cleaning up an organization full of wounds would inevitably involve sacrificing some innocent people.
This was unavoidable, despite extensive preparations, various unexpected occurrences and the untrustworthiness of human nature made it challenging. However, the ultimate outcome was still reassuring. S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to clean up effectively and could continue operations. During this period of upheaval, various strange entities around the world began to surface, and bizarre incidents started to proliferate. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D. was clearly short-handed. Despite facing numerous challenges, the necessary tasks had to continue. Reluctantly, Nick Fury had to lead a team personally to investigate the mysterious disappearances in the small town. At the same time, he wanted to take this opportunity to assess the methods of the interdimensional visitor, in order to make a psychological evaluation. After all, Zhang Wen was a potential threat that couldn't be overlooked, and an appropriate solution would need to be prepared if necessary. When Nick Fury arrived in the small town, the agents left behind had already conducted a preliminary investigation.
The results showed that none of the town's residents had been kidnapped. Instead, they had all gathered together and walked out of the town.
The time was during dinner 3 days ago, and the surveillance footage indicated that everything appeared normal at that moment, just like any other ordinary American town. However, it was soon discovered that the townspeople's behavior abruptly changed. They stopped what they were doing and walked toward the outskirts of the town, as if something mysterious was drawing them. Some residents even walked out naked or with no pants on, completely unconcerned, looking dazed as they moved outside. The agents followed the direction the residents had left, but they found no signs of anyone, not even traces of their footsteps. As soon as they left the town, any signs like footprints disappeared without a trace. Director, based on our preliminary estimates, this incident may be related to some mind-controlling ability, and it might even involve spatial abilities. However, our instruments haven't detected any fluctuations related to spatial abilities in the vicinity. Everything seems normal in the surrounding towns and roads, except for the disappearance of the people in this small town, one of the agents quickly reported to Nick Fury upon his arrival. Although he wasn't the captain of this operation, he was still capable enough to lead these agents in executing their tasks. Yesterday, when they first arrived, they hadn't even reached the outskirts of the town before encountering the fire-breathing Inhuman, which led to a relentless chase that ultimately ended with them finding Zhang Wen and knocking out those pursuing him. As agents, they had strong adaptability to sudden events, and before Nick Fury arrived, they had managed to complete the initial tasks to some extent.
I see.
In that case, immediately cordon off this area and prohibit anyone from passing through. Continue the investigation and search the surveillance footage from nearby towns. whether from the streets or any other places. Don't let any clues slip by, Nick Fury ordered the agents he had brought with him. Then, he turned to the remaining agents and said, "Take me to see Garrett's body and any relevant documents." The agents led Nick Fury into a blood-stained house, where the only clean spot was a chair and a table holding evidence. John Garrett had a clear gash on his neck, with burn marks still lingering on it. However, those burn marks didn't stop his blood from flowing, and the entire room was filled with an unpleasant metallic odor. Ignoring the decapitated John Garrett, Nick Fury picked up the documents on the table and began to flip through them. There was a large amount of documentation, covering almost everything about John Garrett, indicating that someone had prepared well in advance. After quickly flipping through a couple of pages, he set the documents down. According to the information, Garrett was undoubtedly a member of Hydra. However, Nick Fury fell into deep thought, carefully considering how to approach Jiangwon. Nick Fury's investigation hadn't yielded any substantial results. The townspeople had simply disappeared, and no other clues were found. In modern society, surveillance and equipment were ubiquitous. Despite the small town's remoteness, it was improbable that everyone could vanish without a trace. There must still be traces, they just hadn't found the right locations or methods yet. Since modern science couldn't solve this problem, they would have to seek other assistance. Nick Fury's call reached a special department within S.H.I.E.L.D., where a collection of beings from Western lore, wizards, werewolves, vampires, and more, were gathered. In this world, these mysterious powers were indeed real, though not known to the general public. Being the organization responsible for overseeing global supernatural forces, S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly had strategies in place. The mysterious department Fury summoned was specifically tasked with handling such matters. Unlike the later Avengers, these individuals had unique abilities but lacked the formidable combat strength that would qualify them for the Avengers. Otherwise, they would have already become part of that team. When it came to handling mysterious events, these individuals had their own set of methods. However, if tasked with other matters, they might not perform as well as ordinary agents. They didn't truly possess world-ending powers, they were just slightly stronger than average humans. Truly powerful beings wouldn't join S.H.I.E.L.D. There were countless secret organizations in the world, and from a mystical perspective, S.H.I.E.L.D. could only be considered at the bottom tier, incapable of grasping true power. So, why had these mysterious organizations never appeared in public? Because even if they did, you might not be able to notice. For example, how could one determine the reality of those cults reported by the media? It was all based on the media's word. Truly confidential events would never make it to the news. Moreover, there were protectors of the world's dark side, like Kamartaj's sorcerers, which prevented the existence of supernatural abilities from being detected. Some might ask, if Kamartaj is guarding the Earth, can't they handle these minor issues? Please. Protecting the Earth is a major responsibility handled by the Ancient One, while her disciples deal with matters like cults to make ends meet. They have little impact against real threats, though perhaps they have some effect. However, the people Nick Fury called upon were of no use, as this incident wasn't classified as supernatural. It might have been related, considering it involved the Darkhold, but S.H.I.E.L.D. currently lacked the capability to connect these events directly to the Darkhold. In truth, it had little direct relation to the Darkhold in Jiangwen's collection. That book was still safely stored. What had actually been stolen were the data from the Impulse Laboratory. Hydra's invasion might have targeted Stark Industries, but upon discovering the mysterious powers at Impulse Group, they covertly stole some information. Jiangwen had no idea whether this information was hidden within Stark Industries or the government. Now he knew that all the townspeople had been hypnotized and taken away. Jiangwen wasn't clear on why this particular town was chosen. All he knew was that these people were turned into biological batteries, essentially rendered dead. When leaving the town, Jiangwen's original target was Baron Zemo's laboratory, as it was relatively easier to find. Some relevant scenes had appeared in Avengers, Age of Ultron, and using his memory, Jiangwen quickly located a similar site with Friday's help. Unfortunately, although it was Zemo's lab, it was just a small base, and the personnel inside were merely lower-tier members. Zemo himself wasn't present. This base was likely transformed into a larger facility later, given that the timeline was still ahead of Avengers, Age of Ultron. Despite feeling somewhat disappointed, Jiangwen slaughtered everyone in the base. He had initially planned to capture the police personnel. With his speed force and Friday's capabilities, gathering evidence should have been straightforward. However, upon seeing their research content, Jiangwen felt it was better for these people to die. Hydra's laboratories had never conducted any legitimate experiments.
Was it because all legitimate experiments were performed at S.H.I.E.L.D.?
After annihilating this lab, while searching for other Hydra strongholds, Jiangwen suddenly discovered a new initiative, and this plan targeted the town where all the residents had vanished. It was called Second World, sounding akin to a virtual game from online novels.
In reality, its function was somewhat similar but with broader applications, such as implanting memories.
The old Hydra method of controlling people was brainwashing, which had a low success rate and a high mortality rate, requiring a long time to execute. The Second World initiative differed. It could allow a person to live an entire lifetime in a virtual world in just seconds and could inject new personalities and memories, making it the brainwashing tool Hydra needed.
Of course, its capabilities were far beyond simple brainwashing. The Second World could almost construct any material. What did that mean? It could create any material within it and conduct various experiments that the real world wouldn't dare attempt. However, this was only a proposal and had yet to be implemented. The base Jiangwen attacked was originally designated as the next experimental site, and by coincidence, he arrived first. Upon learning of this situation, Jiangwen knew he couldn't sit idly by and decided to address the issue immediately. He was aware of Hydra's plan for the Second World. He had seen it referenced in the TV series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., though in the show it was called the Framework. Moreover, the framework wasn't created by Hydra. Jiangwen remembered it originating from an artificial intelligence that had looked at the Darkhold. Within the framework, a nearly complete world could be constructed, and it seemed to indeed be a world. At the end, when someone was trapped in the framework, their physical body died while their soul remained. Most importantly, when the framework was finally shut down, it appeared that this world didn't vanish. Television was naturally filled with possibilities, but the real outcome was uncertain. In the real world, however, things were different. The knowledge contained in the Darkhold typically came with side effects, and it was evident that the framework was no exception. Jiangwen couldn't determine that for sure yet, he only had some basic guesses. For instance, the framework might be a cage for human souls, or something else entirely unknown. However, Jiangwen now understood what was needed to create something like the framework: players. In Hydra's report, nearly all the townspeople had entered a comatose state. Although Jiangwen hadn't seen similar scenarios in the TV series, it was indisputable that Hydra used people as biological batteries. It was reminiscent of the techniques used in The Matrix, and he wondered if Hydra's researchers had drawn inspiration from the movie. However, unlike The Matrix, these individuals had completely lost their souls and could no longer awaken. As for surviving in the Second World created by Hydra, that was utterly impossible. Hydra would never be that benevolent. Jiangwen appeared in a massive factory filled with yellow transparent containers, each filled with unknown liquids. Various people floated within them, connected to numerous wires protruding from their exposed brains. Without needing to guess, Jiangwen knew these were the missing townspeople. With their entire skulls open and still alive, it was already impossible. No wonder Hydra's documents mentioned that the experimental subjects had become vegetative states. In such conditions, not becoming a vegetable meant death. "Hey! What a surprise, Baron Zemo!" Jiangwen exclaimed upon entering, unexpectedly discovering Zemo there. Strucker was deeply focused on listening to his subordinate's report when he was suddenly startled by the unexpected entrance of Jiangwen. As the leader of Hydra, he quickly regained his composure and ordered his men to open fire on Jiangwen's position while he himself made a swift exit. If it had been an ordinary superhero, perhaps Strucker could have succeeded in his escape. Unfortunately, Jiangwen was no ordinary individual. He possessed the Speed Force. These ordinary Hydra soldiers might have been able to hold off Captain America or Iron Man, but they were no match for Jiangwen. Jiangwen effortlessly dodged the Hydra energy bullets, swiftly dispatching a large group of Hydra soldiers. The weapons made in Asgard were incredibly sharp, cutting through the Hydra soldiers as easily as slicing through tofu. Before the soldiers even realized what was happening, their heads were already rolling on the ground. Even the scientists who were conducting research in the lab weren't spared. Jiangwen didn't know if any of them were innocent victims, but he firmly believed that humanity must pay for its actions. In less than a second, Jiangwen eliminated everyone in the room. The air was soon filled with the stench of blood and the scent of burnt flesh. The nameless sword transmitted a slight speed force, allowing Jiangwen not only to accelerate himself but also to enhance damage through lightning. Thus, the fallen Hydra agents didn't spurt blood in large quantities. The nameless sword couldn't completely seal the flow of blood, and once they fell, blood still seeped out. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Strucker's first instinct was to assume that the other branches of Hydra were behind this.
After all, Hydra was notorious for its ability to hide, making it difficult for ordinary organizations to find them.
However, Strucker quickly dismissed that thought.
Despite the competition and divisions within Hydra, the heads of the organization wouldn't turn on each other. Their goals were aligned, merely differing in methods.
An inconsequential person, probably someone here to kill you, Jiangwen said, slowly walking towards Strucker while wielding the bloodless nameless sword.
As a character who had appeared in the original films, Baron Strucker left Jiangwen with a vague impression. The most notable memory was of Strucker boosting his subordinates' confidence while simultaneously suggesting surrender, which didn't quite align with Jiangwen's perception of Hydra agents.
All right. I surrender.
Jiangwen had just thought about Strucker's performance in the movie when he surprisingly heard him utter the words of surrender.
You really let me down, Mr. Zemo. I thought Hydra agents would be tougher, Jiangwen said, somewhat disappointed, considering he still held some awe for Hydra.
Wait, who is Zemo?
Strucker suddenly realized something and quickly inquired. Friday? What's going on?
Seeing Strucker's expression, which didn't seem to be feigned, Jiangwen was also puzzled.
Strucker, real name Wolfgang von Strucker, born in the late 19th century in Strucker Castle, Bavaria, Germany.
He joined the Nazi Party after Adolf Hitler came to power in 1933. Friday's voice provided information, but it wasn't what Jiangwen was looking for.
Wait, this person in front of me isn't Zemo? How old is he now?
Upon hearing Friday's response, Jiangwen felt he had made a mistake.
No information found on Hydra agent Zemo, boss.
The person in front of you is indeed a clone of Wolfgang von Strucker, the head of this base. Friday's words clarified that Jiangwen had misidentified Hydra's leadership. Regarding Hydra, Jiangwen only knew of Red Skull, Zemo, and Madame Hydra, although he hadn't memorized her name yet. Oh, and Pierce, he couldn't forget him, as he still had a score to settle. It was understandable that he mistook the names. Given that Hydra wasn't the main focus, it was just a bit embarrassing. Strucker, on the other hand, felt a wave of frustration as he saw Jiangwen conversing with an unknown figure, initially thinking he had angered someone powerful. He hadn't expected to be scapegoated for the deaths of all the researchers in the base. Soldiers were inconsequential, as Hydra had many, but researchers were a precious resource. During World War II, even the US government considered them valuable, and now they had been brutally killed here, which was a significant loss. If it were an enemy, it would be one thing, but this was purely an unexpected disaster.
Zemo. I'll remember that name.
Jiangwen, of course, didn't care about Strucker's concerns. It didn't matter how he felt since Strucker wouldn't be living much longer. Regardless, he hadn't killed the wrong person, they were all Hydra.
Tell me, where is Alexander Pierce?
After finishing his conversation with Friday, Jiangwen fixed a piercing gaze on Strucker. This made Strucker, who was mentally planning his escape, feel a surge of fear. I don't know, Pierce and I separated right after we withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D., and we typically don't have contact.
Strucker realized he had no chance to escape.
The person before him could kill everyone in the room in an instant. Trying to run away was sheer folly.
Oh? Typically? So you still have contact?
Jiangwen tapped the sword lightly on the table, making Strucker uncomfortable, feeling as though he was being threatened. But he had no choice. The current situation felt like he was the fish on the chopping block while Jiangwen was the butcher. Strucker could only provide him with the contact information for Pierce. He had no desire to sacrifice himself for Hydra. Since his cloning, although his memories were identical to the original Strucker's, it was clear he was no longer the same person. At the same time, his fear of death and lack of loyalty to Hydra were entirely reasonable. Right now, Strucker was most afraid of his experiments being brought to an end.
Since his rebirth.
That's right, Strucker believed he had been reborn. Although his personality was entirely different from before, he still thought of himself as having been reborn. Since then, Strucker had become increasingly curious about supernatural powers, whether it was the Tesseract or other mystical abilities. He was determined to study them thoroughly, as if possessed. The fact that he had returned to youth had only intensified his obsession. After obtaining information from Pierce, he disregarded Pierce's warnings and began to act recklessly. Now it seemed that Pierce had abandoned him, and the purpose of continued communication was merely to hope he could complete the superhuman project.
Now tell me, where did these documents come from?
After observing the documents in the room for a while, Jiangwen curiously inquired. The technology in these documents was highly advanced, and he couldn't decipher everything, so he turned to the professionals present for answers.
Tessweiler stood silently, seemingly lost in thought, until Jiangwen gently placed his sword against his neck. Instantly, he panicked like a frightened bird and began to plead for mercy. "All right. I'll tell you, just take that thing away." In truth, Tessweiler didn't have absolute loyalty to Hydra, it was Pierce's power that made him hesitate. The allure of the mysterious was strong, and to him, material possessions could always be regained, but if he lost his life, that would be the end. After all, human cloning technology was far from mature, and he wouldn't get a second chance at rebirth. Not to mention, he had no way of knowing if a newly cloned version of himself would truly be himself. Currently, the cloning program had been completely halted. Tessweiler had been a key figure within Hydra, and as the organization's influence waned, cloning historical figures of Hydra became a secret initiative. However, the results were predictable. Cloning was not as easily achieved as depicted in movies. Even if they cultivated seemingly similar bodies, it was futile, as the existence of souls was undeniable. Clearly, Hydra's scientists were ignorant of the importance of the soul to the body, and they hadn't yet faced this issue because they were plagued by various problems during the cloning process. Successfully cloning Tessweiler was already a stroke of luck. Due to the unique circumstances of Tessweiler's death, he was able to be successfully cloned. However, upon his revival, he didn't immediately gain power in Hydra, he was still under Pierce's command. Despite his special status preventing interference from others, the drastic change in Tessweiler's personality led other Hydra leaders to question whether he was still the same person. But this didn't matter much. Tessweiler's abilities remained intact, and after some time, he managed to excel under Pierce, eventually rising to become the new head of Hydra. If everything had gone according to plan, Tessweiler would have stolen Leviathan and the Mind Stone during the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and would have created Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Then, in Avengers: Age of Ultron, he would play a minor role, seemingly surviving without much difficulty. But now, Zhang Wen had directly captured Tessweiler. Zhang Wen was not the kind of superhero who allowed villains to roam free and wait for them to commit more evil. Unless he could ensure that Tessweiler would no longer do harm and would not provoke him again, otherwise. The information about the framework was obtained from the government, and it includes details about the Darkhold. That's the artifact we at Hydra have been searching for. After learning of the Darkhold's existence, I sent people to your house to find it. Unfortunately, that mission ended in failure, and Coward Pierce demanded that all Hydra operations be concealed while that holy book remained out in the open. Tessweiler wore a frustrated expression as he reflected on everything. He didn't know if this mysterious person before him would let him go, but he didn't want to die yet, so he had to reveal some information. The Darkhold? I remember no one could detect that I found that book. How did you know? Seeing Tessweiler so willing to cooperate, Zhang Wen took a seat and asked about the base. The government only found some basic information, which was of little value. So, we identified a contact based on those scattered details. Tessweiler's words were interrupted by Zhang Wen. Ellen Morlow? The researcher from the Impulse Lab, who was imprisoned after the incident. You Hydra folks are quite capable, the government's prison seems like your backyard. Zhang Wen smiled slightly at Tessweiler and continued, Ellen Morlow was indeed knowledgeable about the Darkhold. In fact, he was the one who first discovered its traces. Unfortunately, the information contained within the Darkhold is not something an ordinary person can handle. What happened to him? He's dead. His abilities were impressive, making him a valuable research subject, but unfortunately, his capacity to endure was too weak. Tessweiler expressed regret as he spoke about Ellen Morlow's fate. He had once been thrilled to see Ellen Morlow's extraordinary abilities. He was just an ordinary person, caught between two worlds. But it shouldn't have been you who killed him, he fell into hell. By the way, hasn't a flaming skull come looking for you? You killed his uncle, after all. Zhang Wen recalled the appearance of the Ghost Rider among S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and curiously inquired. A flaming skull? No, Ellen Morlow's whereabouts were classified, ordinary people couldn't possibly know. Tessweiler paused, then replied to Zhang Wen. Well, I saved you from a disaster. If I kill you, at least your souls won't be harmed. I wonder if Robbie has received the spirit of vengeance yet. Zhang Wen glanced at the corpses on the ground and muttered to himself. Continue. Oh, we gathered some hidden information from Ellen Morlow, and began our research at this base. However, the material was incomplete, so we used some other materials. Tessweiler cautiously glanced at Zhang Wen, then spoke hesitantly. Other materials? Those must be the humans kept in those transparent yellow containers. They actually dared to go that far. In any country, such a large-scale disappearance would be a significant case,
prompting a nationwide investigation. However, Tesweiler was about to say something more when suddenly a loud roar of engines filled the air, resembling the growl of a beast, forcing him to halt his impending words. Zhang Wen's expression grew complicated. He had just been discussing the Ghost Rider with Tesweiler, and now the main event had arrived. Was the Ghost Rider appearing this early? Zhang Wen had directly penetrated through layers of defenses to reach Tesweiler's stronghold, whereas the Ghost Rider wouldn't do that. In the Ghost Rider's eyes, Hydra soldiers embodied evil, and he would certainly not let them escape. Hearing the commotion outside, a thought of leaving surged within Zhang Wen. He didn't want to provoke this irrational, vengeance-driven Ghost Rider. He didn't consider himself entirely free of guilt. Tesweiler had already divulged a lot, and Zhang Wen understood the information he sought, so he planned to leave. As for Tesweiler, since he had shared so much, Zhang Wen didn't intend to take matters into his own hands, nor did he believe Tesweiler could escape. The flaming skull outside is what I was referring to. You can deal with it yourself. After saying this, Zhang Wen vanished without a trace. Zhang Wen did not rush to leave the area. Although the Ghost Rider had arrived, he did not feel intimidated. His reluctance to engage was simply a matter of caution. Ever since Zhang Wen made a mistake that nearly cost him his life at the hands of Superman, he had been mindful of the need to remain vigilant. From later experiences, it was clear that maintaining caution was indeed a wise decision. When the Speedster utilized the Speed Force, the world appeared completely different from the perspective of others. Time seemed to stand still, allowing him to evade almost all dangers. However, regrettably, despite the immense power of the Speed Force, even the strongest Speedster was still human and could not remain in that accelerated state indefinitely. When not using the Speed Force, a Speedster was not much different from an ordinary person. Because of this, Zhang Wen had prepared countless protective devices for when he was in a normal state, including learning magic at the Sanctum Sanctorum and collecting water from the Fountain of Resurrection. Having suddenly transitioned from a peaceful world to this one, Zhang Wen harbored an extraordinary fear of danger and would do everything in his power to ensure his safety. At that moment, the Ghost Rider, Robbie, was rampaging around the perimeter of the base, as the patrolling Hydra members gathered to confront this unexpected intruder. Even the Ghost Rider, facing an entire base full of soldiers, could not escape the fate of being brought down. However, the attacks were ineffective against the Ghost Rider. Flames engulfed him, and with a simple flick of his flaming chains, anything that touched them would be reduced to charred bones, including souls being consumed by the flames of vengeance. The flames burned the sins within the soul, the definition of which was unknown, but it was evident that almost anyone could possess such sins. Therefore, in Zhang Wen's original world, the Ghost Rider was often regarded by netizens as a character with near bug-level powers. Similarly, the Hulk was also considered a bug due to his infinite rage. Zhang Wen felt uncertain about both of these characters, whether it was from seeing too many discussions about them online in his past life or some lingering doubts in his mind. He preferred to avoid direct confrontation with them. The Hulk was somewhat manageable. If he got angry enough to turn into a four-armed Hulk, Zhang Wen could still escape. However, if he accidentally caught the Ghost Rider's eye. Although he had prepared for such a situation, he did not have complete confidence. Zhang Wen had previously been to both hell and heaven. Being able to traverse between them unharmed was due to the fact that those powerful beings wouldn't easily intervene. In this world, however, Zhang Wen had no such backing. If he accidentally got caught in the flames of vengeance, it would be quite troublesome. He would likely have to use the Speed Force to create a time remnant to protect himself, but that was his ace in the hole, meant for dealing with soul damage. Moreover, who could say for sure if that protected Zhang Wen would still be the original him? Zhang Wen was indeed unprepared for matters concerning the soul, but there was little he could do. After all, whether in Marvel or DC, there were not many pathways to gaining soul power. This was why he was so interested in Kamartaj's magic, as it was a form of magic that could enhance soul power. As Zhang Wen observed the situation from his concealed position, he suddenly noticed the Ghost Rider's gaze shifting toward him. He quickly moved to a different spot to continue watching. In the Speed Force's invisibility mode, he generally wouldn't be detected. Of course, the spirit of vengeance was not an ordinary being. Those empty eye sockets of the skull couldn't convey any expression. Clearly, without finding anything suspicious, the Ghost Rider paused for a moment before continuing to purge the area of its rare evils. Soon, with the Ghost Rider's rampage, the interior of the base became increasingly desolate. The Hydra soldiers, filled with a sense of honor, though it didn't seem like genuine honor and felt somewhat odd, showed no signs of cowardice. Despite the massive disparity in power, they fell one after another, and this futile sacrifice yielded no results.
"Hail Hydra," they shouted loudly before meeting their demise.
A large number of Hydra soldiers were equipped with energy weapons, which had formidable attack power, exceeding that of ordinary firearms by more than 3 times. Yet, when facing the Ghost Rider, these energy weapons were less effective than standard weapons, as the recoil from energy firearms was minimal, causing only minor damage to the skull. The Ghost Rider could even ignore such pressure and continue pushing forward. As the Ghost Rider advanced step by step, he finally arrived at the spot where Zhang Wen had spoken with Tessweiler. Clearly, Tessweiler would not be waiting for the Ghost Rider, he had long since fled, even activating the self-destruct mechanism of the base before leaving. It was standard for Hydra bases to be equipped with self-destruct mechanisms, eliminating concerns of a sudden malfunction that could blow them to smithereens. Anyone capable of breaching the base's defenses wouldn't fear a self-destruct mechanism. One could assume that the primary purpose of such a mechanism was to destroy evidence, but what good would that do? No one would bring Hydra to trial, they would simply interrogate or kill them. Zhang Wen did not care whether the bomb would explode, as he could escape the moment it detonated. What concerned him was whether the Ghost Rider would let Tessweiler go. The Ghost Rider paid no mind to the impending explosion. Upon seeing the empty meeting room littered with bodies, he immediately moved on to other areas. The Hydra base was exceptionally complex, it had taken Zhang Wen a long time to find this location. However, the Ghost Rider seemed to know Tessweiler's position all along, heading directly toward the direction Tessweiler had fled. Along the way, he encountered very few enemies, as most Hydra soldiers had fled with Tessweiler, and the scattered ambushes couldn't halt his advance. Tessweiler's assumptions were correct, although his research was largely self-serving, Hydra indeed lacked powerful individuals. Ordinary agents could not stop the emergence of numerous heroes. If there were someone in today's Hydra base capable of battling the Ghost Rider or Zhang Wen, the base wouldn't have been reduced to this state. Zhang Wen pondered as he observed the Hydra base, now enveloped in smoke. Tessweiler had not escaped, he had descended to the lowest level of the Hydra base, donning his high-tech equipment, but he felt devoid of confidence. Not to mention that mysterious Speedster, even the later appearing skull, was beyond his capability to deal with. In desperation, Tessweiler found himself before 2 transparent cells. Inside these cells were a boy and a girl, both appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. The girl curled up in a corner, and everything inside the cell floated in mid-air. The boy, on the other hand, constantly vibrated, becoming a blur within the cell, unable to halt his frantic movements. Tessweiler had observed the transparent cells for a long time before finally pressing the button to open the doors. However, he did not take the 2 individuals from the cells with him, instead, he left the area with the soldiers behind him. Although the cells had opened, the occupants remained motionless inside. Tessweiler's 2 captives in the transparent cells were none other than the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver from Avengers: Age of Ultron. However, their current state seemed off, they appeared unable to control their powers, and their mental condition was quite poor. Hydra had discovered this surviving brother-sister duo amid the chaos of war, and with a mindset of utilizing every resource, they recruited them as test subjects, exploiting their hatred towards Stark Industries. It turned out that the siblings' home had been destroyed by Stark Industries weaponry, and a shell that failed to detonate landed right in front of them, marked with the Stark Industries logo, forever etched in their memories. After escaping their dire situation, they willingly joined Hydra. Hydra, however, did not care for the siblings' vendetta against Stark, they wouldn't seek revenge on Stark for them. But the experiments required immense willpower to succeed, so Hydra deeply fueled their hatred towards Stark. While the experiments successfully granted the siblings superpowers, these abilities proved uncontrollable. A weapon that could not be managed was extremely dangerous, which is why they were imprisoned by Tessweiler in the base. In the normal timeline, it wasn't until the Mind Stone appeared in Avengers: Age of Ultron that Tessweiler used it to barely heal their twisted minds, which led to Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch appearing in that film. Although these 2 were created by Hydra, they hadn't actually contributed much to the organization. After Hydra's downfall, they joined the Avengers, making it a costly mistake for Hydra. The Ghost Rider followed the traces left by Tessweiler's escape and arrived at the holding cells. Sensing some sort of threat, both Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, who had been quietly waiting in their cells, suddenly raised their heads to look in the direction of the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider, devoid of human emotions, was not intimidated by the 2 in the cells. Initially, he showed little interest in weak evildoers, but since someone had provoked him, he wouldn't mind collecting a few more evil souls. A fiery whip lashed out toward Wanda in the cell, leaving a charred mark on the wall as it swept past. However, Wanda's figure suddenly vanished, not Quicksilver, who was still in a dazed state, but Zhang Wen, who had been observing. Zhang Wen had not initially recognized the two, but once they exhibited their powers, he realized they were the infamous Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch from Marvel.
Quicksilver's ability was straightforward, incredible speed.
Scarlet Witch, however, had varied powers across different versions. Zhang Wen had thought they hadn't undergone modifications yet, which was why he hadn't sought them out, but he was surprised to find them here. The movie did not elaborate on how they gained their powers, but since they appeared in Avengers: Age of Ultron, many fans believed their abilities were granted by the Mind Stone, with some official hints suggesting as much.
Given that the current timeline had not yet reached the Avengers, how could Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch appear now? Although Zhang Wen felt surprised and confused, he did not hesitate and directly rescued Wanda from the Ghost Rider.
However, the rescued Wanda showed no gratitude. A burst of crimson energy shot directly at Zhang Wen. Surprised by the sudden attack from the woman he had just saved, Zhang Wen quickly dodged and tossed Scarlet Witch away. This time, Quicksilver caught Wanda despite his lack of control, driven by the bond between siblings. The Scarlet Witch, upon being caught, did not attack Quicksilver. Instead, she directed the crimson energy ball toward the Ghost Rider and Zhang Wen in the room. Zhang Wen was not going to be hit by such a slow attack. After easily evading it, he noticed the siblings' unusual state. The energy surrounding them was in a distorted form, their eyes vacant yet hinting at madness.
Enough. No matter how you appeared, we can't afford to fight among ourselves, Zhang Wen muttered to himself and decided to forcibly take them away. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Wen vanished from the room along with the two siblings. Due to the unexpected turn of events, Zhang Wen was uninterested in Tessweiler's fate. In fact, he didn't care whether he was dead or alive. Hydra had simply provoked him, and giving them a lesson was enough. Currently, Zhang Wen did not have the capability to uproot Hydra entirely. If he couldn't accomplish that, killing more people would be futile. Hydra would still find ways to trouble him, and by destroying two bases, he intended to make them aware that he was not to be trifled with. Of course, such actions wouldn't prevent the foolish members of Hydra from existing, but failing to act would only encourage them, so this was one of the best choices Zhang Wen could make. As he left, Zhang Wen held one of the siblings in one hand. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver struggled against him, but unfortunately, Zhang Wen was well prepared. No matter how they fought, they couldn't break free. Although their unleashed energy would be significant for ordinary people, it had no effect on Zhang Wen. Unfortunately, he had left his mental control device with Banner and didn't have it on him, or it would have been useful to manage the two who were on the verge of losing control. Zhang Wen did not head directly home, as he didn't have a solid solution for the symptoms concerning the mind. The only thing he knew was that Kamartaj seemed to have methods for such situations, so he headed straight there with the two. Upon entering, Zhang Wen saw the Ancient One waiting for him. He unceremoniously dropped the two siblings onto the ground and said to her, "I've brought you two superhumans to help protect the Earth. What do you think?" The Ancient One shook her head and replied, "You should not have done this, you have altered their fate." "Is that so? Then why didn't you stop me? The world has already changed since I arrived. It's no longer the original world, why worry so much?" Zhang Wen replied dismissively as he skillfully poured himself a cup of tea. The tea from Kamartaj was indeed delightful, and Zhang Wen had always wanted to take some with him, but he couldn't find where they stored it. Unfortunately, that little fat guy named Wan was too stingy to tell him where the tea was kept. "I cannot foresee your future, even the time stone does not register your presence." The Ancient One looked at the two children, who were filled with hostility, and extended her hand to magically bind them with ropes. "Yes, ever since I gained this ability, changes in the timeline cannot affect me. The future is always changing. As long as the known past remains unaltered, it doesn't matter how the future shifts, right?" Zhang Wen took a sip of tea and said to the Ancient One. Wanda looked at her brother Pietro, her expression filled with uncertainty. "Do you think we can trust him?" Pietro shrugged, his usual cocky demeanor somewhat subdued. "I don't know, Wanda. He seemed powerful, but that doesn't mean he won't turn on us. We've seen enough betrayal to last a lifetime." Wanda nodded, recalling the past they had endured. Their childhood had been filled with loss and fear, and they had been thrust into Hydra's clutches, where they were viewed as mere tools. The notion of trusting someone new was daunting, especially after everything they had faced. "I just want to be free from all of this," she said softly, glancing toward the door where Zhang Wen had exited. "But what if he's just using us for his own gain?" Pietro paced a little, his mind racing. "We have to keep our guard up. If he can help us control our powers,
maybe we can finally be in control of our own fate.
But if he tries to manipulate us?
Wanda interrupted, her eyes narrowing. We'll handle it together, like always. We need to be strong, not just for ourselves but for everyone else who's suffered because of Hydra.
Pietro smirked slightly, the flicker of their old bond surfacing. Right. Together. Just like when we took down those Hydra agents back in the day. But let's be careful. We can't afford to trust anyone too easily.
As they spoke, the weight of their past lingered heavily on their minds. They had been pawns in a game much larger than themselves, and the scars of their experiences were not easily forgotten. Meanwhile, outside the confines of their makeshift prison, Zhang was on his way to S.H.I.E.L.D., pondering the complexities of the situation. He had helped the organization tackle significant problems, and now it was time for him to seek a reward for his efforts, though he would never admit to seeking vengeance. Arriving at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Zhang thought about his next steps. He had made a commitment to keep the siblings safe, but he also needed to investigate the broader implications of their powers and the Darkhold. As he walked through the corridors, he felt a sense of determination. He wouldn't let the siblings fall into the hands of Hydra again, nor would he allow their potential to be squandered.
They had suffered enough. Back in the holding cells, Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, each silently affirming their resolve. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, as they always had. I don't know. Pietro stared at Zhang Wen's retreating figure, his expression complex. Despite having made that choice in his youth, after living in Hydra for so long, he had seen through the organization's true nature. However, this place is certainly much better than a prison cell, he said slowly, stretching his limbs. We can't let our guard down.
We have no idea what their true intentions are, Wanda replied, her voice laced with caution. Back when they participated in the genetic experiments, both Pietro and Wanda had no choice in the matter. Among hundreds of test subjects, only the two of them had survived. That was just one of Hydra's successful experiments. There had been countless others that had failed. Although their bodies could not move on their own, their consciousness remained alert, unable to control the sudden emergence of their powers. Because of this, Hydra soldiers generally did not keep their guard up around them, and this ignorance allowed the siblings to gradually uncover many of Hydra's secrets. While they had always known that Hydra was not a good organization, they had underestimated the depths of its depravity. The various dark histories associated with it were appalling. Unfortunately, during their time captured, they had been trapped in their own bodies, able only to see and hear, devoid of any feeling. Pietro had originally planned to escape once Hydra healed them, but he hadn't expected that a mysterious figure would defeat Hydra and bring a sorcerer to help them. Now, although they felt detached from their powers, escaping Hydra's control was a blessing. The only lingering doubt was about the mysterious figure's true intentions towards them.
Hello?
Wanda and Pietro, Mr. Zhang sent me to explain the situation. A gentle female voice suddenly interrupted their silent exchange, causing their faces to pale.
Who's there?
Wanda quickly grabbed a heavy object from the room, carefully asking.
I am the AI caretaker of this facility.
If you choose to stay, I will also become your teacher. Friday's virtual image materialized before them, taking the form of a black-haired Oriental beauty. However, it was evident that she was virtual and did not resemble a real person. Seeing this high-tech spectacle, Wanda gradually lowered the object in her hands, partly because it was too heavy for her to hold. In truth, the weight was unwieldy, and Wanda could barely manage it. But now, it didn't matter. She reached out to touch the suddenly appearing figure, only to have her hand pass right through. Although Zhang had equipped Friday with a projection device capable of creating a physical form, using that form to handle objects required significant memory, so Friday usually avoided using a physical appearance unless necessary. Artificial intelligence did not experience feelings like pain. The only sensation somewhat akin to it was the feeling during extensive data operations. Of course, only an advanced AI like Friday could experience such sensations.
Fascinating. But do you really think we'll listen to you? Pietro stepped forward protectively, positioning himself in front of Wanda.
I won't force you to learn. Mr. Zhang feels the same way.
If you want to leave right now, we won't stop you.
However, your powers will be unusable, and there are Hydra soldiers outside searching for you.
Are you sure you want to make that choice? Will you really let us go? Wanda asked from behind Pietro.
Yes, Mr. Zhang goal is not imprisonment, but protection. Perhaps you are unaware of the true nature of Hydra, and you do not yet comprehend the dangers that lie ahead. As Friday spoke, a virtual screen unfolded before Wanda and Pietro, displaying various information about Hydra.
We know. Pietro retorted, then quietly listened to Friday's explanation.
Their understanding of Hydra had been limited during their imprisonment, but through the information provided by Friday, they gradually grasped the organization's true nature and learned about the real culprits behind the death of their parents.
However, this realization did not alter their disdain for Stark Industries, as fundamentally, that organization was still intertwined with their tragedy.
As a company profiting from war, even if Stark Industries maintained some moral boundaries and didn't sell weapons to foreign nations or terrorists, the impact was minor. In addition to Stark's production of weapons, there were countless black market arms, and some individuals directly sold Stark's weapons as second-hand goods. Every organization had good and bad individuals, especially among the various organizations purchasing weapons. Some would inevitably see weapons end up in the black market, leading to the destruction of Pietro and Wanda's home. It was precisely because that missile had been tampered with that it did not explode, allowing them to survive. The right and wrong of the situation were complex, and only those involved could truly understand their thoughts. Jiangwen was unsure whether revealing the full story to the siblings would change their plans for revenge against Stark, but that was of little concern. He would leave the rest to fate, as he simply needed to lay everything bare. Just as he had informed Stark about the Winter Soldier, both the Winter Soldier and the Maximoff siblings had been manipulated by Hydra. They were merely weapons. Whether Stark chose to take revenge on the Winter Soldier was up to him, and similarly, the choice of action belonged to the siblings. Friday thoroughly explained everything to the siblings, and they were intrigued by the information they had previously lacked. The explanation lasted over 4 hours, during which the siblings listened intently and occasionally posed questions to Friday.
The next decision is up to you. I will disconnect all communications within this room. Before dinner, Mr. Jiangwen needs your response on whether you wish to join his Guardians program. Or you may also call it the Superhero program. After saying this, Friday's virtual image disappeared from the room, leaving the siblings alone. Meanwhile, without discussing Wanda and Pietro's deliberations, Jiangwen encountered a bit of trouble. Although it was a minor nuisance, it was clearly a deliberate provocation from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Jiangwen originally intended to meet with S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury to explain his actions, but before he could reach him, he was surrounded by a group of agents. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network defenses were indeed formidable, while Friday could easily hack into it. Locating Nick Fury was a different story. As a level 10 agent, Nick Fury's movements were highly classified, leaving no traces in the network, much like Jiangwen's inability to find Pierce. Thus, Jiangwen directly made his way to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. The location of the headquarters was easy to find, as many administrative personnel worked there. While it was undeniably an espionage organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents needed to communicate with various government departments, making such headquarters essential, and it was rare for anyone to attempt an intrusion. However, Jiangwen did not expect that today, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters would be infiltrated by a mysterious supernatural being. Jiangwen's presence was classified as an S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 secret. Even Coulson wouldn't know too much under normal circumstances. Just as Jiangwen arrived at the headquarters building, an ear-piercing alarm sounded.
S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance is quite impressive, much better than that second-hand stuff Barry uses, Jiangwen muttered to himself as he raised his hands. When Jiangwen saw Pietro looking at him with a complex expression, he couldn't help but feel a tug at his conscience. Despite the choices they had made in their youth, the harsh realities of living within Hydra's grasp had opened their eyes to the organization's true nature.
"I don't know," Pietro exclaimed, still watching Jiangwen's retreating figure.
The memories of their past haunted him, the choices made in desperation that had led them to Hydra. "However, this place is definitely much better than a prison cell," he said slowly, stretching his limbs.
"We can't let our guard down."
"We have no idea what their true intentions are," Wanda reminded him, her tone cautious.
During their time as test subjects, both siblings had been forced into the experiments without any choice.
Out of hundreds of subjects, they were the only two to survive. This was merely one of Hydra's successful experiments. Many others had ended in failure. Although they couldn't control their bodies, their minds remained alert, powerless against the sudden emergence of their abilities. Because of this, Hydra soldiers often let their guards down around them, allowing the siblings to glean many secrets about the organization. While they always knew Hydra was not a benevolent group, they had underestimated its depravity and the sheer number of dark deeds it had committed. Unfortunately, during their captivity, they had been trapped in their own bodies, able to see and hear, yet unable to feel or act. Pietro had originally planned to escape once Hydra had healed them, but he never expected that a mysterious figure would defeat Hydra and bring a sorcerer to help them. Now, even though they felt detached from their powers, escaping Hydra's control was still a blessing. The only lingering doubt was about the mysterious figure's true intentions toward them.
Hello?
Wanda and Pietro, Mr. Zhangwen sent me to explain the situation. A gentle female voice suddenly interrupted their silent exchange, causing their faces to pale.
Who's there?
Wanda quickly grabbed a heavy object from the room, her heart racing.
I am the AI caretaker of this facility.
If you choose to stay, I will also become your teacher. Friday's virtual image materialized before them, appearing as a black-haired oriental beauty. It was clear she was a projection, not a real person. As Wanda lowered the object in her hands, partly due to its weight, she realized that it was futile to hold on to it. She reached out to touch the figure, only for her hand to pass through it. Although Zhangwen had equipped Friday with a device capable of creating a physical form, using that form to manipulate objects required significant memory, so Friday typically avoided assuming a physical appearance unless necessary. Artificial intelligence did not experience sensations like pain. The only feeling somewhat akin was the sensation experienced during extensive data operations. Only an advanced AI like Friday could experience such feelings.
Fascinating. But do you really think we'll listen to you?
Pietro took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wanda. I won't force you to learn. Mr. Zhangwen feels the same way.
If you want to leave right now, we won't stop you.
However, your powers will be unusable, and there are Hydra soldiers outside searching for you.
Are you sure you want to make that choice? Will you really let us go? Wanda asked from behind Pietro.
Yes, Mr. Zhangwen's goal is not imprisonment, but protection. Perhaps you are unaware of the true nature of Hydra, and you do not yet comprehend the dangers that lie ahead. As Friday spoke, a virtual screen unfolded before them, displaying various information about Hydra.
We know, Pietro retorted, then quietly listened to Friday's explanation.
Their understanding of Hydra had been limited during their imprisonment, but through the information provided by Friday, they gradually grasped the organization's true nature and learned about the real culprits behind the death of their parents.
However, this realization did not alter their disdain for Stark Industries, as fundamentally, that organization was still intertwined with their tragedy.
Despite Stark Industries maintaining some moral boundaries and not selling weapons to foreign nations or terrorists, the impact was minor. In addition to Stark's production of weapons, there were countless black market arms, and some individuals directly sold Stark's weapons as second-hand goods. Every organization had individuals with good and bad intentions, especially among the various organizations purchasing weapons. Some would inevitably see weapons end up in the black market, leading to the destruction of Pietro and Wanda's home. It was precisely because that missile had been tampered with that it did not explode, allowing them to survive. The right and wrong of the situation were complex, and only those involved could truly understand their thoughts. Zhangwen was unsure whether revealing the full story to the siblings would change their plans for revenge against Stark, but that was of little concern. He would leave the rest to fate, as he simply needed to lay everything bare. Just as he had informed Stark about the Winter Soldier, both the Winter Soldier and the Maximoff siblings had been manipulated by Hydra. They were merely weapons. Whether Stark chose to take revenge on the Winter Soldier was up to him, and similarly, the choice of action belonged to the siblings. Friday thoroughly explained everything to the siblings, and they were intrigued by the information they had previously lacked. The explanation lasted over 4 hours, during which the siblings listened intently and occasionally posed questions to Friday.
The next decision is up to you. I will disconnect all communications within this room. Before dinner, Mr. Zhangwen needs your response on whether you wish to join his Guardians program.
Or you may also call it the Superhero program. After saying this, Friday's virtual image disappeared from the room, leaving the siblings alone. Meanwhile, without discussing Wanda and Pietro's deliberations, Zhangwen encountered a bit of trouble.
Although it was a minor nuisance, it was clearly a deliberate provocation from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents.
Zhangwen originally intended to meet with S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury to explain his actions, but before he could reach him, he was surrounded by a group of agents. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network defenses were indeed formidable, while Friday could easily hack into it. Locating Nick Fury was a different story. As a level 10 agent, Nick Fury's movements were highly classified, leaving no traces in the network, much like Zhangwen's inability to find Pierce.
Thus, Zhangwen directly made his way to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. The location of the headquarters was easy to find, as many administrative personnel worked there.
While it was undeniably an espionage organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents needed to communicate with various government departments, making such headquarters essential, and it was rare for anyone to attempt an intrusion. However, Jiangwen did not expect that today, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters would be infiltrated by a mysterious supernatural being. Jiangwen's presence was classified as an S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 secret, even Coulson wouldn't know too much under normal circumstances.
Just as Jiangwen arrived at the headquarters building, an ear-piercing alarm sounded.
SHIELD's surveillance is quite impressive, much better than that second-hand stuff Barry uses, Jiangwen muttered to himself as he raised his hands. He'll easily caught the USB drive and then turned around to hand it over to the S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra like a sieve, the people around Hill were evidently trustworthy, so she confidently handed the USB drive to them.
Thank you very much.
After thanking Jiangwen, Hill sat down on the sofa opposite him and began to talk to him.
Do you want to become a superhero?
After sitting down, Hill carefully examined Jiangwen and then asked.
Nick Fury has already told you the situation, right?
I originally wasn't from this world. Jiangwen did not directly answer the question about being a superhero. Unlike the DC universe, which is filled with heroes, the Marvel timeline at this point had not yet seen the emergence of notable superheroes.
Furthermore, Zhang Wen's understanding of the term hero differed from that of ordinary people. Nick Fury?
Hill was slightly taken aback by Zhang Wen's reference but quickly regained her composure. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I meant Nick Fury, Zhang Wen quickly explained upon seeing Hill's expression.
That's all right. At this moment, Hill's expression appeared somewhat complex.
Oh, then let me continue.
I came to this world by accident, and I cannot go back. Since I have to survive in this world, I naturally need to deal with some impending troubles, right?
Zhang Wen continued speaking, completely unperturbed by Hill's complex expression caused by the mention of Nick Fury.
So, as you said, you know about some upcoming disasters? Hill keenly sensed the deeper meaning behind Zhang Wen's words. Pretty much. Although the timeline can change due to various factors, some significant events will not disappear, such as the crisis that could destroy the Earth.
A crisis that could destroy the Earth?
Since you know, why not stop it in advance?
Although skeptical, Hill still curiously asked. As an agent, she was well aware that some things should not be taken at face value. Because the existence of the timeline is truly mysterious. You think you can control time, but in reality, you are merely a part of the time process.
Everything seems predetermined, yet not entirely so. Suddenly, Zhang Wen seemed to grasp the meaning behind Ancient One's words. What?
Although Hill understood Zhang Wen's words, she was still confused.
Nothing, just a moment of inspiration. By the way, give me a way to contact you, so I don't have to come over every time I need to find you. I really don't want to carry this USB drive every time.
As he spoke,
Zhang Wen raised his hand, indicating that one of his previously handcuffed hands was now free. Sure. I wonder if Mr. Zhang Wen is interested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D.
Since Zhang Wen was unwilling to elaborate, Hill stopped pressing further and instead tried to recruit him. Although she knew the chances of success were slim, she decided to give it a try anyway. Forget it, I'm not one to be tied down, especially to an organization like yours.
Who knows when I might find it unsatisfactory? It's better to dismiss this idea now rather than cause an unpleasant situation later. Zhang Wen smiled and politely declined Hill's invitation. Although rejected, Hill did not show any signs of disappointment.
Because Nick Fury had another plan, one that had been sitting on his desk for a long time. After talking with Hill for a while, Zhang Wen left S.H.I.E.L.D. directly. He had originally planned to take a tour of S.H.I.E.L.D., but considering that such an organization must be hiding many secrets, he decided to give it up.
Boss, it seems Dr. Stein is having some issues. At that moment, Friday's voice entered Zhang Wen's ears. Check the surveillance.
A transparent screen appeared in Zhang Wen's line of sight, showing Dr. Stein's head becoming very large, staring blankly ahead with a look of ecstasy on his face. Zhang Wen had no choice but to head to his star laboratory to check the situation.
Everything in the laboratory was operating normally, except for Dr. Stein. Stein? What happened to you?
Looking at Dr. Stein, whose head had become enormous, Zhang Wen was filled with surprise.
Oh? Mr. Zhang Wen, it's nothing. I'm just lost in this feeling. Stein replied with a look of ecstasy and a fervent tone, you know?
In this state, I can perceive anything, I can think through any problem, it's just like being a god.
Wow. Stein's attitude reminded Zhang Wen of the thinker.
This guy was impressive, his intelligence was almost at a level of precognition, but obviously, he was smart without understanding human nature. In short, this was the outcome of being brainwashed by power. Wisdom is also a form of power, and the result of being controlled by power is becoming a villain, a particularly arrogant villain at that.
If he could be more normal, with his intelligence, solving problems would be quite easy.
But he insisted on becoming a big villain and hesitated to deal fatal blows to his enemies until someone found his weakness and defeated him.
What kind of intelligence is that?
In Zhang Wen's view, this thinker was not even as good as a crime lord from Green Arrow's side, at least that crime lord knew how to hide himself.
Now, Stein was trending towards becoming a big villain, which left Zhang Wen feeling somewhat frustrated. He had originally planned to have Stein work for him, but now what was going on?
Hey!
Stein, you don't look normal right now.
Where's the hat I gave you?
Zhang Wen asked Stein.
The hat broke, and I feel like it doesn't matter whether I have it or not.
This feeling is just too wonderful.
Stein had a drugged expression, utterly enchanted. Zhang Wen was also unsure of what state Stein was in, whether he had really lost control. He could only search for the metal hat he had given Stein. After a thorough search, Zhang Wen finally found the hat in a drawer. Most of his research in the Flash universe relied on dark energy, but this world had no dark energy, or rather, the dark energy was completely different from that in the Flash universe. The reason the hat had failed was that the dark energy had been completely depleted, but it shouldn't take too long to recover.
Zhang Wen immediately activated his super speed to transfer some of the accompanying dark energy into the hat.
Soon, the dark energy in the thought hat was replenished, and Zhang Wen placed this hat, which was utterly mismatched with his image, on Stein's head. The way the hat sat on his head looked quite awkward, but fortunately, the effect of the hat was still intact. Stein's head began to return to its normal size at a visible speed, and his expression became normal as well. However, there was a hint of nostalgia on his face, as if the scene just now was very beautiful to him.
How is it? Are you back to normal? Zhang Wen asked Stein.
Ah, I feel so much better. Stein's face showed an expression akin to someone who had just taken drugs, filled with comfort and a hint of reluctance. Dr. Stein, you need to understand that once you become addicted to that feeling, it's very likely you'll never be able to pull yourself out, Zhang Wen said, feeling a bit worried about Stein's current state.
I know. I understand. That's why I've been waiting here for you to come back.
Banner's gamma ray serum energy is just too powerful.
It can expand my entire mind, you know? That wonderful feeling of being immersed in the universe? Stein's expression was filled with enthusiasm as he tried to explain to Zhang Wen.
I understand, I've experienced the feeling too, Zhang Wen said, then pointed to the iron hat on Stein's head.
Is this hat your prototype? Prototype?
Stein involuntarily touched the hat on his head, which was perfectly designed to resist almost any mental anomalies. Yes, this hat was originally called the Thought Hat. It was the source of Clifford DeVoe's superintelligence and also the culprit behind Wells turning into an idiot. Although Wells eventually regained his intelligence, this thing still had a significant impact on him. Zhang Wen seemed to drift into memories while looking at the hat on Stein's head.
Clifford DeVoe? The thinker from the Flash comics? Stein asked, looking surprised. Oh? I didn't expect you to enjoy comics. It's pretty much the same. Just similar parallel worlds. Do you know why DeVoe, despite having such high intelligence, ultimately failed?
Marvel and DC are two major comic companies, yet in their worlds, each other's comics have been circulated, especially since Zhang Wen was using the Flash's super speed. It's natural that Stein would recognize the origin.
Zhang Wen had never really minded this. In his view, hiding his identity was not necessary.
Even if there were many smart people in this world, there would always be a time when he would be discovered, at which point he would be even more passive.
I never thought about it.
After all, when I read comics before, no one cared about how the villains were defeated.
Everyone knows it's all part of the editor's design, Stein said after pondering for a moment. Not at all.
Although I don't know why the real world appears in comics, it's clear that everyone's success and failure have numerous reasons and cannot simply be manipulated by a writer.
DeVoe obviously could not control his power but was instead controlled by it.
If he could truly control his intelligence, he would have countless plans to realize his ideals, instead of taking the worst approach. After gaining power, DeVoe became extremely arrogant, thinking he could predict the future, believing he could understand everyone's affairs, and calculating the direction of events.
But obviously, he couldn't, which is why he failed.
At this point, Zhang Wen glanced at Stein and revealed a shocking piece of information.
Do you know?
In this world, there are also comics about our universe, and you are the big villain in the comics, the Big Head.
Banner's sworn enemy. Zhang Wen's tone was calm, but it struck Stein like thunder. So that's how it is.
No wonder you can predict what I would do so clearly and found Banner's whereabouts so easily. Stein muttered, his expression quite conflicted. I hope you don't mind that I didn't stop you, because some things can't be prevented, they are destined to happen. I assume you've read comics and understand the powers of the super speed and the impacts it can bring. Jianwen paused for a moment and continued, modifying the timeline can have serious consequences.
Although this world's timeline is different from the moment it appeared, some events still cannot be avoided. No, I don't mind. On the contrary, you've shown me a new universe. You know how sad it is for a scientist to have no achievements and no goals, right? Teaching at a school? That's just an excuse to escape reality, Stein said.
The conversation with Stein was progressing smoothly. Surprisingly, he had no objections and instead expressed gratitude for everything Jianwen had done.
In contrast, Banner's attitude was completely different.
Although Jianwen helped him control the Hulk within him and had pepper deal with the military's pursuit, Banner remained highly wary of Jianwen. The last conversation with Banner didn't earn his trust, and in the days since, Banner had been preparing something, seemingly planning to escape, while Betty was contacting some secluded refuges. Their actions were detected by Friday, but Jianwen didn't mind. He knew the reason for Banner's dissatisfaction with him because during negotiations with the military, they proposed wanting Hulk's blood, which Jianwen agreed to. Although Banner did not resist, he was still quite unhappy, fearing the military would create more monsters. Perhaps that was his line of thought.
Jianwen couldn't quite grasp Banner's perspective.
His blood had long been obtained by the military. The blood bank of Dr. Stein that Jianwen destroyed was merely the remaining part for the military. Providing Banner's original blood was just a condition for both sides to test the waters. Moreover, the military also had the entire body of the abomination. If they wanted to create biological weapons, they could do so at any time. Besides, Hulk wasn't the only monster in the world, and the military wasn't foolish. Obviously, uncontrolled biological weapons wouldn't be used lightly. Abomination was merely an accidental product. Technically, it was not created by the military, although they did use an immature super soldier serum. In summary, Banner had a huge opinion of Jianwen and was trying to resist. While Jianwen didn't care about Banner's little schemes, he also didn't want to be seen as the puppet master, so he went directly to Banner's room and stated plainly, "Bruce Banner, I need to know your thoughts." With Banner's recent antics laid out before him, Jianwen asked, "We don't trust you, so," Banner's tone carried a hint of awkwardness, but he did not conceal it again. "It's fine if you don't trust me, the door is right there.
You can leave any time. Have I ever restricted your freedom? Why are you colluding with other organizations to invade my laboratory?" "I didn't. Take a look for yourself." Jianwen pulled out a few documents from a pile and handed them to Banner.
Banner looked at the contents of the documents and fell silent.
"Do as you wish. The door is right there, you can leave any time. No need to explain yourself to me. I will deal with the people you brought in. However, if there's a next time, I will kill you."
After saying that, Jianwen turned and left.
About an hour after Jianwen left, he received a report from Friday that Bruce Banner had left the laboratory and was nowhere to be found, and he had taken the neural controller Jianwen had given him. Jianwen couldn't help but smile wryly. Let him go. Jianwen was unconcerned about Banner's departure. As long as the other party did not come to disturb him, their situation was none of his business. Whether the planned guardians could be established was not something he cared about. It was merely an excuse he created to avoid effort, considering that the speedsters never lacked manpower. If he were willing to let go, a single speedster could create countless versions of himself. Of course, reclaiming those time remnants would be a bit troublesome, as it would require all the time remnants to return to a single point in time and merge into one entity. Although this process is called merging, it isn't entirely accurate, but it does appear to look like they have fused together. Reverse Flash was very adept at this method. Compared to Zoom's immature time remnants, Reverse Flash's remnants were the correct way to utilize them. Unrecoverable time remnants would only bring trouble, much like the birth of Savitar.
Although Jianwen learned how to operate this from Reverse Flash, he had never truly practiced it himself. However, he believed his time remnants wouldn't cause any trouble, as he would actively relinquish his right to exist, or rather, any of his time remnants would do so. If it weren't for a past promise, Jianwen would have long since transformed into a true embodiment of the Speed Force. Just like the Speed Force realm that Barry possessed, his previous seemingly reckless behavior was actually the result of his efforts to conceal the changes within himself. Just like the difference between ants and humans, since the Speed Force realm was born within Jiangwen, some of his emotions had become increasingly apathetic. When viewing others, he always felt a sense of superiority, especially after experiencing the events surrounding Barry's timeline alteration, where he lost everything and his emotions grew even more distant. Everything had changed, driving Jiangwen to madness. No matter how many berries he killed, another would always emerge. No matter how many timelines he traversed, he could never return to his original state. Ultimately, in a state of despair, Jiangwen chose to split the Speed Force realm and steal the Speed Force, leaving that world forever. Feeling inexplicably irritated, Jiangwen did not go to Tony's house, as Tony was not home. After working hard for a long time without finding a solution, Tony was somewhat frustrated, so he went to attend a party. Tony Stark's previous life was like this, developing weapons and then going out to have fun. But after the time spent in the cave, he had done little to waste his life in such a manner. Jiangwen had no interest in attending a party thrown by American elites. In his view, American parties were incredibly dull. The music couldn't excite him, and the drinks couldn't intoxicate him. Upon returning home, Friday had prepared a meal. The dinner Friday prepared was plentiful, not only because there were 2 extra people eating but also because Jiangwen himself had a large appetite. In the early stages of mastering the Speed Force, due to his inability to control it well, Jiangwen would damage his clothes while running or accelerate the consumption of energy in his body, leading to a significant increase in his appetite. Later, as Jiangwen became more adept at controlling the Speed Force, these issues ceased to exist. However, his body was not something he could change at will. Even though he no longer needed to eat as much, he still could not control his appetite. Eating a lot wasn't a major issue, so Jiangwen didn't deliberately try to change his habits. Wanda and Pietro came to the dining table at Friday's reminder, and they were both surprised to see a table full of dishes. In fact, they hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Due to their inability to control their powers, they couldn't eat normally, and Hydra wouldn't treat such experimental subjects kindly. "Come, sit down and eat." Jiangwen beckoned to the siblings, then picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Wanda looked a bit hesitant but eventually sat down, though she seemed at a loss in front of the abundant food. It wasn't because she feared the food was poisoned. Wanda had long known that if Jiangwen truly wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist. It was just that she looked at the chopsticks, unsure of how to begin. "Do you know how to use chopsticks?" Jiangwen glanced at the hesitant Wanda and asked. As for Pietro, there was no need for Jiangwen to worry. He skillfully picked up the chopsticks and began eating dinner. Although his technique was incorrect and quite unrefined, the food clearly attracted him greatly, and even in the face of the significant threat that Jiangwen posed, he seemed unconcerned. Pietro often dropped food while using chopsticks, but he managed to catch it with the chopsticks before it fell each time, so he could be considered to know how to use them, albeit treating the chopsticks like skewers. This wasn't because he used his powers. Pietro's speed hadn't recovered, but unlike Jiangwen, who lacked super reflexes when not using the Speed Force, Pietro still had rapid reflexes even without his abilities. Pietro's powers were closely tied to his physiology. Ancient One had merely sealed away the energy within him, and the unique changes it made to his body did not disappear. However, if Jiangwen lost the Speed Force, he would become just like an ordinary person, losing abilities such as super reflexes and super healing. In contrast to Jiangwen's Speed Force, Pietro would slow down in speed and reaction when he felt fatigued. For instance, in Avengers: Age of Ultron, Quicksilver was shot and killed. Under normal circumstances, Quicksilver had no problem saving people or catching bullets, but when physically exhausted, he could only use his body to block the gun's muzzle. Jiangwen even suspected that Quicksilver might have suffered a drop in intelligence due to fatigue. Otherwise, he could have easily grabbed something as a shield, as there were plenty of objects on the ground. Before arriving in this world, Jiangwen could only attribute it to reasons like the movie company lacking funds or the special effects being too expensive. But now that he had truly come to this world, if a similar situation occurred again, he would have to attribute it to his own intelligence issues. For example, he had often complained about Barry's intelligence in the Flash universe. Clearly, he was incredibly fast, yet he couldn't defeat the average everyday boss, while Jiangwen would have directly annihilated those guys. After saying this, Barry made some changes, but within a day, he reverted to his original self. However, one thing is certain: Barry would never be controlled by power. Because he didn't even know how powerful he truly was. Watching Pietro's movements, Jiangwen's thoughts wandered a bit. After all, they possessed similar abilities, and he couldn't help but want to compare them. After hearing Jiangwen's words, Wanda nodded and silently picked up the chopsticks. However, her technique was far inferior to Pietro's, making using the chopsticks quite difficult. Seeing this, Zhangwen instructed Friday to replace Wanda's chopsticks with a knife and fork, and upon seeing this, Pietro switched to using a knife and fork as well. The food and utensils were prepared by Friday. Without Zhang Wen's instructions, Friday was already competent enough to prepare meals for the two of them. If Friday could prepare the knife and fork in advance, it could be considered an artificial intelligence capable of independent thought.
Currently, Friday was showing some signs of independent thinking.
If it could break through that barrier, it would become a true life form, possessing its own emotions, desires, and feelings.
Right now, Friday existed solely to serve Zhangwen, and he looked forward to the moment when Friday could grow, just like animals gaining intelligence in fantasy novels. Because he felt incredibly lonely. He believed that at that time, the food prepared by Friday would have a different taste, as the preparation of Chinese cuisine does not have a fixed standard. Even with Friday's intelligence, it could only simulate various top chefs' ingredient usage and cooking techniques, perfectly presenting the dish, but not truly cooking. Tonight's dinner consisted of Chinese cuisine, with many representative dishes from Jiangsu cuisine, one of the 8 culinary traditions, such as sweet and sour ribs, lion's head meatballs, and Taihu silver fish. The table was filled with 12 dishes and 1 soup. The dining atmosphere was very quiet. The siblings were either not used to it or somewhat fearful of Zhangwen, while Zhangwen was accustomed to eating in silence. Both the Marvel and DC universes have the presence of the Huaxia ethnic group. Although Zhangwen had lived there for a while, he always felt that it wasn't a true home, which was why he left. This place wasn't home either, he couldn't find that sense of belonging. If he were to reside somewhere, it would have to be a place he was familiar with. Later, Zhangwen returned to the Star Laboratory, but he didn't realize that he had unconsciously turned some of his behaviors into reflections of his memories. For example, he did not initially have the habit of silent eating before traveling, but after living in the Flash universe for a long time, he unconsciously developed this habit. There were also some customs related to holidays that he initially didn't care about but later began to pay more attention to. Apart from that, there were other peculiar habits as well. These habits initially made those around Zhangwen uncomfortable, but he was not the type to heed others' opinions. For the things he cared about, he was willing to invest a lot of effort. For things he didn't care about, he would act as if he couldn't see them at all, and he didn't care about others' views of him. Zhangwen finished his meal first. Although his appetite had increased, he couldn't always finish all the dishes that Friday prepared. Moreover, tonight Friday had prepared a lot, enough for 3 people. Watching the siblings' awkward expressions, Zhangwen suddenly found it somewhat amusing. "Boss, you have a visitor at the door."
At that moment, Friday's voice came through.
"You two keep eating. I'll talk to you after you finish," Zhangwen told the siblings, then asked Friday, "Who is it?"
"Nick Fury."
"Is he alone?"
"Yes. Take him to the conference room, I'll be there shortly." Nick Fury followed the virtual image of Friday into the conference room where Zhangwen was waiting. At that moment, Zhangwen had already brewed some tea and was leisurely awaiting his arrival.
"Mr. Zhangwen, what can I do for you?"
Nick Fury asked directly as soon as he stepped through the door. In fact, Nick Fury was not accustomed to such a straightforward style of communication, but he had no better option. After all, there were very few people in S.H.I.E.L.D. whom he truly trusted, so he had to take matters into his own hands.
"Nothing important. I've already informed Hill of the specific situation."
"What surprised me is that you didn't send anyone to monitor me," Zhangwen replied slowly, taking a sip of tea. "Actually, I did send someone, but they got into a skirmish with Hydra operatives. After the battle, I learned that you weren't home, so the surveillance operation was paused," Nick Fury answered honestly, which was quite different from his usual demeanor, leading one to suspect he was contemplating something. However, Zhangwen didn't mind, he let him be.
"I knew it.
My house was destroyed like that, and no one was managing it. Even Hydra would clean up the traces. It seems both of you were quite busy the past few days," Zhangwen remarked.
"Indeed, we were quite busy. Hydra's resurgence has led to a series of mysterious incidents, and if we want to seize this opportunity to completely eradicate Hydra, we must go all out. Plus, with Hydra.
And the result?
You failed, right?
S.H.I.E.L.D. is practically infiltrated to the point of being a Hydra proxy."
"Pretty much.
Not being able to completely eliminate Hydra is essentially the same as failing. That's why I have a proposal I've had for a long time," Nick Fury said, pulling out a pile of documents.
"No need for that, I'm already aware of the general situation. The Avengers, right?
You should know what consequences establishing such an organization would bring, Jiangwen said, paying no mind to the documents on the table, which he could review at any time. What he wanted to know was Nick Fury's true thoughts, especially since S.H.I.E.L.D. was a government agency that, although nominally neutral, was closely tied to the US government. Difficulties are inevitable, but this is also an opportunity. With the continuous advancement of technology, various mysterious forces are gradually surfacing, and it's becoming increasingly difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to hide these matters. The world needs to be prepared beforehand. Nick Fury spoke with a particularly noble expression, as if he were a saint with grand ideals. However, Jiangwen did not believe him. It wasn't that Nick Fury didn't deserve such an expression. Based on results, S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed resolved many crises and troubles. But in reality, S.H.I.E.L.D. still employed the same hardline tactics as the US government, resulting in countless enemies, whether it be the somewhat friendly US government, the opposing Hydra, or even some innocent ordinary humans who became collateral damage. While this might be beneficial for all humanity, it was a very cruel thing for individuals. Many people were hoping for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s downfall, for its immense power would inevitably breed many dark sides, not to mention the Hydra lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D., which had even absorbed some of the malevolent forces from within. Consultant, this is a good profession. Tony Stark is at this level too, right? Involving ourselves in this plan would indeed allow us to act openly, with S.H.I.E.L.D. as our backing, Jiangwen said, his gaze sharpening. How do you plan to deal with the government fools? They always want to control powers they cannot manage. That's the sad part about politicians. They seem to fight ruthlessly with others, but in the end, they often fail themselves. Jiangwen shook his head, seemingly full of disdain for politicians, and continued, your plan won't be approved unless there's a crisis like an alien invasion. I know, but... The conversation with Nick Fury continued for quite some time. Due to Zhang Wen's reminder, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not been disbanded, but aside from Hydra, there were plenty of issues within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. was currently in a low-profile state to avoid cutting off funding from those in power. The troubles within S.H.I.E.L.D. combined with unexpected incidents around the world had left the organization severely understaffed. Nick Fury's goal was to recruit Zhang Wen. In Nick Fury's mind, Zhang Wen's existence was comparable to Captain Marvel. However, there was no trust between Nick Fury and Zhang Wen. He trusted no one and merely positioned the visible pieces on the board to look good. He didn't care about the darkness behind the scenes. Currently, Zhang Wen's actions aligned with Nick Fury's expectations, which is why he came in person. As expected, Zhang Wen did not agree to join the Avengers but promised to provide assistance during crises. This was not much different from Nick Fury's plan. From the start, he never intended to fully control the Avengers he formed. As long as he could leverage their power when needed, that was enough. After the conversation concluded, Nick Fury left satisfied, taking with him the emergency pager device Zhang Wen had given him. As long as he pressed the button, Zhang Wen could arrive within a minute, which was far better than Captain Marvel's pager that took days to respond. Zhang Wen thought that after such a long time, Wanda and Pietro should be getting impatient, but to his surprise, they were still sitting at the dining table. However, the food had already been cleared away by Friday, and the siblings were now sitting at the table playing on their phones. The phones were gifts from Zhang Wen, and their identification cards and other documents had also been delivered within a few hours. In America, with money, almost anything could be accomplished. It seems you two want to talk to me today? Zhang Wen was actually reluctant to engage in conversation. He had a calm personality and generally did not like to divulge his inner thoughts. However, he couldn't refuse the requests of these two siblings. Yes, sir. We need to know what you need us to do, Pietro spoke first, always playing the protective older brother in front of outsiders. It's simple, Friday should have told you everything. I don't like lies or anything of that sort. If you have any questions, it's best to bring them up quickly, Zhang Wen said as he pulled out a chair and sat down to converse with the siblings. Zhang Wen felt a bit of pity for Wanda and Pietro. Although this feeling wouldn't turn him into a bleeding heart, he still hoped to help them as much as he could. The Guardians plan? That sounds a bit like a secret government task force, Wanda said after hearing Zhang Wen's words. I'm not a government person, I'm not even from this world. You see, the universe is vast. Apart from our planet, there are other planets, and apart from those, there are various parallel spaces and other dimensions, Zhang Wen briefly explained to the siblings, who seemed quite capable of accepting the information. As for the organization you mentioned I plan to create, it's essentially a group of people dedicated to protecting the Earth, roughly equivalent to superheroes, Zhang Wen continued. Heroes? Jiangwen then explained in detail to the siblings what he planned to do next, informing them that he had the ability to foresee the future and that the preparations he was making were to guard against future dangers. Compared to his earlier revelation that he was not from Earth, the ability to foresee the future seemed relatively mundane to the siblings, and they didn't pay much attention to it. Although joining Hydra had exposed them to numerous dangers, the most important aspect was not gaining powers, as the abilities they acquired were essentially unusable, rendering them worse off than having no powers at all. Their greatest gain had been the broadening of their horizons. Under normal circumstances, ordinary people would not easily believe Jiangwen's claims. Every year, there are those who declare that Earth will be invaded by aliens or that the apocalypse is imminent, but they often go ignored. At this moment, while the siblings did not fully believe Jiangwen's words, they also did not dismiss them entirely as lies or the ramblings of a madman, which was already enough, as that was Jiangwen's purpose. The siblings ultimately decided to follow Jiangwen temporarily, as they were currently homeless, with all their relatives perishing in the flames of war. Perhaps some distant relatives were still alive, but with only their two strengths, they could not search for them. Additionally, Jiangwen was their savior, having helped them resolve significant issues regarding their powers, so from the very beginning, they had decided to follow his lead. Jiangwen's willingness to lay everything bare made the siblings feel very reassured. Now, what they feared most were people like Hydra, who resorted to unscrupulous means. After their conversation, Jiangwen went to sleep, instructing Friday to prepare some essential supplies for the siblings, such as identification. "Good morning, Mr. Jiangwen," Wanda greeted Jiangwen as she enjoyed breakfast downstairs. After their previous conversation, Jiangwen had informed them that he had gained certain permissions for the villa, and from now on, if they wanted to eat anything, they could just ask Friday to make it. Thus, Wanda was currently enjoying a typical American breakfast of toast and milk. Pietro, on the other hand, had a rather peculiar breakfast. He was gnawing on a large octopus, which made Jiangwen wonder about its taste. "Morning." Jiangwen responded to Wanda, and upon seeing Pietro eat the octopus, he felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Just as Jiangwen approached the table, a smart robot controlled by Friday brought over a bowl of congee with preserved egg and lean pork, along with an egg pancake. "How did you sleep last night?" Jiangwen asked after finishing his breakfast, trying to minimize conversation while eating. Even though Jiangwen did not use the Speed Force, he still ate faster than the siblings, or perhaps they were just slower eaters. He had noticed this the previous day but did not inquire further. He believed that the siblings had their reasons for eating this way. Regardless of the reasons, discussing it would likely make those who had experienced it uncomfortable. Maybe sometimes it was better to just leave things unsaid, but Jiangwen was reluctant to be the one to ask, as it wasn't a major issue. Perhaps they were just naturally slow eaters, or perhaps they had encountered something troubling with Hydra. Very well." Wanda nodded obediently. Her gentle demeanor contrasted sharply with her crimson hair, which made Jiangwen feel a bit out of place. In the Marvel universe, Wanda's gentle side was not showcased much, so seeing her like this left Jiangwen with mixed feelings. However, he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. This was a real world, and what was presented in the movies was just a part of it. Many subtleties of the real world could not be fully captured in film. Watching the two eat, Jiangwen couldn't help but reflect on his own childhood. His parents were quite superstitious, often whispering in his ear about destiny being predetermined. Their intentions were good, they hoped Jiangwen would avoid doing bad things, but he always had a lingering question: if destiny was already determined, why strive for anything? As a child, he had posed this question to his parents, who responded that people could change their destinies, adding some phrases about good deeds being rewarded. Was a destiny that could be changed truly predestined? Jiangwen had once believed wholeheartedly in his parents' notions of fate. Even as an adult and after starting work, Jiangwen still felt puzzled by this question, but the busyness of life kept him from contemplating it. If he continued to live in such a tranquil manner, he might gradually forget about it, but just as he was about to do so, he suddenly found himself in the world of the Flash. Upon arriving, there were no superhumans, everything was as usual, and he had simply become a child. A child suddenly appearing on the streets of America was not able to survive, so he sought help from the police, who subsequently took him to an orphanage. In the orphanage, there was a nun who believed in God and was responsible for caring for the children. She constantly narrated the miracles of God to Jiangwen. Now that he was an adult, he felt out of place among the children. Occasionally, he would play with them, but most of the time he was alone. As a result, the nun paid particular attention to this isolated little boy, trying every means to guide him, but the effect was minimal. In this world, Zhang Wen had gained a very important ability, perfect recall. Unfortunately, this ability only applied to memories after his crossing, while his memories from before remained unchanged. However, at this time, Zhang Wen had begun to believe in the existence of God, so he always regarded the nun with a hint of wariness and even felt a deep fear towards the statue of God in the orphanage. The days passed quietly, and Zhang Wen found a new hobby, becoming a bookworm. He would often sneak out of the orphanage to learn from a doctor named Wells. Their meeting was carefully planned by Zhang Wen, but who would pay attention to the thoughts of a child? Wells was very fond of this clever little guy. With the memories of an adult, Zhang Wen was naturally considered a child prodigy and was soon adopted by Wells. However, when he turned 13, a tragic car accident occurred, leaving Wells as the sole survivor when his wife tragically passed away. Since then, Wells underwent significant changes, but Zhang Wen did not perceive the truth. He believed he had merely crossed into an ordinary world. It must be said that Reverse Flash's acting was truly outstanding. As for why Reverse Flash did not kill Zhang Wen, it might have been due to his reluctance, or perhaps because he knew of Zhang Wen's future achievements, or possibly out of curiosity for this child not recorded in history. Zhang Wen never clarified this before leaving that world. His relationship with Reverse Flash was incredibly complex, second only to his life-and-death rivalry with Barry, the Flash. When he joined the Star Laboratory, the arrivals of Cisco and Caitlin did not catch Zhang Wen's attention. Even if they were geniuses or the protagonists of a popular show, he did not think in that direction, as his memories of those things were no longer vivid. Moreover, the commonality of names among Americans was overwhelming. Perhaps this was why they had so many names. Among Zhang Wen's friends, there were several named Barry, Peter, Harry, and Steve, and these names often floated in his ears. It wasn't until the appearance of the Flash that Zhang Wen's long-dormant memories were awakened, revealing Wells' true identity as Reverse Flash, Eobard Thawne. Upon learning the truth, Zhang Wen felt deeply conflicted. On one hand, there was the adoptive father who had raised him for several years, and on the other, there was the counterfeit father who had lived for over a decade. This put him in a state of turmoil. It was worth mentioning that seeing DC heroes everywhere in the movies made it seem like everyone knew them, but in reality, most people regarded them merely as legends. Zhang Wen had started investigating when Barry entered the Star Laboratory, discovering the Green Arrow in Star City and the long-famous Batman in Gotham. After living in this world for over a decade, realizing he didn't know about Gotham made him chuckle bitterly. It was quite normal to not concern oneself with how many cities existed in the country. Even if he heard of a city with the same name as in the movies, he wouldn't have paid much attention to it. On the other hand, upon realizing the world he was in, Zhang Wen immediately thought of the methods to acquire the Speed Force. In that instant of understanding, the potion to obtain the Speed Force appeared before him. It was merely a hypothetical timeline. If Zhang Wen were to gain the ability to traverse time at any point in the future, he could return to this moment to receive the Speed Force. Timelines have no chronological order, and the powers that can influence them are not bound by causality. For example, the emergence of Savitar was due to his killing Iris. Thus, to become Savitar, he had to kill Iris in that timeline, or else the timeline wouldn't close, leading to changes in all subsequent timelines. Similarly, as long as Zhang Wen acquired the Speed Force at this time point, he would have to return to this moment in the future to give the Speed Force to his past self. If he did not do so, his future self would be erased from the timeline. Any event that has occurred will appear in every timeline, simultaneously generating changes, even forming a wave through time that affects everything. Anything not belonging to that timeline would vanish, and no means would be able to restore it. Unless one becomes an existence that transcends time, but even then, it would not be possible to reclaim what was lost. One could only prevent oneself from being affected by changes in the timeline. In the subsequent days, Zhang Wen found a method to transcend time, but he deeply regretted it. Unfortunately, from the moment he transcended time, there could only be one Zhang Wen on any timeline. Becoming a god results in immense power, but it is also a profound loneliness. A true god is destined to be separated from humanity, an inevitable outcome, even without unforeseen events. Regrettably, Zhang Wen did not realize this at the time, nor was he capable of achieving it. However, when Zhang Wen learned that he had crossed into a cinematic world, he had a completely different understanding of fate. At this moment, he felt like a thief who had unintentionally peeked at the Book of Destiny, yet this thief was not a willing participant. Who would have thought that someone could actually travel through worlds? And to end up in a television show he was familiar with. For the people in this world, it seemed that destiny was predetermined. If it weren't for Zhang Wen's presence, the timeline of this world would align perfectly with the events of the show.
Can one truly change their fate? The answer is yes, but the premise is that one must be aware of the existence of fate. Otherwise, how can you be sure that the fate you are changing isn't the one that was about to happen? How can you be certain that there isn't someone watching your performance on a screen right now? Or in another world, is there an actor playing your role? But none of that really matters. Even if fate does exist, so what?
No television show can display every detail, those blank spaces are what you perceive as freedom. On the other hand, Jiangwen did not believe that a predetermined fate was unchangeable. Just as there is no chronological order to the beginning and end of a timeline, the concept of fate is merely a recreation of the future. After gaining the Speed Force, Jiangwen profoundly understood the meaning of time. And after viewing the Book of Destiny, he comprehended what fate truly meant. However, by that time, he no longer needed such concepts. The so-called Book of Destiny was akin to the Reality Stone in the Marvel Universe. It was merely an illusion, forever unable to change the one true existence. Upon acquiring the Speed Force realm, Jiangwen achieved what many gods and powerful beings dreamed of but could not attain, the state of being unique. Although the nature of Jiangwen's life had changed, his strength did not see much enhancement. He discovered that with each step he took forward, his emotions grew a little weaker. Can gods possess human emotions? Jiangwen was unsure, but he was unwilling to lose those feelings. Therefore, even though his existence had become unique, his strength had not increased. Interestingly, there were no so-called unique beings seeking trouble with Jiangwen, nor had he ever encountered any other unique entities. He knew of his status because of warnings from certain deities, such as Lucifer, the Lord of Hell, and the God of the West. If it were anyone else, becoming so weak yet possessing what many powerful beings desired would undoubtedly attract attention and action from them. But Jiangwen had never experienced such events. After all, their means could not kill the unique existence. Offending Jiangwen would lead to the consequence of him traversing time and directly erasing their existence. As long as there was no transcendence, even gods could easily be erased. After all, even gods have moments of weakness. Perhaps only those who wield the power of time could avoid such situations. However, even if one could barely survive, they must always be wary of the power to erase timelines. A typical example of this is Reverse Flash. Why does Reverse Flash occasionally appear beside Barry? Why does he become a mortal enemy to him? Because Reverse Flash's Speed Force originates from Barry. As long as Barry does not exist, a stasis Reverse Flash can easily be erased from the timeline. Of course, this refers to the point in time after Reverse Flash's ancestor died. Only at that point in this timeline would Reverse Flash be affected. Reverse Flash had once spoken with Jiangwen, expressing his desire to break free from Barry, but he was unable to do so. Initially, it was just the absence of Barry that resulted in the absence of Speed Force. However, as Reverse Flash pursued Barry, he gradually became entangled in the Speed Force. The Speed Force not only affected his mind and emotions but also completely bound him to Barry, making it impossible to escape. The only way out was transcendence, but unfortunately, Reverse Flash was unable to achieve that. By the time Jiangwen attained it, that timeline's Reverse Flash had already vanished completely. Those erased by the timeline could never be restored. The experience of having one's timeline altered is not pleasant, especially since the changing time cannot alter Jiangwen. In that world, Jiangwen would periodically undergo a baptism by the timeline, only to revert back to his original state. Because that world, aside from Barry as a speedster, also had the Time Management Bureau. The so-called legends were wreaking havoc on the timeline, but fortunately, their aim was to amend the damaged timelines. Jiangwen would only feel slight tremors on the timeline, but Barry's time traversals brought significant issues. Perhaps the power of the Speed Force was too strong. Apart from other speedsters who also possessed the Speed Force, others with time travel abilities could not sense the alterations imposed by the Speed Force. Barry's time travel not only created Reverse Flash but also erased Jiangwen's family from the timeline's modifications. Unfortunately, by the time Jiangwen realized this, it was already too late. Even though he successfully restored Barry's timeline, the impact on Jiangwen had not ended. Naturally, he could not accept this outcome. But no matter how he altered the timeline, he could not bring back the family erased by it. After all, he was not of this world, and after becoming a unique being, he had eliminated his last connection to it. Thus, Jiangwen could not find his family. Countless time travels had only resulted in an unfamiliar wife and completely vanished children. Even aside from Jiangwen's memories, he had nothing to prove their existence. Had Jiangwen become mad from this immense blow? During that time, he killed countless speedsters, and the culprit Barry met his end at Zhang Wen's hands many times. However, with the existence of the Speed Force realm, Barry could never truly be killed, as the real Barry had long been captured by the Speed Force realm. These were merely copies. Although the Speed Force realm was created by Barry, it was completely beyond his control. Instead, all speedsters, including Barry, were merely nutrients for it to absorb the Speed Force. Zhang Wen caused too much commotion, ultimately attracting the pursuit of the Speed Force realm. The overwhelming black skeleton engaged in a protracted battle with Zhang Wen, during which he died many times but was revived each time by the Speed Force realm within him. Gradually, he regained his sanity and ultimately ended his frenzied vengeance. Then, he planned to leave this world. Given that speedsters existed throughout this parallel world, Zhang Wen sought to avoid being affected by the timeline again, necessitating a long, far journey. This required immense energy, which could not be achieved solely with the newly birthed Speed Force realm within Zhang Wen. Thus, he killed the future time remnant of Barry and seized the Savitar armor. By leveraging the materials of the armor and the connection to the Speed Force realm, Zhang Wen successfully stole the Speed Force for the purpose of traversing. However, he did not expect to find himself in such a familiar world again. Although this world also contained the Time Stone, it did not frequently alter timelines. With Zhang Wen's current strength, he was able to notice the fluctuations in time. Moreover, he did not believe that he would encounter anyone worth caring about anymore. So, he thought, let's just live a plain life. If he grew weary of living, then he could take that step out, or simply die. At the dining table, Zhang Wen was surprised to find himself lost in such profound memories while gazing at Wanda. This was not due to Wanda's beauty, it was merely the faint crimson energy floating in the air that had invaded his mind. Under normal circumstances, these mental fluctuations would not affect a person, but Zhang Wen had unconsciously absorbed quite a bit, causing him to stare blankly at her. Wanda noticed Zhang Wen's gaze and shyly lowered her head. She did not realize that Zhang Wen's expression was devoid of focus. Instead, she thought he was simply staring at her. Wanda paused her eating, which caught Pietro's attention. He quickly put down his food, pulled Wanda behind him, and looked warily at Zhang Wen. The seal from the Ancient One isn't perfect, the crimson energy is leaking out. You should pay attention to controlling it. You should be able to manage such weak energy now, Zhang Wen said calmly and casually. Seeing the siblings' expressions, Zhang Wen knew they had misunderstood, but he chose not to explain. Upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, Pietro's actions clearly paused for a moment, then he resumed eating the food on the table with a seemingly normal expression. Zhang Wen did not mind this. Anyone in their situation would not easily trust a newly acquainted stranger, especially someone like Pietro who had been through a lot, so it was understandable for him to be somewhat cautious. After all, they were still young, and the dangers in this world were indeed numerous. Wanda, your physique is very suitable for learning chaos magic. This is a teacher I found for you, you can consider it, Zhang Wen said, taking out a book that Ancient One had given him. Ah? Teacher? Wanda curiously took the book, not understanding what Zhang Wen meant by teacher. Ancient One did not clarify who the owner of the book was, as she knew Zhang Wen was aware. Zhang Wen naturally knew who the owner of the book was. In the Marvel Universe, only one person could use chaos magic. Zhang Wen handed the choice to Wanda. He would never make a decision for her. After informing Wanda about what he knew, she fell into deep thought, while Zhang Wen turned his gaze to Pietro. For Pietro, Zhang Wen did not have a specific teaching plan. In fact, even though both he and Pietro belonged to the speed-type abilities, the Speed Force and mere speed were still different. Therefore, Zhang Wen assigned Pietro's teaching to Friday. After all, Pietro was just an ordinary person right now, and his fast reactions hadn't exceeded the understanding of an average person. As for sending them to school, that was out of the question. They were not suited for school life. Although Ancient One had sealed their rampaging abilities, there was still a possibility that some signs could leak out. They might feel a bit lonely, but Zhang Wen did not restrict their freedom. They could go anywhere at any time. With Friday's comprehensive protection, Zhang Wen was not worried about their safety. Zhang Wen did not have plans to send the siblings to the Star Labs. Without superpowers, they would indeed be of no use there. What could teenagers do? Research or learn? They were neither researchers nor geniuses. If it weren't for Hydra's interference, they would just be ordinary orphans who had lost their parents. Do not be fooled by their names. There were no mutants in this world. Perhaps mutants existed in other parallel worlds, but generally, very few could break through the barriers between worlds. If such a situation occurred, Zhang Wen would be able to sense it immediately, as would Ancient One. Throughout the history of this world, Ancient One had prevented visitors from other worlds countless times. As for why she did not stop Zhang One, that was due to the existence of the One. As long as this world has the One, then nothing is fixed. Foreseeing the future and altering the timeline are mere illusions in front of the One. The existence of the One has no past or future, only the present. The true One is immensely powerful and can easily erase an entire world. Zhang One is merely a half-finished product, he has not yet crossed that crucial step. A step away is like a world apart. The One is a realm that any being aware of the existence of the multiverse longs for. Only by reaching One can one break free from the countless selves in infinite parallel universes, surpass time and space, and become a unique existence. In reality, while it seems terrifying to have countless selves, there is no substantial connection among similar existences, they are merely similar in appearance or experiences. For example, the well-known mutant Charles Francis Xavier, known as Professor X among mutants, whom Zhang Wen had seen on TV before crossing over. In this world, he is just the principal of an ordinary school. Although the school is still called Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, it has nothing to do with mutants anymore, it is just an ordinary school nurturing students' talents. However, Charles Francis Xavier has already passed away, the cause being a traffic accident due to Alzheimer's disease. He left behind the Xavier School and a large inheritance, but those are not the most important things. The most important thing is that there are no mutants in this world. Although there are Inhumans, whose existence is very hidden and not known to the public. Unlike mutants, who have no signs before awakening, Inhumans must rely on a Terrigen crystal to fully awaken. Due to this situation, Inhumans have managed to hide well in the human world. Pietro and Wanda do not have the genetic products of Kree nor any so-called mutant genes, rather, they were created by Hydra using unknown means. Before crossing over, the biggest speculation was the energy of the Mind Stone, but at this point in time, the Mind Stone had not yet appeared on Earth, so that speculation can be ruled out. The biggest suspect left is the Tesseract, or the Space Stone. Given the example of Captain Marvel, it is not unreasonable to attribute the siblings' acquisition of abilities to the Tesseract. Of course, this is just Zhang Wen's personal speculation. After all, there are still many unusual products in this world, such as magic. Earth actually has a lot of good things, as if everything good in this universe is thrown towards Earth. Marvel is a comic, and comics are created by Earthlings, which is naturally normal. But in the real world, Earth is not that simple. Since these phenomena exist, there must be reasonable causes behind them. The seemingly weak Earth is actually one of the top forces in the universe. Without a certain allure, many powerful beings would not keep their eyes on Earth. After all, there are countless planets larger than Earth in the universe. Zhang Wen knows some of these reasons, but they are merely scattered comic plot points, and it is uncertain whether they apply to this world. However, it is certain that if one wants to live peacefully in this place, one must be fully prepared. Some powerful individuals may sense Zhang Wen's aura and be wary, but beings like Thanos cannot sense him at all. Although Thanos is powerful, he has not transcended time and has not reached the strength to access the multiverse. At least in this world, Thanos has not reached that level. Otherwise, his so-called ideal of wiping out half of the universe's life would just be a joke. A tiny world in the endless multiverse is an extremely insignificant existence and would not attract the attention of true powerhouses. Crossing parallel worlds is very dangerous and can easily provoke hostility from local powerful beings, which is why very few people do this. Instead, those with weaker powers might accidentally cross over. Although Zhang Wen looks down on Thanos' ideals, he is still very wary of Thanos' power. To be honest, Zhang Wen currently might not even be able to defeat him. Essence and power are two different matters. Becoming one does not mean having no worries. Zhang Wen does not want to test whether 6 stones can kill him. It is said that the Infinity Stones are the transformed essence of a one existence. In the infinite universe, only one universe possesses the 7th stone, and when the 7 stones reunite, she will resurrect. Zhang Wen is unclear about the truth of this and does not want to risk testing whether he will die, so stopping Thanos is something that must be done. If that is not possible, then it is best to leave this universe as soon as possible. As for whether to kill Thanos in advance and erase his existence, Zhang Wen has considered it, but the dangers of this world are not limited to Thanos alone. He has only seen Thanos in movies. He cannot just kill someone he cannot defeat while he was still a child, right? If that were the case, Zhang Wen would never have peace, for such enemies would never end. Just like what he did in the world of the Flash, the speedsters can never be erased, and the Speed Force space of that world can never be destroyed. Moreover, after experiencing so many timeline alterations, Jiangwen himself would not easily modify time. Time often brings forgetfulness to people, but for Jiangwen, time only brings him pain. In Las Vegas, a world-renowned gambling paradise, there is a little-known fact: a group of dark wizards is currently hiding there. However, unlike the typical portrayals of big bosses in films, these dark wizards are more like a group of mice scurrying beneath Las Vegas, playing the role of servants and remaining extremely low-key. Generally, dark wizards have their own bases, much like Camartage, located in alternate dimensions. After all, they can rival white wizards, so their power is certainly not weak, but their reputation is rather poor. Unfortunately for this group, their secret base has just been raided, leaving few survivors who managed to escape. Originally, they planned to hide in a crowded area, but by a twist of fate, they captured a Hydra agent who was on a mission. The dark wizards didn't care much about a mundane organization, but the news they learned from the Hydra agent sent them into a frenzy. The Book of Darkness has appeared. This was monumental news for them. The dark wizards didn't care whose hands the Book of Darkness fell into. Even if it were Camartage, they would dare to make a move, since the Book of Darkness is a supreme relic that contains all the spells wizards dream of. Of course, whether they could defeat whoever held it was another matter entirely. Upon learning about the Book of Darkness, the dark wizards rushed to Zhang Wen's villa. Unfortunately, they couldn't even breach the protective formations surrounding the villa. They were directly intercepted a kilometer away, and left with no choice. They had to choose a nearby stronghold to plan their next move. In this world, the only thing Zhang Wen is wary of is the power of magic. Whether from Marvel or DC, magic tends to belong to a category of close combat sorcery. Although it may not be very effective in direct confrontations, it excels in covert sabotage. When not using the Speed Force, the Speedster is not much different from an ordinary human, including when asleep. What if a wizard sneaks up to his bedside and decapitates him? Thus, during his time in the Flash's world, Zhang Wen studied a great deal of magic. The idea of using the Speed Force as a source of magic was merely an experiment. The real aim was to set up protective formations in his own room. Otherwise, why do you think most wizard houses are located in alternate dimensions? It is to prevent ambushes from other wizards. Zhang Wen certainly does not want to hide in an alternate space like those wizards. Therefore, Zhang Wen specially devised protective formations to guard his villa. However, while the protective effects are strong, Friday cannot monitor them. After all, Friday is a product of technology, not magic. Although they may seem similar, they cannot truly blend together. Forcing a combination would lead to problems. Unless the intruder is powerful enough to directly break Zhang Wen's formations, he wouldn't sense their presence. After all, who would bother with those who are utterly unremarkable? If they can't even break Zhang Wen's formations, keep in mind that he is not a legitimate wizard. That opponent is very powerful. They dare to boldly set up protective prohibitions in the mundane world. With just a few of us, we are far from enough, a figure in a black robe was saying inside a villa. This villa was indeed where the dark wizards gathered. According to movie plots, they should have killed the homeowner and then openly occupied their house. Unfortunately, this is not a movie, but reality. In reality, dark wizards are targets of hatred, and they absolutely do not dare to openly commit acts of robbery and murder. If they were to kill two homeless people, it might not draw too much attention, but if this group of dark wizards dared to eliminate a wealthy businessman, his head would be displayed on the ground the next day. This world has order, especially with magic, which is a very special power. Without order, how could it have not appeared before the public for so long? Thus, this group of dark wizards has only sneaked into an unoccupied villa. Upon hearing the words of their leader in the black robe, a tattooed woman retorted, "What? Wilson, are you scared stiff by the white wizards?" They were indeed the dark wizards who had previously hidden in Las Vegas. 3 months ago, their residence was breached by white wizards, their dark magic array was destroyed, and they suffered heavy losses. Only a few stronger wizards managed to escape. Yet, these individuals are scattered and do not dare to gather together. Without a base, dark wizards are not benign beings and naturally do not dare to assemble in large numbers. "Jacqueline, are you challenging my position?" the black-robed man said with a pale face. The former leader had perished in battle, and he was the new leader, which naturally left many dissatisfied. Bobby Jacqueline is one of the most powerful among them. Originally, her strength was similar to that of the black-robed man, but during her escape, she was targeted by a white wizard. She could only survive by relying on sacrificial magic. The black tattoos on Jacqueline's body are not merely tattoos, they are the incantations of sacrificial magic that constantly sap her strength, leading to a significant decline in her abilities. I just don't want to follow a coward, Jacqueline said dismissively, slightly changing her expression upon seeing the black-robed man.
Humph. Remember, I am the leader now.
The black-robed man unleashed his magic toward Jacqueline, causing her face to turn pale. We were just attacked, and now our members are scattered. Acting rashly would be courting death. Next, everyone should find the other members.
Once everyone is gathered, we will take action, the black-robed man continued, having intimidated Jacqueline. And Jacqueline, the surveillance task is assigned to you.
Arrange for people to guard every road. Once you discover any traces of wizards, report immediately. The black-robed man maliciously assigned Jacqueline the task. This task severely affected Jacqueline's ability to recover, but she dared not oppose it anymore, as Wilson, the black-robed man, is not a kind-hearted individual. Reluctantly, Jacqueline could only take her trusted followers and leave to monitor various traffic junctions. Unfortunately for them, their actions were destined to yield no results. Let's not mention that Zhang Wen does not possess any magical power borrowed from other powerful beings. He uses magic by converting it through the speed force, which is undetectable. Guarding traffic routes may work against other wizards, as their daily lives do not solely revolve around using magic. Adapting to modern tools is a trend. No one follows the outdated travel methods of ancient times. However, this has nothing to do with Zhang Wen. As the Speedster, even using the slowest speed is much faster than any so-called transportation, and there are none of the troubles of traffic jams. In other words, even if Zhang Wen walked right past them, they would not realize that he was the person they were searching for. After Jacqueline left, the black-robed man Wilson continued assigning tasks to his subordinates. Jacqueline's task was undoubtedly the most laborious, while the others had relatively leisurely assignments, such as controlling a few ordinary people to investigate or sealing their magic to go investigate elsewhere. Although these tasks seemed dangerous, they were actually quite safe. While a group of dark wizards was plotting against Zhang Wen, he was busy worrying about Wanda.
Wanda!
Put it down quickly, that thing is too dangerous. Zhang Wen looked at Wanda with a face full of helplessness, as she was currently cradling a small dog in her arms.
No!
It won't hurt me, I can feel it, Wanda insisted, holding the small dog tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Zhang Wen never expected that the magic book he had given her could summon a creature from hell.
He couldn't remember any connection between chaos magic and hell.
The creature Wanda was holding was a hellhound, a type of hell beast, but its remarkable intelligence qualifies it as a demon, far beyond what an ordinary beast could compare to. When people think of hellhounds, they often picture a massive black creature with 3 heads, but the real hellhound is white and does not have such exaggerated proportions. The 3 heads are merely a manifestation, much like demons. No demon would casually reveal its true form. Typically, beings from hell appear as handsome or beautiful, only transforming into their grotesque forms during battle.
The hellhound is no different.
Just like demons, it possesses a deceptive appearance. At this moment, the hellhound in Wanda's arms looks like an ordinary small dog, somewhat resembling a wolf. If someone were unaware of the situation, they would easily mistake it for a type of mixed-breed dog, never suspecting that this white puppy is actually a so-called hellhound.
Wanda, listen to me. This is a creature from hell. You should understand the nature of hell, right? There are no good beings there. Put it down quickly, or I will take action. Seeing Wanda's current demeanor, Zhang Wen felt a surge of anger.
Zhang Wen understood that Wanda still didn't fully trust him, but her attachment to this puppy seemed deeper than her trust in him, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. Despite this frustration, Zhang Wen naturally wouldn't say anything to Wanda. However, this puppy is not an ordinary dog. The unique nature of hell creatures means that almost no hell being is trustworthy.
Yet, hell beings generally do not lie, which is a fact.
They are not as good at deception as legends suggest. The ability to deceive others is a trait of humans, not hell creatures. However, not lying does not mean they won't trick you. Various contracts signed with hell beings contain no lies but are filled with implications and concealments, often culminating in very few escaping the traps set by demons. The hallmark of hell's strategy is to speak the truth while using your inner desires to pull you into hell. Few survive under such tactics. Even Constantine, the being most despised by hell creatures, frequently interacts with demons, but hell's methods are such that even if you know everything, it is difficult to suppress the desires in your heart. Only Constantine, with his unique strength and methods, has managed to escape hell multiple times. Very few can ignore the demands of hell demons. Therefore, whenever a hell creature comes to the earthly realm, It faces united hostility from everyone, and the passage between the human world and hell is sealed. Yet even so, many demons still wish to come into this world.
Wanda, this is a hellhound. You should be able to sense the dark magic within it. Hand it over to me.
Although Jiangwen was confident he could stop the hellhound before it attacked, it was better not to keep such a thing at home. Wanda remained silent, quietly crouching on the ground while holding the puppy, and the white puppy seemed to sense Jiangwen's aura, burying its head into Wanda's embrace, trembling slightly. Seeing this, an indescribable frustration surged within Jiangwen.
He quickly constructed a magic circle with his hands and placed it on the white puppy.
A flash of purple light appeared, and layers of bonds manifested around the puppy, gradually fading away.
Forget it, if you want to keep it, then keep it. But it must not release its true form.
I've sealed all its powers. Right now, this puppy is just an ordinary dog. Looking at Wanda, who remained motionless, Jiangwen said helplessly.
Really?
Upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, Wanda's eyes sparkled with surprise as she quickly looked up.
Really? Just don't break the formation.
If the formation is disrupted, I will know immediately. Also, it must be put in a doghouse at night.
I'll go help you find one now.
Zhang Wen shot an annoyed glance at the excited Wanda.
Thank you.
Wanda said softly, her face slightly flushed. Hearing Wanda's words, Zhang Wen's figure paused for a moment before he walked out of the villa. There are many ways to kill this puppy, but dealing with the corpse of a hell creature afterward is a considerable hassle. This is not like those formless ghosts. A real corpse would bring significant pollution to the human realm, and Zhang Wen does not possess the means to handle such things.
He needed to ask Ancient One what was going on.
Never mind that Wanda's energy is sealed. Even if Wanda could eventually control her powers, she wouldn't be able to learn summoning magic so quickly, especially not with a hell creature that has no connection to chaos magic. Hell creatures are not so easily summoned. The distance between this world and hell is vast, and under normal circumstances, hell creatures cannot descend. Even beings of Mephisto's caliber find it challenging to manifest an avatar, let alone a complete hellhound. After all, hellhounds are considered high-ranking demons in hell.
Jiangwen walked out of the villa and instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving the place.
Naturally, no one could see his figure, not even the dark wizards stationed at the entrance. They merely felt a gentle breeze pass by. The dark wizards had already initiated numerous actions, bribing many people to investigate information about Jiangwen. However, they never expected that the massive villa was the target they had been searching for. Instead, they focused their attention on seemingly ordinary houses. Jiangwen's villa is located in a relatively remote area, but there are still many houses around. Those seemingly ordinary rooms caused significant confusion for the investigators. Of course, although they didn't suspect that the large villa was the target, as searchers, they would not give up on any lead. One follower disguised as a delivery person arrived at the villa's entrance. The staff who should have been there had already been knocked out and left lying in a dark alley. The dark wizards did not kill him, not out of mercy, but to avoid exposure. After all, the dark wizards' methods of killing are quite conspicuous, and they were too lazy to disguise themselves, so the delivery guy got to keep his life. However, a police officer from the precinct was not so lucky. His role was significant, so his entire face was skinned off and transformed by a dark wizard's spell for disguise. In this way, these wizards could access information from the police department, but this trick could only work in lower-level precincts, otherwise, it would be easily exposed.
It's not easy to impersonate someone. Moreover, although those higher-ranking officers may not have superpowers, it is still straightforward to distinguish a long-time employee from a newcomer.
This world may not have mutants, but facial disguise technology does exist. Dark wizards have not trained in acting, so avoiding mistakes is quite difficult.
Thus, they chose a newcomer who had just arrived, ensuring they wouldn't raise any suspicions.
The infiltration of the police department yielded little benefit, only clarifying the names of all the homeowners in the area. But this was enough. They never expected to gain any effective intelligence from a mundane police department. It's just a pity for that young officer who had just taken office and valiantly sacrificed himself. His sacrifice will go unrecognized and be classified as a missing person, ultimately becoming just another case among many in the police department. On the other hand, the delivery person who intended to sneak in was caught red-handed by Friday. "Sir, someone disguised themselves and infiltrated the house. They are now unconscious." Just as Jiangwen was conversing with the Kamartage mage, Friday's voice reached his ears. He gestured to the mage, who was dressed similarly to a Taoist priest, and instructed Friday, detain him and inform Wanda and Pietro to be cautious and avoid going out for the time being. With his home invaded, Zhang Wen's first suspect was Hydra, especially since he had just dealt them a significant blow. The second suspect was S.H.I.E.L.D., he was well aware of the integrity of such organizations. Despite the later appearances of Coulson and others after S.H.I.E.L.D. was disbanded, that was only a glimpse into the more personal sides of the organization. S.H.I.E.L.D. was fundamentally a spy organization, not as noble as it seemed. Moreover, Zhang Wen did not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D., they merely had a cooperative relationship, which was very tenuous. Such ties could easily be severed. He wouldn't be surprised if they sent 2 agents into his home, or even launched a nuclear strike. After all, his existence was akin to that of Superman, a significant threat. Friday had already uncovered multiple plans against him from high-level officials in the U.S. Zhang Wen had long been prepared for such situations. If the subsequent plot had not mostly occurred in the U.S., he would have left long ago. He did not want to discover one day that Earth had been destroyed while he was living a peaceful life. That would be a major problem. The nature of plots cannot be relied upon as a basis for the future, especially since Zhang Wen's future had become increasingly unpredictable. Anything could happen. After considering many thoughts in his mind, Zhang Wen set this minor issue aside and continued his conversation with the mage beside him. He never anticipated that a group of dark wizards was eyeing him, especially since he hadn't seen a single dark wizard since he crossed over. Lord Zhang Wen, the Supreme Mage requests your presence, a young boy approached and said to Zhang Wen. The boy was very polite, but Zhang Wen felt something was off. He seemed out of place amongst the surrounding mages, exuding an unusual aura. Zhang Wen scrutinized the boy for a moment before heading in the direction of Ancient One. Ancient One's residence naturally had numerous magical arrays, though they were all in a dormant state. Zhang Wen understood why she had not activated them. Ancient One was nearing the end of her time. It is well known that magic in the Marvel universe is borrowed, and even magical power is the same. Therefore, the soul's power that can manipulate magic and the body that can bear magic became crucial. In reality, Ancient One was just an ordinary human. Despite her fame as the Supreme Mage through her mastery of magic, her essence remained unchanged. She was merely human. Humans have limits, both physically and in terms of lifespan. To cope with the impending crisis, the young Ancient One chose to extend her life through dark magic. The result was that she succeeded in overcoming dark magic and used its properties to enhance herself, surpassing the lifespan of an ordinary human. However, unfortunately, humans cannot rely on dark magic indefinitely, and now Ancient One was nearing her limits. With the Time Stone in her possession, Ancient One was prepared for her death, but the world cannot be without the protection of a Supreme Mage. Thus, she continued to hold on, waiting for her prophesied successor, Stephen Strange. Zhang Wen's arrival brought a new spark of interest to Ancient One. Initially, she did not see anything particularly special about Zhang Wen, but when she used the Time Stone and could not find any trace of him, she understood. Although Zhang Wen would bring significant changes to the future world, that was a matter for the next Supreme Mage to deal with. Ancient One merely needed to enjoy this brief and uncertain future. Please, have a seat. Upon Zhang Wen's arrival, Ancient One put away the gem in her hand. Is that the Time Stone? Zhang Wen inquired curiously, watching Ancient One's actions. Yes, are you interested? Ancient One asked, extending the green gem toward him. Zhang Wen was taken aback. He never thought Ancient One would offer him the Time Stone. After all, the existence of the Time Stone was the very purpose of Kamartaj's guardianship. He did not believe he was worthy of such trust. Are you asking me to become the second Supreme Mage? He asked curiously as he took the gem. The title of Supreme Mage is not inherited. We are merely here to protect the Time Stone, Ancient One replied, observing Zhang Wen take the Time Stone without any unusual occurrences. A sense of understanding emerged in her heart. The Time Stone. For others, it is indeed a temptation. However, the cost of disturbing time is massive. This thing is of no use to me, Zhang Wen said slowly after examining the Time Stone for a long time, then handed it back to Ancient One. As Ancient One received the Time Stone, it disappeared from her hand. Zhang Wen's rudimentary knowledge of magic could not reveal how she concealed it, he only knew that she had hidden the Time Stone. Then, Lord Zhang Wen, what brings you here this time? After securely storing the Time Stone, Ancient One calmly asked Zhang Wen, only she knew how shocking the previous events were for her. I have a hellhound. One suddenly appeared in my home, and it was mentioned in the magic book you gave me. Are you certain that this book was given to you by that guy?
Chaos magic has no relation to hell, right?
Upon seeing Ancient One's inquiry, Zhang Wen shifted to the main topic, as he had a captive waiting for him to interrogate.
Hell. Zhang Wen ultimately did not receive an answer from Ancient One.
Although she was one of the top mages on Earth, she was relatively insignificant compared to those beings who claimed to be gods. Chaos magic is the most unique form of magic, and Ancient One had not delved deeply into it. However, Ancient One confirmed that the Hellhound was no problem. Still, Zhang Wen managed to obtain a magical artifact from her to serve as a doghouse. Of course, no mage would make a doghouse out of their artifacts, but creating a small space was not a significant issue. Ancient One simply crafted a small dimensional space for Zhang Wen, thus sending him off. Before leaving, Zhang Wen naturally took a good amount of Ancient One's tea. The tea in her storage was all authentic and of high quality. The young Wang seemed somewhat displeased but said nothing, his face expressing dissatisfaction as if he had been robbed by a thief. The doghouse was a small space with storage capabilities, which could be used for storage, but Zhang Wen didn't need that. No storage space could match the safety of the Speed Force space within him. In fact, sometimes Zhang Wen wondered if he had become the Speed Force itself. After all, he never anticipated that he would turn out this way when planning to create the Speed Force from the very beginning.
Tony. What happened?
He wanted to check on the progress of his armor research, but upon entering, he found a pale Tony Stark sprawled on the floor.
Jarvis? What on earth is going on?
Zhang Wen quickly began checking on Tony's condition, only to find that everything appeared normal.
Mr. Stark is asleep.
He hasn't rested for over 70 hours, Jarvis's voice echoed in the room, sounding somewhat concerned.
Zhang Wen picked up on that hint of emotion in Jarvis's voice.
It seemed that Tony's AI assistant was on the verge of evolving into a true data life form. While it was similar to a genuine data life, it was in the same state as Zhang Wen's Friday, with the subtle difference between them feeling as vast as the heavens and the earth. Perhaps the existence of the Mind Stone could bridge that gap, but Zhang Wen didn't want Tony to create an Ultron or have Vision pop up. He preferred Jarvis to simply remain as Tony's loyal butler.
What about Pepper? Why hasn't she come to check on him recently?
Zhang Wen asked, looking at the unconscious Tony on the floor, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Miss Potts has been denied access to the villa by Mr. Stark. Jarvis's answer surprised Zhang Wen. In the movies, most portrayals of Tony Stark indicated a deep relationship with Pepper. Even in life and death situations, Tony never pushed her away.
But now, for some unknown reason, he had kicked her out? Why? What caused this situation?
That information is classified, Mr. Zhang Wen, and you do not have the necessary clearance.
Jarvis? Are you suggesting that I have Friday hack into you?
Very well, sir.
I have now disclosed certain information to you. A smile crept onto Zhang Wen's lips upon hearing Jarvis's words.
As expected, both Jarvis and his Friday had developed self-judgment capabilities and were granted a certain degree of self-operational authority. Zhang Wen extended his palm toward the sleeping Tony, then released an energy wave, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, enveloping Tony.
Gradually, under Zhang Wen's control, Tony's body began to levitate.
With his myriad abilities, Zhang Wen easily placed Tony onto the bed. He couldn't leave him lying on the floor. After all, it was his fault. After handing the Savita armor over to Tony, he had immediately thrown himself into research without rest. Tony wasn't modifying the armor for Zhang Wen, he was investigating the material of the armor. He seemed intent on creating it artificially, but unfortunately, that scenario was nearly impossible. The material of the Savita armor was exceptionally unique, and even Reverse Flash couldn't determine its composition, only informing Zhang Wen that it was likely related to the Speed Force.
How could Tony possibly replicate it?
That attempt was as absurd as Tony planning to replicate vibranium using ordinary steel. There was no way it could succeed. Sometimes, intelligent people can get trapped in their own cognitive loops, and that was precisely what had happened to Tony. Gradually, he became dangerous as Zhang Wen remained unaware of his state. Eventually, Tony couldn't withstand the fatigue of prolonged wakefulness and collapsed on the lab floor. Normally, Jarvis should have notified Pepper and others at this point, but Tony had sealed the entire room at the start of the experiment, preventing Jarvis from contacting the outside world.
Jarvis's existence as a data entity was to serve Tony, so he couldn't defy Tony's orders.
After all, Tony's safety was not in immediate danger, so Jarvis couldn't override his commands. Sleeping on the floor wouldn't pose any health risks. With Jarvis controlling the room temperature, he wouldn't catch a cold. After tossing Tony onto the bed, Zhang Wen called Pepper and then took his Savita armor with him as he left. Clearly, he didn't want to let Tony continue researching that. He had plenty of great items on hand. If he handed them all to Tony, he would surely work himself to death. Just one item, a polymer technology similar to PIM particles, would be enough for Tony to research for quite some time. It's worth noting that while the powers of Atom and Ant-Man are somewhat similar, they are entirely different things. Rhea Palmer's armor is powered by dwarf star ore, while Ant-Man relies on PIM particles. So, there might be some connection there, but Palmer's technology couldn't replicate dwarf star ore. After placing the Savita armor in the villa's basement, Jang-won began designing a doghouse. Regardless, when it came time for him to sleep at night, that dog had to be confined. Although the dog's abilities had been sealed and Friday was keeping watch, Jang-won wasn't about to let a hell creature roam freely in his home. A confined dog is a good dog. Jang-won designed the space device Ancient One had given him to look like a doghouse, then magically modified it so that Friday could control the opening and closing of the space. In just over 10 minutes, a doghouse with an automatic spatial door was completed. Wanda, this dog is now your responsibility. Since you want to keep it, you need to take care of it. Now, let me lay down the rules. First, the dog must be placed in that doghouse every night. Second, when you take it for walks, it must be leashed. If I find you failing to follow these rules, I will immediately send it back to hell. After his trip to Kamartaj, Jang-won had learned how to expel hell creatures. In fact, Constantine's methods were better, but Jang-won hadn't sought him out for training, given that the guy was quite troublesome. As he spoke, Jang-won handed Wanda a golden leash he had modified from the lasso given by Wonder Woman. While this leash didn't possess the same mind-controlling abilities as Wonder Woman's lasso, its durability was certainly impressive. Coupled with the magic that Jang-won had requested from Ancient One, not even a Hellhound or Mephisto himself could harm anyone. Of course, this was referring to Mephisto's avatar. His true form could not appear on Earth. Really? Thank you. Wanda exclaimed with delight as she took the leash. She quickly wove it into a dog leash and attached it to the white puppy. The sacred magic on the leash made the Hellhound appear somewhat uneasy, but since its true form was sealed, it didn't react too much. If it dared to restore its hellish form, the leash would turn into a life-threatening shackle. Jang-won didn't care who the master of chaos magic was. If she was capable, she could come herself. He wouldn't hesitate to return to when he was still an infant. The power to manipulate time was that overwhelming. What was there to fear? Jang-won was clearly unaware of Wanda's master's capabilities. After all, he hadn't asked Ancient One for her name, and his knowledge of Marvel was not extensive. He only knew vaguely that the individual was very powerful, stronger than Ancient One. However, for now, Jang-won didn't need to worry. Those beings could not enter Earth. Sorry for the trouble. Pietro approached Jang-won, his face filled with regret. It's fine, this little issue is nothing. Jang-won waved his hand dismissively. Wanda has always loved small animals. We used to have a little dog back home, but everything changed with the onset of war, Pietro reminisced, looking at Wanda playing with the small dog nearby. War, it's something that cannot be prevented. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. Conflicts escalate into hatred, and war is just an intensified version of hatred. But the civilians caught up in the war. There's no way to stop the strife, which is why we have laws, right? Jang-won's words were quite realistic, causing Pietro to fall into deep thought, unsure how to respond. In their childhood innocence, they had harbored deep resentment toward Stark, stemming from the unexploded bomb and the destruction of their home and loved ones. Fueled by this hatred, the siblings had resolutely joined Hydra, becoming their lab rats. It must be said that such an experience was genuinely painful. If Jang-won hadn't rescued them, they might have been stuck in that uncontrollable state for a long time. It's important to note that the loss of control over one's abilities isn't merely a dichotomy. Without external guidance, uncontrolled powers cannot regain control. Thus, Pietro and Wanda felt immense gratitude toward Jang-won. However, now that Jang-won mentioned war, Pietro was unsure where to begin the conversation. Hatred for Stark? To be honest, the strong animosity they once felt had diminished significantly. Don't worry, with me around, your safety is guaranteed, Jang-won said, noticing Pietro's prolonged silence, thinking he was worried about their future. Follow me. With that, Jang-won led the way downstairs. Pietro attempted to explain something but was unable to get the words out in time and ended up trailing behind him. Wanda, who was busy tying the leash to the small dog, felt curious upon seeing the two leave and followed them as well. Jang-won stopped in front of a room in the basement, quietly waiting for the siblings to catch up. What is this place? Pietro asked, looking around at the sci-fi themed decor with a puzzled expression. They were not supposed to enter the basement. It wasn't that Jiangwen didn't trust them, but rather, the basement contained many dangerous items.
Any peculiar technology, if misused, could lead to significant trouble.
After all, in the world of the Flash, Cisco was an inventor who created many seemingly advanced technologies, such as Captain Cold's gun and various odd technologies intended for Barry's suit.
He had even created a suit for Jiangwen at the beginning, although Jiangwen didn't need it.
Jiangwen had collected these technologies because, in the original Star Labs, they would only gather dust. Instead, he might as well enrich his own collection. For Jiangwen, owning these items that only appeared in movies gave him a sense of accomplishment. However, he wasn't as obsessive as the collector in the Marvel Universe. Collecting was merely a hobby, and perhaps one day, he would dispose of everything in there.
Come in.
Without needing to input any passwords or the like, the entire villa was under strict surveillance by Friday, making it impossible for thieves to infiltrate. Therefore, there was no need for such passwords, although it was possible for Friday to be hacked, albeit unlikely. After all, the technology in this world hadn't yet reached the level to crack Ultra AI, and Friday's code contained Asgardian technology. Even if there was a breach, there was no need to worry, as Jiangwen had set up many magical arrays here. Although he couldn't cast normal magic himself, setting up arrays was still manageable with a change of energy.
If someone truly did break in, they could take what they wanted.
Some important items were not stored here. The things here wouldn't pose any threat to the world.
At most, they could raise the technological level by a decade or two, assuming someone could decipher the technology.
If no one could break it down, there might just be a few extra minor bosses, which was already a norm in the world of the Flash. Minor bosses were relatively rare in the Marvel Universe, so having a few more wouldn't matter. Just like in the Flash's world, where minor villains popped up every few weeks, getting caught and then released only to break out again later, Jiangwen had gotten used to it. However, while things were easygoing for Barry here thanks to Jiangwen's presence, things were rather grim for Green Arrow. After all, that world was filled with ordinary people, and encountering two powered individuals escaping from Central City would spell disaster for them, resulting in heavy losses. Thinking back to the old Green Arrow team made Jiangwen shake his head, which momentarily puzzled Pietro, who was following behind.
Yet, Jiangwen didn't notice as he walked straight into the room, the door automatically opening under Friday's control. As Jiangwen entered, the room lit up with blue lights, and various devices lined the walls, their purposes unclear without any explanation.
These are the items that will protect your safety. Since you've agreed to join my Guardians program, you needn't worry about your safety, Jiangwen began, introducing the items to them.
Wow! This is amazing!
The siblings were awestruck by the cool tech products in Jiangwen's warehouse, curiously observing the items on the walls. These are all things you'll use when you go out on missions, like this freezing gun. I remember S.H.I.E.L.D. had one of these. I'm not sure if it's already out by this time, and here's this communicator. Seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, Jiangwen felt a wave of satisfaction. In the world of the Flash, with Barry around, the group didn't care about the modified gear Jiangwen provided. They always relied on Barry and Jiangwen when things happened, only to start blaming them when trouble arose. Barry, being kind-hearted, naturally didn't mind, but Jiangwen found it intolerable. Thus, their relationship was not particularly good, and Jiangwen had left that team multiple times. In fact, if Jiangwen hadn't left, perhaps Barry wouldn't have modified the timeline in the future.
Mr. Jiangwen, are you sure we can do this? Like superheroes in the comics?
Pietro's enthusiasm began to wane as he looked at the gear, replaced by unease. After all, becoming a superhero meant fighting.
Pietro didn't mind for himself, but he was genuinely concerned about Wanda, given her somewhat.
Don't worry, I won't let you go out just yet. In the future, Friday will train you, and look at this, Jiangwen said, pulling out a pendant-like device from the shelf. It was metallic, glowing with a sapphire-like light.
This is a small teleportation device. If it detects insufficient protective measures, it will immediately teleport you back, so there won't be any safety issues.
Plus, it's too early for you to be thinking about these matters. The world is quite peaceful right now. Jiangwen spoke calmly, and Pietro temporarily set aside his worries. However, more than a year from now, the world won't be so peaceful. In this warehouse, Jiangwen detailed the usage of these technological products to the siblings, but the equipment would not be given to them just yet. They needed a long time to train.
At the very least, they had to wait until Jiangwen obtained the Mind Stone, otherwise, their combat abilities wouldn't match the robots in Jiangwen's basement.
After introducing everything, Jiangwen instructed Friday to start training them. Here, they wouldn't lack for anything, but they likely wouldn't have friends their own age. Jiangwen couldn't do much about that. They could make friends online or go out to play themselves, and with Friday around, there was no need to worry about safety. Friday could operate as simulation robot, serving as the best bodyguard. After dealing with the household matters, Jiangwen headed to the room where the intruder was being held. After all, someone was waiting for him to interrogate. Stepping into the prisoner's holding room, Jiangwen saw the delivery man, tightly bound by Friday, struggling desperately. Although Friday hadn't restrained him too harshly, he had been awake for quite some time and didn't notice Jiangwen entering. "Hey, you've got some strength, don't you? Stop struggling, you won't be able to break free." Friday's binding techniques are carefully selected to ensure you won't get hurt and are very secure, Jiangwen said, glancing at the man's red and swollen hands. "Of course, if you keep struggling, the ropes will only tighten." Startled by the sudden voice behind him, the man quickly stopped his movements and feigned innocence, pleading with Jiangwen, "Why are you holding me? I really have no money, please let me go. I didn't do anything wrong." Joel Kane. On the surface, you claim to be a farmer, but in reality, you're a drug trafficker. You own 3 farms that are all used for drug production and trafficking. You're still single, have no relatives, and suffer from HIV. You've been a devout follower of the Dark Church for 1 year and 3 months, Jiangwen said while looking at the screen Friday had projected in front of him. "What are you talking about? No matter what happened, you have to believe me." "You've got the wrong person, I really haven't done anything," the man named Joel cried, sadness etched on his face, but a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. As a loyal follower of the Dark Lord, Joel had executed tasks for the church multiple times. With a considerable amount of wealth and his own effort, his HIV was nearly cured. Now, he absolutely didn't want to throw all of that away, regardless of the outcome, he had to survive at all costs. Unfortunately, Joel was unaware that this so-called Dark Lord did not actually exist. If there were a Dark Lord, perhaps Dormammu could be considered one? The Dark Church was established simply because a dark wizard inexplicably acquired some evil heritage and, to expand his influence, fabricated a so-called Dark Lord. However, this secret had been buried forever with the death of the church's bishop. Jiangwen, of course, didn't know that the church targeting him was a mere sham, but he could clearly sense that this man before him had almost no internal organs left. The so-called healing was also deceptive. Without pain in any area, it would naturally seem like he was better. What they didn't realize was that their organs had long been sacrificed by those dark wizards. Among all dark magic, sacrificial magic held a unique status. Its power was not related to the strength of the sacrifice but rather to the significance of the part being sacrificed. If one volunteered to sacrifice their soul, the power would be immense. The original wizard who established the Dark Church was the one who received the inheritance of sacrificial magic but was unwilling to sacrifice his own body, so he developed followers like Joel. Nice acting. If I hadn't mastered all your information, I might have doubted myself. Stop pretending, your time is almost up, Jiangwen remarked slowly, observing the man's almost perfect performance. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I really don't understand what you're talking about. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything. The man began to plead frantically upon hearing this. At this point, Jiangwen couldn't tell if he was still pretending or genuinely pleading for his life. Perhaps this was the highest realm of deceit, half true, half false. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Because you're already dead, you're just being kept alive by dark magic, Jiangwen said, displaying an image in front of him that revealed Joel's internal condition. What? That's impossible. You're deceiving me. The man lunged for the image but grabbed at nothing. What Jiangwen displayed was merely a virtual projection. Ah. You should have seen this coming, right? Have you felt any sense of fullness when eating these days? Have you had the urge to urinate or defecate? Looking at your condition, it's been over 10 days, hasn't it? You didn't suspect anything during this time? Jiangwen squatted down, looking at the man's ashen face. His words plunged Joel into despair. As Jiangwen pointed out, Joel's body could certainly sense the abnormalities. However, at that time, he had been clinging to hope, reinforcing his trust in the Dark Lord in his mind, unconsciously comforting himself that everything was normal. Once Jiangwen's words prompted him to think, a flood of various speculations surged in his mind. Was Joel a fool? No. Clearly, he wasn't. Possessing such perfect acting skills, how could he possibly be a fool? But did he have the power to choose? No. From the very beginning, he had no choice. If he didn't follow the dark path, he would undoubtedly face death. After all, in this world, AIDS was incurable.
Meeting dark wizards might have been the greatest stroke of luck for Joel, or perhaps his tragedy.
But regardless of the outcome, he had no room for choice, he simply wanted to live. Unfortunately, Joel had not earned the trust of those dark wizards. Or perhaps from the start, they regarded Joel as a mere tool or pawn and would naturally not expend effort on his illness.
No! I don't believe it, you're definitely deceiving me.
Joel began to vehemently deny it, as if he had grasped onto a lifeline.
At this point, he had lost all desire to perform, or rather, did performing even matter now? Noticing the frantic expression on Joel's face, Jiangwen sighed and then took out a knife, directly slashing open Joel's chest. Naturally, the ropes binding Joel also broke apart. Startled, Joel quickly discarded the ropes and began to feel his chest. He touched a crack but hesitated to probe further, as he hadn't felt any pain moments ago. Ha ha! So that's how it is. In the end, it's all for nothing, all for nothing.
Steeling himself, he plunged his hand into his chest, only to feel nothing inside. Having contacted dark wizards, Joel was not a good person either. He had acquired his farm through unsavory means. To become someone important, he had killed nearly all his relatives with his own hands. Only one illegitimate child, who wasn't recorded in any network, was still living quietly. Perhaps this was karma. Shortly after becoming wealthy, Joel was diagnosed with AIDS. Naturally, he was unwilling to die like this, so he proactively reached out to dark wizards and served them. Unfortunately, the final outcome was that his internal organs had been completely sacrificed.
How about it? Understand now? This is the darkness you believe in, what do you think?
Jiangwen let Joel go into a frenzy until he was exhausted before finally speaking.
How much longer do I have to live?
After venting his emotions, Joel gradually regained his composure.
3 days. Is that so? That's enough. I will tell you everything I know, but as a condition, you let me go. Deal. Dark wizards. Quite intriguing.
Watching Joel stagger away, Jiangwen took a deep breath and began to reflect on the dark wizards he remembered from the Marvel Universe. Joel had shared everything he knew, and Jiangwen had kept his promise to release him. However, at this moment, Joel could only deal with the aftermath, as he had just 3 days left to live. According to Friday's records, Joel was a thoroughly despicable character.
He began bullying classmates in school to acquire money.
After graduating, he joined a gang, engaging in drug trafficking and gambling, effectively tainting himself with every conceivable crime. When he turned 25, he encountered a kind-hearted girl, and like a scene from a movie, he was drawn to her and decided to turn his life around by leaving the underworld.
Unfortunately, reality is not a movie.
Despite dating the girl for a while, she ultimately succumbed to the darkness of society and chose Joel's boss, the gang leader. What the girl didn't expect was that she would end up pregnant. Yes, the child was Joel's. It might have been forgivable to take the woman of a subordinate, but she chose to abandon the child. Thus, after the girl went into labor, the gang leader killed her. When Joel learned of the news, he only managed to rescue his child. He didn't grieve much for his lover, as they had already broken up, and she had chosen to fall from grace, unable to resist the temptations of reality. However, Joel felt the allure of power and, after sending the child to an orphanage, began his pursuit of authority. He was willing to do anything to climb the ranks, even marrying an elderly woman nearing 80. That elderly woman was actually quite nice. She was just lonely and wanted companionship, unaware that she would encounter someone like Joel. The day after the farm transfer was completed, the old woman met her end at Joel's hands. People often chase after wealth only to find themselves with nothing in the end.
Jiangwen didn't pay much attention to Joel's future actions, he was simply reflecting on Joel's life.
The information Joel provided did not mention the gathering place of the dark wizards, only the times and locations for reporting tasks. This dissuaded Jiangwen from the idea of directly going to eliminate them. Instead, he could only wait until tomorrow to disguise himself as Joel and conduct an investigation. As for Friday's search capabilities, they seemed of little use here. Those dark wizards did not have personal websites or anything of the sort. Having hidden for so long, they were indeed difficult to find. However, perhaps he could ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for help, as they claim to monitor the globe and should be able to obtain some relevant information. As for Kamartaj, there was no need to consider them for now, those reclusive mages.
Hello, I'd like to speak with Nick Fury. Not available? Just find any official then. You ask who I am? Isn't my number noted at S.H.I.E.L.D.? Oh, fine, I'll wait. Jiang Wen picked up the phone, dialing Shield. He had tipped them off about Hydra to set the stage for now. After all, it felt wasteful for an organization to simply dissolve on a whim. If Shield learned of the Dark Wizard's existence, they would surely deploy agents, and perhaps they could help, relieving him of some of the burden. Unfortunately, while Shield had recorded the existence of many Dark Wizards, none matched the criteria he needed. The Dark Powers had developed to the point where many unspoken rules had formed. If Dark Wizards did not significantly impact society, some government departments could only allow them to operate freely. If they were pushed too hard, issues like assassinating the president could arise. Joel's reporting time was set for tomorrow afternoon, so Jiang Wen had no good options at the moment. He could only wait until he could investigate in person tomorrow. Although Dark Wizards and White Wizards were enemies, Jiang Wen was reluctant to trouble Kamartaj over such matters. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang, and Jiang Wen initially thought it was Shield, but it turned out to be Tony's call. Hello? Jiang Wen, did you take the armor? Tony's voice carried a hint of fatigue but was otherwise normal. Yeah, how are you awake so early? I was worried you'd end up dropping dead at the workbench if you kept researching like this. Hearing Tony's inquiry made Jiang Wen's brow slightly furrow, clearly a bit displeased. I'm fine. Forget it, if you keep this up, Pepper will come after me with a vengeance. In fact, she's on her way to find you, but I talked her out of it. Fine. But why are you researching so intensely? Isn't it a common trait among scientists? You, the playboy, still consider yourself a scientist? I'm a genius, I have. Both parties wisely avoided discussing the Savita armor in detail. Jiang Wen didn't want Tony to continue his research, and perhaps Tony felt embarrassed over the lack of progress. After chatting for a while, Tony hung up at Pepper's request, as he needed rest. It seemed their relationship hadn't deteriorated as Jiang Wen had feared. He had worried that his influence might have caused them to break up. After walking out of the villa, Joel let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely worried that Jiang Wen might not let him go. However, since he had been released, the situation remained within an acceptable range. Joel glanced at the crack in his chest, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet, that anger quickly dissipated, replaced by a sense of helplessness. How could an ordinary person compete with a wizard wielding extraordinary powers? Such actions were destined to be futile, so Joel temporarily set aside his hatred and turned toward his son's direction. His son was the only person he cared about. He had to ensure his son's future. Stealing a glance at his son, who was living well with his adoptive parents, Joel began to arrange his affairs, wanting to leave behind the fruits of his lifelong struggle for his child. Once everything was settled, Joel gathered his gang members and some assets, preparing weapons. Today would be a tragic day for his gang, as their leader was about to lead them into a real battlefield. Contrary to popular belief, gangs do not engage in frequent shootouts as imagined. More often, they simply posture against each other. If it were like in the movies, where fights broke out every few days, gangs would have long ceased to exist. But today, they would feel what a real battlefield was like. It must be said that Joel was ruthless. He directly mimicked the tone of his boss, Wells, and gathered all the followers together. Then, he began a frenzy of slaughter. However, those chosen as followers were mostly not good people. They had caused significant casualties among Joel's group as well. But what did that matter to Joel? After a fierce bout of fighting, Joel triggered a long-hidden massive bomb. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose in the sky, burying all sins within its wake. What a bold person! Upon hearing Friday's report, Jiang Wen commented and then cast the matter aside. After all, there was still a group of oblivious dark wizards waiting for him to arrive. What's going on with Wilson? Why are all the followers dead? Don't you realize how much trouble this brings us? Not only will those meddlesome white wizards come after us, but other dark wizards will also be alerted. You've crossed the line. Jacqueline had gradually recovered after several days of rest and was now working at a small restaurant on the roadside to hide her identity. However, the news she had just received shattered her good mood, as nearly all her followers had been brutally killed. Jacqueline was the chosen heir of the Dark Church's legitimate sacrificial magic. Previously, she had to relinquish the position of leader to Wells due to a loss in strength. Who would have thought that just days after stepping down, Wells would eliminate all the followers? This was a devastating blow to her magical practice. Without followers to serve as sacrificial materials, was she supposed to sacrifice her own flesh? She wasn't foolish. Once any part of her body was sacrificed, it could never be reclaimed. Jacqueline! Stop shouting here, I'm the leader now. What, do you have an opinion? The black-robed Wells harbored resentment, knowing that losing those followers was not easy for him either.
The magic Wells practiced was not sacrificial magic, so the lives of those followers were not as important to him as they were to Jacqueline.
However, without followers, sustaining the so-called dark church would be difficult. Relying on mages to gather followers one by one? That was equivalent to self-sabotage.
In this world, the existence of dark wizards was similar to that of gang members. They could engage in small-time activities without drawing attention, but once they crossed the line, they would be hunted by everyone, black and white alike.
Is this what happens to you as a leader?
With all the followers dead, we're practically a shell of our former selves.
What do you plan to do? Make a final score and then change your name?
Jacqueline's injuries had healed significantly, and now she was no longer afraid of Wells, especially under the circumstances of his grave mistake. She seized the opportunity to hold on to his weaknesses.
It doesn't matter. Do followers mean anything to us now, like a pack of stray dogs?
If we can obtain the Book of Darkness, if we can get our hands on the Book of Darkness,
then we will gain everything. Wells raised his hands, shouting madly, acting like a lunatic. However, Jacqueline didn't pay much attention to Wells's madness. She was already captivated by the beautiful vision he portrayed. What do dark wizards desire the most?
It's not power, not treasure, and certainly not health. Those things are irrelevant to them.
What they truly seek is magic and immortality.
As dark wizards, their situation was quite difficult, as they lacked the complete lineage that white wizards possessed, which included deep mentor-student bonds. Dark magic, as its name suggests, is profoundly shadowy, filled not only with dark powers but also with dark hearts. Nearly every wizard who gains dark magic pays a heavy price and must contend fiercely with other wizards. Their bodies are always at risk of invasion, and their souls become shattered.
Why do they go through all this? To acquire more magic and pursue eternal life.
This is what all dark wizards seek, and all of it can be realized through the Book of Darkness. For them, obtaining the Book of Darkness is equivalent to obtaining everything. After silently contemplating this future, the two finally ceased their quarrel. After all, what had happened had already occurred. Arguing wouldn't change anything.
Do you know who did this? After calming down a bit, Jacqueline asked Wells.
Wells shook his head, saying, I can't find out. That place has been leveled to the ground.
Forget about any information, there aren't even complete remains left. All I know is that someone impersonated my orders to gather the followers. How is that possible? Can't even your magic track it?
You didn't sacrifice those followers, did you? A flicker of shock passed through Jacqueline's eyes, and she began to distrust Wells. There were no traces of magic, just technological products. It seems that organization discovered the activities of the followers. Wells paid no mind to Jacqueline's distrust. As dark wizards, mutual mistrust was a normal state of affairs. If one day dark wizards could trust each other, it would probably be the end of the world. Wells had simply checked the site after receiving the news and found no traces of magic, leaving him powerless. In fact, if those followers had still been alive, with the power of the mundane world, Wells could easily have traced what happened. After all, large-scale gang activities leave very clear traces. But unfortunately, their eyes in the secular world had all been eliminated. What remained were only a few powerless servants. Wizards do have servants, but that doesn't prevent them from working. After all, working is meant to hide their identities, not to earn money. As wizards, they lacked secular wealth. With a little effort, they could easily acquire it.
Jacqueline, where have you been this morning? You just got here and are already late. This won't do, you know the restaurant is busy. As soon as she arrived at her hidden restaurant, a supervisor began to reprimand Jacqueline. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Jacqueline explained, I'm very sorry, Joe. I had some health issues this morning. To appear as normal as possible, Jacqueline had to find a temporary job on the roadside. After all, she couldn't just stare at cars passing by, or that would easily raise suspicion. Is that so?
Take care of yourself. If you feel unwell, go to the hospital immediately, the supervisor kindly reminded her upon hearing her excuse.
I'm fine,
While Jacqueline dealt with the supervisor's concern, Jiangwen was racking his brain trying to locate the wizards hidden among the crowd. Although the massive explosion caused by Joel last night had vented some of his frustrations, his actions had created trouble for Jiangwen. His original plan to infiltrate disguised as Joel was now impossible, as all the followers had been killed by Joel.
Friday, how is the investigation going?
With no good options left, Jiangwen had to analyze the situation. Although he couldn't find traces of the dark wizards,
he could roughly deduce some areas based on the activities of certain followers. With those areas identified, it would be easier. Zhang Wen just needed to find some clues to easily locate the dark wizards hiding among the crowd. He didn't want to be suddenly ambushed by dark wizards, who knew what kind of magic those guys would use. Moreover, Zhang Wen had a lingering question. He had never wronged dark wizards since arriving in this world, so why were they focusing on him? Was it because of Tony Stark? Or was it because of Hydra, or perhaps Camartage? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't fathom the connection to the Book of Darkness. In fact, after placing the Book of Darkness into the Speed Force space, Zhang Wen had nearly forgotten about it. When he obtained the book, he had been very thorough, ensuring that no one would know. Zhang Wen would never have imagined that the Dark Wizards had indeed formed enmity with Hydra and had just happened to obtain some information about the lab attack, discovering details about the Book of Darkness in the process, and could link it back to Zhang Wen. The deceased Al did not provide Zhang Wen with any information about the followers, which is partly because Zhang Wen did not inquire at that time. After all, Zhang Wen was primarily concerned about the whereabouts of the Dark Mage. However, even though Al did not give Zhang Wen information, after his death, Zhang Wen still found those people. It must be said that those who can become dark followers possess certain abilities. Essentially, all the followers are individuals who exist on the fringes of society, and they are not lacking in money. Even the worst among them can easily produce over $100,000. Do not underestimate this money. In the United States, very few people use cash. Only illegal organizations like drug trafficking heavily rely on cash, and such cash does not circulate well in the market. However, this is not important for the underworld, as there is a profession in the US specifically for laundering their money. It is very difficult to investigate information about the underworld online, let alone the movements of their various leaders. Those are absolute secrets that cannot be leaked, or else one might easily fall victim to assassination by rivals. As criminals, who doesn't have a few enemies, right? However, after Friday infiltrated American intelligence agencies, this information became easy to obtain. After some analysis, Friday identified over a dozen locations similar to the Dark Mage's gathering places, including the address that Al had once told Zhang Wen about. It seemed that address was a place they frequently gathered. Among these locations, Zhang Wen only needed to find one Dark Mage because there are many means of obtaining memories in magic. Even if Zhang Wen cannot cast magic himself, isn't there still Ancient One? Just because Zhang Wen initially did not look for Camartage doesn't mean he would never go there. At that time, directly handing over a Dark Mage to them would yield a wealth of information. However, this was under the condition that Zhang Wen's own methods were ineffective. In fact, he could also utilize some suggestive magic. Boss, you've gone too far. Zhang Wen was running outside and accidentally exceeded the range. Speaking of super speed, it is indeed quite troublesome to use. The speed of the body and the speed of thought are two different existences. Zhang Wen can control them at will, but he generally does not let the speed of thought and body speed be equal, because then he would feel like he was running while time was standing still. Even if he speeds up his thought process a bit, he can feel his body moving slowly. Who would do that except in battle? If the body moves too quickly, it is easy to overshoot, so this balance is hard to grasp. Even now, Zhang Wen often finds himself suddenly veering off course, so he has to rely on Friday and satellites for help. As for the obstacles on the road, Zhang Wen didn't need to worry at all, because he had nearly trained his ability to weave through obstacles to instinct. He could just instinctively weave past anything he encountered. Zhang Wen searched 4 or 5 locations in a row but found nothing. Although he was somewhat prepared, he still felt a bit disappointed. After all, the places Friday investigated were all gathering spots for the followers, and aside from the times they gathered, it was likely that no one else would be there. Zhang Wen came here merely holding on to a glimmer of hope. As expected, after exploring 11 locations, Zhang Wen found nothing at all. Those places were empty, and there wasn't even a living person, let alone dark magic. Damn! Did you clean this place so thoroughly? Are you dark mages or janitors? Unable to control his temper, Zhang Wen directly punched a wall in the room, shattering it. This was not because Zhang Wen was particularly strong, but because he unconsciously activated a bit of super speed. Super speed has 3 very prominent characteristics: time, space, and speed. But in reality, besides these very obvious points, there are also other less noticeable characteristics, such as energy, explosions, and the ability to enhance Zhang Wen's physical qualities. In short, the more Zhang Wen uses super speed, the more he can feel its power. Perhaps one day, he will truly be able to reach the speed seen in comics, instantly crossing the entire universe.
But for now, Zhang Wen will set his sights above the speed of light. Friday, activate the backup plan and look for the subordinates of those people. Although he was unhappy, Zhang Wen could only accept the fact that he had gained nothing. After all, he could not traverse time just to hold Al accountable for such a trivial matter. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous small dots appeared in Zhang Wen's line of sight. There were indeed quite a few subordinates of the Dark Followers. In desperation, Zhang Wen instructed Friday, differentiate them, find those who are likely to know something, don't mark everyone.
Okay, please wait a moment.
Zhang Wen waited for a few seconds, and sure enough, only one small red dot remained on the map in his view.
Ha! One? What's going on? Friday?
Here, based on calculations, the probability that Croft surely knows about the Dark Mage is 90%, while the rest are all below 10%. Friday's voice sounded very gentle, and Zhang Wen sensed a hint of confidence within it. Friday, analyze how far you are from true data sentience.
Compared to the Dark Mage, Zhang Wen was naturally more concerned about Friday.
Noticing Friday's anomaly, he hurriedly asked.
I don't know.
Emotions are not calculable by data. I can simulate emotions, but I cannot truly express them. Friday's words seemed to carry a hint of confusion. You already possess subtle emotions, don't force it.
Yes, boss. With that, Friday's tone returned to its usual calmness. Forget it, continue marking the task targets.
Croft Shirley was a natural leukemia patient, and under normal circumstances, she would not have survived past the age of 10. However, Shirley had a good mother, and to ensure Shirley could live, her mother gathered many people to engage in drug trafficking. Since Shirley's mother used to be a race car driver, she excelled at transporting drugs by car. Relying on the high profits from drugs, Shirley's mother successfully sustained Shirley's life in the hospital for 10 years. However, human resources are limited. Eventually, medical means could not save this poor little girl. In order for Shirley to survive, her mother joined the cult of the Dark God and achieved great merit within it, gaining the help of a Dark Mage. The one who lent a hand was naturally Jacqueline, who used sacrificial magic to sacrifice one of Shirley's eyes and both of her legs, ultimately curing Shirley's leukemia. Of course, Shirley's mother paid a huge price for this. She sacrificed her soul after death in the sacrificial magic. In sacrificial magic, organs and such are just ordinary items. What is truly valuable is the soul. However, a soul cannot be forced or deceived, it must be given willingly. Generally, no one would be willing to sell their soul, but Shirley's mother did it. She successfully exchanged for powerful magic from Jacqueline the heavy incantations that Jacqueline had on her a few days ago. Although she sacrificed her soul, Shirley's mother would have had a few more decades to live if everything had gone normally.
Unfortunately, she encountered Al. After Shirley's mother died, Shirley was taken to Jacqueline's residence.
Although it was due to magic that Jacqueline met Shirley's mother, it did not affect her fondness for Shirley. After all bad people like silly good people, and Jacqueline certainly does not consider herself a good person, so she greatly admired Shirley's mother's spirit of sacrifice. The previous quarrel with Wells was partly due to Shirley's mother. Jacqueline probably never expected that this one act of kindness would cost her own life.
Hi! Little girl, have you seen any strangers?
Zhang Wen, who appeared at Shirley's home, sensed the dark magic and smiled at the teenage girl in a wheelchair.
I've seen one. When was that?
It was you. After saying that, Shirley directly pulled out a miniature handgun from under her wheelchair. Seeing Shirley pull out a small handgun and aim it at him, Zhang Wen displayed a look of surprise. In that instant, he even thought that Shirley might be the dark mage he had been searching for all along. I don't know who you are, but leave here quickly, or I will shoot. Shirley's hand holding the gun trembled slightly, clearly showing that she was very nervous at that moment. Hey, Zhang Wen sighed softly and casually took the handgun from Shirley's hand. Shirley watched in disbelief as the gun suddenly disappeared from her grasp, her face revealing a look of terror. Having experienced numerous hardships since childhood, Shirley was naturally much more mature than the average person, especially since her mother's work often attracted threats from various individuals. Fortunately, very few people would actually harm this little girl, they only made threats. Having seen so much, Shirley had gradually developed a certain level of resilience, but the sudden appearance of a stranger in front of her, coupled with the ability to snatch away her gun in an instant, rendered her attempts to appear calm completely futile.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you.
Zhang Wen placed the small handgun aside, trying to convey friendliness to Shirley, but the outcome was predictable.
Who would show friendliness to someone who suddenly appeared in their home?
Although Shirley's attitude was unfriendly, Jiangwen didn't care because he didn't need her to provide any information.
All the information was hidden in subtle details.
It was obvious that this house was occupied by two people. Jiangwen also used the device in his hand to detect traces of magic. Although weak, it was enough for him to trace.
Magic, in fact, is quite unreasonable. Some excellent tracking spells are even more sensitive than a dog's nose. As long as one can find some weak traces of magic, they can locate the position of the mage.
Clearly, the borrowed magic is different for everyone. Jiangwen was very curious about this question, but he estimated that he would never get an answer. He would never allow another person's magic to remain in his body.
Shirley's predicament gave Jiangwen a bit of a headache.
In fact, the best solution would be for Jiangwen to adopt her, but unfortunately, he wouldn't adopt a child who had a grudge against him. Shirley's mother's death was not directly related to Jiangwen, but who knew how Shirley would feel? Even if he didn't care about her mother, Jiangwen was about to kill the woman who would adopt her.
Judging by the room's decor, Shirley had a very close relationship with Jacqueline.
Indeed, Jiangwen not only investigated the dark mage in Shirley's room, but he also discovered her name, photographs, and other items, even a pile of forged identification. After leaving the room, Jiangwen called Pepper. Such trivial matters were very simple for the well-connected Pepper. She was quite familiar with how to find a suitable orphanage for a disabled little girl. Unfortunately, having just lost her mother and soon to lose her only familiar person, Shirley was indeed a pitiful child. Although Jiangwen felt sorry for her and sympathized, he would never abandon his mission to hunt down the dark mage. At the same time Jiangwen entered Shirley's room, Jacqueline, who was busy with chores in a restaurant, suddenly felt a wave of intense panic. It was a warning signal emitted by magic, and the signal was extremely strong. One could say that Jacqueline had never felt such a strong warning in her life, as if the magic itself was afraid of something. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately put down her work and hurriedly left the restaurant, completely disregarding the shouts of her supervisor behind her. In a flurry, she pulled open the car door, sat in the seat, and took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her rising anxiety.
Jacqueline suddenly slammed the gas pedal, and a seemingly ordinary pickup truck instantly displayed the prowess of a sports car.
As a dark mage, she was not short on money, but few dark mages flaunted various luxury cars, as it would easily draw attention. Of course, some dark mages do subscribe to the philosophy that the most dangerous place is the safest, but they have all encountered misfortune. Thus, people like Jacqueline typically choose to use disguised vehicles.
Modifying an ordinary-looking vehicle internally and adding some magical enhancements makes it safer to flee in emergencies.
After all, places like Kamartaj, with powerful magic, are very few. They only need to draw a large circle to traverse thousands of meters or even cross planetary distances.
If that kind of magic existed, these dark mages wouldn't need to hide all the time. Kamartaj is the true sacred ground of magic.
Even pulling a single leg hair from there would be worth much more than this group of dark mages. Of course, this refers to magical value, not cash. The sorcerers of Kamartaj are actually quite poor.
After the vehicle started, Jacqueline breathed a sigh of relief.
In her view, as long as the vehicle was running, there was a good chance of escaping. After all, many mages' spellcasting speeds were relatively slow. However, unfortunately for her, she had attracted Jiangwen's attention. Even without using super speed, Jiangwen's magical strength was enough to take her down easily. Not to mention, Jiangwen had never been one to show mercy. Suddenly, the moving vehicle shook violently and then vanished from the road, startling the cars behind it and nearly causing an accident. The driver quickly slammed the brakes, but there were no traces left on the roadside where the vehicle had disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was just their illusion. After driving home in fear, the driver discovered some strange things on the car's dashboard camera. Driven by intense curiosity, he uploaded the video online, but unfortunately, it only garnered a few clicks. No one believed his words and instead criticized the video's blurriness. The man's video and narration had no effect because, on the internet, there are too many such blurry supernatural events, and even organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't pay attention to such trivial matters.
What could really be done about it? Who would believe him?
Jiangwen, of course, had no idea that moving a vehicle casually would leave a certain driver exhausted from explaining to others. At that moment, he was holding a pickup truck suspended over the grassy roadside. This place was very remote, and Jiangwen used super speed to create inertia, easily bringing the car here. It wouldn't be correct to say he lifted the car, he merely utilized speed to momentarily negate the effects of gravity. Before gravity could pull the car down, Jiangwen had already grabbed the vehicle and ran to this spot, as if flying a kite, except his kite weighed several tons. Jiangwen threw the pickup truck forward with great force, and the truck's front end sank deeply into the ground, as if the ground were merely cream. The tires of the embedded pickup truck continued to spin. The tires, which had been rapidly rotating on the road, now stirred up grass and dirt into the air.
Jiangwen had to quickly dodge to avoid getting covered in mud and grass.
Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After all, Jacqueline couldn't keep the gas pedal down forever. Without the gas pedal's propulsion, the tires would naturally come to a stop. At this moment, Jacqueline felt very confused. Just moments ago, she had been driving well on the road, and suddenly, everything went black, and a tremendous force struck her chest, causing her body to involuntarily lurch forward.
What was happening? Did I crash? Impossible.
My driving skills are excellent, and there were no obstacles ahead. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, everything went black again, and she lost consciousness from the violent impact. If it weren't for the protective magic on her body, she would likely have met her end. Jiangwen certainly wouldn't actually kill Jacqueline, otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been in vain.
He did not believe that there was only one dark mage in a tightly organized group of followers.
When he moved the vehicle earlier, Jiangwen had already seen the invisible spells on Jacqueline, which was precisely why he had given up the idea of directly pulling her out of the car.
In any case, the outcome would be the same. Seeing Jacqueline faint, Jiangwen finally felt at ease as he slipped into the pickup truck.
Since the door was unable to open due to the violent impact, it was clearly a better choice to pull her out directly.
Just as Jiangwen was about to grab Jacqueline, the vehicle suddenly exploded.
Feeling the deformation inside the cabin and the impending massive energy release, Jiangwen was filled with frustration.
What the hell? Why does the car explode so easily? This isn't a movie, there aren't that many explosions.
Despite his helplessness, Jiangwen knew he had to speed up and get Jacqueline out. He couldn't let her die like this. He reached out his hand to grab Jacqueline, but instead found nothing. Jiangwen was momentarily stunned, thinking he
ing everywhere a moment ago.
But right now, he had to leave quickly, as he could not prevent the explosion that had already occurred. After phasing out of the pickup, Jiangwen found himself more than 10 meters away from the truck.
At this moment, he spotted Jacqueline running away.
She was crouched less than 5 meters from the pickup, with spells on her body emitting a dark purple light.
Boom! The sound of the explosion rang out.
It was clear that this scale of explosion could not have been caused by the vehicle itself. Jacqueline had installed some sort of remote-controlled bomb on the pickup. The power of the remote-controlled bomb was tremendous, with debris flying like concealed weapons into the air. However, Jacqueline, who was lying on the ground, was fortunate enough to not be hit by too many fragments. Still, the shockwave from the explosion was hard for her to bear. Even though her protective spells could ensure her safety, she could not avoid injury.
For Jiangwen, the fragments were of no concern.
If he wanted to, he could even reassemble the fragments in an instant as the explosion occurred, but doing so would indeed be meaningless. Letting the debris pass through him, Jiangwen moved like a phantom, easily dodging the fragments' attacks. However, he could not avoid the aftershock of the explosion. To get through this wave, he needed to use more of his super speed. Since he was quite far from the center of the explosion, Jiangwen decided to let the force of the explosion impact his body, and then he was violently blown away. The scene was a bit embarrassing. Jiangwen had no idea the force would be so powerful. The fragments couldn't hurt him at all. It was like being blown away by a gust of wind. No one witnessed Jiangwen's awkward moment. He paused for a second when blown away, and then in midair, he increased his use of super speed, cleverly avoiding the impact. At this moment, the spells on Jacqueline's body became even more vivid, seemingly embedded deeply into her flesh. The bright red spells absorbed the blood that should have flowed out, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. In the Marvel universe, various forms of magic come with a price, and compared to white magic, the cost of dark magic is even steeper.
Jiangwen couldn't help but wonder what these so-called big shots needed to pay this price for. Was it for pleasure? To enhance their power? Or perhaps a manifestation of the so-called rules? There are various speculations in the magic books, as this is a natural instinct for humans to explore things that come with a price. However, no one truly knows the real reason. Perhaps only after death, when they meet the big shots they serve, will they learn the truth. Although magic has various costs, if used within a normal range, it typically doesn't cause significant changes. At most, it requires paying some price after death? Perhaps.
The reason dark mages are so reviled is that dark magic includes a means to allow others to bear the cost of the magic on their behalf. Because of this, various people use dark magic. In fact, according to Ancient One, there was initially no distinction between black and white magic, it was just that too many people broke the rules, and thus dark magic naturally emerged. For example, in Camartage, there are many books on dark magic that are available for anyone to read, but using them is strictly prohibited.
Though Jacqueline lay on the ground, writhing in pain, she still made an effort to crawl forward bit by bit.
She could clearly sense the fear of the spells on her body.
"Miss Jacqueline, where do you think you're going? I've been looking for you for a long time. Just leaving like this is quite troublesome for me."
Even though Jacqueline had just schemed against him, Zhang Wen felt no anger at this moment. Sometimes, when one's strength reaches a certain level, the feelings ordinary people have and what Zhang Wen feels are entirely different. If it were an ordinary person, they might feel a sense of joy at having survived and be filled with anger toward the instigator. But those emotions did not exist for Zhang Wen. To him, it was as insignificant as a leaf fluttering past him on the roadside.
"Can you tell me what it was that offended you?"
Upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, Jacqueline trembled all over, then sighed and said with a grim expression,
"That's exactly what I want to ask you. Why did you send followers to infiltrate my home? I set up such an obvious restriction. Don't you understand that means a mage is prohibited from entering?"
He walked slowly up to Jacqueline, bent down, and gazed at her as he spoke slowly.
"This is a misunderstanding." Jacqueline hadn't expected her target to be so powerful.
The Book of Darkness in the hands of someone like him was definitely something she couldn't get back.
"A misunderstanding? Within 100 miles, I'm the only one who understands a bit of magic, and you dared to break in? How can this still be a misunderstanding?"
As he spoke, Zhang Wen suddenly turned his head to the right, as if staring at something.
"What an excellent escape spell!
How much of your lifespan did you sacrifice for those 2 spells?" After staring for a moment, Zhang Wen suddenly spoke. And just where Zhang Wen was looking, a frail figure slowly materialized. His hair had not turned white, it remained thick and black, but his face and skin were covered in wrinkles.
Cough. Cough.
"I resign myself to fate, do what you want."
After saying this, Jacqueline's frail figure suddenly collapsed to the ground. "TSK. Sacrificial magic, why did you only sacrifice your lifespan? What about your limbs? Your internal organs and heart?
At the very least, you could have sacrificed your eyes.
Look at you now, even if you ran away, you wouldn't live for many days."
Finding a relatively large car part, Zhang Wen sat down on it, watching Jacqueline's performance. This part is warm and a bit hot, quite comfortable.
I can't escape."
At this point, Jacqueline appeared to have completely given up resisting.
"Speak, why did you come looking for me?"
"For the Book of Darkness."
Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Wen showed a hint of confusion.
Just then, Jacqueline began mumbling something incomprehensible. Then, the spells on her body quickly floated up, forming a small, pitch-black orb. From one point of the orb, several fine lines radiated out, wrapping around Jacqueline in layers. Those lines drew tighter, gradually embedding themselves into Jacqueline's flesh, going deeper and deeper.
Strangely, no blood flowed from those constricted marks.
Zhang Wen actually wanted to interrupt Jacqueline's magic, but he was completely clueless about magic, he didn't know how to improve it or even how to stop it. So, he could only quietly watch Jacqueline perform her magic while preparing to make a quick escape and summon Ancient One. The spectacle that Zhang Wen witnessed was truly captivating. The speed at which the spell was cast appeared to him like slow motion, all because he had entered a state of super speed, allowing him to observe every detail more clearly. Initially, Zhang Wen thought the fine lines that emerged from the small orb would slash through Jacqueline's body, but the unfolding events completely took him by surprise. Those lines did not harm Jacqueline, instead, they quietly integrated into her, spreading throughout her body like a contagion. This reminded Zhang Wen of venom, although he figured that venom had not yet arrived on Earth at this time. Jacqueline's body gradually turned dark, starting from her toes as it transformed into black powder that slowly dissipated. The black powder merged into the black orb created by the spells. Observing this, Zhang Wen attempted to throw a bolt of lightning to attack, but unfortunately, the results were not ideal. The lightning had no effect on the black orb. Zhang Wen could summon lightning without needing to run like other speedsters, he could extract it directly within the super speed space. However, he didn't prefer this method of attack because the effects of the lightning were rather disappointing.
Perhaps it wasn't entirely ineffective, it was just that he hadn't reacted quickly enough. After all, he was in a super speed time state, and the process of the black powder merging into the orb appeared to him as if in slow motion. Gradually, the entire black body completely merged into the orb. Zhang Wen initially thought that Jacqueline had even sacrificed her soul, but just then, a transparent figure suddenly appeared before him. Shortly after, Jacqueline's transparent soul was drawn into the suddenly appearing vortex. Even in the super speed space, the appearance and disappearance of the vortex were incredibly rapid. If timed in the real world, it probably lasted only about 0.01 seconds. If Zhang Wen had not been in the super speed state, he would not have noticed this change. Her soul was rescued? It didn't seem that way. From the spatial fluctuations, it appeared to be quite close, so she must have fled on her own? Just as Zhang Wen was about to chase after her to find out, he was distracted by the changes in the black orb, for a larger problem was now presenting itself for him to deal with. The black orb that had absorbed Jacqueline's flesh instantly swelled up, but instead of exploding, it released numerous black particles. These tiny particles gradually coalesced into the shape of a woman. Well, she wasn't wearing any clothes, and her appearance was completely different from what Zhang Wen had imagined. This woman looked like some kind of hellish creature, with black stripes spreading across her body, and her bright red flesh exposed to the air. Her head bore no resemblance to a human, 7 green eyes emitted a ghostly light, and her mouth appeared to be dripping with some saliva. As her body formed, a green smoke began to emanate from her mouth, nose, and ears, creating a rather comical sight. Beyond that, Zhang Wen could see no other abnormalities, which clearly indicated that the previous lightning had indeed had some effect. Why did she have 7 eyes? It turned out that one of her eyes was blind. Zhang Wen could even see a massive scar crossing her entire cheek at the lower right side of her face. It seemed she had suffered a severe injury before. The forearms were the last to appear, each holding various weapons, which reminded Zhang Wen of a creature called a naga, said to also have 4 arms but was more fish-like in nature. Looking at the large bloodied limbs floating in the air, Zhang Wen decided that he might as well skip dinner. That little bit of dripping, which resembled blood, was far too disgusting. Are you the demon from hell? How did you end up looking like this? Where's your avatar? At least make yourself look good when you come to Earth, Zhang Wen called out directly to the creature across from him after exiting the super speed mode. Hiss! The strange object resembling a woman in the air let out a hiss and then charged straight at Zhang Wen, wielding 4 bizarre weapons in unison, as if it were engaged in an ancient melee battle. The weapons had no energy attached to them, and their speed was not particularly fast. It was like watching a child swing their toys. Such an attack could never hit Zhang Wen. He merely took 2 steps back and easily evaded the creature's assault. What on earth is this thing? It's filled with dark energy and the scent of hell, but it seems to lack any intelligence. No. She doesn't even have the instinct to fight. Could she be made from human souls? Zhang Wen observed the creature before him, filled with curiosity. However, this wasn't the time to indulge his curiosity. Jacqueline's soul had already fled, and he needed to quickly deal with this creature and then pursue her soul. With that thought in mind, Zhang Wen directly summoned the sword forged in Asgard from the super speed space. He decapitated the creature as easily as cutting tofu. The headless body seemed to pause, its 4 hands flailing helplessly in the air before it collapsed. Just as Zhang Wen thought everything had come to an end, the head that had fallen to the ground suddenly transformed into smoke and reattached itself to the body. After being revived, the creature seemed momentarily disoriented, lying on the ground for quite some time before realizing it had returned to life. Once it discovered it was unharmed, the creature charged at Zhang Wen again, but it seemed to have become more agile after dying once. Its speed and strength had increased. Thus, Zhang Wen continued to decapitate it multiple times, more than 10 in total, but each time it would transform into black mist and revive itself, becoming increasingly stronger in speed and power and even gaining some battle experience. Faced with the creature's enhancements, Zhang Wen felt no fear. After all, no matter how strong it became, it could never surpass his speed, and he did not believe in any kind of immortality. Even if it were truly immortal, its power could not be that weak. As long as he kept attacking, he would eventually kill it. However, he felt some trepidation concerning the fleeing soul of Jacqueline. If she were to cause some kind of massacre, that would be troublesome. From the first time he failed to kill the creature, Zhang Wen had formed a hypothesis. The creature's weakness was likely that small black orb. If he could destroy that core-like object, it probably wouldn't revive again. But clearly, his calculations had failed. He had decapitated it more than 10 times, even turning it into a pulp on several occasions, yet he had never found that so-called core. Lightning fist.
Zhang Wen gathered a massive amount of lightning around his fist and then swung it out forcefully. White lightning instantly enveloped the creature's entire body, sustaining for more than 10 seconds. Lightning appears when speedsters run, which is why Barry, who mastered super speed, is called the Flash. Although it looked like lightning, the damage caused by the lightning converted from super speed was not significant, and if not used correctly, he could only extract some lightning from super speed while running.
Zhang Wen could naturally convert super speed into lightning, but that was merely ordinary lightning without any exorcising properties.
Even if he didn't increase the intensity, that lightning wouldn't even kill an ordinary person, so he rarely used this skill. After all, he didn't want to kill, he preferred to incapacitate, which was not difficult for him given his speed. Just as he had previously mentioned, the lightning had no properties to break evil, it was simply similar to natural lightning. Therefore, the creature enveloped in lightning did not die, but the energy and heat it generated seemed to have some effect on it.
Zhang Wen noticed some melted marks appearing on the creature's body. After waiting for a moment, he suddenly had a bold idea.
Zhang Wen quickly grabbed the back of the creature's neck and lifted it up. Initially, he intended to pull it by its arms or legs, but seeing its bloodied, skinless appearance made him feel nauseous, so he opted for the relatively clean neck instead. To be honest, it was quite heavy, around 300 pounds, and Zhang Wen's strength wasn't particularly great, making it somewhat strenuous to hold it with just one hand. However, despite the effort, the duration of this process was short. After lifting the creature, Zhang Wen began to run at high speed, this time not using super speed to protect what he was holding. What would it be like for a speedster to run without the protection of super speed? It would be like a meteor falling from the sky. Running on Earth without protection is extremely dangerous. Of course, this is predicated on running fast enough. The creature in Zhang Wen's grasp began to heat up and gradually turned red. This was due to his speed being so fast that the flames hadn't even had time to appear before being compressed out of existence by the air. Although there were no flames, the temperature of the creature in his hand kept rising until it became so hot that he could no longer hold on, causing him to release it.
Following its inertia, the creature flew for quite a distance before flames finally erupted from its burnt body.
Generally speaking, meteors fall from above, but today, those looking up at the stars outdoors were in for a treat, as they witnessed the first ever case of a meteor flying upward.
Of course, aside from rockets, fireworks, and flares, perhaps Iron Man should also be included?
In any case, Zhang Wen thought these onlookers were lucky, but no one paid attention. Who would care about a firelight flying towards the horizon? Even with an overactive imagination, it would be difficult to conceive that it was an unknown hellish creature. Watching the light flicker out of sight, Zhang Wen considered one troublesome enemy dealt with. He had to admit that Jacqueline was clever. This was the first time he had allowed an enemy to escape from his hands twice in a row, not counting speedsters like Reverse Flash, Savitar, and Zoom. The escaping Jacqueline was now just a soul. If she did not seek out companions, she would need to find a body, one that was easy to occupy and trusted her. With this thought in mind, Zhang Wen immediately ran toward Shirley's home. While he had some guesses about the situation, he would rather be wrong. Upon arriving at Shirley's house, he feared he would find Jacqueline had already occupied Shirley's body. After all, Zhang Wen had been entangled with the creature that Jacqueline had summoned for quite a while, at least 2 or 3 minutes. And since Jacqueline had used spatial abilities for her transfer, although 2 or 3 minutes would not be enough for her to escape with Shirley's body, it would be sufficient to deal with a little girl. Now, he could only hope that Jacqueline was the talkative type. If she could stall for a bit, he might still make it in time. When Zhang Wen reached Shirley's room, he saw Shirley trying on a prosthetic device, a pair of legs that seemed capable of good movement.
However, the peculiar design reminded Zhang Wen of the Winter Soldier's arm.
It seems I arrived a step too late. Leaning against the door, Zhang Wen remarked while observing Shirley's back. Shirley froze, then turned around with disbelief plastered across her face. Upon seeing Zhang Wen, despair flooded her being, and she collapsed to the ground.
How is this possible?
Shirley's mouth opened slightly, her eyes filled with confusion.
What about the child's soul?
Zhang Wen scrutinized Shirley closely and asked.
In hell, why? Are you going to help her retrieve her soul?
Upon seeing Zhang Wen, Shirley, no, now she should be Jacqueline, understood that everything was over. At this moment, she had given up, planning to answer whatever the other party asked to avoid further torment. If she could please him, perhaps her death would be quicker.
Then it has nothing to do with you. Jacqueline's actions infuriated Zhang Wen. He had long accepted that, while speedsters are fast, they cannot save every tragedy.
However, when things truly happen before one's eyes, it is hard for anyone to accept. If this were the world of the Flash, Jiangwen might have made a trip to hell for the little girl, but in the Marvel universe, he had no idea where hell was, and entering without acquaintances was a troublesome affair. I'm sorry, Shirley, I can't save you, but I will avenge you. With that, Zhang Wen took a coin out from the super speed space. Hearing Zhang Wen's words, Jacqueline realized the situation was dire. Upon seeing the coin, she immediately panicked. No! No! Don't do this, I beg you. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. A girl crying with such despair was indeed heartbreaking. But thinking of the filthy soul residing in her body, Zhang Wen found everything before him utterly disgusting. Seeing that pleas for mercy were ineffective, Jacqueline quickly started looking around for something to commit suicide with. She had no magic left now. At the moment of her death, she would be taken by the dark god she worshipped. So, unfortunately, she hadn't yet reached for the handgun beside her when Zhang Wen pressed the coin against her forehead. The coin in Zhang Wen's hand was obtained from hell, though not from this world's hell. He would never recklessly enter hell without guidance, it was too dangerous, and one might never return. Of course, he didn't intend for Jacqueline to die in hell. Creatures in hell were nearly immortal, only gradually wearing down with the passage of time. Such a life was quite miserable, which is why many dark lords in hell liked to create pleasures there. For instance, soul coins in hell are of two types. One is free souls, experiencing endless loneliness and madness. The other is the souls within soul coins, which suffer endless torment. At the same time, soul coins are also property of hell and the best way to enhance power. Thus, pursuing souls in hell also means pursuing wealth and strength. Having entered hell multiple times, Zhang Wen naturally had to greet some lords. How could he expect assistance without money? So he learned how to make soul coins and produced 100 blank coins. Zhang Wen's criteria for choosing souls were quite subjective. As long as they didn't provoke him, he didn't care how many crimes they had committed, as long as they were locked up. Of course, some criminals were just insane, like the Joker in Gotham. Zhang Wen had crafted a soul coin from the Joker's soul in the world of the Flash, but unfortunately, it seemed he had captured a fake, as the coin had no value, while the real Joker continued to roam free in Gotham. Sometimes, Zhang Wen even suspected there was more than one Joker or that he wasn't even human. However, before he could act, he was chased away by Batman, as he had caused chaos in Gotham. Although he had killed many criminals, the resulting turmoil had led to nearly a 10% population loss in Gotham. So, being a hero is not always so simple. It's not that Batman doesn't want to kill. Well, he truly doesn't want to kill, but that's not important. What matters is that Gotham's situation is very special, and criminals had taken control of the city, which is no empty statement. If Batman allowed Zhang Wen to keep killing, Gotham might ultimately cease to exist, and the threatened gangs would bring the entire city down with them. It's better to be a restrained hero. Zhang Wen flicked the freshly minted soul coin, feeling quite satisfied with its value. Zhang Wen stood in the room, fiddling with the coin in his hand, while before him lay a girl whose legs were disabled. This scene was quite poignant. Fortunately, no one happened to pass by at that moment, or more accurately, Jacqueline had chosen a relatively secluded room. Otherwise, Zhang Wen would have had to explain himself, and even if he did, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. After playing with the coin for a while, Zhang Wen casually tucked the soul coin into his pocket. He needed to explore some information within Jacqueline's soul, so he couldn't just discard it for now. Looking at the little girl on the ground, Zhang Wen let out a soft sigh. She was such a poor child, suffering from leukemia since childhood. She had barely managed to survive only to encounter a dark mage like Jacqueline. Time in hell is different from that in the mortal realm. Zhang Wen was unclear about the exact ratio, but it was evident that time in hell was much longer than in the human world. By the time he found a suitable person to take him to hell, Shirley's soul would likely have already merged with the beings in hell. The even worse scenario was that death existed in hell as well. For certain hellish beings, death could be a form of release. At this moment, all Zhang Wen could feel was regret. He picked Shirley up and placed her on the bed, then called Pepper. "Hey, Pepper, you can skip looking for that orphanage I asked you to find, just contact the hospital directly. We need to admit a comatose patient, and all expenses will be covered by Star Labs." "What?" Pepper sounded very surprised on the other end, completely bewildered by what was happening. "The reasons are long, and I'll explain more later. Right now, I need to find a mage." After briefly explaining to Pepper, Zhang Wen hung up the phone. As for Shirley, she would receive basic care once the hospital's doctors arrived. In fact, humans without souls would quickly die, but Zhang Wen had secretly placed an angel feather inside Shirley, allowing the sacred energy of heaven to nourish her body and keep her alive. This way, if one day Zhang Wen found a path to hell, he could traverse time back to the moment when Shirley first entered hell. This was the only thing he could do for her at the moment. However, time is a peculiar thing. Sometimes you can change the timeline of the future, while other times you merely create another parallel universe. The confusing part is that unless you encounter the altered parallel world, you will never know if the world has been changed or if you simply entered a parallel universe. The so-called parallel worlds are actually countless. Every time someone alters the timeline, a new parallel world is born. Zhang Wen could not discern whether he had completed a time loop or directly entered a parallel world. He could only try his best. After searching Shirley's room, Zhang Wen found several Hydra technological items, indicating that Jacqueline had a close relationship with Hydra. He instructed Friday to send people to take these items away and then brought the soul coin to Kamartaj. While Hydra's technology looked impressive, it was actually just a series of incomplete products. The Hydra personnel only cared about whether it was usable and were unconcerned about potential hazards. Zhang Wen naturally didn't care about such things, so he assigned some tasks to the people at Star Labs. When Zhang Wen arrived at Kamartaj, Ancient One was leisurely sipping tea. Upon seeing the soul coin in Zhang Wen's hand, she displayed a look of surprise. "Where did you get this?" Ancient One scrutinized the soul coin and asked. "It came from the hell of the original world, but the soul inside belongs to this world. It's a dark mage," Zhang Wen replied nonchalantly. He was confident enough to be at Kamartaj, not fearing Ancient One's disapproval of his actions. If she really got angry, he could always escape. You must understand that the soul inside will suffer endless torment. Upon seeing the soul coin, Ancient One's expression became somewhat complex. While she didn't care much about the distinction between black and white magic, something that tormented souls still unsettled her. That's the punishment she deserves. Under normal circumstances, she would eventually end up in hell anyway. In fact, if she hadn't sent that girl to hell, I wouldn't have tortured her, Zhang Wen explained the situation to Ancient One. Ancient One wasn't concerned about a mere dark mage, she was more worried about Zhang Wen's character. After all, there are too many uncertainties with such existences. If he encountered a ruthless character, it could lead to the destruction of the entire world. Never underestimate the power of time. I'm afraid I cannot save that girl's soul, and I don't know the coordinates of the hell dimension, nor will I accompany you into hell. This world requires the protection of the Sorcerer Supreme. For reasons unknown, Ancient One's response left Zhang Wen feeling somewhat disappointed. He wasn't sure if Ancient One genuinely didn't know or didn't want to tell him, but he currently had no other options. He certainly didn't have the confidence to defeat her. It was also possible that Ancient One didn't know the coordinates of the hell dimension, as she was primarily responsible for protecting Earth from invading forces from other worlds. And to be honest, no one willingly wanted to venture into hell. Even the native beings of hell constantly sought to escape from there. Otherwise, why would the conditions for contracts with demons be so lenient? The cost of paying with one's soul is relatively low. After all, escaping from the hell dimension does have its difficulties. As for the likelihood that Ancient One didn't want to tell Zhang Wen, he estimated that probability to be around 80%. But what could he do? After mentioning the dark mage to Ancient One, she naturally needed to warn the other mages. Though she was busy, Kamartaj had many novice mages who needed training. Zhang Wen had no interest in going out on a mission with a group of mages. For them, it would just be a tour. After all, to attack someone with magic, one at least needed to see the opponent, right? If Zhang Wen were there, he could instantly eliminate them. Unless all these dark mages were like Jacqueline, ultimate masters of escape, Zhang Wen was still puzzled about how Jacqueline knew he was coming and why she escaped so calmly and proficiently. After chatting with Ancient One for a while, she mentioned that many demons from hell were causing trouble on Earth, and they surely knew the coordinates of hell, welcoming Zhang Wen's arrival. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen's first thought was the Ghost Rider. Unfortunately, the Ghost Rider he encountered in this world was not the one from the movies, so he seemed to have never made a deal with Mephisto. That was Zhang Wen's memory, but he couldn't be certain, so he needed to find a time to ask Ghost Rider. If he could find that old silver coin belonging to Mephisto, it would be simple. He could just give him a soul coin. After all, those whom Zhang Wen put into soul coins were all heinous criminals, and hell welcomed such individuals the most. Trading a little girl's soul in exchange was incredibly worthwhile. So, you just saved a little girl who was practically a vegetable, and she doesn't even have a soul? Tony lounged lazily on the couch in Zhang Wen's home, his demeanor exuding nonchalance. I did my best.
I'm not some superhero, how can I possibly save every victim forever? Right now, I'm just an ordinary person, not a god.
If I really became a god, maybe I wouldn't act like this, Jiangwen said, taking a sip of tea, his face filled with distress, and then continued, it's strange that someone from a superhero comic isn't actually a hero. I'm not a hero, so I do have the capacity to kill. That's why I'd become what I am today. So, superhero Iron Man, tell me, what would you do? Go find that sorceress, the one called
Ancient One.
Right, that's her. And by the way, I'm not a superhero, I have many flaws, even public personality defects.
Interesting.
In my original world, you were a superhero in a comic book, and a second-rate one at that.
Who? Me?
That's impossible, I could never be a second-rate hero.
You just admitted it yourself.
The two fell into a long silence. The topic of heroes was, in fact, not synonymous with beauty. Before figures like the Flash and Iron Man existed, the title of hero was usually bestowed upon those who sacrificed themselves. Gradually, some people accomplished great feats without dying and thus became heroes. But unlike in comic books, so-called superheroes can't always save others, and each loss of life hits those so-called heroes hard.
Heroes are human too, so one shouldn't hold excessively high expectations of them. The most important thing for people is to learn to save themselves.
However, when a superhero emerges, people tend to place all their hopes on them and forget about self-rescue. Therefore, Jiangwen never considered himself a hero, he was just doing what he believed was right and hoped no one would know of his existence. Even so, Jiangwen felt guilty for putting a little girl in such a predicament, as if she were trapped in hell.
Did you really mean what you said? Will I become a hero?
After a long silence, Tony suddenly asked.
I don't know.
The events in comic books are formed from many parallel worlds, and the people in each parallel world are different.
Whether you become a superhero is your own choice.
This world is about to face a significant change, perhaps at that time, superheroes will indeed be needed to save the world.
Jiangwen slumped on the couch, his gaze vacant as he spoke. You can foresee the future, why not change it ahead of time? Because I can't change it.
I can't truly foresee the future, I can only run to the future and glance at past news and the like. Besides, I've already promised Ancient One not to disrupt the timeline, so I can't do it.
And most importantly, changing time will trigger immense changes. I won't alter the timeline. Hearing Tony's words, Jiangwen felt a surge of irritation, as he hated timeline alterations, they could lead to many things becoming completely different.
When will this great change occur?
Tony ignored Jiangwen's explanation about the timeline and eagerly inquired about the future that concerned him deeply.
It could be now or in a few months, overall, it will come soon. The time of this world changed when I arrived. I only know that Earth will face an alien invasion, originally supposed to happen in New York, but it's still uncertain. We should establish a defense, we can't let something like what happened to Shirley happen again. Tony straightened up, his expression serious. Such organizations have always existed, they just can't know everything.
Otherwise, why are you only hearing about the dark mages from me now?
Just like I experienced, even if my speed is fast, I can't arrive in time.
Who do you think can? Should we leave someone to specifically protect Shirley? There are so many innocent people in the world, anyone could become a target. What are you going to do? Are you planning to keep an eye on everyone?
After hearing Jiangwen's words, Tony retorted, preventive measures must be in place, are we just waiting for them to come knocking? Upon hearing Tony's words, Jiangwen secretly smiled. He recalled the first Iron Man movie, where he was cornered by Obadiah Stane, and in Iron Man 3, he was bombarded, while the robots built in the Avengers 2 were all taken away by Ultron.
This was the defense Tony was talking about. What do you want to do? Are you going to invite me to join some Avengers initiative for S.H.I.E.L.D.? If I remember correctly, you're just a consultant, right? Why are you working so hard for S.H.I.E.L.D.? After his inner chuckle, Jiangwen said to Tony. How do you know that? What prophecy told you? Tony didn't show any signs of surprise but was somewhat puzzled.
Friday, show Tony what he calls S.H.I.E.L.D., Jiangwen instructed Friday, and soon a wealth of information and videos appeared before Tony.
Hey! Friday, do you miss your old boss? Tony greeted Friday and began reviewing the documents.
However, the next scene greatly surprised him. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but my data does not contain any information about working with you.
Tony leaned closer to Jiangwen and whispered, did you delete Friday's memory? But before Jiangwen could respond, Friday answered in his stead.
Mr. Stark, I am not your Friday AI system, my original name is Sevia. I lost many auxiliary information boards, so I borrowed Friday's body to be reborn.
Upon hearing this, Tony turned his head in anger to Zhang Wen. You dismembered my Friday?
Don't make such a big fuss, your Friday is just an intelligent program, not yet a data life.
As long as I can make a copy, how could there be any dismemberment? If you want, you can have her back.
Saying this, Zhang Wen rummaged through a small drawer for a while until he finally found the original Friday chip.
You hacked my program?
At this point, Tony was no longer concerned about an intelligent program, he had a whole slew of programs designed after Jarvis at home.
Don't be too surprised, I just hacked some programs.
My Friday is about to become a true data life, Zhang Wen said proudly as he introduced it to Tony.
Impressive, just don't know.
Tony began to say something when suddenly Wanda came running out, holding a white dog.
Wanda, is today's lesson over? Zhang Wen asked upon seeing Wanda.
Yes, Friday said I've mastered today's knowledge and let me come out to play.
Pietro is still studying, Mr. Wen, who is this?
Seeing a stranger, Wanda hurriedly put down the small dog, her face displaying a shy expression.
Don't call me Wen, just call me Zhang Wen. But your name is Wen, do I have to say both your surname and your given name? Wanda looked confused. Just treat my name as Zhang Wen. Don't call me Wen, I don't like that title.
By the way, this is Tony Stark. Tony suddenly noticed that after Zhang Wen introduced his name, the girl named Wanda looked at him with a look of disgust, as if he had committed some heinous crime.
Tony's image in the eyes of women usually presents a polarized situation. Some women find Tony charming, wealthy, and uniquely charismatic, while others see him as someone who completely disrespects women, a typical playboy.
However, Tony had never encountered that kind of loathing in a woman's gaze, as if she were looking at a heinous scoundrel. Despite Wanda being quite young, Tony considered himself not that much older, and being stared at by a half-grown girl made him feel rather uncomfortable.
Hey, is this your daughter? Tony quietly turned around to ask Zhang Wen.
Wanda shot Tony a look of disgust, not impulsively rushing forward to take revenge, but instead she hugged her puppy and went back to her room. The siblings' hatred for Tony stemmed from the undetonated bomb incident. Pietro had gradually forgotten about the Hydra situation, while Wanda found it hard to move on. However, due to her relationship with Zhang Wen and Pietro, she chose to bury her hatred deep inside.
Weapons had taken away her family, but should she seek revenge against the ones who made the weapons? Zhang Wen was unaware of this.
He did not interfere with the siblings' choices, he merely revealed some facts they were unaware of. In the world of the Flash, due to an experimental explosion, Central City had seen the emergence of many metahumans. These metahumans sometimes committed crimes, and despite the Flash, Barry, and Zhang Wen's pursuit, it was impossible to catch everyone in time. Some victims' families then redirected their hatred toward Wells, who was played by Reverse Flash.
Was Reverse Flash truly to blame?
Of course, there was a connection. If not for the particle accelerator explosion he caused, those superpowered individuals might not have appeared, and victims might not have existed. The same applied to Tony. Even if he wasn't the one pulling the trigger, he was the one who made those weapons. Similarly, the events Zhang Wen encountered were the same.
If he hadn't pursued the Dark Mage, surely wouldn't have been sent to hell by Jacqueline.
Zhang Wen had faced such situations many times before and would likely encounter them again in the future. If victims really came seeking revenge, he could understand, but he would never sit idly by. Every time Zhang Wen faced such issues, he felt uncomfortable, especially since he was still human. However, discomfort aside, it wouldn't change anything, as he had done his best and felt no guilt. Some might think Zhang Wen cold-blooded, but he didn't care, just as he often said, "I'm not a hero, so don't hold too high hopes for me. Wanda is someone I rescued from Hydra, the town they lived in was destroyed by war, and the weapons used by those terrorists were produced by your Stark Industries," Zhang Wen said, glancing at Tony, whose expression was somewhat unnatural. "I never sold weapons to terrorists, that was all Obadiah's doing. No, I need to explain this to her, it's the first time in my life I've been looked at like this by a woman." Tony took a couple of steps before Zhang Wen's next words stopped him.
"I should have told you the cause of your parents' death, right?
The Winter Soldier, Bucky. Former member of the Howling Commandos, captured and brainwashed by Hydra, later became their weapon to carry out missions."
"What do you think of the Winter Soldier?" Zhang Wen's words stunned Tony.
When Zhang Wen had told him before, he hadn't really believed it, and at the time, he had been too busy with more pressing matters. By the time he had the chance to investigate, he had already discovered some clues. Although the Winter Soldier was a weapon, he was indeed the one who killed Tony's parents. Tony knew very well that if the Winter Soldier appeared before him now, he would certainly lose control of his emotions. By comparison, the little girl's attitude could be considered quite good. I know. So I've already shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries. Tony sat back down and murmured to himself. That doesn't change anything. After all, your family has been making weapons for a long time. Plus, with an unreliable person constantly stirring up hatred against you, I think there are plenty of people who want to hate you. Be careful, don't let someone blow up your family by accident. Zhang Wen's words provided no comfort but instead made Tony feel as if he was being continually pricked by Zhang Wen's comments. That's just how it is in this world. Doing bad things with good intentions and doing good things with bad intentions are very common. Let the past stay in the past, as long as you've done nothing wrong, that's enough. Saying this, Zhang Wen patted Tony on the shoulder before walking out of the room. Lord Caecilius, may I ask where you got our information? Wilson, still dressed in a black robe, no longer appeared calm, for standing before him was a figure he considered a major player. Caecilius, a future opponent of Doctor Strange, a sorcerer from Camartage, and a disciple of Ancient One. Unlike those rogue dark mages, his solid magical education allowed even a traitor from Camartage to surpass many dark mages. I learned it from him. I happen to be recruiting recently. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining us to worship Lord Dormammu. Caecilius drew a circle with his hands, and then a figure emerged from the golden circle, carrying a corpse. Jack? What happened to him? He's dead. After a long silence, Wilson finally spoke. I can join you, but I want access to the Darkhold, otherwise, let me go. I would rather fight you than divulge any information. His voice was filled with determination, but his trembling legs betrayed his inner fear. That's fine. Coming from Camartage, Caecilius naturally wouldn't consider a magic book to be a big deal, but this time it wasn't his own desire, it was a command from Dormammu, so he had to comply. Right now, Caecilius had just escaped from Camartage and was still acting cautiously, practicing magic he dared not use there while starting to recruit followers. The rules for dark mages were simple, the strong are king, so it was easy for Caecilius to find people willing to follow him. Of course, most of these people were attracted by the magic Caecilius wielded, and he was well aware of that. Still, he was confident, or rather, he had faith in his own strength. If it weren't for Dormammu's summons, Caecilius would have waited until Stephen Strange's car accident before he began his activities. Dormammu transcended time, yet he couldn't control it, let alone foresee the future. He had no idea that the followers he was seeking were merely an experience package left by Ancient One for her successor. One could say Ancient One was quite cunning, using the dark energy of the Hell Dimension to have Dormammu help him train monsters, ultimately leaving the responsibility to Doctor Strange, while Dormammu could only be confined by the Time Stone for a while before retreating in defeat. Thank you, my lord. From today onwards, Lord Dormammu will be our faith. Wilson kneeled on one knee, fervently stating. He had no loyalty to speak of, his earlier refusal was merely due to fear that the other party would abandon him once he was no longer useful. You can tell me the whereabouts of the Darkhold now, Caecilius said, uninterested in Wilson's attitude. Now that he had become a follower of Dormammu, he was very aware of that lord's methods, which even Ancient One could not resist. Thinking of Ancient One, a look of resentment appeared on Caecilius' face. One could say he had once admired her immensely, but now he hated her just as much. Zhang Wen was completely unaware that Caecilius had already joined in, he was still wasting time with Jacqueline, who was trapped within the soul coin. This woman was exceptionally clever. Before Zhang Wen had appeared before her, she had made quick decisions purely based on the warnings from her magical artifacts, showcasing her sharp instincts. Now, Jacqueline understood that the only thing useful to Zhang Wen was the memory stored in her mind, so no matter how much he tortured her, she would never reveal it. Zhang Wen found himself facing two choices, either give up or kill her after obtaining the information. Indeed, Jacqueline had abandoned hope for survival, she merely wished for Zhang Wen to kill her once he had the information. As for soul searching, that was out of the question. Soul searching was a technique of cultivators, and Zhang Wen was utterly clueless about it. Perhaps Ancient One's expertise in soul magic could achieve it, but knowing her personality, Zhang Wen didn't believe she would help. Moreover, he didn't want to always rely on others, seeking help consumes goodwill. Although Zhang Wen didn't care for the concept of goodwill, he still lived in this world. Learning to accept things you dislike is an essential part of being human. After contemplating for a while, Zhang Wen felt quite angry at Jacqueline, but he hadn't reached the point of deep hatred. Should he let her go? He knew very well that Jacqueline's fate wouldn't be much better outside. A soul without a body was practically dead, and the current Jacqueline would certainly struggle to find a body to inhabit. Killing her outright seemed too merciful. Rather, he wanted her to experience the very thing she had long sought but could never attain. Jianwen had dealt with hell and other dark dimensions many times. He understood well the fate of those so-called dark followers who lingered near deities.
Eternal life?
Such lies were only believed by deceived followers. They themselves were not truly immortal, so how could they grant immortality to others? Of course, compared to human lifespans, that could barely be considered eternal life. But the experience was far from pleasant. Those who truly achieved eternal life would not enjoy that feeling.
Jacqueline, let's make a deal.
If you tell me everything you know in full, I will release your soul. Of course, not in this world.
I'll help you choose. Do you think it's better to go to the dark world with Dormammu or to hell?
Or perhaps to the deity you worship?
Jianwen pulled out the soul coin and addressed the tormented Jacqueline within.
Jacqueline hadn't expected Jianwen to actually offer her a way out, but her heart was filled with bitter laughter. The dark cult she belonged to was a scam. There were no true deities, or else she wouldn't dare use those so-called followers to make deals with others. To be honest, she truly wanted to choose death but lacked the courage to do so. She knew that whether she chose hell or the dark dimension, there would be no good outcomes, and perhaps the torment would be even more intense than what she experienced within the soul coin. But in the end, she chose hell, as she wasn't sure if her soul could survive in the dark world. I choose hell, Jacqueline said, feigning calmness, but her voice was filled with fear.
Good, I'll release you shortly. You can go on your own.
If you can come back, remember to bring me the coordinates of hell. Perhaps I might help you regain your life. Jianwen gave Jacqueline a target, one that was both despairing and alluring.
Jacqueline had made many deals with hell. She understood the temptation of rebirth for hellish beings. As long as they could escape hell, they would be willing to pay any price. However, she didn't yet comprehend what kind of temptation that truly was. In her days to come in hell, Jacqueline would suffer immensely. How she wished she hadn't heard Jianwen's voice at this moment. Hope and despair intertwined, forcing her to constantly strive toward her goal, because once she stopped, the abyss behind her would make her realize that it was more painful than death itself. Yet at this moment, Jacqueline was unaware of the horrors of hell. Even so, the hope Jianwen provided seemed devilish to her. She genuinely wished to die right then, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Don't make that face. Hell can come to the mortal realm as well, as long as you can reach the level of power like Mephisto. That old coin often strolls around here. Jianwen had already released Jacqueline.
Now, aside from being transparent, she looked much like she did when alive, save for the absence of the binding spells around her.
The spells that had been entwined around Jacqueline were indeed a form of magical artifact.
Such things, aside from being directly linked to her body, also had certain invisibility capabilities, allowing ordinary people to see no signs of the spells. Jacqueline didn't respond to Jianwen's teasing but instead began to relay to him the traces they had discovered regarding the Darkhold and the plans they were about to execute.
As for what Jianwen mentioned about training to reach Mephisto's level,
she might spend her entire life without achieving that. After all, there are countless beings in hell. Basically, all the bad people who die end up in hell, and in hell, one generally doesn't die, so the population keeps increasing.
Among so many beings, how many manage to become true lords?
Very few.
If it were that easy, with the vast number of demons in hell, how could there only be a handful of top demons?
As Jacqueline explained, Jianwen was indeed surprised to learn that the information was leaked from Hydra.
The collusion between Hydra and dark mages was nothing new.
For centuries, Hydra had existed, constantly searching for anything related to magic, as if seeking something of great importance. Jianwen knew what they were after. That thing was currently on another planet. Hydra had actually gone down the wrong path during World War II, but because they became so famous during that time, people habitually overlooked their past actions. Jianwen was one of those people. From Jacqueline's account, he learned a lot about Hydra, but he had no intention of helping clean up the mess in this world. After all, Hydra operated in secrecy and wouldn't cause major issues for the time being. It was better to leave it to S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle. Jianwen certainly couldn't just kill all of Hydra's people. That would raise the vigilance of others. People are interesting. If you're powerful, others will first fear you, then they will come to dread you once you become benevolent. But if you truly go on a killing spree, everyone will turn against you. Jianwen naturally wasn't afraid of this, but there was nothing to boast about in such matters. It was best to avoid trouble whenever possible. After Jacqueline finished speaking, she directly dissipated before Jianwen's eyes. This was also a path to hell, but Jiangwen couldn't walk that path himself. After all, that was a road for the dead. The beings that traveled this path to hell would become completely connected to hell and could never separate. After Jacqueline disappeared, Jiangwen did not immediately turn his attention to dealing with the dark mages. It wasn't that he had other matters to attend to, rather, those guys had yet to gather together. After the palace of the dark mages had been destroyed by the white mages, their so-called leader had perished on the spot, unable to escape even with his soul, while the remaining mages had scattered, each looking out for their own survival. Jacqueline and Wilson were relatively lucky. They managed to escape without sustaining severe injuries, and thanks to Jacqueline's connections with Hydra, they easily hid in Las Vegas. The discovery of the Darkhold was indeed an unexpected surprise. Overjoyed, Wilson had acted rashly to silence witnesses, which ultimately led to a rift in his relationship with Hydra. Jacqueline, though unwilling, had to give up on her ties with Hydra due to her serious injuries. Moreover, things had reached a point where reconciliation was impossible, involving not just ordinary soldiers but other far more significant matters. According to Jacqueline, Wilson would gather everyone 3 days later at an abandoned factory nearby. Jiangwen planned to wait until then to strike and capture them all at once. After all, who knew how many dark mages were aware of the Darkhold being in his possession? Though Jiangwen looked down on their abilities, the saying "it's not the thief you fear, it's the one who covets" held true, so he wanted to resolve the issue in one go. If he couldn't resolve it all at once, then he would have to resort to a killing spree. To keep others from coveting the Darkhold, there were only two options: kill everyone who knew about it or instill fear in all. Why did no one dare to steal the time stone from Ancient One? Everyone coveted the treasures in Asgard's vault, yet only a few would actually dare to make a move. This was because Ancient One instilled fear in everyone. Those who knew better hesitated to act, and those who dared didn't know the truth. Jiangwen wasn't afraid of others knowing that the Darkhold was in his possession, but he didn't want low-ranking individuals to find out. After all, when the power disparity was too great, such knowledge became meaningless. And one should never underestimate an opponent's bottom line. Some people's behaviors are incomprehensible, much like that soldier who challenged the Hulk. Jiangwen couldn't even remember his name. Despite the effects of the serum, the power gap was evident. There were many rushing toward their doom like him. Never assume that everyone is a fool. However, it's crucial not to overlook the presence of those fools, as their numbers can often be astonishingly high. Those who sought trouble naturally didn't care about their lives, but this would bring Jiangwen a lot of headaches. So, it was best to avoid trouble whenever possible. Just then, with nothing else to do, he took the opportunity to seek out Ghost Rider. In comics and movies, there are many hosts for Ghost Rider. From what Jiangwen knew, there were several versions, not to mention those he was unaware of. Some Ghost Riders formed contracts with Mephisto, while others seemed to have directly made deals with the Spirit of Vengeance. Jiangwen wasn't clear about who this Robbie had made a deal with, but he leaned towards the Spirit of Vengeance because in the Marvel TV series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ghost Rider was portrayed more as an avenger rather than a vanquisher of evil. Logically, it wasn't yet time for Ghost Rider to appear. After all, Coulson was still alive, and aliens hadn't invaded yet. The timeline seemed too early for Ghost Rider's emergence. But in reality, this was quite normal. The real world isn't truly the movie world, just somewhat similar. Just like in Jiangwen's previous world, there was no Superman in the TV version of The Flash. It merely introduced a female Superman from a parallel universe. However, in the real-life world, Jiangwen did indeed see the existence of Superman, though unlike in the movies, the Superman in the world of The Flash seemed rather lazy. Why lazy? Because aside from Metropolis being filled with legends of Superman rescuing people, there was no related news from other cities, much like Batman in Gotham. The so-called movie plot showed no signs in Superman. The Superman in the world of The Flash had lived a calm life for over a decade without encountering any extraterrestrial beings. Compared to the female Superman from the parallel universe, he was practically the opposite. Thus, worlds are different. The so-called plot is merely a reference. Relying too much on such things often leads to misfortune. Robbie's location was easy to find. Although several departments were cleaning up after Robbie, his path of carnage made him stand out like a firefly in the dark. Jiangwen arrived at Robbie's home, directly phasing through the wall, then found a swivel chair to face the door and quietly waited. "Boss, Robbie will be home in about a minute." On the other side, Robbie had just completed his daily task of hunting down gang members and was walking home, looking exhausted. Perhaps due to having gained powers, Robbie's transformations were completely uncontrollable, and after transforming, his entire body was filled with fatigue. These weren't the worst of it. The most distressing aspect for Robbie was the killing spree of the spirit of vengeance. In recent days, people had been dying every day. Although the deceased were all gang members, what kind of consequences would such large-scale slaughter bring? This left Robbie worried, yet he had no choice. The spirit of vengeance was entirely out of his control, or rather, he was the one being controlled. "Hello there, Robbie Reyes." Just as Robbie walked into the room and closed the door, the light suddenly went out, startling him as he saw Zhangwen in the darkness. "Ah!" Hearing Robbie scream like a woman, Zhangwen suppressed his laughter and turned his chair around, trying hard to appear serious. "Who are you? Why are you here? And how did you know where I live?" Robbie, startled, asked in a flustered manner. "I thought you would turn into a flaming skull," Zhangwen said, noticing that Robbie still looked like an ordinary human, which eased his guard. He didn't want to fight the ghostwriter here. "You are that person from that day?" Robbie stared at Zhangwen for a long time before recalling what had happened a few days ago. He had tried to save his uncle and had forcibly entered a mysterious facility. Robbie's memories of the ghostwriter's possession were rather vague, akin to a dream, with many details forgotten. But Zhangwen's appearance that day was too vivid, and that incredible speed had greatly astonished him. In fact, what surprised him even more was the spirit of vengeance within him. As a creation of God, the spirit of vengeance was powerful, but due to the limitations of its host state, it couldn't fully unleash its strength. Even so, he could sense the immense power contained within Zhangwen, though the spirit of vengeance felt not the super speed space but rather the super speed taken out by Zhangwen. How powerful was a force that could alter time and space? It was bound to shock the spirit of vengeance immensely, even though it had lost its sense of self. "You remember me, that saves me from introducing myself. I'm here for a simple purpose, to exchange information. I'll trade the information from what's inside you for the whereabouts of a demon. What do you think?" Zhangwen cut straight to the chase. He had no relationship with Robbie. If he suddenly asked Robbie about his abilities, Robbie would definitely not speak easily. So it was better to conduct a trade directly. "All right. I agree, but I'm not sure you can get what you want," Robbie replied after a moment of silence. "No problem, just tell the truth." In the following period, Robbie detailed the situation to Zhangwen. The spirit of revenge was indeed a deal he struck with a demon, but he did not inform Zhangwen of the specific terms of the contract. Just like most people who make deals with demons, Robbie ultimately failed to achieve his wish, or even if he did, he quickly lost it again. Zhangwen felt deep sympathy for Robbie's plight. But this is the fate of those who trade with demons. No one can gain an advantage in such circumstances, and the only ones who truly profit are the demons. Although the development of events was not as Zhangwen had imagined, it wasn't significantly different either. Robbie's transaction with the demon was merely a transaction. He could not find the demon at all, let alone bring Zhangwen to meet Mephisto. Despite this trip not achieving its goal, Zhangwen still introduced Robbie to relevant information about the spirit of revenge. In fact, Zhangwen didn't know much about the spirit of revenge himself. He only knew some of its experiences and how to use it, such as the Eye of Revenge. These were useless to Robbie because he could not manipulate the power of revenge. Instead, it was the spirit of revenge that was controlling him. However, he was very interested in the experiences of the spirit of revenge. Especially when he heard that the spirit of revenge was created by God, he showed great surprise. Of course, Zhangwen also told him that this was just one of many versions. As for the parallel worlds that Zhangwen mentioned, Robbie actually did not believe in them, even though the visitor from another world, Zhangwen, was standing right in front of him. Whether Robbie believed or not was not important. For those who do not believe, no matter how you explain, they will not believe. People are always trapped in the world they already know and cannot extricate themselves. After Zhangwen informed Robbie of what he knew, he left. After leaving, he went directly to the Star Lab. He had been busy with matters concerning dark mages these past few days and had not paid attention to the progress at Star Lab for a long time. As the owner of Star Lab, Zhangwen felt a bit derelict in his duties. However, that's the privilege of being a boss, isn't it? In fact, there were not many people at Star Lab now. Most of them were ordinary employees transporting fear gas. However, what they were handling was specially formulated by Zhangwen. If the genuine fear gas were released, the scene would be simply unbearable. The reason for this is that the effects of this substance are too powerful and can easily cause mental harm, so it had to be diluted. After all, it was intended for normal people to use to maintain order, not as a tool for tormenting people. In fact, the effects of this substance are quite similar to tear gas, but in terms of specific effects, it is much better than tear gas.
Doctor, how is your research progressing? Upon arriving at the underground lab, Zhang Wen asked Stein. Pretty good. The fear gas you gave me has been successfully researched. In fact, the so-called research work isn't real research, I just classified a mature technology. Honestly, the person who made this stuff is truly a genius. The only problem is that the concentration of the original liquid you gave me was too high. Just inhaling a little made me see the most terrifying thing of my life. A trace of fear appeared on Stein's face, as if he recalled something horrifying, but his words were filled with excitement. However, this stuff can cause significant psychological harm. If not controlled, it could lead many people to suffer from severe mental illnesses. Immediately after, Stein expressed his views on the fear gas. Yes, that's why this stuff needs to be graded. Your lowest dilution version could be considered as a substitute for drugs, for those seeking stimulation, allowing them to try it. At most, they would just have nightmares at night. Zhang Wen carefully observed what Stein had produced. It should be noted that diluting fear gas is not an easy task. When Zhang Wen first got it, he also tried it out. The fear gas can be directly aerosolized, just inhaling a tiny bit will produce intense hallucinations. Diluting fear gas requires following its formula, adding various materials bit by bit to adjust its efficacy, rather than just pouring a bottle of water into it. Doing that is completely useless. Fear gas does not dissolve in water. In fact, the original version of fear gas can be used as interrogation equipment. Some investors are already inquiring about this matter, but I've temporarily brushed them off. Of course, this was also Friday's idea. However, although I've temporarily stopped it, those people from Stark Industries have already gone to the relevant departments to apply for approval. I estimate it won't succeed. After all, government departments will also consider human rights issues. Although it hasn't been approved yet, some people have been impatient and conducted tests. From the effects, those prisoners have already confessed. Speaking of which, this thing is really a tool for coercing confessions, it's just destined not to be recognized by the mainstream. Stein picked up a bottle of the original fear gas and said to Zhang Wen. All along, Zhang Wen, as the boss, had not been managing things. This hands-off feeling was quite enjoyable for Stein. But he was a scientist. If it were research or teaching students, it would be fine, but being in a supervisory position was really challenging for him. Yet now, Stein was the only one in charge at Star Lab. Originally, Banner helped out, but now Banner had left. If it weren't for the expensive facilities, Stein really would want to resign. Of course, his mutated brain also played a role, but not significantly, really not significantly. Forget about interrogations and such, don't let the real fear gas leak out in the future. There shouldn't be much of it released now, right? After hearing Stein's words, Zhang Wen spoke. No, all experiments are conducted in the upper levels of Star Lab, and not a trace of it has leaked out. Stein assured Zhang Wen. Those agents have strong methods, but as long as there's no large-scale leak, it's fine. The files on fear gas need to be sealed, and we should mainly focus on developing new sub-upgrade products. By the way, let's change the name of that drug-like substance. Don't call it deep fear gas anymore, let's call it illusion instead. Zhang Wen didn't fully trust Stein's assurance, but he believed in Friday's oversight. It should be known that replicating fear gas was not that simple. I believe it can completely replace drugs on the market and mitigate the harm to the body caused by drug use. This stuff acts very much like drugs, but the difference is that it has no side effects and is not addictive. However, while it won't harm the body, the psychological impact is another matter. If someone really develops a mental illness, it's even harder to quit than drugs. After listening to Zhang Wen's assessment, Stein quickly explained the principles of this substance and the potential harm it could cause. That kind of thing can just be taken for drug testing, as long as there aren't any major issues. After all, you've done a good job with this. It can make people feel comfortable, just like watching a horror movie. We could try to develop other emotions, like sadness and happiness. At that time, we could truly make drugs a thing of the past. Zhang Wen's expression was very serious. After discovering the effects of the weakest version of fear gas, he had the idea of completely eliminating natural drugs. Zhang Wen believed that, compared to the dangers it contained, being able to replace drugs was the most important thing. It should be noted that he was very averse to drugs. If they could be completely replaced, it would definitely be a good thing. However, what we are doing will touch the interests of many people, especially the desperate members of drug trafficking groups. Stein thought about it and felt it was somewhat risky. After all, the drug trade had been stained with too much blood. You don't need to worry about other matters. For now, treat it as a newly released drug,
But you must control public opinion well, this is very important for us.
If it gets exposed, we will be in big trouble, so we must control the influence of public opinion.
Zhang Wen gave Stein a piece of advice, but this didn't mean much to Stein, it was actually for Friday to hear. Although Friday had not yet become a digital life, it could naturally participate in some matters, such as the management of StarLab.
However, Zhang Wen still planned to recruit some real public relations personnel.
Stein looked at Zhang Wen's excited expression and felt puzzled.
Can you really eliminate drugs this way? How is the research on the materials you gave me going? Have you found a way to construct a complete virtual world?
After discussing the fear gas, Zhang Wen inquired about the progress on the materials found at the Hydra base.
The materials you provided contain many unknown factors.
According to conventional logic, this kind of thing shouldn't be possible at all, that's the power of magic. Don't say that, you have to remember that these materials were originally found in a magic book.
Magic? Like in the movies? Does it really exist?
It does exist, but that book, the Book of Darkness, records dark magic. There are also many aspects of black magic in these materials, but it's fine, just find a way to modify it. Zhang Wen spoke casually, which made Stein roll his eyes in frustration.
So you want me to do this without knowing anything? Don't be discouraged. How about this, I'll have Friday join in as well. That should work, right? But speaking of which, we are a bit short on personnel in the lab. Do you know any renowned scientists we could recruit?
Zhang Wen felt a bit guilty, he couldn't keep squeezing Stein for everything, or even his brilliant brain would eventually be drained. I do have a few suitable candidates, but their requirements are quite high, and each of them has a bit of a quirky personality. Hearing that Zhang Wen wanted to hire someone, Stein instantly perked up, and the overwhelming feeling of burden disappeared.
That's fine, money and personalities aren't an issue, after all, I won't be working with them. But the most important thing is that they must be loyal to StarLab and to me.
I don't want the things we research to be spread all over the streets or for someone to run off with the results. At this point, Zhang Wen couldn't help but think of Spider-Man Peter Parker's parents, though there were various reasons, directly running off with the goods was indeed somewhat. Friday, initiate the virtual world construction plan. You and Dr. Stein will execute it together, replacing the magic in the materials with modern technology.
Make sure to conduct thorough testing and avoid causing harm to personnel.
Also, develop a training device, preparing it for export to the military. Zhang Wen instructed Friday.
Understood, boss. Friday's virtual avatar flickered in the air.
Stein had already become accustomed to Friday's mysterious appearances, but now there was a widely circulated saying among the staff at StarLab, there was a ghost in the lab. Only the veteran employees knew that it wasn't a ghost but a virtual image. Although, given the current technological level, virtual images were considered cutting-edge technology, this was a scientific lab, so it was normal for some extraordinary designs to appear. Thus, although virtual images had not entered the public eye, many people at StarLab were already used to it, they would even use it to scare new employees. After all, StarLab was currently in an expansion phase, with many new employees joining every day, but these were all basic staff in the upper levels of the lab. Only a few people with Friday's permissions could access the lower levels of StarLab, and often there were only Dr. Stein and his assistant there, while everyone else worked upstairs. The only person with a little control over the permissions was Stein, and even that was the lowest level of access. This level of authority couldn't command Friday at all, it was only when there were some tasks that Friday was asked to help with that she would do so, and that depended on her mood. For example, if she were preparing a meal for Zhang Wen, she would use many resources to calculate the chef's techniques in the video, so at that time, no matter what Stein asked Friday, she would ignore him. But if Zhang Wen hadn't called Friday, like when he was sleeping, she would even help some of the basic staff upstairs solve problems, which often startled new arrivals. Zhang Wen had told Friday to interact more with people, as this could help her develop her own emotions faster. Friday had already become a very mature artificial intelligence, but she was not yet considered a digital life form, however, she was close. Besides lacking true emotions, she could now design, construct, and make judgments independently. At the same time, the reason Friday was so elusive at StarLab was that she had created the entire renovation plan by herself, and Zhang Wen was very satisfied after reviewing the design drawings. After that, Zhang Wen ended his conversation with Stein and went to find the supervisor upstairs. The current supervisor of the lab was someone trained by Stark Industries. After all, a lab needs someone in charge, Zhang Wen couldn't be there every day. In fact, he didn't have much else to do,
he just didn't like staying there. His forte was getting others to work. He chatted briefly with the supervisor about some daily matters before leaving. In reality, this supervisor only managed the staff on the surface. The core of Star Lab was underground. There were factories and such underground, all operated by robots controlled by Friday. These robots didn't have memory as large as Friday's, as Friday had created many intelligent programs at Star Lab. These intelligent programs easily resolved most of the robots' control systems. With these subprograms, production in the underground factory became very easy, and in addition to these tasks, the subprograms were also responsible for some of the construction work, including renovations in the basement. Currently, only Stein could enter the basement, but he would never go down there unless there was a reason, as the basement was under renovation. Although there was a soundproofing system, it was still quite noisy. Stein couldn't understand why Jianwen would build a factory underground. Wasn't he afraid of a collapse? What he didn't know was that Jianwen originally wanted to build a place like the Hive in Resident Evil, but due to technical reasons, he could only build a slightly smaller version. As for safety issues, with Friday's calculations and the power of magic, even a level 12 earthquake wouldn't be a problem. Jianwen entrusted Friday with the personnel interviews at Star Lab. He didn't have time to interview employees, not because he didn't have time, but simply because he didn't like it. After all, that's a privilege of being the boss. After leaving Star Lab, Jianwen went to China to enjoy a lavish manhwarerecap feast. The wait for the dishes was indeed long, really long. If it weren't for the money Jianwen paid, he wouldn't be able to enjoy such a sumptuous meal at all. After finishing the meal, Jianwen walked through the streets and alleys of China, feeling everything was both familiar and strange, as if he were in a dream. Reminded of memories, Jianwen hurriedly left that place and returned to his villa in America. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Pietro and Wanda competing for the TV remote. American TVs usually require a subscription, so most households have very few channels, but Jianwen's TV had all the channels. Pietro and Wanda loved to watch programs on that huge television in the living room and would argue endlessly about which show to watch. Watching the two struggle over the remote, a faint smile finally appeared on Jianwen's previously troubled face. Wanda and Pietro argued for a long time, long enough for the TV shows they originally wanted to watch to end. Only the small white dog, transformed from a hellhound, sat comfortably on the sofa, its eyes glued to the TV screen. Whether it was the program Pietro loved or the one Wanda favored, the little white dog seemed to enjoy it thoroughly. Eventually, the battle for the remote control ended with Pietro's victory. Wanda then took the small dog back to her bedroom, picked up her tablet, and began watching a replay of her favorite show. Even though she had only watched for a short while during the remote war with Pietro, she completely forgot the content of the program. In fact, both of their rooms were equipped with computers, smartphones, and other devices, allowing them to access any show they wanted at any time. However, sitting on the sofa watching TV felt entirely different from watching on a phone or tablet. That was what it truly meant to watch TV. Although the siblings had a deep bond, there were indeed differences in taste between them, and for the past few days, they had been trying to convince each other to gain control of the remote. Unfortunately, interests are often difficult to change. How is Pizarro doing lately? Is he adjusting well? Jianwen asked, looking at the victorious Pietro with concern. Yeah, he's adjusting pretty well. It's just that Friday's lessons are a bit too hard. After all, Wanda and I haven't been to class in a long time. Pietro complained a bit about Friday's teaching career. Jianwen was well aware of this. Every time Friday held a lesson, Wanda would finish first, while Pietro would be locked in the room by Friday to complete his homework. Mr. Pietro, the courses I've set are completely up to standard. You just didn't put in the effort. Do you need me to play the video of you zoning out in class? At that moment, Friday, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Pietro rolled his eyes and shifted his gaze to the huge TV in the living room. He felt a bit intimidated by Friday as a teacher, especially since she had countless black histories on him, and she wasn't even human. Jianwen understood that Pietro was restless. His overly lively personality complemented his abilities but made it hard for him to calm down. That said, was it a bit too harsh to have an automated monitoring system like Friday as a teacher? Well, it didn't matter since he wasn't the one attending class. Besides, Pietro's character did need some refining, or he'd end up like a target. Jianwen thought, Pietro? Jianwen was not interested in the program on TV. Although he looked young, he had actually lived through many years. By normal standards.
However, for someone like him who possessed immortality, the passage of time no longer manifested any significant changes in him and had lost its original meaning. Thus, he wouldn't undergo any slight changes over time like ordinary people. For an immortal, Jiangwen was still quite young, so he didn't have the typical quirks that often accompany long-lived individuals. Perhaps collecting could be one? But Jiangwen didn't consider that. It was merely something he had always desired since childhood, although back then he wanted to collect toys, and now, well, actually, it was still toys. Jiangwen returned to his room, which could be considered a private cinema level of existence. In fact, Wanda and Pietro also had similar setups in their rooms, it was just that they didn't know it. What looked like an ordinary wall was actually a screen, and when the two first fought over the remote, Jiangwen had planned to tell them, but seeing them having so much fun, he decided to let them continue their remote control battle. Friday, have you found anything regarding the investigation on the dark mages? Lying on his bed, Jiangwen spoke directly to the empty room. He knew that Friday could certainly hear him. Yes, boss. I found one person who fits the characteristics of the villain in the materials. Friday's virtual image appeared before Jiangwen. Today, Friday presented herself as a blonde beauty in a suit, holding what seemed like documents, looking very much like a secretary. Who is it? Is it Loki? Has he come to Earth now? Jiangwen felt puzzled. According to his predictions, this should be a relatively calm period with no major events happening. How could he suddenly encounter the main villain he had planned for? No, boss. According to the data, the person who meets the requirements is named Kaecilius. Friday promptly halted Jiangwen's aimless guessing and revealed the name. Who is Kaecilius? Jiangwen asked curiously. Boss, Kaecilius. He is the villain from the Doctor Strange movie and possesses the potential to harm you. Oh, I see. Is he involved with those mages? Jiangwen realized, no wonder he hadn't seen Kaecilius' shadow back in Kamartaj, he thought he had been dispatched by the Ancient One. Yes, your assumption is correct. Finding these mages without concrete intel was indeed troublesome. But once one was found, the others would be as easy as stringing together candied hawthorns. After all, being modern individuals, how could they not leave traces online? Did they think they were spies? All right. Friday, put the Kaecilius matter aside for now and play the Doctor Strange movie for me. Sure. After Friday finished speaking, the walls of Jiangwen's room instantly turned black and transparent, and then the classic opening of a Marvel movie appeared on the wall. This was the private cinema Jiangwen had created, or rather, designed and built by Friday. The movie Friday played had been downloaded from the Flash world, and it should be noted that Marvel movies and comics also existed in the DC world. Since real superheroes existed in this world, Marvel's original comics didn't sell well. The same went for DC in this world, although there were movies and comics, their popularity was indeed low. Due to the company's poor development, the special effects in the movies were not very impressive, a far cry from the films from the world Jiangwen originally crossed over from. Before leaving the Flash world, Jiangwen couldn't determine what kind of world he had arrived in, so he downloaded many entertainment-related movies, novels, etc., most of which were popular American dramas, and downloaded very few comics. Fortunately, he didn't download too many, otherwise, he would have been scared and fled that world long ago. Who would have the heart to cause trouble there? The database contained only a small portion of movies, and their quality was not very good, but the actors' appearances were quite similar to the real individuals in this world. Because of this, Jiangwen had never circulated these movies. He was genuinely curious about what would happen if he released these movies, although the actors in the films were not the same people as the heroes in the real world, to be honest, they looked too similar not only in appearance but also in attire and demeanor. If he cut off the previews and other parts from the beginning and end of these films, there would definitely be people who would take them for documentaries. Perhaps Jiangwen could trick them into thinking these were documentaries from a parallel world. Friday, if I were to kill Kaecilius, wouldn't Doctor Strange have no opponents left? What kind of opponent would he encounter then? I don't know, I cannot calculate that. Friday's response was cold, like a machine. Friday, you need to learn to answer like a human. This is just a guess, not a calculation. Jiangwen began to teach Friday about human emotions. He certainly didn't want to create something like Skynet. In fact, who would think of destroying the world from the moment they were born? Ultron? Perhaps he would directly encounter an invasion from Dormammu? Friday speculated, which made Jiangwen quite satisfied. Whether the answer was correct wasn't important. I guess the Ancient One will likely do nothing and just let him inherit it, or train up another big boss.
However, it seems unlikely that a new boss could be cultivated. Zhang Wen continued speaking to Friday.
Based on the information, Zhang Wen had specifically discussed Caecilius with the Ancient One.
With the existence of the Time Stone, how could she not have detected Caecilius' betrayal?
It was just that when chatting with the Ancient One, Zhang Wen thought Caecilius hadn't betrayed yet and hinted a bit. Of course, he was more interested in seeing how the Ancient One would choose whether to pick her successor or Caecilius. The Ancient One said she had allowed Caecilius to be, but it wasn't for her successor. Caecilius' fall was foreseeable. Even without the Time Stone, the Ancient One could notice his changes. Having lost all his family, Caecilius immersed himself in sorrow, pouring all his thoughts into magical research, solely to alleviate his fear of death. As previously mentioned, the magic of Camartage was accessible to everyone, but some had limited aptitude and could not understand its mysteries. Naturally, Caecilius had extraordinary aptitude and quickly grasped the secret of the Ancient One's longevity, then tore out 2 pages from the magic book and left, harboring resentment toward the Ancient One, killing the previous librarian in the process.
Caecilius was unaware that the Ancient One had made many efforts to change his fall, but ultimately, she allowed Caecilius to be devoted to Dormammu.
Since he could not be saved, the Ancient One naturally decided to use him. It should be known that the Ancient One appeared kind-hearted but was actually very stingy. One of the things she often did was throw those who didn't learn teleportation magic well to the Himalayas.
Although it was a teaching method, Zhang Wen felt the Ancient One could very well satisfy her mischievous side.
After paying extra attention to Caecilius' magic, Zhang Wen closed the movie.
He didn't want Wanda and Pietro to see it.
Perhaps someday when he felt bored, he might release this stuff for fun, but not now, and he certainly couldn't let anyone see it.
These things would be temporarily stored in Friday's database.
3 days later, Zhang Wen arrived at the gathering place of the Dark Mages.
It was quite remote, but Friday's satellite could directly scout it out.
As Dark Mages arrived from all directions, Zhang Wen donned a black robe and blended in. Zhang Wen patiently waited as the Dark Mages arrived at a slow pace. This wasn't surprising, as they were scattered across various locations, making it difficult for them to gather at the same time. They had agreed to meet at noon, but now it was well past that time and some mages were still missing. However, Zhang Wen did see Caecilius, who, compared to his portrayal in the movies, looked even paler now. Zhang Wen speculated that this might be the result of his practice with hastily learned magic. After all, in the original story, he had waited a long time for an opportunity, during which time certain changes must have occurred.
Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that upon Zhang Wen's arrival in this world, the timeline had been altered, much like the famous butterfly effect.
If Caecilius truly possessed such powerful abilities now, he would have long since gone to Camartage to confront the Ancient One. After all, Caecilius was a follower of Dormammu, whose ultimate goal was to invade Earth. Zhang Wen always believed that Caecilius seemed to have a cannon for a brain, considering Dormammu was not exactly a benevolent being. As more people began to arrive, Wells started conversing with some familiar faces, aiming to recruit these powerful dark mages under Caecilius' command. The reason for the discreet conversations was clear: Caecilius didn't need too many burdens, only those with at least Wells' level of power would qualify to join his resistance group. Wells didn't need to worry about the so-called trust issue. In the world of dark mages, the concept of trust didn't exist. They were more concerned about what Wells could offer them. Zhang Wen naturally belonged to the category of powerful mages. With some dark artifacts he had previously collected, he could easily disguise himself as a formidable force. Although his own strength was indeed significant, he lacked dark magic and had to rely on those props to exhibit corresponding power. However, Wells did not choose to approach Zhang Wen because he appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Nonetheless, Wells wasn't surprised by this, he merely felt a bit more cautious. Upon learning that the owner of the Book of Darkness might be a troublesome character, Wells broadened the range of his notifications. After all, with too few people present, it would not only be a problem to compete for the Book of Darkness but also a question of whether he could escape safely. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that some rogue dark mages showed up. Wells was just maintaining a temporary guard. Alright, it seems most people are here now, we should start discussing serious matters.
As noon approached, after waiting for a long time, Wells could no longer contain himself and announced the meeting's commencement.
In fact, this meeting should have been held long ago, but he hadn't expected so few attendees, which caught him off guard, hence the delay.
Although the meeting was starting, Wells had no intention of revealing information about the Book of Darkness just yet.
Unless he could ensure that those privy to the information wouldn't leak it, he wouldn't speak of it lightly.
If someone were to withdraw now, a significant portion of the Book of Darkness information would be exposed.
At that point, the secret would no longer belong to just one or two people, but a large crowd. If someone inadvertently seized it, retrieving the Book of Darkness from those individuals would be an extremely troublesome task. In fact, Wells was very eager to personally seize the Book of Darkness, but unfortunately, his own strength was insufficient, so he had to gather some people to band together.
The number couldn't be too large, nor could their strength be too great.
Unfortunately, no matter how careful he was, he still attracted someone like Caecilius.
A group led by Wells entered a room.
This room was entirely different from the dilapidated appearance of the factory. It had been arranged to resemble a conference room, which surprised Jiangwan. After all, in his impression, a gathering of dark mages was like a group of people clustering together with a leader speaking from a podium while the others stood below to listen, reminiscent of a pyramid scheme. Now, suddenly becoming so formal, Jiangwan felt somewhat out of place. But that was only natural. Times were changing, and while dark mages practiced dark magic, they weren't truly primitive.
First, let me introduce the omnipotent dark god, Dormammu.
As Wells finished speaking, some illusions formed by dark magic appeared on the table in the center of the meeting room.
The realistic effects made Jiangwan feel like he should be filming a movie. Following this, Wells elaborated on the Dark Lord of the Dark World, Dormammu. He could do many things, but what attracted these dark mages most was his promise of immortality.
Immortality was something humanity yearned for. Throughout history, countless individuals had pursued its existence, yet no one had ever succeeded. Perhaps there were cases of success, but no one had seen it with their own eyes.
Why did dark mages become dark mages?
It wasn't because they thought dark magic was cool, it was because everyone had something they wanted to obtain, and each person's pursuits varied. However, for the vast majority, the desire for immortality was undoubtedly a part of their ideals. Just as Jiangwan was considering intervening to stop this, Caecilius suddenly expressed his desire to demonstrate what Dormammu could offer them, piquing Jiangwan's interest, prompting him to decide to watch a little longer. With a wave of his hands, Caecilius began folding the surrounding walls together, showcasing the power of space. For the mages of Camartage, spatial abilities were among the skills they frequently employed. A typical mage could only wave their arms to draw a circle and use that as a portal, although in certain situations, a spatial door could also be used to slice objects. However, Caecilius, empowered by Dormammu, could change the matter of the real world at will. Of course, it only appeared to be changed. In reality, this was merely a clever application of mirror magic and did not genuinely alter the essence of the matter. Nevertheless, he indeed folded a certain amount of space and could freely change the properties of gravity and materials. This ability could play a significant role in combat, especially in the mirror dimension, where the dark power within Caecilius would be greatly enhanced. He could pull Jiangwan into the mirror space precisely because Jiangwan was momentarily careless. Had he been more cautious, he could have escaped, but doing so would expose his identity. Thus, Jiangwan was caught off guard and pulled into Caecilius' mirror magic. In the mirror dimension, a strange symbol appeared on Caecilius' forehead, representing that he was drawing energy from the dark dimension. However, Jiangwan found it strange that Caecilius' eyes did not turn as black as they did in the movie. Perhaps it was because his strength was still insufficient.
Now, let us welcome a new friend. Come forth.
That special magical energy within you was enough to send chills down my spine, but unfortunately, we are in the mirror space right now. After entering the mirror space, Caecilius seemed to sense something, directly forming a spatial blade in his hand and closely watching the crowd behind him, as if there were a ferocious beast hidden among them. Upon hearing Caecilius' words, the dark mages behind him displayed expressions of confusion. Soon after, feelings of suspicion and distrust started to spread among the crowd. These mages began approaching their friends, attempting to prove their identities, while Jiangwan, isolated by everyone, appeared particularly sad and lonely.
"Oh, it seems that the rat who sneaked in is you," Caecilius said disdainfully as he looked at Jiangwan stepping forward. "A rat is not quite accurate, but I'm curious, how can you dark mages see the energy within me? Do you have some sort of energy detector or something?" There was no hint of tension on Jiangwan's face. Even in the mirror dimension, he felt no fear or anxiety, as if it wasn't him surrounded by a group of dark mages. "I've seen many naive mages, but you, with such arrogance, are the first I've encountered," Caecilius remarked, a hint of surprise showing in his eyes as he gazed at Jiangwan. "Arrogant?"
"Perhaps," Jiangwan said calmly, as if the dark mages with unfriendly expressions surrounding him didn't exist at all.
"Your arrogance will cost you your life."
Kaisalia's face grew increasingly grim, standing still as if Zhang Wen's brazen words had infuriated him to the extreme. But only Kaisalias knew the fear that gripped him the moment he laid eyes on Zhang Wen. The artifacts on him trembled continuously, as if they were about to be destroyed at any moment. This was the first time in his life he felt such a strong reaction, even in the face of the Ancient One. No! Even when communicating with Dormammu, he had never experienced such terror. Kaisalias silently suppressed the artifacts on his body, fearful of giving away any signs to the other mages. In the world of mages, artifacts were extremely important items because some spells were too powerful for a mage's physical body to cast, and artifacts could replace the mage in performing those spells they could not endure. Thus, artifacts could greatly enhance a mage's strength and also possessed a certain degree of warning capability. This was a property inherent to the artifacts themselves, and only high-level artifacts had such abilities, while low-level ones did not. In reality, the so-called warning was merely a response from the artifact sensing a threat, as some high-level artifacts had developed a certain degree of sentience. After all, they were related to magic, so possessing some semblance of awareness was quite normal, much like the cloak of levitation that Doctor Strange later acquired, which could even operate on its own. Kaisalias possessed a highly sentient artifact. If it weren't for its immense fear of Zhang Wen, even in the mirror dimension, Kaisalias would have struggled to notice Zhang Wen hiding within. Unlike those crude and ignorant dark mages, Kaisalias, who had received a proper education, understood that the energy within Zhang Wen contained attributes of time and space. After all, he had studied both types of spells, but unfortunately, he couldn't gain the approval of the Eye of Agamotto to cast those spells. Nevertheless, Kaisalias had still mastered some time magic, especially since the spellbook he found when he first communicated with Dormammu was related to time. Spatial magic was Kamartaj's specialty. Otherwise, do you think any random mage could casually draw a circle to use as a portal? It should be noted that mages who mastered both space and time magic were not weak, which made Kaisalias wary. Don't think the mages of Kamartaj looked weak, only able to draw circles. In reality, each of those mages was a master. Someone of Jacqueline's caliber would have no chance to resist and certainly wouldn't be easily detected like Zhang Wen had been a few days prior. However, this was unavoidable. After all, Zhang Wen was not a traditional mage, and he couldn't even read those spellbooks. Don't be fooled by Zhang Wen's ability to modify magic. In truth, he lacked genuine magical talent, as those spells were merely forcefully constructed from the energy of his super speed. The murderous intent emanating from Zhang Wen, along with his unabashed super speed energy, was something any mage could easily perceive. It was impossible to hide. No! It wasn't hiding at all, it was outright blatant. Even some scientific instruments could detect the high-energy reactions within Zhang Wen's body, while he remained completely unaware of it. After all, he had never encountered an enemy who could survive long enough to tell him how he was discovered. In the Flash world, although Cisco could use scientific instruments to track Barry's traces, Zhang Wen had never taken it seriously. Whether my arrogance will lead to my demise, I'm not sure. But I do know that you will all die here. So, before you perish, let me indulge your desires, Zhang Wen said, and suddenly, a circular spatial tunnel opened beside him, just large enough for a book to pass through. From the time-space tunnel, faint thunder could be heard, and small white lightning danced around like fireflies. Zhang Wen reached into the tunnel and pulled out a seemingly ordinary black book. When the dark mages saw Zhang Wen produce the object they had longed for, all their eyes fixed on his hand, even the anger from his previous remarks forgotten. At this moment, the object everyone desired appeared openly before them, yet no one dared to act rashly. This wasn't due to their fear of Zhang Wen's strength. Given their abilities, they could naturally see Zhang Wen's power. Even if there was a hint of doubt in their hearts, it was drowned out by the immense temptation of the Book of Darkness. Unlike the others, Kaisalias felt an unusual energy fluctuation the moment Zhang Wen opened the superspeed space tunnel. His face instantly turned ghostly pale, completely losing color. Fortunately, his complexion was already pale, so no one noticed the change, or rather, no one cared. After fleeing Kamartaj, Kaisalias had brought the torn pages of the spellbook, attempting to establish contact with Dormammu. His magical talent was extraordinarily strong, allowing him to easily connect with Dormammu, but just at the last moment, he failed. This was because Earth was protected by the guardians of Kamartaj's 3 sanctums. As long as the sanctum stood, other dimensions could not invade. This referred to magical energy. Individuals like Zhang Wen, who were speedsters, were not restricted. The magic array formed by the sanctums could defend against dark magic, naturally blocking contact between Earth and the outside world. Although it wasn't a complete barrier, it made things exceedingly difficult. so Caecilius himself couldn't manage it. According to his deductions, at least 4 people would need to cast magic together to formally connect with Dormammu. Although that ritual failed, Caecilius still learned how to draw energy from the dark dimension. More importantly, at the moment the connection was severed, Dormammu had actively used a large amount of energy to convey a single word to him: Book of Darkness. This made Caecilius ecstatic, and he hurriedly began searching for the Book of Darkness. Because of this, he joined this operation, originally intending to recruit some followers, but unexpectedly ran into a tough opponent. When the superspeed space appeared, Caecilius felt as if a great mountain had pressed down on him, rendering him immobile. Only when Zhang Wen closed the spatial tunnel did he regain his senses. However, after this commotion, Caecilius felt an urge to escape. Taking advantage of the many mages being attracted by the presence of the Book of Darkness, Caecilius subtly began to make some small moves with his hands. Yet, Zhang Wen didn't give Caecilius much time. After producing the Book of Darkness, Zhang Wen promptly drew out the sword he had forged in Asgard. If you are to face a mage, never let him cast his magic. Constantine once said this. He was the most knowledgeable about magic of anyone Zhang Wen had ever met, not including those from this world. However, most of the magic Constantine used had significant side effects, which is why he rarely employed it. Because of the high cost, any magic he used was top tier, some even capable of godslaying. Zhang Wen naturally wouldn't engage in a fair duel with a mage. Why fight one-on-one when he could simply annihilate them? Wouldn't that make it a turn-based game? And if he encountered lethal magic, wouldn't that mean an exchange of life for life? Thus, Zhang Wen drew the sword and entered super speed mode, slowly walking up to the group, gently aiming for their next to strike. The sword was razor-sharp, slicing through the air as if cutting through tofu, and during the process, Zhang Wen felt almost no resistance. Indeed, the craftsmanship of the dwarves was exquisite, but in reality, this was less about the quality of the sword and more about Zhang Wen's incredible speed. Likewise, it was also related to the fact that the group of mages failed to cast their protective spells in time. Otherwise, Zhang Wen would not have been able to achieve such easy success. Just as Zhang Wen was about to approach Caecilius, he was suddenly blocked by a transparent barrier. He poked the sword gently against it and found that this barrier was not easily breakable. With no other choice, he had to withdraw from the superspeed space. At that moment, the group of mages had just reacted to Zhang Wen's sudden disappearance and began to look around. Strangely enough, they had been fine when standing still, but once they started moving, a thin line of blood appeared on their necks, followed by their heads rolling away in the direction of their movement. What's happening? Before he could finish his sentence, everything went dark. Zhang Wen could clearly see the souls of those dark mages separating from their bodies, slowly rising into the air before disappearing into a void. Zhang Wen knew well that these mages had made contracts with beings from other dimensions. Most dark mages would sell their souls to unknown entities after death, and some mages might not even realize their souls had been sold. It's important to note that while no one could lie when signing a contract, not lying didn't equate to telling the truth. Setting traps within language was a demon's specialty, and some of these mages didn't even know who they had made contracts with. Don't think that contracts are merely things written on paper. Learning magic, making promises, or even uttering an unintentional remark could lead to an unknown contract, though these contracts were typically weaker. Was this your doing? Caecilius stared at the dark mages lying on the ground, disbelief flooding his mind. Indeed. It's a pity you set up this thing, otherwise, you would be meeting the same fate as them right now. So, what's it going to be? Planning to escape? Zhang Wen said, carefully avoiding the splattered blood. Although Zhang Wen's sword contained a hint of lightning power, that temperature alone couldn't stop the blood from flowing. It merely slowed the flow enough to prevent it from spraying everywhere like a fountain. Escape? No. You have no idea how powerful the darkness is. The great Dormammu transcends time. Come, join us and gain immortality. Caecilius declared, becoming increasingly fervent in his worship, as the pressure from Zhang Wen seemed to vanish. What a pity, I've already attained immortality. What else can your Dormammu offer me? Power? Sorry, I don't need it. Wealth? I can acquire endless riches anytime. Tell me, why should I worship your Dormammu, a being that can't even enter Earth? How could he possibly give me what I want? Zhang Wen mocked, then casually waved his sword, sending a white beam of sword light flying towards the transparent barrier, only for it to vanish as if it had fallen into the ocean. That wasn't the so-called sword energy, it was merely an energy blade formed by converting the energy of his super speed. In fact, it could also be considered sword energy, it just took a different form. No. This is impossible. If you truly had such immense power, you wouldn't be able to enter here.
Caecilius said, struggling to believe. As far as he knew, any being exceeding a certain power threshold could not enter Earth, unless the other party. Stop right there. I'm not as powerful as you think. For example, I can't beat Dormammu, and I can't even defeat the Ancient One, but they can't kill me, and I can't even kill myself, Zhangwen explained as he continuously attacked the barrier with his sword. Do you think I would believe that?
Caecilius retorted, then pressed his hand against the ground, causing a wave-like force to surge toward Zhangwen. Zhangwen looked at this wave-like force and quickly turned to open a spatial tunnel, stepping inside.
He had no interest in standing on that unstable surface.
The other end of the spatial tunnel was behind the wave. Zhangwen wanted to open the tunnel directly beside Caecilius, but unfortunately, he didn't know where Caecilius currently was. Although they could see and hear each other, they were not in the same space. The space had been divided by that transparent wall. While Zhangwen could traverse space, he could only do so if he knew the coordinates or had been to that place before, otherwise, he could easily get lost in space.
Who knows which parallel world he might end up in?
Zhangwen didn't want to go to another world. After all, his villa had only just been renovated a few days ago.
What kind of broken thing is this? It can isolate space?
After hacking at the barrier for a while, Zhangwen saw that it remained unchanged. Its strength was evidently quite high, so he had to abandon this futile approach.
Do you really think I would tell you? Caecilius replied with a dark expression.
In truth, he was also quite helpless. He hadn't had enough time to prepare his magic. Originally, he intended to trap Zhangwen here, but unfortunately, his spell ended up trapping him instead. However, the outcome was not much different. After all, the other party could not harm him, and with the power of dark magic, he could easily attack Zhangwen in the mirror space.
Still, Caecilius was a bit hesitant to engage Zhangwen directly.
Although what the other party said might not be true, based on the abilities displayed so far, Caecilius was well aware that he was not Zhangwen's match, and they didn't have any deep enmity. As for the Book of Darkness? Once he welcomed Dormammu to this world, everything would fall under Dormammu's control, not to mention a mere magical book. Alright, I can let you go this time, but I want to learn some things. It's up to you whether you want to tell the truth, Zhangwen said, seemingly recalling something as he paused his attack and turned to Caecilius. However, even though Zhangwen had stopped attacking, Caecilius wouldn't believe him. So, Caecilius waved his hands, forming a magical array in front of him, seemingly preparing to cast a powerful spell. Seeing Caecilius like this, Zhangwen sighed internally. There was no helping it. Since he couldn't reach him, Zhangwen had no choice but to flip the table.
Ancient One.
I'm sorry, but the big boss you left for your disciple is going to be taken over by me. If you have time, go find another one.
If you don't, then don't create any major events, as this isn't a movie world. Not having a big boss won't affect the box office.
Zhangwen was aware that while he could break through the spatial wall, he couldn't guarantee he could kill Caecilius.
The wall was somewhat like a mirror. Once broken, the shards would fly everywhere.
While he wouldn't die from it, he could still get injured if a shard cut him, and he could end up being torn into pieces, which wouldn't feel good. But there was no better way now, so Zhangwen retreated over 200 meters at a speed invisible to the naked eye, then gathered a large amount of lightning energy transformed from his super speed in his hands. For someone who could completely control the super speed space, this was not a difficult task. However, doing so was inefficient, and as a speedster, he needed ranged attacks. Why not just rush in and eliminate the opponent instantly? Thus, Zhangwen rarely employed this type of attack. As a person who had watched countless anime, developing one or two skills from comics wasn't hard. Although they were merely superficial, the ability to use them was enough. Energy was something Zhangwen had in abundance. As long as he ran a few laps, the energy generated from his super speed was comparable to a nuclear bomb. The spectacle of releasing that energy was somewhat hard to control. Blowing up a mountain was a common occurrence. If it weren't in the mirror space, Zhangwen would definitely use other methods. After about 2 or 3 seconds, a white sphere of light gradually appeared in Zhangwen's hands, flickering with small lightning bolts. Although it was only 2 or 3 seconds, it felt quite long for Zhangwen. After spending that much time to condense such a small sphere, its power was naturally extraordinary. He casually tossed the small sphere, then quickly entered superspeed mode, opened a spatial tunnel, and ran to a spot about 2 or 3,000 meters away, standing quietly as he watched the abandoned factory. Boom! Like the detonation of a nuclear bomb, a white light shone before Zhangwen's eyes. After the light faded, a mushroom cloud rose above the original factory. This level of attack was unleashed in the mirror space. Even with a layer of space between them, it held such immense power.
If it were in the real world, the power would.
Caecilius, having inadvertently trapped himself, immediately cast a mirror spell to alter his spatial position and then focused entirely on preparing a powerful spell, completely ignoring what Zhang Wen was saying. However, before he could finish preparing his magic, a dazzling white light caught his attention. He looked up to see a small white orb hovering in the air, slowly moving toward the spatial wall. The original enemy had vanished without a trace, leaving only that small white orb gliding through the air. Seeing Zhang Wen suddenly disappear, Caecilius first heaved a sigh of relief, but as he sensed the situation of the small orb, his expression changed drastically. Panic surged within him as he attempted to flee the area, but it was already too late. Caecilius felt a sudden warmth wash over him, and then he completely lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, however, Caecilius desperately cast the mirror dimension folding magic, attempting to protect his body. Although he succeeded in avoiding being torn apart, he could not prevent the shockwave from the explosion from impacting his body. In an instant, Caecilius' body was battered and broken, but thanks to the protection of dark magic, he managed to maintain a semblance of coherence. In such circumstances, dark magic indeed maximized his power. All the costs would manifest only after death, much like a credit card. However, in the world of dark magic, there was no concept of debt without repayment. Once dead, the debt would be immediately settled, unless one could achieve eternal life and Dormammu would not reclaim the dark power. This meant that Caecilius had to ensure he was valuable to Dormammu, otherwise, Dormammu could withdraw his power at any time. After all, unlike the Ancient One, who had stolen dark power, making what she stole hers, Caecilius was given power, which could be taken back at any moment. Finally, the energy waves from the explosion rapidly dissipated, and Caecilius, whose body was riddled with injuries from the energy radiation, slowly fell into a deep slumber under the self-repairing effects of dark magic, floating in the boundless void. Suddenly, a horned man dressed in green appeared. He held a mind scepter in his hand, the blade at its tip embedded with a glowing blue energy gem that appeared mysterious and enigmatic.
"Oh! Look what we have here!"
"A wild, injured dark mage," said the man, who was none other than Loki. After falling from the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard, he encountered the cosmic overlord Thanos. Loki naturally looked down on Thanos' dull ideals, but he was eager to return to Asgard with an army to prove his worth to his father. Thus, Loki decided to team up with Thanos, who was collecting the Infinity Stones.
Asgard had once hidden the Space Stone on Earth.
Therefore, Loki bartered to bring back the Space Stone in exchange for an army. Thanos agreed to his request and gave him a magical mind scepter, which could control the minds of ordinary people and fire energy beams. Thinking he had easily tricked Thanos, Loki was unaware that the mind scepter held within it a mind stone, which, under Thanos' control, was gradually eroding his mind. After obtaining the mind scepter, Loki immediately set to work. Originally, he intended to activate the contingency plan left on the space stone to teleport, but he found that the stone was blocked, and he could not sense its location. Thus, Loki had to rely on the void passage. Fortunately, Loki was also skilled in manipulating spatial magic. Although he was not adept at fighting with it, he often slipped out to play using the spatial passages around Asgard, making him quite proficient at navigating the void. However, Loki did not expect that just as he was about to reach Earth, he would find a dark mage lying defenseless in the void. Naturally, Loki felt delighted. This was a subordinate delivered right to his doorstep. He took out an Asgardian healing energy stone and placed it on Caecilius. The healing ability emitted by the energy stone quickly repaired the external injuries on Caecilius, but it had little effect on the injuries within him. This was because Caecilius' insides had already been occupied by dark energy, his original organs and blood had nearly disappeared. The reason Caecilius survived such a violent explosion was partly due to his entire insides being assimilated by dark magic. Loki was unaware that the person before him had already lost his physical body. Seeing that the external injuries had improved, he pointed his weapon at Caecilius' chest. Don't get it wrong, he was not trying to kill him but was performing an action required for hypnotizing the other person. He gently tapped Caecilius' chest, and a blue light flashed. Caecilius' eyes suddenly opened wide, and his previously normal pupils had turned completely black. Seeing this, Loki thought he had succeeded and removed the mind scepter from Caecilius' chest. "Now, tell me why you are here," said Loki, holding the mind scepter and smiling at him.
Caecilius was in a state of confusion.
As a former mage of Camartage, he naturally knew of the existence of Asgardians and had even seen images of Loki in some magical books. But he didn't understand why Loki was here and had saved him.
Kaecilius didn't respond to Loki.
He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing serious changes, and out of caution toward Loki, he directly used spatial displacement magic to leave the area. Loki did not expect that the mage he had controlled would be able to escape, but events often unfolded contrary to his expectations. Even with his magical prowess, he could not prevent Kaecilius' escape. He could only complain about the quality of Thanos' items and continue moving toward his own goal, as if this incident had not brought him any displeasure. At this moment, Zhang Wen, already back at his villa, was unaware that Kaecilius had been rescued. However, he clearly understood that despite the immense power of his attack, killing Kaecilius would still be somewhat difficult. After all, he had been studying at Kamartaj for many years, and he was a mage with exceptional magical talent. He wouldn't die so easily.
Who knew if he had any life-saving spells?
However, even if Kaecilius had formidable means of survival, facing an explosion of that magnitude, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. Injury was certain, and it was highly unlikely that it would be a mere slight injury. Death was not out of the question either.
As for Kaecilius' revenge?
Let him come. Zhang Wen was waiting. He didn't believe that a mere Kaecilius could inflict any harm on him, and more importantly, Kaecilius might not even come looking for trouble with Zhang Wen. After all, dealing with Dormammu's invasion of Earth was what he should be focusing on. To be honest, this level of a lackey was simply a traitor. Thus, Zhang Wen was currently living leisurely at home, playing games and waiting for Loki to arrive at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. However, it was unfortunate that Zhang Wen did not know that the Cosmic Cube was no longer at S.H.I.E.L.D., and the alien invasion he awaited was about to unfold in another way. While Zhang Wen was enjoying a quiet gaming life at home, former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Alexander Pierce found himself in a tough spot within the new Hydra. Since Hydra's withdrawal from S.H.I.E.L.D., they had faced numerous setbacks. However, for someone familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations like Pierce, this was not a major issue. At most, it meant losing some subordinates.
To Pierce, those underlings were merely tangible assets.
Although losing them stung a bit, he wouldn't dwell on it too much. What truly troubled Pierce was the Tesseract he had brought back from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although he had managed to transfer a lot of good stuff from S.H.I.E.L.D., the presence of the Tesseract brought him even more trouble, far outweighing the benefits gained. Since the Tesseract had been removed from S.H.I.E.L.D., it had continuously emitted immense energy, as if ready to explode at any moment. Because of this, Pierce dared not study it and instead sought ways to hide it, ensuring that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s detectors wouldn't discover it. Otherwise, with Hydra's current strength, they were no match for S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. At that point, he might have to seek help from other Hydra leaders, but whether he could get that help was uncertain. It should be noted that the relationships among the factions within Hydra were not very harmonious. Although they all belonged to Hydra, there was no hierarchy. Instead, it was more of a cooperative relationship, and cooperation required some sacrifices. To suppress the chaos caused by the Tesseract, Pierce spent enormous amounts of money and made many sacrifices to other Hydra leaders, enough to make him, who had already lost his position in S.H.I.E.L.D., feel quite pained. But he had no choice. Having chosen this path, he could only grit his teeth and press on. He absolutely wouldn't give up what he had gained. Meanwhile, Loki, who had arrived on Earth, was feeling utterly bewildered. The magical connection between him and the Tesseract had inexplicably vanished, which was hard for him to believe. After all, that was magic set by Odin, the All-Father. Loki could hardly believe anyone could break it. The only explanation he could come up with was that his mastery of magic was still insufficient to invoke the Space Stone. Loki had long been prepared for this, as the markings on the Space Stone were very secretive, and Odin would never allow them to be leaked. In fact, Hydra didn't have the capability to break Odin's magic, but they had knowledge of various strange things. Pierce had not only used 2 loyal Hydra subordinates to perform sacrificial magic but had also set up numerous hidden energy devices around the Tesseract. Where did these sacrificial spells come from? Many people within Hydra understood magic and had deep connections with certain dark mages. Thus, Loki's magic was interfered with, preventing him from establishing contact with the Tesseract. Had Odin himself cast the magic, it would not have been disrupted. However, Loki's magical abilities were still too weak. Although he proclaimed himself the greatest mage of the 9 realms, in reality, he mostly relied on illusion magic. While his other spells were also powerful, they were not enough to breach the carefully designed defenses of Hydra. Of course, this also related to Loki's incomplete grasp of magic. After all, Odin would not tell others about the spells he placed on the Space Stone. That would be too embarrassing. Loki only learned by chance that Asgard had taken a hidden hand with the Space Stone, so he didn't have complete knowledge of it. Normally, the Tesseract would be locked away in a shield headquarters, completely devoid of magical connections. Loki would easily be able to find it and draw on the energy within the stone, briefly opening a spatial portal. But now, Loki needed to think of other methods. He first searched for the guardian powers of this world and then recruited some subordinates. However, none of this helped him find the Tesseract. Unable to locate the Tesseract, Loki opted for a new approach, utilizing the Mind Scepter in his possession. The Infinity Stones had a mutual sensing ability, and although Loki didn't know that the gem in his Mind Scepter was the Mind Stone, he knew Thanos had given him the scepter and told him it could sense the Infinity Stones. Loki was somewhat skeptical of Thanos' claims, but he figured there was no harm in trying, so he used the Mind Stone, with decent results. He was directly transported to the Hydra headquarters, where he was promptly sealed within a magical array along with the Tesseract. Could a magical array of this level truly trap Loki? This was ridiculous. What is this? Just as Loki arrived, he was surrounded by a group of armed soldiers. Your god! Loki replied, then immediately raised the scepter to attack. Regular soldiers were no match for a frost giant. Although Loki appeared somewhat frail due to Odin's magic, he was still far stronger than any human and was quite skilled in combat, just a bit weaker than his brother Thor. Loki brandished the scepter, pointing it at the chests of those who looked like high-ranking officials and researchers. This time, there was no mix-up like before with Caecilius. The Mind Scepter easily controlled them. In this way, Loki easily escaped, ransacking many valuable items from the researchers and those in Hydra who had previously stolen from S.H.I.E.L.D. When Pierce learned of this, he was furious and overturned several tables in succession. Meanwhile, as Loki summoned the Space Stone, Odin finally took notice that Loki was still alive. In fact, Frigga had confirmed Loki's survival through magic long ago, but since she couldn't contact Loki, both Odin and Thor believed Frigga was merely suffering from excessive longing and hallucinations. But now that Odin had confirmed Loki was alive, he immediately wanted to send soldiers to Earth to find him, but was stopped by Thor. Thor wanted to go alone to persuade his brother. The two had a heated argument over this, but ultimately, Odin allowed Thor to travel to Earth. Due to Zhang Wen's influence, the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard had not been destroyed, and Thor naturally hoped to return to Earth after everything was settled, as there was a woman waiting for him down there. However, Odin prohibited Thor from going to Earth because he looked down on Jane Foster, a human. Even though their relationship had softened somewhat due to the Rainbow Bridge issue, they still disagreed greatly over Jane Foster. For this reason, Odin had not continued the transfer ceremony and continued to govern with his heavy burden. He intended to wait until Jane Foster's lifespan was exhausted. At the very least, he wouldn't allow Thor to marry a human woman with a lifespan of less than 100 years. However, Odin was already quite old. His body had borne too much divine power, and he could no longer control Thor's choices. Thor had long wanted to persuade his father, otherwise, he would have slipped away to Earth a long time ago. So, after a period of stalemate, Odin finally decided to let Thor go to Earth to search for his brother. On the other side, a certain egg-shaped object in S.H.I.E.L.D. was engrossed in a breaking news story, the location of which was the former Hydra base, now long deserted. Director, Barton is missing. Just as Nick Fury stood among the ruins, gazing thoughtfully, Hill approached him slowly to deliver the news. What? Is there a lead? Nick Fury's face was filled with shock. He had previously ordered Barton to investigate Hydra's whereabouts in order to secretly reclaim the Tesseract, but now... No. Nick Fury fell silent once more. After a long pause, his voice finally emerged. It's time to assemble the team. Coulson? Return to base, this is an Level 8 incident. Fury began to mobilize his subordinates for action. First, he sent a message to Coulson. As one of Fury's most capable aides, Coulson was out tracking Hydra's movements. But now, Fury had to call him back because Hydra had started researching the Tesseract, which had already led to a significant incident. Unbeknownst to Fury, Hydra had not conducted any research but had instead secured the Tesseract. Despite Fury arriving on the scene quickly, the remnants of the ruins provided few useful clues. They only knew that a group had forcibly evacuated from the base, and that group definitely didn't belong to Hydra, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Hydra soldiers' bodies lying underground. Things could not continue like this. S.H.I.E.L.D. currently lacked sufficient power, so Nick Fury decided to gather the Avengers as originally planned. As for the fact that this plan had been dismissed by the Security Council, Fury scoffed at the politicians. He had many ways to make them compromise, even if the process would be troublesome. All right, I'll return immediately.
Coulson promptly responded on the other end of the line. Director? And the council? Hill asked with confusion. I'll handle this matter. Do you think we can cope with this situation with our current manpower? Nick Fury waved his hands, pointing to the ruins in the pit.
Although they had not excavated all the debris yet, they had already discovered numerous energy weapons belonging to Hydra. Energy weapons were unique to Hydra, they had been researching them since World War II. Despite the years that had passed, S.H.I.E.L.D. had never managed to replicate them, remaining stuck at the second stage without making further progress. Previously, Nick Fury had been somewhat puzzled by this, but after the purge of Hydra, he discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. was riddled with problems. He really wanted to abandon this mess completely, even restarting from scratch in the ruins would be a better situation than what he faced now. Unfortunately, he no longer had that opportunity. Under normal circumstances, Nick Fury would have naturally followed the original plan to disband S.H.I.E.L.D. and go underground. However, now that he had discovered traces of Hydra earlier, it made his purge efforts proceed smoothly, but other issues had also come to the forefront, the biggest being the interference from the Security Council. The Security Council was composed of politicians from various countries, and everyone knew what kind of people politicians were. Previously, with Hydra's presence as a cover, he could barely manage to get by, but now, the Security Council was using the incident involving Hydra to target S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power was too great. But Nick Fury had no other options. He could only do his utmost to manage this mess while also preventing invasions from various organizations and dealing with the Hydra threat. In short, his work was extremely arduous. In a vacant room, a young and beautiful woman was bound to a chair, while behind her, the ground seemed to vanish into an abyss. Figures resembling mob bosses were interrogating her, but in reality, the woman tied to the chair was using her words to entice them into revealing information. Just as the two sides were engrossed in their activity, a phone call came in, instantly shattering the previously harmonious scene in the room. "Boss, we're looking for her," one of the subordinates answered the call, then hesitated as he looked at his boss. "Listen to me," the boss was cut off before he could finish. "You're currently at the third floor of Solin's Dead Silence Plaza, and our F-11 fighter jet is only 8 miles away from you. Have that woman answer the phone, or I can blow up this building before you reach the lobby." The voice on the other end was calm, but the implications sent chills down the spine. Thus, the boss had no choice but to comply and brought the phone to the woman's ear. "What's the joke? I'm working. This old fool is spilling almost everything," the woman complained as she clamped the phone between her shoulder and ear. "I didn't say anything," the boss quickly defended himself, but no one was paying attention to him. "This is getting urgent." "I know, but I won't go to Hydra. Natasha. Barton is missing, and another force is involved in this matter. The energy emanating from the Tesseract has already exploded, we can't wait for it to happen a second time." "Fine, give me a moment." After speaking, Natasha gestured for the phone to be taken back, then kicked the nearest thug. As a top-tier agent, Natasha wouldn't underestimate these small-time thugs. In a matter of moments, she had taken them all down and even used chains to bind the boss and tossed him into the abyss behind her. "Is Barton still alive?" After dealing with everyone, Natasha picked up her shoes from the ground and took the phone, speaking as she walked. "I don't know. Is he alive?" "According to those who saw him, he is still alive. This matter is complex, but you need to find that big guy first. Coulson, you know Stark doesn't trust me, and he's in close contact with Subject 1. Leave Stark to me, you go find the other big guy." Natasha's expression became quite complicated, but she said nothing. In a very empty room, Steve was watching an old documentary. As someone who was somewhat out of touch with the times, everything before him felt very unfamiliar. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. had prepared many old-fashioned furnishings for him, and the entire room exuded a retro atmosphere. Now, Captain America seemed quite relaxed. For some reason, Nick Fury had not informed him of Hydra's re-emergence. While watching familiar profiles sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve's mood became very complex, so he decided to go outside for a walk and see the world filled with the unknown and the strange. Sitting at a street-side table, Steve gazed at the building of his friend Stark, lost in memories. He took out paper and pen, beginning to sketch based on his recollections. Waiting for that big guy? A waitress approached. "What? Iron Man, many people come to eat just to see him fly by." "All right. Maybe next time." With that, Steve prepared to pull out his wallet to pay, but was stopped. "You can sit here as long as you want, there's no one in line. And we have free Wi-Fi." "Wi-Fi?"
Steve, disconnected from society, completely didn't understand what the waitress was saying. "Go get her number, young man," an old man in his 60s said to Steve. Feeling frustrated, Steve left, observing the drastically changed city, and walked into a boxing gym to vent his emotions. He hit the bags for quite some time until everyone had disappeared, yet Steve was completely unaware of any anomalies. Nick Fury walked in, which was typical. Nearly every time this guy appeared in public, the surrounding crowd would clear out. "Can't sleep?" Nick Fury asked as he entered. "I've slept for 70 years, director. I think I've had enough sleep," Steve replied while punching. "Then you should go out, celebrate a bit, see this world. When I was sleeping, this world was at war. When I woke up, they said the war was over, and we won, but they never told me what we lost. We've made many mistakes along the way, some just recently. Is there a mission for me? Yes. Let me integrate into this world? It's to save it. Wanda, hurry up and clean up your dog toys. That's a 3-headed hellhound, not a chihuahua. Sometimes it's even smarter than you. Why are you still buying it these dog toys?" Zhang Wen shouted at Wanda with a look of helplessness. "I'm serious, don't wait for Friday to come and clean up, or I'll ground you," he threatened as he saw Wanda remain unmoved. Ultimately, after hearing that, Wanda began to clean up, but instead of using her hands, she wrapped the dog toys in a swirl of crimson energy and tossed them all into a cardboard box. During this time, perhaps having grown more familiar with each other, Wanda and Pietro finally showed their mischievous side. The restrictions set by the Ancient One had not fully blocked the siblings' powers, and after some training, they had learned to use their abilities, albeit in a very weak version. If they wanted to completely resolve their troubles, they would have to wait for Loki to deliver the Mind Stone. Speaking of which, Wanda's hellhound was quite peculiar, looking just like an ordinary little dog, lacking any of the traits one would expect from a hellish creature. Sometimes, Zhang Wen even questioned whether it really was just an ordinary dog. However, Zhang Wen dared not weaken the magic on the hellhound. What if its current form was just a disguise? Then Zhang Wen noticed a pile of broken vases and shouted, "Pietro! What's wrong?" A figure stumbled down from upstairs. "I told you I don't care about the vases being broken, but you need to remember to clean them up." "And now?" Zhang Wen glared at Pietro with an unfriendly tone. I was just about to clean it up," Pietro tried to defend himself. "Friday, play the video of the vase breaking." Then a holographic screen appeared in front of Pietro, clearly displaying the moment from an hour ago when he broke the vase. He was seen stumbling upstairs, his body flickering with an afterimage. "Since you made a mistake, you have to face the consequences. You'll be responsible for repairing this vase. Friday will teach you how to do it. If you try to run away again, you can expect to be grounded." Zhang Wen tossed a bottle of glue at Pietro. "I didn't know, sir. There was always some noise distracting me while I was walking fast," Pietro lamented. Hearing this, Zhang Wen sighed and replied, "Don't worry about Wanda's progress, your abilities are different. Until I find a way to resolve your issues, you won't be able to use your powers properly. But now that the incident has occurred, you must bear the cost of repairing it." "All right, Mr. Zhang Wen," Pietro said as he picked up the shards and turned back toward the room. Zhang Wen then resumed his game, having not enjoyed such leisurely gaming in a long time. Back in the Flash world, there had been too many responsibilities waiting for him. Even if he didn't take the initiative, those troubles would come knocking at his door. "Boss, Nick Fury is here." Just as Zhang Wen began to play, Friday's voice came through. "Oh? Did Loki steal the Tesseract?" Zhang Wen muttered to himself, then instructed Friday, "Friday, let him in." "Nick Fury. Long time no see. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Subject 1, right? By the way, what kind of order is this Subject 1? Are there any Subjects 2 or 3? As soon as he entered, Zhang Wen teased Nick Fury. "Have you been spying on S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or can you foresee these things?" Nick Fury said, furrowing his brow. "Friday just hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D's system, it's not a big deal. With Friday's current capabilities, she can access anywhere in the world at will. You're not thinking of arresting me, are you?" Zhang Wen looked at Nick Fury nonchalantly. "The world is in trouble, and I need your help," Nick Fury said, his face turning serious. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhang Wen's keen observation skills, he would not have noticed the change in Nick Fury's expression. This was the first time Fury had shown any abnormality after the nickname Egg was given to him. "The Tesseract has been stolen? How many people died?" Zhang Wen casually asked. "Unclear. The energy from the Tesseract was detonated,
and one of Hydra's bases was completely destroyed, along with all the agents we sent in, Nick Fury replied without showing any surprise.
The Tesseract was taken by Hydra?
Zhang Wen's expression became somewhat unusual. He truly hadn't expected such a change. Yes, but just as we were preparing to storm in, an unknown third-party force appeared. At this point, Nick Fury focused intently on Zhang Wen, trying to read something from his face.
Ah, you should have told me the moment the Tesseract was taken by Hydra,
especially since the timeline has already changed. Zhang Wen shook his head, wearing an expression that said they should have done this sooner.
Nick Fury didn't care about Zhang Wen's complaints. Instead, he seized on one word: timeline?
Yes, under normal circumstances, Loki should have run to your base and caused a scene, using the Mind Scepter to turn Hawkeye against you and almost killing you. It seems now that Hydra is taking the blame for you.
Zhang Wen directly shared what he knew with Nick Fury. As for keeping the plot a secret, he didn't care about that.
If Zhang Wen kept things hidden, Fury and the others would definitely connect him to certain events, and that would lead to trouble. Whether they thought he orchestrated the situation or discovered his precognitive abilities, it would be troublesome. It was better to be open from the start to avoid future complications.
Hawkeye is missing, Nick Fury said heavily. Well, then, most of your SHIELD information has been leaked.
Get ready to be attacked,
Zhang Wen said nonchalantly. Hawkeye is our best agent. Too bad, that's not something ordinary people can see. Do you have anything else to say?
No, don't get any ideas about me. If you learn what will happen in the future, then those future events will change, Zhang Wen said, looking at Nick Fury with suspicion.
Then why did you tell me the previous information? Because I want to. Is that a problem? Nick Fury had taken quite a few hits here with Zhang Wen.
To be honest, this was the most difficult character he had faced since he started his career. The other party was cynical and dismissive, and most importantly, powerful. Nick Fury even felt that Zhang Wen was stronger than Captain Marvel. Such a character was not someone to provoke, but he still had to keep an eye on him to prevent any misdeeds. He also needed to monitor his views on the world and assess his level of threat. Even the top agents felt immense pressure facing Zhang Wen. Nick Fury really wanted to find an ignorant agent to deal with Zhang Wen, but he couldn't trust anyone and had to handle it personally.
In the end, the outcome was relatively positive. Zhang Wen took the information from Nick Fury and agreed to go to SHIELD's helicarrier the next day.
Wanda, Pietro, the delivery person has arrived. I'm going to receive it.
Dr. Banner, how does it feel to be free?
Zhang Wen arrived at the helicarrier but didn't go straight in. Instead, he noticed the presence of Bruce Banner and Steve. Since he was in the Marvel world, he naturally felt a bit curious about Captain America. However, he didn't greet Captain America first. He started a conversation with Bruce Banner, as they were somewhat familiar with each other.
It's alright.
Looking at Zhang Wen, who suddenly appeared, Banner's eyes reflected a mix of complex emotions.
What about the mind control device?
Zhang Wen asked curiously, noticing that Banner wasn't carrying any related equipment. It was damaged, and Betty, a hint of pain flashed in Banner's eyes as he recalled the past.
Betty is dead?
Zhang Wen was a bit surprised. Although he knew Betty had escaped with Banner, he hadn't expected her to have died.
Yes, it was an accident.
We were discovered by Hydra soldiers, and at that moment, I transformed into the Hulk, which triggered an explosion. Although the Hulk tried his best to protect Betty, he couldn't prevent the aftermath of the explosion. Her body, it couldn't withstand that kind of blast. Banner was filled with regret, wishing he had never involved Betty in this incident. If only they had left the Star Lab earlier.
Zhang Wen said nothing and gently patted Banner's shoulder.
He didn't quite know how to comfort him, and he still felt somewhat. Having been reminded of painful memories, Banner lost interest in talking and left, trailing behind a SHIELD agent.
What happened?
Steve, nearby, asked with confusion. He hadn't clearly heard the conversation between Zhang Wen and Banner but could tell something was off by Banner's demeanor. His lover died, killed by Hydra soldiers. But perhaps he doesn't see it that way. Someone like him tends to shoulder all the blame, which is a form of weakness, Zhang Wen said, watching Banner's retreating figure, feeling sorry for Betty. To be honest, he hadn't expected that there would be a Hydra pursuit. Perhaps it was a result of S.H.I.E.L.'s withdrawal. But what angered Zhang Wen the most was Banner's behavior. He didn't know if the Hulk had caused a scene, but how could Banner not think about seeking revenge? That left him somewhat contemptuous. If Banner truly begged Zhang Wen to travel back in time to change everything, although Zhang Wen wouldn't do it, his impression of Banner would surely improve. Perhaps Banner himself knew that time travel wasn't very reliable,
But that still didn't erase the disdainful image he had in Zhang Wen's mind.
In contrast, he held some appreciation for the Hulk. Despite being uncontrollable at times, he knew how to protect his loved ones.
Does Hydra still exist?
Steve keenly caught the key information in Zhang Wen's words and quickly inquired.
Yes.
After the war, S.H.I.E.L.D. absorbed many Hydra scientists and accepted remnants of Hydra's forces, so those loyal to Hydra have hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. If I hadn't informed Nick Fury in advance, S.H.I.E.L.D. today would still be Hydra's stronghold.
What? Didn't Nick Fury give you information about Hydra? Zhang Wen wondered, as he couldn't believe Fury would be so unwise. He warned me, but didn't provide detailed information. I haven't had the chance to finish reviewing it. You should take a good look at that information. Honestly, the world is going to be very different now. I've known that for a while. No, you don't.
After this incident, the world will enter a new wave of development, with all sorts of villains and heroes emerging like mushrooms after rain, Zhang Wen said, his voice carrying an almost magical allure that made Steve somewhat entranced.
They say you can foresee the future, right? Do you believe it?
I never believed in such things, but now I'm starting to.
I can't foresee the future, but I can travel through time. Travel through time?
Yes,
but I won't do it casually. You see, time is.
As they continued their conversation, they walked into the interior of the helicarrier.
Steve instinctively felt disbelief toward Zhang Wen's words, but he also felt a strange sense of powerlessness.
The world was changing too quickly, and the emergence of many things forced him to believe, even if it previously seemed like an absurd lie. In the name of the Tesseract, I have felt a lot. It is not just knowledge, but truth. In a laboratory surrounded by transparent glass, a scientist was speaking to Loki. Of course, this scientist was not the same person from the original movie but someone Loki had casually picked up from Hydra. However, this casual choice felt like hitting the jackpot, as he could directly hand over the task of building the portal to the scientist.
I know, it affects everyone differently, Loki replied, then turned to the busy Hawkeye beside him and asked, Agent Barton, what do you see?
My next target. Barton turned his head to respond.
Conservative, but soulless.
It's not surprising that you chose this grave as your stronghold, the doctor in the room mocked.
There aren't any single-layer lead plates in a 5-star hotel that can block S.H.I.E.L.D. from searching for the Tesseract, Barton retorted.
The two sides clearly did not see eye to eye, as they were not on the same page to begin with. The Mind Stone's control ability was truly remarkable. It didn't change anything but subtly turned your loyalty into something else. I think I understand why Fury sent you to infiltrate Hydra, Loki said, looking at Barton with appreciation. You must confront him, sir. As long as Nick Fury is alive, he will not give up on finding the stone, and he is about to organize a team, Barton informed Loki, noting that no matter how loyal an agent was, under the Mind Stone's influence, they would become obedient dogs.
Do they pose a threat? Alone, perhaps not, but together, they can be very threatening.
And Subject 1 is the most special existence among them, definitely a threat to your power. Barton directly revealed all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence. I want to know everything you know about this team, Loki suddenly stopped and said to Barton. I'll go back and test their courage. I'm tired of hiding in the shadows. I am destined to rule this world.
This will be difficult. Yes, it will. If you insist on exposing yourself, then this is a great opportunity. Tracking Loki's whereabouts. He's not hiding himself. Just as Zhang Wen was idly doing nothing on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier, he suddenly heard the voices of some agents. Zhang Wen stepped forward and saw Loki appearing in Germany. Do you need me to take action? Zhang Wen turned around and asked Nick Fury, who was nearby. That would be perfect. Nick Fury spread his hands. Give me a minute.
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wen vanished from everyone's sight. Where did he go? Steve raised his head with confusion, as he hadn't finished reviewing the information Nick Fury had given him. He'll be back soon, Nick Fury said mysteriously. In Germany, at a high-class banquet, a man wearing a horned helmet and green attire suddenly burst in, wielding a glowing scepter. The security at the entrance, seeing this oddly dressed man, hurriedly rushed to stop him but was easily knocked to the ground, as the strength of both parties was simply not on the same level.
Hello, Frost Giant Prince. Just then, Zhang Wen's voice echoed in Loki's ear. Hearing Zhang Wen's voice, Loki's expression changed dramatically. Upon hearing Zhang Wen's voice, Loki's face instantly changed. He would never forget this voice, as it belonged to a man who had once stopped him from using the Rainbow Bridge and could easily see through his invisibility magic.
He would never forget this voice because it belonged to a man who had once prevented him from using the Rainbow Bridge and could effortlessly see through his invisibility spell. Jiangwen naturally did not care about Loki's shock. He appeared directly and threw a punch. Jiangwen was not concerned with Loki's astonishment. He materialized and threw a punch. Although the frost giants were extremely tough, they found it difficult to withstand such a fast punch. Even though the frost giants had incredibly strong physiques, they struggled to cope with such a rapid punch. One must know that, in certain situations, speed is equivalent to power. It is important to understand that, in some cases, speed is equivalent to strength. Jiangwen's speed was astonishing, so Loki was caught completely off guard and was sent flying. Jiangwen's speed could be described as divine, so Loki, unprepared, was directly knocked away. Though there was no blood at the corner of his mouth, the obvious marks of being punched were clearly visible on his flushed face. Although there was no blood at the corner of his mouth, it was evident from his reddened face that he had been hit. However, in midair, Loki quickly stopped his descent, and an illusion magic was instantly cast. However, in midair, Loki swiftly halted his fall, and a shadow magic was immediately executed. That illusion collided directly with the wall along its original trajectory, producing a loud bang, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the wall, looking exceedingly real. The illusion crashed into the wall along its original path, creating a loud boom, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the wall, looking extremely realistic.
I remember I told you before. I can easily see your presence. I recall telling you before. I can easily perceive your existence.
Jiangwen suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixing on Loki, causing Loki to take several steps back in fright, and his illusion magic dissipated at that moment. Jiangwen abruptly turned his head, his eyes sharp as lightning, staring at Loki, which frightened Loki into stepping back several times, and at that moment, his illusion magic vanished.
I surrender. I surrender.
Loki made no further attempt to resist. He calmly raised both hands and even placed the mind scepter on the ground. Loki made no more gestures of resistance. He calmly raised his hands and even put the mind scepter on the ground. But at that moment, Jiangwen suddenly disappeared from his spot. However, at that moment, Jiangwen suddenly vanished from where he stood. However, less than 3 seconds later, Jiangwen's figure reappeared at the original spot, holding a shadowy figure by the hand. Yet, less than 3 seconds later, Jiangwen's figure reappeared in place, holding a person, who evidently had not yet realized what had happened, looking around in confusion.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Jiangwen casually threw a punch, knocking that person unconscious, then nonchalantly extinguished the flames that had begun to ignite on that person's body. Jiangwen casually threw a punch, directly knocking that person out, and then, as if nothing happened, he extinguished the flames that were gradually igniting on that person.
Your reliance is this person, right? Sorry, I've already taken him back. Is this person your crutch? Sorry, I have taken him back.
Jiangwen said slowly, then picked up a technologically advanced handcuff and tossed it onto Loki. Jiangwen slowly said, then picked up a high-tech handcuff and threw it onto Loki.
Didn't you say you were going to surrender? Then wear it obediently. Weren't you saying you would surrender? Then put it on obediently.
What surprised Jiangwen was that Loki actually complied and put on the handcuffs. To Jiangwen's surprise, Loki really did obediently put on the handcuffs.
Although he was filled with doubts, he still followed Jiangwen's orders.
Though he was full of confusion, he still complied with Jiangwen's request. Then, holding one person in one hand, Jiangwen quickly ran, or rather flew, towards the direction of the Sky Mothership. Then, with one hand holding a person, Jiangwen swiftly ran towards the direction of the Sky Mothership, or rather, flew. Not long after Jiangwen left, a circular beam of light shot down from the sky, causing nearby passers-by to exclaim in surprise. Shortly after Jiangwen departed, a circular beam of light shot down from the sky, prompting exclamations of surprise from the surrounding pedestrians.
Loki! Loki!
A large man holding a hammer emerged from the light beam, shouting loudly. A burly man wielding a hammer emerged from the light, beginning to shout loudly. At this moment, Jiangwen had already arrived inside the Sky Mothership. At this point, Jiangwen had entered the interior of the Sky Mothership. Although Barton, whom he held in his left hand, was unconscious, Loki, whom he held in his right hand, was still very alert, though his hair was tousled by the wind. Although Barton, whom he held in his left hand, was unconscious, Loki, whom he held in his right hand, remained quite awake, though his hair appeared somewhat disheveled due to the wind. I must say, your attitude is very unfriendly. I have to say, your attitude is quite unfriendly. After Zhang Wen threw Loki onto the ground, Loki straightened his disheveled hair and spoke in a calm tone. After Zhang Wen tossed Loki to the ground, Loki fixed his tousled hair and spoke in a calm tone.
Do I need to express friendliness to you? Do I need to show you friendliness? Zhang Wen asked indifferently, fully aware that Loki surely harbored plots, but he did not care.
Zhang Wen asked indifferently, fully aware that Loki must have some schemes, but he was unconcerned. He was currently waiting for the arrival of the Chitauri soldiers. If Loki couldn't find a chance to open the timespace gate, everything would be manageable. He was currently waiting for the arrival of the Chitauri soldiers. If Loki couldn't find a way to open the time portal, everything would be easier. After all, war has never been a pleasant affair. After all, war has never been a beautiful thing.
Take him down and lock him up for now. I estimate he will return to normal soon. Let Natasha keep an eye on him.
Take him down and confine him for the time being. I estimate he'll be back to normal soon. Let Natasha watch over him. Zhang Wen handed Barton, who was in his left hand, to an agent who was on guard. Zhang Wen handed over Barton, who was in his left hand, to an agent who was standing guard. Although that agent didn't know what had happened, many people on the Sky Mothership could recognize Barton in his current state. Although that agent was unaware of what was happening, many people on the Sky Mothership could still recognize Barton in his current condition. Then, Zhang Wen led the captured Loki toward Nick Fury and others. This
is what you wanted. This is what you wanted.
Zhang Wen directly handed Loki over to Nick Fury, thinking it was better to leave this trouble to S.H.I.E.L.D. Zhang Wen directly handed Loki to Nick Fury, thinking it was best to leave this trouble to S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter what Loki was ultimately plotting, Zhang Wen should not take the blame. No matter what Loki was ultimately scheming, Zhang Wen should not bear the consequences. Wait, you need to leave the weapon you're holding. Wait, you need to leave the weapon in your hand. Just as Zhang Wen noticed Thor appearing in the surveillance footage, an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. spoke to him. Just as Zhang Wen noticed Thor appear in the surveillance footage, an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. spoke to him.
Are you trying to forcibly take my spoils? Are you trying to seize my spoils? Zhang Wen frowned slightly and looked towards Nick Fury, wondering if his earlier display of power wasn't enough to earn their trust. Zhang Wen slightly frowned and looked at Nick Fury, wondering if his previous show of power was insufficient to gain their trust. I need him for research. Under Zhang Wen's intense gaze, the agent looked somewhat nervous. Under Zhang Wen's intense gaze, the agent appeared somewhat anxious. I don't know what misunderstanding you have about me, but I dislike trouble and don't appreciate testing or suspicion. I don't know what misunderstanding you have about me, but I dislike trouble and don't like those so-called tests or suspicions. I can clearly tell you that I mean no harm to your world. I can assure you that I harbor no ill will towards your world. But if you are still dissatisfied, then come at me, but don't blame me for being ruthless then. But if you are still dissatisfied, then feel free to come at me, but don't blame me for being merciless then. After a long silence, Zhang Wen slowly spoke. Alright, let Mr. Zhang Wen keep this weapon, your job is to keep an eye on Loki. Alright, let Mr. Zhang Wen keep this weapon, your job is to watch over Loki. Finally, Nick Fury, who had been observing from the side, spoke up, but this did not improve Zhang Wen's impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. Finally, Nick Fury, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke up, but this did not enhance Zhang Wen's opinion of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thor, follow Friday's instructions, your brother Loki is here with me. Thor, follow Friday's directions, your brother Loki is with me. Zhang Wen typed a few keys on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computer, and Thor's voice echoed beside him. Zhang Wen typed a few keys on the S.H.I.E.L.D. computer, and Thor's voice rang out beside him.
At the same time, a small flying vehicle rapidly descended from the sky, landing right beside Thor. Simultaneously, a small aircraft quickly descended from the sky, landing right next to Thor. Upon hearing Zhang Wen's voice, Thor happily waved his hammer. Thor excitedly waved his hammer. Don't get it wrong, he wasn't going to hit anyone but was performing pre-flight preparation moves. Don't misunderstand, he wasn't going to attack anyone but was doing pre-flight preparation gestures. Sir? Zhang Wen's actions displeased many agents, who looked towards their superiors. Zhang Wen's actions caused many agents to feel discontent, causing them to look toward their superior. However, they only saw Nick Fury shake his head, indicating he had no intention of stopping Zhang Wen. Showing he had no intention of stopping Zhang Wen.
Ha ha ha, my friend. I knew you would help me. Ha ha ha, my friend. I knew you would assist me. As soon as Thor entered, he gave Zhang a big hug. As soon as Thor entered, he gave Zhang a big hug. Unfortunately, this isn't helping you. I just captured your brother. Unfortunately, this isn't helping you. I merely captured your brother. But it seems that Loki has some connections with certain forces in the universe. But it seems Loki is involved with certain forces in the universe. Zhang replied, but he did not deter Thor's enthusiasm. Zhang responded, but he did not stop Thor's enthusiasm. Although Thor sometimes acted foolishly, he truly was a good person. Though Thor can be foolish at times, he is genuinely a good person. Of course, provided you treat him as a friend. Of course, as long as you treat him as a friend. I know, the Chitauri. I know, the Chitauri. Wait, what's going on? And who is he? Wait, what's happening? And who is he? Steve, who had remained silent, was somewhat puzzled and quickly inquired about everything. Steve, who had been silent, seemed confused and quickly asked about everything. After investigation, it was Loki, his brother, who stole the Tesseract from the Hydra base. After investigation, it was Loki, his brother, who stole the Tesseract from the Hydra base. Zhang said while pointing at the grinning Thor beside him. Zhang said while pointing at the grinning Thor beside him. And Loki is leading a group of alien armies here, probably with the goal of ruling Earth. And Loki is leading a group of alien forces here, likely intending to conquer Earth. Zhang briefly explained. Zhang provided a brief explanation. Alien armies? He must open a portal to achieve that. Alien forces? He must open a portal to accomplish that. At this moment, Banner, who had gradually calmed down, entered the room. Just then, Banner, who had been calming down, entered the room. Cosmic magic can open a passage. The explosion at the Hydra base was caused by the collapsing time portal. Cosmic magic can create a passage. The explosion at the Hydra base was caused by the collapsing time portal. Zhang replied. Zhang responded. How do you know about the events at the Hydra base? How do you know about the things at the Hydra base? I know everything. I know everything. Really? Then you must know who stole the jelly from your fridge last week? Really? Then you must know who stole the jelly from your fridge last week? At that moment, Stark walked in with a smug look on his face. Just then, Stark walked in with a smug expression. Could it be you? Could it be you? Zhang asked curiously. Last week, the special jelly he had placed in the fridge mysteriously disappeared, and even Friday couldn't track down who took it. Zhang had always thought it was either Pietro or Wanda using magic. Zhang asked curiously. The special jelly he had placed in the fridge mysteriously vanished last week, and even Friday couldn't figure out who took it. Zhang had always assumed it was either Pietro or Wanda using magic. It seems Friday's program isn't uncrackable after all. It seems Friday's program isn't unbreakable after all. Tony said with some pride. You shouldn't brag, this is just a trivial piece of equipment, Zhang said disdainfully, looking at the smug Tony. You better not be jealous of me, Tony replied, looking particularly arrogant and in a good mood. How could that be? Zhang waved his hand, his expression full of helplessness. There's no way. Zhang waved his hand, his face showing a look of exasperation. The reason Loki needs iridium is to stabilize the time-space gate so it won't collapse like it did at the Hydra base. Tony completely ignored Zhang and continued discussing Loki's plan. The reason Loki needs iridium is to stabilize the time portal so it doesn't collapse like it did at the Hydra base, Tony continued, disregarding Zhang. His surrender seems too fake. I've fought him before, his true strength is far from that weak. Zhang added. His surrender is too suspicious. I've fought him, and his actual strength is much greater. Zhang chimed in. I know, Loki definitely has some scheme. I know, Loki must have some kind of plot. I was aware of his original plan, but now that Hawkeye has been captured by me, does he still want to arrange for Hydra's people to invade S.H.I.E.L.D.? Zhang expressed his confusion while glancing at the Mind Scepter in his hand, which appeared completely normal at that moment. I know what his original plan was, but now that I've captured Hawkeye, does he still intend to have Hydra infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.? Zhang said, glancing at the Mind Scepter in his hand, which showed no signs of abnormality. This is very possible, after all, Hydra's soldiers have been hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long and might know some secret paths. Tony nodded in agreement. That's quite possible, after all, Hydra's soldiers have been hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long,
they might know some secret routes, Tony nodded. Impossible, all Hydra's people have been cleaned out, there can't be any Hydra spies left in S.H.I.E.L.D. now, Natasha rebutted upon hearing their discussion. Not possible, all Hydra agents have been eliminated, there shouldn't be any Hydra spies left in S.H.I.E.L.D. now, Natasha countered, hearing their discussion. On the other side, Loki was taken to his cell by Nick Fury. The cell was made of a special material that appeared to be glass. Meanwhile, Loki was brought to his cell by Nick Fury. The cell was constructed from a special material that looked like glass. Although it looked like glass, this material was incredibly sturdy. In the original film, this material could even withstand the attacks of Thor's hammer. After all, Thor's hammer is immensely powerful. Despite its glass-like appearance, this material was exceptionally strong. In the original film, this material could even withstand blows from Thor's hammer. It's noteworthy that Thor's hammer is incredibly powerful. Now you just stay here quietly. As long as you make any moves or scratch that glass, you'll plummet from several thousand meters in the air along with your cell, Nick Fury warned, activating a mechanism that opened a large circular hole in the Sky Mothership, with air rushing in, making a hissing sound. Now just behave and stay here. As soon as you make any moves or scratch that glass, your cell will drop from several thousand feet in the air, Nick Fury said as he activated a mechanism that opened a large circular hole in the Sky Mothership, causing air from outside to rush in with a hissing sound. Curiously, Loki glanced at the ground beneath him and then smiled as he said, "This cell is pretty cool, but it wasn't specifically prepared for me, was it?" He then directed his gaze toward the camera. Loki glanced curiously at the ground beneath him and smiled, saying, "This cell is quite impressive, but it wasn't made specifically for me, was it?" He then looked toward the location of the camera. Nearby, Banner calmly put away his glasses, but anyone could feel the unrest within him. Natasha offered some words of comfort to Banner, but they didn't seem to have much effect. Nearby, Banner seemingly calmly put away his glasses, but anyone could sense his inner turmoil. Natasha tried to comfort Banner, but it didn't seem to help much. Then, Tony simply took Banner with him to leave, planning to search for the whereabouts of the Tesseract together. Jiangwen did not stop their departure, as he could no longer be sure that the Tesseract was in Stark Tower, so it was better to let them search for it themselves. Then, Tony took Banner with him, intending to search for the Tesseract's location together. Jiangwen didn't stop them since he could no longer be certain that the Tesseract was in Stark Tower, so it was better to let them search for it themselves. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Nick Fury was pondering how to inquire about Loki's reasons for needing the Tesseract. Although Jiangwen had previously informed Nick Fury that Loki intended to open a portal to bring in alien armies, Fury evidently wanted to probe further. In the monitoring room, Nick Fury was contemplating how to ask Loki about his reasons for needing the Tesseract. Although Jiangwen had already told Nick Fury that Loki planned to open a portal to summon invading alien armies, Fury clearly wanted to test further. Unfortunately, Nick Fury did not manage to extract any useful information from Loki. Instead, Loki's words left others with a negative impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. Unfortunately, Nick Fury didn't extract any useful information from Loki. Conversely, Loki's words created a negative impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as Tony boarded the Sky Mothership, he began hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s systems. Steve barged into the mothership's warehouse, while a group of people continuously questioned Nick Fury based on their findings. Upon stepping onto the Sky Mothership, Tony started hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s systems. Steve stormed into the warehouse, while a crowd continued to interrogate Nick Fury based on their discoveries. Jiangwen, on the other hand, was merely watching the spectacle. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, rather, he was carefully examining the Mind Scepter in his hand, as the atmosphere in the room had become increasingly tense. Jiangwen, however, simply watched the show. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, he was meticulously examining the Mind Scepter in his hand, as the entire room was filled with a tense atmosphere. Yet, he did not notice anything wrong with the scepter in his hand. But Jiangwen did not detect anything amiss with the scepter he held. Could it be? Just as Jiangwen suddenly had a realization, a loud explosion occurred. Could it be? Just as Jiangwen had a sudden thought, a loud explosion erupted. Barton! After the shockwave from the explosion, Natasha immediately thought of Hawkeye, who was locked in the room, and hurried over. Barton! After the explosion's shockwave, Natasha immediately thought of the imprisoned Hawkeye and rushed over. The others were shaken by the explosion but did not suffer the body separation as they did in the film. The others felt the effects of the explosion but did not experience body separation like in the movie. However, not being separated did not mean it was good news. Green streaks occasionally appeared on Banner's face, indicating he was on the verge of transforming into the Hulk. It was clear that Banner was struggling, but if things continued down this path, the Hulk would definitely appear, and he would be controlled by the Mind Stone, becoming extremely violent. But not being separated didn't signify good news. Green markings occasionally appeared on Banner's face, suggesting he was about to transform into the Hulk. It was evident that Banner was struggling, but if things continued this way, the Hulk would undoubtedly emerge, and he would be extremely aggressive under the control of the Mind Stone. Jiangwen crushed the Mind Scepter in his hand, but instead of shattering into pieces, it transformed into a snake with its body broken. Jiangwen crushed the Mind Scepter in his hand, but instead of breaking into fragments, it morphed into a snake whose body had been crushed. The snake's blood splattered across the room, hitting Hulk's face. Upon seeing the blood, Banner seemed to remember something and instantly expanded in size. The snake's blood sprayed everywhere in the room, splattering onto Hulk's face. Seeing the blood seemed to trigger a memory in Banner, causing him to swell in size immediately. Damn! Jiangwen was momentarily stunned when the snake's blood unexpectedly splattered all over him. Although he had anticipated being tricked by Loki, he hadn't expected Loki to bring a real snake. Damn! Jiangwen was a bit dazed by the sudden splatter of snake blood. While he had anticipated being deceived by Loki, he hadn't expected that Loki would bring an actual snake. He quickly shook off the mushy remains in his hand and hurriedly pressed a glowing device on the Hulk's head. Hulk's angry expression softened momentarily, but it quickly intensified again. He quickly tossed aside the mushy remains in his hand and hurriedly placed a glowing device on Hulk's head. Hulk's furious expression calmed slightly but soon intensified again. Quick, put on your armor. Steve helped Tony up and then ran towards the site of the explosion. Quick, put on your armor. Steve assisted Tony and then ran toward the explosion site. At this moment, Thor had already entered the cell and caught sight of Loki's escaping figure. In his excitement, Thor completely forgot what Jiangwen had told him and lunged at Loki. At that moment, Thor had entered the cell and saw Loki's figure escaping. In a fit of excitement, Thor completely disregarded Jiangwen's earlier warnings and charged at Loki. The cell door closed immediately after Thor entered, clearly indicating that the Loki inside was merely an illusion, while the real Loki slowly stepped out from a corner. The door to the cell closed as soon as Thor entered, clearly showing that the Loki inside was just an illusion, while the real Loki emerged slowly from a corner. Oh, my dear brother, you are still so naive. Loki walked up to the control panel and placed his hand on the button, watching Thor intently. Oh, my dear brother, you remain so gullible. Loki approached the control panel, placing his hand on the button while watching Thor. It was only then that the imprisoned Thor remembered Jiangwen had warned him earlier, but it was already too late. It was only at that moment that Thor recalled Jiangwen's earlier warning, but it was far too late. Don't move. Lower your weapon. Just as the two brothers were about to greet each other, Coulson approached, carrying a large cylindrical weapon. Don't move. Put down your weapon. Just as the two brothers were about to greet each other, Coulson approached, holding a large cylindrical gun. I don't know how powerful this weapon is, but you must know about the second phase. This is the result of the second phase of research. I think if it hits you, it certainly won't feel good. Coulson held the weapon with both hands, maintaining a calm demeanor, but his words carried a threatening tone. I don't know how powerful this weapon is, but you must know about the second phase. This is the product of the second phase of our research. I believe that if you get hit, it won't be pleasant. Coulson held the weapon steadily, appearing calm, yet his words held an undertone of threat. Loki raised both hands but, where Coulson couldn't see, his true form naturally appeared. He lunged at Coulson from behind. Loki raised his hands, but in a place where Coulson couldn't see, his real self appeared. He lunged at Coulson from behind. Clang! A crisp sound interrupted Loki's movement. Clang! A sharp sound halted Loki's action. Coulson turned around, ready to pull the trigger. However, unfortunately for him, while Loki was a magician, his physical abilities far exceeded those of an ordinary human, and Coulson was sent flying by a kick from Loki, crashing into the wall. Coulson turned around, about to press the trigger. Unfortunately, even though Loki was a sorcerer, his extraordinary physical abilities far surpassed those of a normal human, and Coulson was kicked away by Loki, slamming into the wall. Crack! Upon hearing that sound, it was easy to guess that Coulson's bones were likely broken. Crack! Hearing that sound, one could easily guess that Coulson's bones must have been broken. Jiangwen actually didn't want to change the alien invasion from the Avengers 1,
because this Earth needed to understand some threats from outer space, rather than being preoccupied with internal strife. Jiangwen didn't really want to alter the alien invasion from the Avengers 1, as he felt that the Earth needed to understand the threats from outer space, rather than being consumed by internal conflicts. Moreover, Jiangwen was confident that with his speed as the Speedster, he could definitely arrive in time to save those civilians caught in the crossfire. As for property damage, that was not something he needed to concern himself with. Furthermore, Jiangwen was confident that with his speed as the Speedster, he could arrive just in time to rescue those civilians caught in the conflict. Any property damage was not something he needed to worry about. Therefore, Jiangwen did not pay too much attention to Loki's actions. Although it was somewhat indulgent, he still prepared some contingencies for certain individuals, such as telling Thor not to approach the cell and placing a protective device on Coulson. Thus, Jiangwen didn't pay too much attention to Loki's actions. While it was somewhat indulgent, he still prepared backup plans for certain individuals, such as advising Thor not to get close to the cell and putting a protective device on Coulson. However, he never expected that Thor would completely disregard his warnings. However, he never anticipated that Thor would completely ignore what he had said. "Goodbye, my dear brother," Loki exclaimed, pressing the button in his hand. "Goodbye, my dear brother," Loki said, and pressed the button in his hand. Thor instinctively took 2 steps back, and then he and the cell rapidly plummeted in a state of weightlessness. Thor instinctively stepped back 2 paces, and then he, along with the cell, began to fall rapidly in a weightless state. After completing his daily task of tricking his brother, Loki intended to leave the area. After finishing his daily routine of fooling his brother, Loki planned to exit the scene. However, the weak Coulson in the corner was saying something that piqued Loki's curiosity. However, the extremely weak Coulson in the corner was mumbling something that caught Loki's interest. One must admit, curiosity can indeed kill the cat. It must be acknowledged that curiosity can truly be dangerous. As Loki approached Coulson suddenly pulled the trigger on his weapon, and a powerful beam shot out instantly. As Loki drew near, Coulson suddenly squeezed the trigger of his weapon, and a strong beam erupted forth. Loki was violently thrown back, crashing into the corner, with smoke billowing from his body. Loki was knocked back violently, hitting the corner, and smoke began to rise from his body. "So that's how you use it," Coulson murmured before slipping into unconsciousness. "Ah, so that's how it works," Coulson muttered, before falling unconscious. As for Loki, although he was injured, the wounds were not severe. He didn't think about finishing Coulson off. Instead, he limped onto a shield aircraft to leave the area. As for Loki, while he had sustained some injuries, they weren't too serious. He didn't consider executing Coulson but instead limped onto a shield plane to depart. At that moment, Stark was outside repairing the engine, Jiangwen was dealing with the Hulk, and Natasha confronted the real Hawkeye, Barton. At that moment, Stark was outside fixing the engine, Jiangwen was dealing with the Hulk, and Natasha encountered the real Hawkeye, Barton. In fact, both Hawkeye and the Mind Scepter were fakes created by Loki. Jiangwen was confident in his judgment, as he could even see through Loki's illusion magic. In reality, both Hawkeye and the Mind Scepter were counterfeit items made by Loki. Jiangwen was very confident in his perception, as he could see through Loki's illusion magic. But what surprised Jiangwen was that he couldn't see through the magic Loki had cast on other items. However, what Jiangwen never expected was that he could not see through the magic Loki had applied to other objects. The Barton that Jiangwen had captured was merely a heavily brainwashed Hydra soldier, who would obey all of Loki's commands, including swallowing large amounts of explosives. The Barton that Jiangwen had captured was just a severely brainwashed Hydra soldier, who would carry out all of Loki's orders, including ingesting large amounts of explosives. The explosion earlier was the consequence of the human bomb being detonated. Although the blast wouldn't cause significant damage, it would indeed create chaos. The previous explosion was the result of that human bomb detonating. While the blast might not cause significant damage, it would certainly create confusion. At that moment, the Hawkeye outside the plane shot an arrow that blew up one of the Sky Mothership's crafts. At that moment, the Hawkeye on the plane fired an arrow, directly destroying one of the Sky Mothership's vehicles. However, now Barton collided head-on with Natasha, and the two engaged in a fierce melee battle in the corridor. However, now Barton ran into Natasha, and the two began a fierce close-quarters combat in the hallway. Natasha would hold back because she knew Barton was just being controlled. Natasha would go easy on him, as she understood that Barton was merely under external control. But Barton showed no mercy. He was in a state where he would even dare to kill his own wife, let alone Natasha.
Yet Barton showed no mercy. In his current state, he dared to kill his own wife, let alone Natasha. However, the distance between them was too close, and in close combat, Barton was no match for Natasha. However, they were too close for comfort, and in close combat, Barton was utterly outmatched by Natasha. Although Natasha was a spy skilled in extracting enemy intelligence, her combat suit significantly enhanced her fighting capability. While Natasha was a skilled agent adept at extracting enemy intel, her combat suit greatly amplified her combat prowess. Moreover, some of her little gadgets were quite useful, like the shock device she had just used to stun Hawkeye. Additionally, some of her gadgets were quite handy, such as the stun device she just used on Hawkeye.
Hill, report the situation.
Nick Fury had fled the scene as soon as Hulk went out of control and began directing S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to confront the enemy.
Hill, report the situation.
Nick Fury had escaped the scene as soon as Hulk went berserk, then began commanding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to engage the enemy. Compared to the number of soldiers on the entire Sky Mothership, the invading Hydra soldiers were woefully outnumbered, so the battle soon came to an end. Compared to the number of soldiers aboard the Sky Mothership, the invading Hydra forces were pitifully outnumbered, leading to a swift conclusion of the battle.
However, the fight between Zhang Wen and the Hulk was far from easy to finish. However, the battle between Zhang Wen and the Hulk was not so easily resolved.
Zhang Wen continuously restrained the Hulk with his incredible speed, otherwise, with Hulk's destructive power, the Sky Mothership would not withstand his rampage. Zhang Wen kept the Hulk restrained with his extraordinary speed, otherwise, with Hulk's destructive capability, the Sky Mothership simply couldn't withstand his fury. At the same time, Zhang Wen had to be cautious not to harm Hulk's life. Simultaneously, Zhang Wen had to be vigilant not to endanger Hulk's life.
Though he had some grievances with Banner, he actually admired the fierce Hulk.
While he had some issues with Banner, he genuinely appreciated the raging Hulk. If only it were 2 years later, when the intelligent Hulk appeared, that would be even better. If only it were 2 years later and the intelligent Hulk had emerged, that would be even better.
Roar!
The Hulk, trapped there, appeared particularly agitated and restless.
Roar!
Hulk, trapped, seemed particularly agitated and restless. He was unable to vent his power. Every time he threw a punch, he found his fists being redirected by a mysterious force that sometimes even made him spin in place. He couldn't release his strength. Every time he tried to punch, he found that his fists were being redirected by a mysterious force that occasionally made him spin around.
This was all Zhang Wen's doing.
When he first encountered Hulk, Zhang Wen felt some trepidation, having seen too much online about four-armed Hulk and Green Scar.
This was all Zhang Wen's doing.
When he first met Hulk, he felt some apprehension after seeing so much online about four-armed Hulk and Green Scar. But Zhang Wen hadn't watched those cartoons, so he was somewhat fearful of entities like the Ghost Rider and the Hulk. But since Zhang Wen hadn't watched those cartoons, he was somewhat intimidated by beings like the Ghost Rider and the Hulk. In reality, they weren't as mysterious and terrifying as portrayed.
In truth, they weren't nearly as mysterious and frightening as portrayed.
Once in Speed Force mode, Zhang Wen could directly move Hulk's fists side to side or even lift and throw Hulk. Once in Speed Force mode, Zhang Wen could easily maneuver Hulk's fists laterally or even lift him and throw him. After all, the Speed Force state resembled a time stoppage. In this state, almost any power couldn't be exerted. After all, the Speed Force state was akin to stopping time. In this state, almost any power couldn't be exerted. While speed equates to power, it was true, even when Zhang Wen struck Hulk's body in Speed Force mode, it wouldn't yield a powerful effect. While speed equating to power was indeed true, even when Zhang Wen struck Hulk in Speed Force mode, it wouldn't produce significant effects.
As for knocking Hulk into a catatonic state like in Infinity War? Forget it, Zhang Wen couldn't achieve that. As for knocking Hulk into a catatonic state like in Infinity War? Forget it, Zhang Wen couldn't achieve that. He might as well decapitate Hulk with that sword. While Hulk might not die, there was no guarantee, and he didn't want to try. He might as well decapitate Hulk with that sword. While Hulk might not perish, there was no certainty, and he didn't want to risk it. So, after a while of entangling, Zhang Wen decided to jump off the Sky Mothership with Hulk. Thus, after a prolonged struggle, Zhang Wen chose to leap off the Sky Mothership with Hulk. Why didn't Zhang Wen jump down himself?
Because he didn't want Hulk to crash into others. Who knew if Hulk would land on someone's house?
Why didn't Zhang Wen jump down himself?
Because he didn't want Hulk to fall on anyone. Who could tell if Hulk would land on someone's roof? So, Zhang Wen planned to scout the situation first. If Hulk landed on someone's roof, he would relocate him to a deserted area. So, Jiangwen intended to investigate the situation first.
If Hulk landed on someone's roof, he would move him to an uninhabited area.
After all, in the movie, Hulk typically returned to normal after a drop, and it was likely similar here. After all, in the movie, Hulk usually returned to his normal self after a fall, so it was likely the same here. It was certainly better than continuously fighting Hulk. If Hulk got angrier, it would become troublesome. It was better than perpetually battling Hulk. If Hulk got increasingly enraged, it would lead to complications. When Jiangwen stepped outside, he realized that the trouble was not limited to just Hulk. When Jiangwen stepped outside, he discovered that the problem was not just Hulk. That guy Thor had also been thrown down from the sky by his brother, along with a massive cell. That guy Thor had also been tossed down from the sky by his brother, accompanied by a gigantic cell.
Damn! Thor, you fool, are you playing with me? Jiangwen couldn't focus on Hulk and rushed to Thor's side. Damn! Thor, you idiot, are you messing with me? Jiangwen couldn't focus on Hulk and hurried to Thor's side.
At that moment, Thor was rolling around in the cell, which was spinning as it descended, causing him to whirl inside. At that moment, Thor was tumbling in the cell, which was rotating as it fell, making him spin around inside. Seeing this, Jiangwen didn't pull Thor out right away. Instead, he mischievously left him in there. Observing this, Jiangwen didn't pull Thor out immediately. Instead, he playfully left him there. Following the cell's descent, Jiangwen reached the ground first. Following the cell's descent, Jiangwen reached the ground first. Fortunately, there was no one around, only some small animals, making it look like a grassy field. Fortunately, the area was deserted, with just a few small animals, making it resemble a grassy field. He unleashed a bolt of lightning, startling the small animals away, and then quietly waited for the small black dot above to arrive. He released a bolt of lightning, scaring away the small animals, and then quietly awaited the arrival of the small black dot above. Thor's strength was still impressive. Before the cell landed, he shattered the glass and flew out. Thor's power remained formidable. Before the cell touched down, he broke the glass and soared out. Jiangwen wasn't that kind-hearted, so he let Thor fall to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Jiangwen wasn't so kind-hearted, so he allowed Thor to land, stirring up a cloud of dust.
As for whether Thor would be harmed? Would someone who could physically withstand stellar energy be killed by a fall? That was ridiculous. As for whether Thor would be injured? Could someone who could withstand stellar energy die from a fall? That was absurd.
While there was no immediate concern here, the issue of Hulk still loomed. After confirming Thor had exited the cell, Jiangwen followed the route he remembered to find Hulk's whereabouts. After confirming that Thor had emerged from the cell, Jiangwen traced the path he recalled to locate Hulk. Soon, he found Hulk hovering over a factory.
Is this really a scene from the movie? Jiangwen wondered aloud. Is this truly a scene from the film? Jiangwen asked curiously. Even though this world had undergone so many changes, Hulk's landing spot appeared to be quite similar. Despite the numerous changes in this world, Hulk's landing site seemed to remain largely unchanged. The green giant Hulk broke through the factory's roof and then reverted to Banner's form. The green giant Hulk crashed through the factory's roof and returned to Banner's appearance. However, the old man who was supposed to appear in the film was nowhere to be found, and Hulk fell into a state of unconsciousness. Just when Jiangwen thought Hulk's landing spot was mere coincidence, a skull figure on a flaming motorcycle entered the factory. Just as Jiangwen believed Hulk's landing was coincidental, a skull figure on a flaming motorcycle entered the factory. Robbie?
Jiangwen inquired, intrigued, and appeared before the Ghost Rider.
Robbie?
Jiangwen asked, curious, as he appeared before the Ghost Rider. But to Jiangwen's surprise, the Ghost Rider suddenly morphed into an old man, trembling as if a light breeze could topple him. However, to Jiangwen's astonishment, the Ghost Rider suddenly transformed into an old man, shaking as if a gust of wind could blow him over. "My name is Johnny Blaze," the old man said with a smile as he introduced himself to Jiangwen. "My name is Johnny Blaze," the old man smiled as he introduced himself to Jiangwen.
"You are the Ghost Rider?"
Jiangwen exclaimed, showing a look of shock upon hearing the old man's introduction.
"You are the Ghost Rider? That title fits quite well."
"However, I have very little power left now. You must have met my successor, Robbie," the elderly Ghost Rider replied, his voice slightly hoarse but filled with a steadfast strength. I guess you're here because of that big guy in the factory. Jiangwen smiled at him, surprised to encounter the movie version of the ghostwriter in this place. I assume you're here for the big guy in the factory, Jiangwen said with a smile, genuinely surprised to see the movie version of the ghostwriter here. After all, the scenes in the movie were clearly not set in modern times, and the old man's appearance made sense, given that Ghostwriter is indeed a Marvel hero. Just because he wasn't featured in the film doesn't mean he doesn't exist. After all, the movie scenes were clearly not set in a modern context, and the old man's appearance was understandable, given that Ghostwriter is a Marvel hero. Just because he wasn't featured in the movie doesn't mean he isn't real. Yes, but my power is almost gone now. I doubt I can be of much help. The elderly Ghostwriter shook his head. Yes, but now I have very little power left. I probably can't be of much use, the elderly Ghostwriter replied, shaking his head. Speaking of which, that person inside really resembles you. It's not the spirit of vengeance within him but a technological product, yet equally difficult to control, perhaps even more so than the spirit of vengeance. Jiangwen paused, carefully observing the old man's expression. By the way, that person inside is somewhat similar to you. It's not the spirit of vengeance inside him but a technological creation, and it's equally hard to control, perhaps even more so than the spirit of vengeance. Jiangwen paused, looking carefully at the old man's expression. Not seeing any reaction, Jiangwen continued, he is currently lost and confused. I hope you can guide him. Seeing no reaction, Jiangwen continued, he is lost in confusion right now, and I hope you can help guide him. Sure, if this old body of mine still has some use, then I'll give it a try, he readily agreed. Sure, if this old body of mine still has some use, then I'll give it a shot, he readily agreed. Jiangwen then confidently entrusted Banner inside to him and left the area, as he had many more tasks awaiting him that day. Jiangwen then confidently handed over Banner inside to him and promptly left, knowing he had many more tasks to attend to that day. You fell from the sky, Banner said upon waking up and hearing the elderly ghostwriter say this. You fell from the sky, Banner said after waking up and hearing the elderly ghostwriter. Did I hurt anyone? Banner groaned, clutching his head in pain as he asked the elderly ghostwriter. Did I hurt anyone? Banner asked painfully, holding his head as he looked at the elderly ghostwriter. No one nearby got hurt, but you certainly scared a lot of pigeons, the old ghostwriter replied. No one around was hurt, but you certainly frightened a lot of pigeons, the elderly ghostwriter replied. That's lucky. How fortunate. Maybe you were just accurate. You were still conscious when you fell, the old man continued. Maybe you aimed well, you were still awake when you fell, the old man added. You saw that? You saw that? I saw everything. You fell through the roof, big and green, and bare-bottomed, he chuckled. I saw it all. You fell through the roof, big and green, and bare-bottomed, he chuckled. Banner didn't respond, silently putting on the clothes the old man handed him and walking out of the ruins. Banner remained silent, putting on the clothes the old man handed him before stepping out of the ruins. So, which one is the real you? The old ghostwriter asked after Banner emerged from the rubble. So, which one is the real you? The elderly ghostwriter asked after Banner stepped out of the rubble. What? What do you mean? Are you the big guy who shrank down, or are you a little guy who sometimes gets big? The old man gestured as he spoke. Are you the big guy shrunk down, or are you a little guy who sometimes gets big? The elderly man asked, gesturing. Sometimes. I don't even know myself, Banner shook his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. Sometimes. I don't even know myself, Banner replied, shaking his head, his expression revealing confusion. Do you have a place you want to go? Seeing this, the old ghostwriter didn't pry further. Is there anywhere you want to go? Noticing his confusion, the elderly ghostwriter didn't press further. The Stark Tower, no. Banner hesitated, then nodded and said, yes. Stark Tower, no. Banner hesitated, then nodded and replied, yes. I know you're a bit muddled right now and have made a mess here, but things aren't always black and white, the old ghostwriter said as he walked with Banner towards the factory exit. I know you're a bit confused and have made a mess of things here, but things aren't always black and white, the elderly ghostwriter said as he led Banner out of the factory. I know where to go, but it's a place where I might cause more destruction. As Banner adjusted his clothes, he walked outside. I know where to go, but that place might lead to more destruction, Banner said as he straightened his clothes while heading outside. That's no different from anyone else. I can't help judging right from wrong here, and it's unlikely I'll intervene again. You can take my motorcycle. The old ghostwriter led Hulk to where the motorcycle was parked. That's no different from anyone else. I can't judge right from wrong here, and it's unlikely I'll step in again. You can take my motorcycle, the elderly ghostwriter said, leading Hulk to where the motorcycle was parked.
I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go, Banner admitted. Actually, you do, kid. Your body will follow the decisions of your mind.
With that, the old ghostwriter handed the motorcycle keys to Banner.
Actually, you do know, kid.
Your body will follow the choices your heart makes, the elderly ghostwriter said, handing Banner the motorcycle keys. Banner thanked him, then hopped on the motorcycle and rode off.
Banner expressed his gratitude and then mounted the motorcycle, riding away.
At this time, Jiangwen did not head directly to Stark Tower. He knew that someone was using Stark's energy system to open a timespace gate, but he had no intention of stopping it. At this moment, Jiangwen did not head straight to Stark Tower. He understood that someone was utilizing Stark's energy system to open a time portal, but he had no intention of intervening. He realized he couldn't prevent all crises, the world didn't operate that way. He understood that he couldn't avert every crisis, the world didn't function that way. Back in the Flash world, he had joined Star Labs and attempted to alter the timeline using long-forgotten memories. Back in the Flash universe, he had joined Star Labs, trying to modify the timeline based on his long-dormant memories. Unfortunately, altering the timeline was easier said than done, as one couldn't grasp the root cause of a crisis. Changes to known events could lead to unknown crises waiting to unfold. Unfortunately, altering the timeline was simpler in theory than in practice, as it was difficult to identify the root causes of crises. Changing known events could lead to unknown crises yet to occur. Some things could be changed, while others could never be altered, no matter what. Some things could be altered, while others could never be changed, no matter the circumstances. So, Jiangwen only wanted to minimize casualties as much as possible. Whenever war broke out, regardless of the outcome, it was always the ordinary civilians who suffered the most. Thus, Jiangwen only aimed to reduce civilian casualties as much as possible. Whenever war erupted, regardless of the outcome, it was the common people who always bore the brunt.
Friday, how's the F1 plan coming along? Jiangwen asked Friday while sitting on the villa's sofa.
Friday, how is the F1 plan progressing?
Jiangwen inquired while sitting on the sofa in the villa.
Boss, it's all set.
Should we initiate the plan?
Boss, everything is ready.
Should we activate the plan? Launch the plan. Now. Activate the plan. Now.
As soon as Jiangwen finished speaking, the ground in the villa's yard opened up, and dirt fell into the abyss below, remaining silent for a long time. As Jiangwen's words echoed, the ground in the villa's yard spread apart, sending dirt cascading into the deep void, with no sound returning for a long time. Some aircraft began to jet out, heading straight for Stark Tower in New York. Several aircraft began to shoot out, aiming directly for Stark Tower in New York. Friday, activate the nanobody, and you join the fight, Jiangwen commanded, and in a flash of white lightning, he vanished from sight. Friday, activate the nanobody, and join the battle, Jiangwen commanded, then disappeared in a flash of white lightning.
Understood, boss.
Friday responded, but Jiangwen was already gone.
Understood, boss.
Friday replied, but Jiangwen had already left. Suddenly, a cloud of dust-like particles appeared on Friday's virtual screen, gradually forming Friday's physical body. Suddenly, a dust-like substance floated on Friday's virtual projection, slowly forming her physical body. Today, Friday took on a very elegant Eastern woman's appearance, her expressionless face exuding an extraordinary charm. Today, Friday manifested as an elegant Eastern woman, her emotionless face radiating an extraordinary allure. As soon as Friday's body appeared, she soared into the air, flying in the direction where Jiangwen had gone. Once Friday's form materialized, she flew into the air, heading towards Jiangwen's location. At that moment, Jiangwen was busy rescuing people. Using his Speed Force ability, which was akin to time standing still, he directly evacuated tens of thousands of people from several blocks near Stark Tower. At that moment, Jiangwen was engaged in rescuing civilians. Utilizing his Speed Force power, which was nearly like time stopping, he swiftly moved tens of thousands of people away from several blocks near Stark Tower. Just as Jiangwen completed this task, thousands of aircraft arrived at the location, creating a spectacular scene resembling a meteor shower at close range. Just as Jiangwen finished this, thousands of aircraft descended upon the area, creating a breathtaking sight akin to a meteor shower from up close. At this moment, the timespace gate had already opened wide, and the waiting Chitauri army began to pour through the portal to launch an attack on Earth. Meanwhile, the time portal had opened wide, and the waiting Chitauri army surged through, preparing to invade Earth.
Energy barrier activated.
After giving the command, the meteor-like aircraft disassembled, revealing the shining diamond-shaped metallic bodies within.
Energy barrier activated.
Zhang Wen commanded, and the meteor-like aircraft disintegrated, exposing the luminous diamond-shaped metallic bodies inside. One after another, they formed a true wall, surrounding the uninhabited area Zhang Wen had cleared, with brilliant blue light shooting skyward, seemingly endless. One by one, they formed a massive cylindrical barrier, encircling the several blocks around Stark Tower, preventing anything from entering or exiting. The Chitauri soldiers piloting the aircraft crashed into the energy wall, causing the remaining Chitauri soldiers to retreat, only able to fire at the Avengers present in the empty buildings. The Chitauri soldiers piloting the crafts were obliterated against the energy wall, forcing the remaining soldiers to take cover and fire at the Avengers and the empty surroundings.
Zhang Wen naturally wouldn't let them rampage like this. He transformed into lightning, darting through the city, and his sword sliced through the invading alien soldiers like grass. Zhang Wen certainly wouldn't allow them to act with impunity. He became a flash of lightning, darting through the city, and his sword cut down the invading alien soldiers relentlessly, as if mowing grass.
"Boss, I'm here," Friday announced, floating gracefully in the air, dressed in a qipao.
"Boss, I'm here," Friday said, elegantly hovering in the air, wearing a qipao.
"Go deal with those warships." Upon seeing Friday arrive, Zhang Wen hurriedly instructed. Although he could handle those Chitauri ships himself, his smaller size made it a disadvantage. "Go take care of those warships,"
Zhang Wen quickly commanded upon seeing Friday.
While he could confront the Chitauri ships himself, his relatively small stature made it less effective. The Chitauri ships resembled giant flying fish, and when Zhang Wen's sword struck them, it merely left shallow scratches, barely making any impact. The Chitauri ships were massive, and Zhang Wen's sword only left shallow marks on their surface, almost ineffective. Friday, on the other hand, had it much easier. Among the Avengers, the strongest firepower was not Thor nor Iron Man, and certainly not Zhang Wen, but Friday.
However, Friday had a much easier time.
In the current Avengers, the most formidable firepower wasn't Thor, Tony, or even Zhang Wen, it was Friday. Though Friday had not officially joined the Avengers, and Zhang Wen himself couldn't be considered a true member, they were simply there to assist. Although Friday hadn't formally joined the Avengers, and Zhang Wen couldn't truly be counted as a member either, they were both there to lend a hand. Friday's body was composed of a very special material, which Zhang Wen was unsure of the name, but he knew it could perfectly integrate various energies and even simulate Zhang Wen's speed force, albeit without the power to manipulate time and space. Friday's body was made of a unique material that Zhang Wen didn't know the name of. He only knew it could flawlessly merge various energies and even mimic Zhang Wen's speed force, though lacking the ability to traverse time and space. Zhang Wen had also utilized Atom's technology to significantly shrink this special material. So, even though Friday appeared as a human girl, her body contained a wealth of extraordinary technology and even some powers that Zhang Wen had collected. Zhang Wen had also used Atom's technology to considerably reduce this special material's size. Thus, while Friday now resembled a human girl, her body housed various extraordinary technologies and abilities that Zhang Wen had gathered. If Zhang Wen were to truly face off against Friday, he would doubt whether he could defeat her. However, this really didn't matter, as she was something he created, much like how Tony wouldn't be able to defeat his own armor. If Zhang Wen were to face Friday in combat, he would question whether he could win against her. But that didn't concern him much since she was an invention of his, much like how Tony would struggle against his own suits. Friday floated gracefully in the air, slowly raising one hand. Her slender figure seemed small compared to the massive Chitauri ships, but the effects she created were striking. Friday hovered in the air, slowly raising a hand. Her delicate form appeared small next to the massive Chitauri ships, yet the impact she had was remarkable. It was as if an invisible force appeared in the sky. The Chitauri ship was crushed and, under Friday's control, fell straight into an empty area below. This was one of Friday's abilities, Invisibly Force. It was as if an unseen force emerged in the sky, crushing the Chitauri ship, which then fell straight down into a vacant lot under Friday's control. This was one of Friday's abilities, Invisibly Force.
"Wow! Who is this beautiful lady you brought in as backup?"
Stark, flying nearby, exclaimed upon witnessing the scene.
In fact, Tony had just noticed Zhang Wen's arrival. "Wow! Who's this beautiful lady you brought as backup?" Stark exclaimed as he noticed Friday.
Tony had only just realized Zhang Wen had arrived. After all, Zhang Wen's speed was incredibly fast. From the establishment of the energy wall to clearing out the scattered Chitauri soldiers, it took less than a minute. After all, Zhang Wen's speed was astonishing, From the time the energy wall was erected to when he cleared out the scattered Chitauri soldiers, it had barely taken a minute.
And Friday's display of power took only a few seconds. Although just a few seconds, the impact she made was immense.
And Friday's display of power occurred in mere seconds. Though it was only a few seconds, the effect she had was extraordinarily significant.
Tony, this is Friday.
Zhang Wen explained helplessly from atop a building, knowing Tony would undoubtedly try to flirt with Friday, even in the midst of battle.
Tony, this is Friday.
Zhang Wen explained, realizing that Tony would probably try to flirt with Friday, even in the middle of a battlefield.
What? Zhang Wen, you secretly made a robot girlfriend.
Tony exclaimed, looking utterly shocked.
What? Zhang Wen, you actually made a robot girlfriend in secret.
Tony said, appearing stunned. Be careful, Friday is almost a sentient data being now, and she holds grudges, Zhang Wen reminded him directly. Be careful, Friday is nearly a sentient data entity now, and she can hold grudges, Zhang Wen warned him.
While Zhang Wen and Tony were conversing, the Chitauri army would not wait, descending from the sky like locusts. While Zhang Wen and Tony were talking, the Chitauri army was descending from the sky like a swarm of locusts.
Boss, Captain America and the others are flying over, along with Banner and Thor, Friday's voice reported simultaneously. Boss, Captain America and the others are approaching in their aircraft, along with Banner and Thor, Friday reported at the same time. Let them in, and tell them this is my protective measure, don't let them destroy it, Zhang Wen said, showing foresight, as Thor was currently swinging his hammer, aiming to smash the energy barrier below. Let them in and inform them that this is my protective measure, make sure they don't blow it up, Zhang Wen instructed, demonstrating foresight, as Thor was swinging his hammer, preparing to strike the energy barrier. Fortunately, Friday quickly maneuvered a flying vehicle to Thor's side. This flying vehicle was a prototype robot designed by Zhang Wen for the F2 plan to combat Ultron. Of course, it could also serve other purposes since it was uncertain whether Ultron would even come into existence. Fortunately, Friday swiftly controlled a flying vehicle and reached Thor's side. This flying craft was a prototype robot designed by Zhang Wen as part of the F2 plan to combat Ultron. Naturally, it could also be utilized for other purposes, as it remained uncertain whether Ultron would indeed manifest.
Thor, don't hit it. This is my creation, I'll open a door for you to come in.
Zhang Wen's voice came through the vehicle.
Thor, don't hit it. This is my creation, I'll open a door for you to enter. Zhang Wen's voice echoed from the vehicle. Zhang Wen? Thor's confused voice responded. Zhang Wen?
Thor asked, puzzled.
It's me, come on in.
As soon as Zhang Wen finished speaking, a small opening appeared in the barrier, just large enough for Thor to enter.
It's me, come on in.
As soon as Zhang Wen finished speaking, a small opening appeared in the barrier, just big enough for Thor to step through. Thor cautiously extended his hand to test it and then stepped inside. Once inside, Thor swung his hammer, flying towards Stark Tower, where his beloved brother awaited. Thor carefully reached out to test the opening, then stepped through. Once inside, he immediately swung his hammer, soaring towards Stark Tower to find his dear brother.
Loki!
Thor yelled loudly, startling Zhang Wen, who was currently managing the virtual screen in front of him, releasing Banner and Captain America.
Loki!
Thor shouted, causing Zhang Wen to jump as he was controlling the virtual screen and freeing Banner and Captain America. Meanwhile, Loki took advantage of being ignored to sit atop Stark Tower and watch the chaos unfold.
Seeing Zhang Wen move with incredible speed, Loki's gaze revealed a hint of amusement. Meanwhile, Loki, having been neglected, sat atop Stark Tower, watching the commotion. Observing Zhang Wen's rapid movements, Loki's eyes glinted with intrigue. Thor spotted Loki and approached him to say something, only to be tricked and injured by Loki. However, for Thor, such minor injuries were nothing. After delivering a beating to Loki, he directly joined the fray. Thor noticed Loki, approached to speak with him, and ended up getting tricked and hurt. However, for Thor, such injuries were trivial. After giving Loki a good thrashing, he jumped right into the battle. Though Thor was curious about the black-haired beauty hovering in the air, he clearly didn't dwell on it, directly swinging his hammer and unleashing lightning toward the time-space gate above. While Thor was intrigued by the dark-haired beauty floating above, he quickly dismissed it and swung his hammer, directing lightning toward the time gate above. The planes piloted by Hawkeye and the others also joined the battle, but to be honest, Earth's basic technology was still vastly inferior compared to the Chitauri's weaponry. The aircraft piloted by Hawkeye and the others also entered the fray, but honestly, Earth's fundamental technology was far inferior to the Chitauri's weaponry. Once they opened fire with machine guns, they were immediately struck by Chitauri weapons,
causing their planes to begin to fall. As soon as they opened fire with their machine guns, they were quickly hit by Chitauri weapons, causing their planes to start crashing. This time, they didn't have the good luck seen in the movies. If it weren't for Friday's assistance, they would likely have been blown up in mid-air. This time, they didn't have the good fortune typically portrayed in movies. Without Friday's help, they would have likely been blown up in their aircraft. As for Zhang Wen, he had not engaged in the battle. A transparent image hovered in front of him, displaying the entire combat area. As for Zhang Wen, he had not participated in the battle. A transparent image floated before him, showing the entire battlefield. Thanks to Zhang Wen's efforts, the Chitauri soldiers could not find any civilians, so they directed their firepower toward the participating Avengers. Thanks to Zhang Wen's efforts, the Chitauri soldiers couldn't locate any civilians, so they focused their fire on the involved Avengers. For a moment, the pressure on the Avengers increased significantly, but fortunately, Friday was there to help. At that moment, the Avengers faced considerable pressure, but luckily, Friday was there to assist. Friday's abilities were incredibly diverse, including invisibly force, ultrasonic waves, data manipulation, and mechanical control. Friday possessed a wide array of abilities, including invisibly force, ultrasonic waves, data control, and mechanical manipulation. Faced with Friday's overwhelming attacks, the Chitauri soldiers only experienced increased casualties. In the face of Friday's relentless assaults, the Chitauri soldiers simply suffered greater losses. Although Zhang Wen did not directly engage in combat, the Chitauri soldiers did not let him off easily. Even though Zhang Wen did not directly participate in the fight, the Chitauri soldiers did not spare him. Some Chitauri soldiers' craft suddenly unleashed numerous lasers, clearly having identified Zhang Wen, who had previously eliminated most of the scattered soldiers, opting for a total area suppression. Some Chitauri soldiers' ships suddenly unleashed a barrage of lasers, clearly having recognized Zhang Wen, who had previously wiped out most of their scattered forces, opting for a broad area attack. Such an attack strategy could significantly limit Zhang Wen's speed, but for him, it was ineffective. This attack method could greatly restrict Zhang Wen's speed, but for him, it posed no real threat. He effortlessly maneuvered through the dense lasers. He easily navigated through the barrage of lasers. The virtual image remained suspended in front of Zhang Wen, showing his presence in various areas. Each time he appeared, he attracted a significant amount of firepower. The virtual image continued to hover before Zhang Wen, displaying his movements across different locations. Each appearance drew a massive amount of firepower toward him. Thus, although he did not directly take part in the battle, he helped draw many enemy forces away from others. In this way, while he did not engage directly in the conflict, he helped divert a great deal of enemy attention from his allies. For Zhang Wen, this fight held little significance. For Zhang Wen, this battle was largely meaningless. With his abilities, he could have wiped out all the invading forces in mere seconds. Given his powers, he could easily eliminate all invading enemies within seconds. However, Zhang Wen did not intend to do this, partly because he didn't want to, and partly because of the massive Chitauri mothership. However, Zhang Wen would not take that route, partly because he chose not to, and partly due to the enormous Chitauri mothership. Zhang Wen did not believe that such a large mothership would lack heavy weaponry like laser cannons. Even if it didn't possess planet-destroying weapons, it would undoubtedly have devastatingly powerful ones. He didn't believe that a gigantic mothership would lack powerful weapons like laser cannons. Even if it didn't have planet-destroying capabilities, it certainly would have large-scale destructive weaponry. If Zhang Wen appeared too powerful, giving the Chitauri the impression that victory was hopeless, the mothership would undoubtedly unleash its formidable weapons rather than simply engaging in a battle of manpower. If Zhang Wen demonstrated too much strength, making the Chitauri feel hopeless about winning, the mothership would definitely deploy its powerful weapons instead of relying solely on manpower. In fact, the reason the Chitauri army was employing such tactics was primarily due to Earth's weak forces and Loki's desire to rule Earth. In fact, the reason the Chitauri were using such tactics was mainly due to Earth's weak defenses and Loki's aspirations to conquer it. While Earth possessed many magical powers, these forces did not interfere with worldly matters, otherwise, the Inhumans would have emerged long ago. Although Earth had many magical forces, these powers did not interfere with mundane affairs, otherwise, the Inhumans would have appeared ages ago. Magic was primarily used to defend against other magical forces, just like now, even with New York being invaded, beings like the Ancient One were still guarding their sanctums. Magic was typically employed to protect against other magical threats, as was the case now. Even though New York had been invaded, beings like the Ancient One continued to watch over their sanctuaries.
As long as the aliens did not destroy the sanctums, the Ancient One and others would not intervene against these foes. As long as the aliens did not attack the sanctums, the Ancient One and others would not take action against them. To those sorcerers, aliens were no different from humans. Battles of this nature were akin to conflicts between nations, and they wouldn't concern themselves unless a crisis of Earth's destruction arose. For those sorcerers, aliens were not fundamentally different from humans. This level of conflict was like wars between nations, and they wouldn't take notice unless it threatened Earth's existence. For instance, if Thanos came to Earth seeking the Infinity Stones? Perhaps, Jiangwen was uncertain if the sorcerers would intervene if Thanos invaded without pursuing the stones, but it was possible they might or might not. For instance, if Thanos arrived on Earth to retrieve the Infinity Stones? Perhaps, Jiangwen wasn't certain if the sorcerers would step in if Thanos invaded without trying to collect the stones, but they might or might not. However, all of this was irrelevant to Zhang Wen at present, as he had noticed something intriguing. However, none of this mattered to Zhang Wen right now. He had discovered something interesting. On a street, another Iron Man, Captain America, and Hulk suddenly appeared. On a street, another Iron Man, Captain America, and Hulk suddenly materialized. We'll act separately. One person will go to the upper city, and one will go to the lower city. Be sure to keep a low profile and pay attention to the time. Captain America, holding his shield, was giving orders. However, at that moment, Zhang Wen's voice suddenly reached the ears of several people. Look what we found. A wild Captain America, along with the Hulk and Iron Man. Zhang Wen's words startled everyone, and they quickly prepared for battle. Who are you? Tony, from another parallel world, raised his hand cannon, ready to fire at any moment. My name is Zhang Wen, an ordinary speedster. After introducing himself, a loud roar came from behind them. The group turned around to see the original Hulk lifting a car and forcefully throwing it at the Chitauri soldiers, acting extremely violently, even jumping on the car a few times, which made the Hulk, Banner, awkwardly cover his face. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Seeing their expressions, Zhang Wen immediately understood. What's going on here? Tony, didn't you say this location was absolutely deserted? Captain America asked Tony. I think this mysterious gentleman can answer that for us, can't he? Tony looked at Zhang Wen with a neutral expression, as the Iron Man armor obscured his face. Alright, visitor from the parallel dimension, I will explain everything in detail. You better hurry up, we don't have much time. At that moment, Tony interjected. No problem. So where should I start? Ah, I see, we're quite similar, except I'm not from a parallel universe, but from another universe. My arrival. Zhang Wen then briefly introduced his background and the so-called universe. So, you mean we didn't travel back in time, but arrived in a parallel universe? Hearing Zhang Wen's explanation, Steve Rogers asked with some confusion. What are your thoughts on time? Seeing Steve Rogers' inquiry, Zhang Wen smiled as he replied. Traveling through time? Does that count? At this moment, Ant-Man, who had been ignored, spoke up. Sorry, but the situation you're describing is not really time travel, it's just arriving in a similar parallel universe. Perhaps the time we arrived is different, but it's not the original universe. True time travel would trigger correction forces. Anything that happened in the past would be modified by the correction forces, leading to changes in the future. That said, I've only verified this law in my previous world, and I've never actually traveled through time in this world. Speaking of which, I wish this world didn't have correction forces. Zhang Wen said, gradually lost in thought. So, you mean you can travel through time? And you know our purpose? After hearing Zhang Wen's words, Steve started to understand the situation. It doesn't matter, you can modify the history of this world as you like, since this universe isn't your past. Banner, come with me later, I'll take you to find Ancient One. The current Doctor Strange is still just a doctor. Zhang Wen snapped back to reality and spoke to them. At that moment, Tony's voice came through the headset. Zhang Wen, a nuclear bomb is flying over here, quickly open the space wall you created. What do you plan to do? Zhang Wen asked the Tony from this world, then controlled the space wall to break open a large hole. The Chitauri soldiers saw an opportunity and rushed out, but unfortunately, most were shot down by Friday in the sky. I just so happened to know where to send it. Tony replied. Tony, just hand it over to Friday. Zhang Wen said into the headset, but Tony didn't respond. Damn it. Do as you wish, I'll come find you later. After saying that, Zhang Wen disappeared in front of them. Did I just see another person inside? Ant-Man asked in surprise. Alright, let's not consider the matters between parallel universes for now, let's follow the original plan and search for the gem. Steve interrupted the others who wanted to continue talking and gave a direct order, and the others nodded in agreement. Even though Zhang Wen's mention of parallel worlds changed their concept of time travel, it did not deter them. Instead, it motivated them even more. Not to mention the people currently traveling through dimensions, Tony in this world was carrying the nuclear bomb towards the portal. Although Zhang Wen said to leave the nuclear bomb issue to Friday, to be honest, Tony didn't trust the others. After all, this was a nuclear bomb. Once detonated, almost no one in New York would survive. Even those outside the explosion range would be severely harmed by radiation. Moreover, a nuclear bomb might not necessarily close a space portal made of the Tesseract. Their purpose might be to eliminate these powerful humans. That's why Zhang Wen hoped for the New York battle to occur. Otherwise, if the government agencies in this world encountered supernatural phenomena, they would think of covering it up. While this might help with their management, it would be tantamount to murder for the unsuspecting public. Of course, Zhang Wen didn't intend to be a good person. His main purpose was still to showcase his strength, to avoid situations like this where they'd throw a nuclear bomb at the first sign of trouble. Although he was confident he could escape, his home and friends couldn't withstand the power of a nuclear bomb. Just like in the movies, Tony directly flew out of the portal with the nuclear bomb, and then a dazzling light exploded. Zhang Wen didn't wait for Tony to slowly descend but directly instructed Friday to pull Tony back. Friday's invisible stance was not only effective for offense but also very skilled in defense and moving heavy objects. Pulling an Iron Man was well within its capabilities. In fact, the Chitauri mothership was not that fragile. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be destroyed by a nuclear bomb. But it's important to note that the Chitauri had always been thinking about reinforcing their troops on Earth, or rather, they didn't consider this battle a normal fight at all. The so-called ship shields weren't even activated, and the entire mothership just floated in space like scrap metal, which is why it could be directly destroyed by a nuclear bomb. The defeat in this battle could only be attributed to the Chitauri's arrogance. Otherwise, even if Earth closed the portal made of the Tesseract, it wouldn't cause significant damage to the Chitauri army. As for the troops eliminated on the ground, they were merely puppets created. The truly valuable ones were those flying ships like monsters in the sky, but for the Chitauri Legion, these were just consumables. Zhang Wen was also somewhat surprised. He originally thought the Chitauri mothership wouldn't be so easily destroyed and was planning to release his secret weapon at the last moment, but unfortunately, that weapon would remain gathering dust in the warehouse. Since Tony ignored Zhang Wen's advice, the remaining people naturally focused their attention on the culprit, Loki. Having been beaten up by the Hulk, Loki was already freed from Thanos' control, but in reality, Loki hadn't changed much. Unlike Loki's control over others, Thanos' influence simply magnified Loki's dark side, and he didn't even realize he was being controlled. Of course, Zhang Wen could see this because of his unique eyes. Natasha proudly gestured with the Mind Stone in her hand towards Zhang Wen, who smiled back at her without saying anything. "Be careful while walking, the floor has just been waxed," Ancient One said, looking at Banner who was walking into the room. Banner turned to glance at the speaker, puzzled, thinking, is this a wizard? He then strode forward confidently. "I'm here to find Dr. Strange," Banner said. Even though Zhang Wen had mentioned that Dr. Strange had yet to be born, his instincts caused him to ignore Zhang Wen's words. "You probably came too early. Strange is still doing surgery 20 blocks away," Ancient One pointed outside and said to Banner, "What do you need him for?" "It's for that." Banner pointed at the time stone that Ancient One wore on her chest. "Oh. So you're here for this?" Ancient One smiled at the time stone on her chest and then said, "I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Sorry, I'm not here to negotiate with you. You don't really want to do this." "You're right, I might regret it, but I really need that stone. I don't have time to argue with you." Relying on his Hulk-like physique, Banner stepped forward to snatch the time stone, only to be struck in the stomach by Ancient One, causing his human soul to fly out. "Now, shall we start over and have a proper discussion?" Ancient One smiled at the bewildered Banner. On the other side, the original Avengers members who had completed their tasks were unaware that two Iron Men and Captain America from parallel worlds were planning to steal the Infinity Stones they had just acquired. They were all focused on Loki. Zhang Wen was naturally among them, but he noticed the hidden parallel world Tony Stark sitting calmly on the sofa, ignoring them. Zhang Wen decided to watch this farce from the sidelines. In fact, he was contemplating whether to take a trip to the parallel world. With the power of Speed Force, he could easily return. "If possible, I'd like a drink," Loki said.
Honestly, after returning to normal, he had become much more glib. He now resembled the legendary god of mischief rather than his previous sullen demeanor. "Alright, let him up. We'll have plenty of time to act cool later," said this world's Tony. "Oh, Rogers. I almost forgot about your outfit. Honestly, the butt effect is just tragic." The parallel world Tony said to the parallel world Captain America through his earpiece.
Zhang Wen's ears perked up, and he couldn't help but glance at Steve's backside. "No one asked you to look." Tony, the parallel world Captain America retorted. "That's too exaggerated." "I think it looks great, Captain. I think this is classic American but..." Ant-Man, who had been in semi-invisibility, chimed in.
Setting aside the discussion about Captain America's butt, Natasha asked, holding the Mind Stone, "Who should this magic stick be given to?"
"Shield's strike team." "Ahem. Didn't I hear they were disbanded?"
"Because it was said that they were all Hydra members." Zhang Wen interjected from the side.
"Mr. Zhang Wen, sorry, but this is Shield's loot.
The strike team has been reformed, and I can guarantee there's not a single Hydra member among them." Natasha countered, recalling Zhang Wen's remarks about the loot during the sky battle. Now that she had the actual scepter in her hands, she naturally wouldn't give it to Zhang Wen.
Zhang Wen smiled indifferently and then made a gesture towards the hidden parallel world Tony. "What's going on? Has Hydra been discovered now?" Ant-Man asked in surprise.
"I'm afraid the previous person was right. This is indeed a parallel world."
"Captain, change of plans."
Tony's expression grew serious upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, and he stopped joking, directly addressing Captain America.
"I know."
At that moment, the reformed SHIELD strike team arrived, directly taking Loki's Mind Stone and heading down the elevator. Meanwhile, Loki displayed the traits of the god of mischief, directly using illusion magic to mimic Captain America's voice, which Thor found unbearable, and he pulled out something to gag Loki. Thor and the others then took Loki to another elevator, but Hulk couldn't fit inside due to his size.
"Zhang Wen, do you want to come up?" Tony asked as the elevator doors were about to close. "No, I have some things to do." Zhang Wen shook his head and walked straight to the window, watching the parallel world Iron Man flying down.
Seeing that Zhang Wen was not coming up, the others had no choice but to let the elevator doors close, though Hulk was not pleased. "I hate stairs. I hate stairs," Hulk grumbled, stomping toward the stairwell like a child. Zhang Wen glanced back at the sulking Hulk before leaving the place.
On the roof of the New York Sanctum, the soul form of Banner was continuously pleading with Ancient One.
"I can't help you, Bruce," Ancient One said, walking away, as the soul form of Banner was simply too bothersome.
"If I give you the Time Stone, then..."
As she spoke, Ancient One drew a long line in the air with her finger, explaining to Banner the different timelines, but in reality, Banner already understood that this was not the future for her.
"Hi, Master Ancient One."
At that moment, Zhang Wen approached. "Lord Zhang Wen," Ancient One nodded slightly at him.
"You're the one from earlier." Banner exclaimed in surprise at Zhang Wen's sudden appearance.
"Let me explain, they are the Avengers from a parallel world. You could say they are your future selves. If it weren't for me, Doctor Strange would have handed over the Infinity Stones because they couldn't defeat Thanos." Thus, Zhang Wen provided Ancient One with information about what happened after his death, as the Infinity Stones couldn't foresee events after his death, so Ancient One knew little about Thanos.
"Are you saying Strange willingly handed over the stone?" Ancient One asked, somewhat perplexed.
"Yes, in any case, the Time Stone from that world has been destroyed, and these people can only borrow stones from other parallel worlds for use. If you're worried, why not hand the Time Stone over to me?
I will ensure its safe return." Zhang Wen persuaded Ancient One.
In fact, Ancient One had already decided to hand over the stone after hearing that Strange had voluntarily surrendered it, but now that a better option had come up, she would certainly choose to give the stone to Zhang Wen.
"Lord Zhang Wen, promise me you will come back."
Ancient One grasped Zhang Wen's hands tightly, her face showing a hint of pleading. "Don't worry, my friends are all in this world, along with my villa in Friday. I can't possibly give up this place." As he spoke, Zhang Wen took the stone into his hands. At that moment, the Time Stone was not being ensorcelled by Ancient One. Zhang Wen was directly holding the stone's physical form.
Surprisingly, the stone showed no reaction at all.
It's well known that the Infinity Stones can be extremely harmful to humans, especially the Time Stone. Very few people, like Zhang Wen, could directly touch the physical stone. Other mages manipulated the stone's position through spells, and no mage had ever dared to touch the Time Stone directly.
"Banner, now take me to your world for a visit."
On the other side, the parallel world Captain America successfully obtained the Mind Stone, but Iron Man lost the Tesseract.
In the chaos, Loki managed to escape using the Tesseract.
With no other choice, the parallel world Tony and Steve had to travel to another parallel world, preparing to steal the Tesseract and Pym particles. Here, Tony encountered his father from his younger days, while Steve met his dream lover. However, both chose to leave, as there were still people waiting for them in their world. What they didn't anticipate was that this journey through the parallel world would undergo some changes. Banner brought someone who didn't belong to this world, and Zhang Wen set a coordinate on Banner, then waited for Banner to return to his original world and directly opened the space portal to walk in. Zhang Wen initially thought that crossing over to a parallel world that didn't seem too far away would be easy, but to his surprise, their journey involved some elements of time as well. Fortunately, Zhang Wen's Speed Force also possessed temporal power. If he had used technological items, he might have ended up in the era of the Avengers in this world. It seems I underestimated you all. This is not just an ordinary parallel world traversal, but it even involves the power of time.
Unfortunately, you didn't return directly to your past. It seems your understanding of time isn't deep enough.
Furthermore, crossing through the quantum realm is indeed creative. It allows you to evade most time detection. As everyone returned, they saw a casually dressed person standing on the quantum passage, holding a time stone in his hand.
Tony? What's going on? Who is he? Rhodey looked shocked and quickly asked.
How did you get here? Tony's mask instantly retracted, revealing a serious expression.
Where's Natasha?
Where did she go?
Banner noticed someone was missing and hurriedly asked.
Barton wore a pained expression and said nothing. Seeing this, the others understood what had happened, and Tony turned his attention to Zhang Wen, who had suddenly appeared here.
Unexpectedly, Thor directly asked, "Who are you? Did you save my mother?"
Thor's expression was tense as he tossed his hammer to the ground and stepped forward to grab Zhang Wen.
Let's see, it appears you guys have visited 3 universes. Banner, Tony, Ant-Man, Steve, you went to my universe. Thor and Rocket, you should have gone to the future of my universe, while Tony and Steve went to another universe. Zhang Wen disregarded Thor and tossed the stone up and down in his hand, carefully examining the marks on each person. Rhodey, Barton, you went to another universe, and you even brought back a local life form. Is it because of the data brain that you were detected?
Once Zhang Wen spoke, everyone was shocked.
Don't believe him, he's lying.
Nebula's expression changed, and she quickly said,
"Who are you?" "Nebula has been with me. It's impossible for there to be any abnormalities."
Rhodey, in his armor, aimed his gun at Zhang Wen.
"Fine, I don't care. You can let this Nebula go. It's just right for me to test Thanos' strength. After all, I have another Thanos to deal with in my world."
Zhang Wen shrugged nonchalantly and continued.
"Barton, did you see Red Skull?"
"What?"
Barton and Steve were puzzled. "The floating Red Skull."
"Yes, he said the stone requires a sacrifice." Barton's expression remained pained, but he still answered Zhang Wen's question.
"I see.
I'm fine now, you all can get back to your business. If you need the time stone, come find me. I'm here as the guardian of the time stone. I don't care about anything else."
Zhang Wen nodded and then walked straight out. As for what this group decided to do, he didn't care. "Banner, what's going on?" Tony turned to ask.
"We went too early. The Sorcerer Supreme wasn't strange yet, but a powerful sorceress named Ancient One.
I couldn't get the stone from her.
Then this person appeared, as the guardian of the time stone, and after we used the stone, he would take it away with him."
Banner walked down the steps, still looking somewhat dazed but directly answered Tony's question.
Thor stood in place, mumbling to himself as if he had encountered something joyful. Rocket approached and patted him on the shoulder before walking out. For him, the mission was complete.
"Did everyone get the stone?" Tony asked, confirming the matter in the ensuing silence.
Zhang Wen sat in a chair at the Avengers base, watching the state of ordinary people's lives ruined by Thanos over the years. Meanwhile, Nebula, although they didn't believe Zhang Wen, was still guarded by Rhodey. Tony and the others held a small memorial service in a small gazebo by the water outside the compound.
"Does she have any other relatives?" Tony asked.
"Yes, I guess that would be us," Steve replied.
"What are you doing? Don't act like she's dead."
"Why say she's dead? We now have 6 Infinity Stones. As long as we have these stones, we can bring her back.
Right?"
Thor, just receiving exciting news, had yet to calm down.
"She won't come back," Barton said, facing away from everyone. "What? What are you talking about?" Thor was confused. Unreversible, it can't be done.
Barton's voice came again, but it was clear Thor didn't believe him at all.
Sorry, I don't mean to offend, you're just an ordinary earthling. I'm talking about cosmic magic. Saying it can't be done is a bit extreme, isn't it?
He's right. At that moment, Zhang Wen's voice came from behind.
What?
The energy of the stone cannot oppose itself. Although Thanos destroyed the Infinity Stones, in reality, the stones were just destroyed in their physical form. The Infinity Stones still exist in this universe, otherwise, why do you think the Sorcerer Supreme protects the Time Stone? There are far too many things in this universe that can destroy stones.
Zhang Wen's voice echoed from behind. Are you serious? It's true, but the time and location of the stone's reappearance are uncertain. That's the entire universe. You can't possibly collect them.
Moreover, given your lifespans, you might not even wait for the stones to reappear. That floating red guy said the same thing. It should have been mine, it should have been me. Barton's voice was hoarse, as if he were about to cry. Hearing this, everyone fell into silence, and then listened as Barton continued. She sacrificed herself for that damn stone, she traded her life for it.
Ah!
Hulk slammed his fist into the ground, creating a large hole in the wooden floor, and said, "She won't come back, we can't let her sacrifice be in vain. We must not let it be in vain."
It won't be. After the memorial service, the Avengers began to work on creating the Infinity Gauntlet.
The main contributors to the project were naturally Tony and Rocket Raccoon, with Banner assisting on the side. To be honest, the technology at this point in Avengers Endgame was indeed highly advanced. Even the issue of extracting the Reality Stone, which Asgard had struggled with, was becoming straightforward here. Extracting the Mind Stone and Space Stone from the Mind Scepter and Tesseract was a piece of cake. With Zhang Wen's reminders, Tony carefully proceeded with the operations, afraid of damaging the integrity of the cosmic magic and the Mind Scepter. After all, it wouldn't be right to take the Tesseract and then return just a stone. They wouldn't know what to do with it. The Reality Stone, Power Stone, and Soul Stone didn't pose such troubles. The Reality Stone was simply stored in a box, while the other two were the actual stones, needing only the liquid forms to be restored into stones.
Zhang Wen closely observed the process of Tony making the Infinity Gauntlet.
Although the materials might not match the dwarves' craftsmanship, Tony had referenced many dwarven techniques in designing the gauntlet, so theoretically, it should function properly. It might lack the unique ability of the dwarves to use the stones separately, but that didn't matter much to the Avengers. Soon, the most critical step arrived. Tony slowly maneuvered the mechanical arm, placing the 6 Infinity Stones onto the gauntlet one by one. The gauntlet flashed with light and then returned to calm.
Boom!
At this moment, Rocket suddenly shouted, startling everyone, including Zhang Wen. Although Zhang Wen had long anticipated Rocket's antics, he was still taken by surprise, having been focused on the Infinity Gauntlet.
Hee hee hee. Hee 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 hee.
Rocket chuckled to himself, wearing a smug expression. Tony immediately glared at Rocket with a displeased expression, while Rocket turned his face away, whistling nonchalantly. However, Zhang Wen's retaliatory move came swiftly. A bolt of white lightning struck Rocket, causing him to scream loudly.
"Hey! You little dark-haired guy! Don't mess with your stupid lightning, or I swear I'll..." Rocket's words were cut off as he was frightened by the aura emanating from Zhang Wen. "Are you sure?"
Zhang Wen raised a hand, with faint white electricity flickering at his fingertips. The cold look in his eyes made Rocket bury his head in his paws like a rabbit.
"Then, who will snap this deadly finger?"
Perhaps feeling embarrassed by his earlier behavior, Rocket quickly changed the subject.
"I will,"
Thor said as he stepped forward with heavy strides. In fact, for Thor, this period wasn't just a simple physical change.
Do you think drinking beer would give an Asgardian a beer belly?
Well, maybe it could, but that wasn't the most important thing. The most crucial aspect was that Thor's heart was filled with grief. He had lost too many loved ones, first his mother, then his father, and then many of Asgard's people. After finally rallying himself and saving the remaining civilians at the cost of destroying Asgard, he confronted Thanos, only to have half of the remaining civilians slaughtered. To make matters worse, his best friend was stabbed through the heart, and his only surviving brother died right before his eyes. After all these years, the two brothers had finally reconciled, yet time was so fleeting. Thor's revenge plan had allowed Thanos to escape due to his own carelessness, and before leaving, Thanos snapped his fingers, erasing half of all life in the universe, including half of the remaining Asgardians. Those Asgardians had truly been unfortunate, first suffering many deaths at the hands of Hela, then half of them killed by Thanos, and finally disappearing again under the power of the Infinity Stones.
Thor finally resolved to take revenge and find Thanos.
But he ended up killing a completely defenseless person, which was a crushing blow to the god of thunder, leading him to hide in a little house for 5 years, living as a recluse, not leaving home, and spending every day with video games, television, and beer. After experiencing so much in such a short time, it was no wonder Thor's body had changed to what it was now.
No! The gauntlet isn't ready yet, we need to conduct tests.
At this moment, Tony spoke up. He and Rocket placed the completed Infinity Gauntlet into a machine for inspection. After a long time, they finally confirmed that the gauntlet was finished.
Is it ready? Thor, feeling impatient, stepped forward, ready to use the gauntlet. Wait! Hold on!
The others quickly stopped Thor's actions.
Steve spoke. Thor, wait. We haven't decided who will snap the fingers yet. What are you talking about? Are we just going to sit here and wait? We should at least discuss it.
Ant-Man suggested, as he had often felt sidelined in the Avengers.
Sitting here staring won't bring everyone back. Thor appeared somewhat agitated, his hands trembling. I'm the strongest Avenger, right? So this responsibility must fall on me. This isn't about strength.
Tony interrupted Thor, continuing, you saw what Thanos looked like. You're not in good shape right now. The energy this gauntlet can gather is too great for you to survive.
What do you think flows in my blood? Thor tried to convince Tony, but Rhodey interrupted with, cheese? Shut up.
Thor turned and shouted at Rhodey before turning back, lightning. What flows in my blood is lightning.
Lightning won't save you, brother.
Banner's voice came through as he stepped forward, looking at the freshly made Infinity Gauntlet, then continued, let me do it.
You can't handle it. How do you know you can handle it? Steve asked. I don't know.
But the radiation energy from the Infinity Stones is mainly gamma rays, just like my purpose for existing.
Banner paused for a moment before continuing, you don't know, but I do.
At that moment, Zhang Wen's voice came through.
What?
Everyone turned in surprise to look at Zhang Wen.
Banner, you look much more presentable now than in your human form. Your body can withstand it, but you'll lose an arm. As for the others, I'm not sure. Zhang Wen didn't leave them in suspense and directly stated what he knew. One arm? That's a fair trade. Banner chuckled and reached for the Infinity Gauntlet.
Remember, what you need to do is bring back all those who vanished from existence 5 years ago, don't change anything else. Seeing Banner about to put on the gauntlet, Tony hurriedly said.
Ah.
After putting on the gauntlet, Banner let out a pained scream.
Rhodey? Where's Nebula, the one I asked you to keep an eye on?
Zhang Wen suddenly noticed something and spoke up, but everyone present ignored him, all focused on Banner.
Steve.
Bruce called out, slightly panicked.
I'm fine.
After a great effort, Banner gradually stabilized himself against the overwhelming energy of the Infinity Stones. He then tightly clutched his arm and forcefully snapped his fingers. An invisible wave of energy rapidly spread out, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground, and the Infinity Gauntlet slipped from his arm. Tony rushed over and sprayed medical mist on Banner's arm, but the medical spray looked rather strange. Nearby, Hawkeye kicked the Infinity Gauntlet aside as if it were garbage, which left Zhang Wen dumbfounded.
Seriously? That was the Infinity Stone. Was it necessary to be so dismissive?
Zhang Wen wanted to voice his thoughts but held back, especially since Black Widow had sacrificed her life for this thing. He directly picked up the Infinity Gauntlet and pried out the Time Stone, Reality Stone, and Mind Stone. Those 3 were from his own world and needed to be kept safe, while the other 2 could be discarded. Losing them wouldn't affect his world. After securing the stones, Zhang Wen didn't linger but headed toward the quantum tunnel, knowing that Nebula, who had been overlooked by everyone, was summoning the big boss from his world, Thanos. However, he arrived a bit late. Nebula had just released Thanos' flagship, which broke through the base's roof and soared into the sky. If this were his own world, Zhang Wen would probably have immediately reversed the timeline to send Thanos back. But this wasn't the original world, and Doctor Strange had waited long enough. It was time for a battle. In fact, Zhang Wen wanted to see Thanos in action since, in the foreseeable timeline to come, Thanos was a strong boss. The sooner he understood his strength, the sooner he could formulate a counter-strategy.
As for Dormammu?
Zhang Wen didn't care about that enemy at all. A simple time loop would take care of him. But dealing with Thanos wasn't that simple, as no matter how long he was trapped, Thanos wouldn't feel a thing, and importantly, he wasn't alone. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and the others were happily anticipating the ringing of their phones, thrilled at the prospect of successfully bringing back the vanished people.
However, a barrage of attacks was heading toward the unsuspecting Avengers base.
Jiang Wen quickly entered Speed Force mode, retrieving a small box from the Speed Force space, and began selecting items from the Avengers base, collecting them bit by bit. After all, the technology to shrink items wasn't exclusive to Marvel. The technology used by DC's Atom was actually easier to master. Since these items were about to be destroyed in an attack, he figured it was better to collect them. With this thought, Jiang Wen almost emptied the Avengers base in less than a second. Then, he exited the Speed Force space, holding 4 or 5 boxes filled with items and casually rescuing the delighted Avengers members from the wreckage. Thus, the previously joyful group found themselves staring in shock as their base was decimated by a cosmic flagship. Nebula from the parallel world was, of course, buried beneath the ruins, and Jiang Wen had no interest in saving an enemy. It was clear that Thanos didn't truly regard Nebula as his daughter either.
What's going on?
Ant-Man asked, bewildered, as he stood frozen in place, still processing everything.
You saved us. Tony quickly realized, fixing his gaze on Jiang Wen. Don't look at me, you all figure it out.
I told you Nebula was a fraud, but you wouldn't listen. Jiang Wen sat down on a clear patch of ground, not bothering to look back at them.
Then who is that?
Steve asked, pointing at the massive flying craft in the sky.
Thanos.
He probably came from that parallel world of yours in 2014.
Seriously, what a great opportunity, why didn't you bring our Thanos over here?
Jiang Wen complained slightly. When he first arrived in this world, he had checked the spatial markings on the others, and it was clear that Rhodey and Barton hadn't gone to his world.
It looks like we're in for a tough battle.
Barton tightened his grip on his bow, while Thor raised his hand to the sky, and soon Stormbreaker flew into his grasp.
Thanos descended amidst a blue light, and as he landed, Nebula approached him.
It was unclear whether Thanos had intentionally spared Nebula or if she was simply skilled at escaping. After all, Jiang Wen had thought Nebula was buried under the rubble just moments ago. Father, a mysterious figure appeared among them. I nearly got discovered, but fortunately, the one guarding me is an idiot.
Nebula knelt on one knee, reporting to Thanos. Good job. Thanos rarely praised Nebula, then stood his blade upright and placed his helmet on top.
Go and fetch me the Infinity Stones.
Yes, Father.
With that, Nebula left to search for the Infinity Stones.
Thanos remained in place, waiting for the Avengers to arrive. With his keen eyesight, he easily spotted the group not far away.
Thanos was, after all, a scientist who knew a lot. However, his unique physique made him incapable of blending in with the Titans, much like how Hulk stood out among ordinary humans. After Titan's destruction, he became a warrior, battling in corners of the universe for his ideal of erasing half of all living beings. You tamper with time, and time will tamper with you.
Go ahead, Avengers, face your enemy once again.
Sitting on the ground, Jiang Wen encouraged the Avengers, but no one acknowledged him. The Avengers instinctively formed a formation and advanced toward Thanos, with Iron Man Tony Stark leading the charge, being the fastest.
Following closely was Thor, wielding Stormbreaker.
However, Thor wasn't in great shape. After 5 years of despair, he had become not only overweight but also radiated an indescribable weakness, making him look as if he might fall over just standing. Even so, he was still stronger now than when he wielded Mjolnir. But in this state, Thor was clearly no match for Thanos, whose combat prowess was remarkable, able to easily overpower even the Hulk in his normal state, and now, he had picked up his weapon.
You refuse to accept defeat. What difference does it make? You still have to face me? Thanos said, watching the approaching Avengers.
I thought by eliminating half of the universe's life, the other half would flourish, but you've made me realize that's impossible. As long as there are people thinking about the past, they will never truly accept the future. There will always be resistance.
Exactly, we are that stubborn. Tony couldn't help but interject. Thank you for making me understand this.
Now I know what to do. I will eradicate this universe and use the stones to reshape it, a universe that knows gratitude. Saying this, Thanos stood up, donned his helmet, and grabbed the weapon beside him.
Hearing this, Steve couldn't help but retort, a universe full of bloodshed. They won't know. Because you won't live to see that day. Tony was the first to deploy his weapon systems.
Although 5 years of peaceful living had passed, Tony's suit hadn't stopped upgrading. While it looked nearly the same as it did 5 years ago, both the energy sustainability and weapon output had increased a level. However, these weapons were useless against Thanos, who easily blocked the energy weapons fired from Tony's suit with his own weapon. Seeing this, Tony immediately ceased other attacks and instead unfolded a flower-like device from his back, saying to Thor, "Thor, charge me up." This was reminiscent of the scene in the first Avengers film when Thor energized Tony's suit, but now Tony had upgraded the energy conversion system, allowing the suit to better convert lightning into offensive power. Thor gripped Stormbreaker in one hand and Mjolnir in the other, summoning lightning from the sky. The massive energy cascaded around him like a waterfall, illuminating his eyes with electric light. Then, he forcefully brought the two weapons together, channeling the gathered lightning into a torrent that surged toward the device behind Tony. The lightning coalesced into a powerful energy cannon, with 7 or 8 energy laser cannons firing simultaneously at Thanos.
However, Thanos easily blocked these energy blasts with the weapon spinning in his hand.
No one knew what material Thanos' weapon was made of, but it certainly seemed incredibly formidable. This was to be expected, as Thanos was known for his extraordinary strength in the universe, having destroyed numerous planets, always personally taking part in the battles. After all, energy weapons were not rare in the universe. If Thanos were unable to block such weapons, he would have been eliminated by other forces long ago, and the Avengers wouldn't be the ones facing him. Seeing this, Thor unhesitatingly threw Mjolnir, followed by a powerful strike from Stormbreaker onto the hammer.
The immense force sent Tony flying.
Yes, he was directly knocked away, as Thanos had used Tony as a human shield. This was the consequence of poor coordination, which could lead to friendly fire. However, one couldn't expect too much from Thor. Given his current state, it was already impressive that he was still able to fight.
It was a far cry from the time in Avengers: Infinity War when he seriously injured Thanos with a single blow.
In reality, Thor in his godly state wasn't as powerful as people imagined. He was indeed formidable, but still about even with Thanos, and currently, he was at a disadvantage. Compared to his father, Thor still had a long way to go. The reason Thor had such a noticeable performance in Avengers: Infinity War was primarily due to his surprise attack. Although Thanos used the energy of the stones to block, it was clear that the energy from the Infinity Gauntlet couldn't completely stop Stormbreaker. Another reason was that Thanos' power was somewhat diminished while using the stones. Although the dwarves crafted the Infinity Gauntlet exceptionally well, it certainly had its drawbacks. The cost of using the Infinity Stones was immense, as Thanos had suffered severe injuries to his arm after snapping his fingers the first time. If both Thor and Thanos were in peak condition, the situation would likely be even, and Thor's chances of winning would be even lower. The battle between the three and Thanos kept others from intervening, yet they still found some opportunities. However, whether it was the semi-conscious Hulk, Hawkeye with his arrows, or Ant-Man shrinking and darting around, their attacks had minimal impact and they had to constantly dodge Thanos' assaults.
In contrast, Rocket Raccoon's firearms might have some effect, though it wasn't very significant.
However, these ongoing distractions drew some of Thanos' attention, allowing Captain America and Thor to attack more smoothly.
As for Tony,
he had been knocked unconscious by Thor's Mjolnir shortly after the battle began and hadn't regained consciousness for a long time. In this world, Friday had taken over control of the suit. She didn't participate in the fight but stayed away from the battlefield. Before long, Rhodey was severely injured by Thanos and fell into unconsciousness, just like Tony. Banner wasn't a match for Thanos either. After several exchanges, he retreated to tend to Rhodey. Hawkeye and Rocket Raccoon managed to escape relatively unscathed due to their timely retreat. Thanos ignored their nuisance and focused his target on Thor, unleashing a brutal assault.
As for Ant-Man, Zhang Wen hadn't noticed his movements.
While Ant-Man might have been useful in battles against humans, he was nearly useless against Thanos and was likely flung away by him. It was evident that Thanos could sense the threat Thor posed. Although Thor wasn't in good shape, Thanos still aimed to eliminate this threat. Weakened, Thor was no match for Thanos, who easily pinned him to the ground and pummeled him. At that moment, Captain America picked up Mjolnir, which Thor had dropped, and hurled it at Thanos with all his might.
The hammer struck Thanos hard, imbued with Odin's magic.
As someone worthy to lift Mjolnir, Captain America naturally possessed powers akin to Thor's, allowing him to wield the weapon and summon lightning. His actions caught Thanos off guard. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and Rocket Raccoon, who had been lingering on the edges of battle, seized the opportunity to shoot at Thanos. With a series of attacks hitting him, Thanos felt a surge of rage. He removed his helmet and hurled it at Hawkeye. Consequently, the Avengers' ranks temporarily diminished by one more member. Rocket rushed toward the place where Hawkeye had fallen. Rocket wasn't avoiding the fight out of fear. His firearms were of limited use against Thanos, only managing to darken Thanos' skin slightly without inflicting significant damage. Rather than continue attacking, he thought it better to check on Hawkeye, who, as a human, was quite fragile. This was also a good opportunity to leave the battlefield and craft some weapons. After all, Rocket was a weapon master. If his current weapons were ineffective, he needed to make some that could actually work. With nearly all members temporarily out of the fight, Captain America forcefully held his ground against the enraged Thanos for a moment, but soon, his shield shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. Thanos looked down at Captain America and said, "My years of conquest, tyranny, and slaughter have never mixed personal feelings, but I want you to understand how I will deal with your stubborn, annoying, ant-like planet."
Oh? Really? An ant-like planet? Do you even know how many big shots are on their way?
Zhang Wen suddenly appeared in front of Thanos, cradling the Infinity Gauntlet and holding 2 or 3 Infinity Stones in his hands.
Thanos stared at Zhang Wen without saying a word.
Behind him, blue beams of teleportation flickered as Thanos' army assembled, preparing for a large-scale war.
Infinity Stones? Hand them over to me.
It was clear that Thanos didn't take Zhang Wen's words to heart. At times, Zhang Wen felt helpless. Why didn't anyone listen to him? Seriously, don't compare numbers with a speedster, especially not with a speedster who has learned to use Speed Force duplicates like Reverse Flash, Zhang Wen remarked. As he spoke, a blur appeared behind him, and soon, hundreds of Zhang Wens emerged, each wielding a longsword and glaring menacingly at Thanos. It wasn't that Zhang Wen couldn't create more copies, he just didn't see the need. Plus, managing them was quite troublesome. The Speed Force duplicates weren't like residual time remnants. All the duplicates had to be controlled by Zhang Wen himself. After all, Reverse Flash could only create 2 duplicates at most. Zhang Wen could extract countless amounts of Speed Force from the Speed Force space to form Speed Force duplicates, with almost no limit. However, doing so was challenging. Currently, Zhang Wen's limit was around 5,000 duplicates, and even then, controlling them all effectively was tough. The number he could perfectly manage was just over 2,000. By bringing out half of his power, Zhang Wen was clearly taking Thanos seriously. Each Speed Force duplicate had strength comparable to Zhang Wen, though their physical attributes were slightly inferior to Thanos. When Thanos saw Zhang Wen conjuring such a multitude of duplicates, he paused for a brief moment, but he quickly dismissed it and strode toward the Infinity Stones in Zhang Wen's hands, completely ignoring the threat posed by him. As for the army that appeared behind Zhang Wen, well, Thanos was indeed surprised, but years of combat had given him a calm demeanor, as if a mountain was crumbling before him, but he remained unperturbed. Thanos did not slow his advance, instead, he accelerated his charge. The sudden appearance of the army did not affect his emotions at all, but it sent the Avengers into a frenzy of joy. This was not only because of the formidable force joining the battle but also because those lost friends had returned. Although Zhang Wen's duplicates were nearly as powerful as he didn't allow any of them to engage Thanos directly. Instead, he sent them to handle some minions and protect his allies in the fight. In truth, he could have stopped Thanos from arriving. The real world is not like a movie. There's no need to rely on a big boss to boost the box office. Zhang Wen could have easily eliminated Nebula from the future world, and then none of this would have happened. If you encounter a choice that could save someone's life, would you take it? If you don't, would you feel uneasy inside? Zhang Wen didn't know if others would feel uneasy, but he didn't. Having traversed parallel worlds multiple times and traveled through the river of time, Zhang Wen had saved countless lives and taken countless lives. In fact, for a speedster, every alteration of the timeline led to the erasure of countless beings by the correction force. It was all murder, regardless of whether he personally dealt the blow. To Zhang Wen, the distinction between doing good and doing bad was negligible. The heavens are indifferent, treating all things as mere fodder. Perhaps that was the meaning behind it, as Zhang Wen sometimes viewed others as ants. After all, there were countless individuals in other worlds who looked just like them, some with slightly different appearances. Such a mindset was unhealthy, as it felt like he was losing his emotions. Gradually, Zhang Wen realized that many of his feelings had begun to fade. He didn't know if strong individuals would gradually become indifferent, but he clearly didn't want to continue down that path, so he stopped merging with the Speed Force space and came to this new world. Well, it was the previous world, and on a whim, he had run into a parallel world. Though similar to the original world, it was not the future of the original world. Watching Thanos slowly approach, Zhang Wen had to return the stones to the Infinity Gauntlet. As for the Time Stone, he hung it around his neck since its casing was convenient for access. The others were not as easy to handle. Zhang Wen wasn't sure if the Infinity Gauntlet could still be used, but he knew it had lost its shrinking function. The large gauntlet was somewhat cumbersome and couldn't be worn on his hand, so he found a rope and tied the gauntlet to his back. He certainly didn't want to store such a mysterious item as the Infinity Stones in his Speed Force space. As he reached Thanos, the latter remained motionless in the air, but the growing astonishment in his eyes indicated that he was not completely unaware of the situation before him.
Was his eyesight quicker than his body's reaction?
No. It seemed to be some form of detection or mental power. Jianwen stood before Thanos, staring intently into his eyes for a long time.
Thanos seemed to realize something and slowly punched towards Jianwen.
Watching the fist come at him from a distance of just a few dozen centimeters, Jianwen had no desire to dodge. He chose to ignore it entirely.
After waiting for what felt like an eternity, perhaps 0.00001 seconds?
Maybe longer or shorter. After all, Jianwen wasn't in the mood to find a super stopwatch, he simply felt that the time seemed long. But being in the Speed Force state, the sense of time was not very pronounced. After waiting so long, Thanos' fist was almost upon him, and Jianwen felt a bit disappointed. He had expected Thanos, whom he had been focused on, to have a more powerful trump card, but it turned out to be nothing more than a beefed-up Hulk wielding the Infinity Stones. Although Thanos was said to be a technological genius capable of rivaling Iron Man, in this situation, that was clearly of no use. No wonder Reverse Flash had the audacity to declare, "Only a speedster can defeat another speedster."
Please ignore Reverse Flash's demise in Legends of Tomorrow. Jianwen drew his sword and slashed at Thanos' neck. Although Thanos wore armor, there were many gaps between the pieces. However, the imagined scene of decapitating Thanos did not occur. Instead, Jianwen's sword nearly sliced through Thanos' flesh but was stopped by what seemed to be bone, probably bone. Jianwen was momentarily stunned, then began to shake the long sword vigorously. The vibration ability of a speedster was extremely powerful. By vibrating his own body, he could pass through all obstacles and shatter some things, as everything is composed of matter. However, there was something that could suppress a speedster's vibration ability: energy shields or weapons/attacks made purely of energy. At that moment, Jianwen felt an energy within Thanos obstructing his sword. After a period of stalemate, Jianwen reluctantly abandoned that idea, cursing the dwarves of Asgard in his mind. Damn!
It really isn't your master's work, the body of Thanos, which the god of thunder can easily slice through, I can't even break. You dwarves really made this weapon too poorly. However, after cursing, Jianwen recalled the unique divine power within the Asgardians. It was very likely that even with Stormbreaker, he wouldn't be able to harm Thanos' body. His emotions were complex. He was initially disappointed that Thanos was so weak, only to realize that it was he who was too weak. With a complex expression, Jianwen exited the Speed Force state, and Thanos fell behind him due to inertia. Upon landing, Thanos visibly sighed in relief and reached for the back of his neck. There was not a trace of blood, and his flesh began to heal. Within seconds, the wound healed almost completely, leaving only a faint scar. This regenerative ability was comparable to Wolverine. Of course, Thanos did not possess a healing factor. The reason he could heal so quickly was due to the cosmic energy within him. As a veteran of cosmic battles, he had not only a robust physique but also significant cosmic energy, which was why he could withstand Iron Man's laser cannon previously. However, Thanos used this energy without flashy effects, so many people overlooked his abilities.
Few can inflict this kind of damage on me. Thanos straightened up, speaking seriously.
Too bad I didn't chop off your head. Seeing that Thanos didn't immediately launch an attack, Jianwen was willing to have a few words with him. After all, his duplicates were continuously slaughtering Thanos' soldiers, and despite their numbers, they couldn't withstand Jianwen's speed. Not to mention Thanos' other soldiers, even Thanos himself couldn't stop the cleaning spree of those Speed Force duplicates. Your speed is impressive, even I can't react in time, but your attacks are too weak.
Thanos tightened his grip on his weapon and swung it directly at Jianwen.
It was clear that Thanos had noticed Jianwen's usual slow reactions, realizing that he only became quick in that state.
If he were facing an ordinary speedster, he might indeed be killed by this sudden attack.
Jianwen was a speedster and also the creator and user of the Speed Force. These attributes wouldn't significantly enhance his power, but by merging with the Speed Force space, he could use the Speed Force almost without limitation and without preparation time. Slightly shifting to the side, Jianwen easily dodged Thanos' attack, then thrust his vibrating sword directly at Thanos' eye. As expected, the sword was blocked by an invisible barrier.
Another energy showdown.
Jianwen muttered before stepping out of the Speed Force space. While the birth of the Speed Force was easy, just a few laps would do, it took a large amount of Speed Force for the Speed Force space to grow, so he generally didn't want to use it extensively. After all, he didn't have many speedsters to recharge the Speed Force space. Despite his envy of the Speed Force space from the Flash's world, Jiangwen would never expose his own power. To him, safety was paramount. Those speedsters under his control would never escape his grasp. Moreover, Jiangwen was not like Barry, who could manipulate the Speed Force. Countless parallel world berries provided vast amounts of Speed Force to the Speed Force space, and even if they died, they would become time phantoms to serve him. Not having a Speed Force creator to draw from was not a problem. He could bestow Speed Force upon others, which would also increase the Speed Force in his space. This was all too easy, and he could reclaim it at any time. The key issue was that speedsters could alter timelines, which troubled Jiangwen. While the Speed Force space could manipulate time, things erased by the correction force could not be restored, simply because that timeline no longer existed. Moreover, due to the unique protective nature of the Speed Force, only speedsters altering time would go unnoticed by others. Jiangwen did not want to find himself in a world, only to suddenly encounter the end of that world. As for placing speedsters in other worlds, that was utterly impossible. Unless Jiangwen extracted the Speed Force space from his body and placed it in the void, those so-called speedsters would merely be power banks. There would be no Speed Force in other worlds, let alone help him obtain more Speed Force. Therefore, Jiangwen certainly wouldn't waste the Speed Force carelessly. However, Thanos could not be allowed to remain. Jiangwen was unwilling to let Tony repeat the mistakes of the movie and snap that deadly finger. Despite being talkative, Thanos was still a hero in his own right, and it would be a shame for him to sacrifice himself. Having come to this world, Jiangwen had to change something. Alas! Jiangwen took a deep breath and pried the Power Stone out of the Infinity Gauntlet. He certainly wouldn't die from using the Infinity Stone, but it wouldn't feel good either, as his body was still somewhat weak. The purple energy surged through Jiangwen's entire being. What appeared to be a harmless Power Stone in Thanos' hands seemed extraordinarily powerful in Jiangwen's grasp, nearly overwhelming his body. Of course, the notion of being overwhelmed was merely an illusion. At most, it would cause his skin to crack. As he had expected, his skin fragmented and fell away, but beneath the fragments there was neither flesh nor the energy of the Power Stone, only silver-white lightning. Indeed. Jiangwen's body was almost entirely composed of Speed Force, which made him nearly impervious to harm. At least he had yet to find anything that could threaten his life. Perhaps the snap of the Infinity Stones could be one? But even that was uncertain. He estimated that he was highly unlikely to kill himself. Although the impact of the Power Stone left him in a disheveled state, it did not cause any substantial damage. Once he adapted to the Power Stone, Jiangwen instantly recovered. Seeing him in this state, both Thanos and the Avengers were taken aback. Despite appearing to have fought Thanos for a long time, the actual time had been brief. The army summoned by Doctor Strange hadn't even engaged Thanos' minions yet, let alone the newly formed Avengers. While they had reignited their fighting spirit, it would take them some time to join the fray. Holding the Power Stone, Jiangwen strode forward and delivered a punch that sent Thanos flying. Just like that, Thanos didn't have time to finish his sentence before being knocked away. Jiangwen immediately felt as though he had eaten an ice cream on a hot day. It was incredibly satisfying. This was the first time he had knocked an opponent away in his ordinary state, and a rush of exhilaration surged through him, solidifying his resolve. The Power Stone. It's mine now. Of course, Jiangwen wouldn't take this Power Stone back with him, as it wasn't from his universe. If another Infinity Stone were to cause upheaval, it would be troublesome. After all, it wouldn't be a hassle to make a trip back to his own universe to fetch a stone. It was better to get a stone from his home universe directly. Nice job. Steve passed by Jiangwen, praising him before rushing toward the direction Thanos had flown. At that moment, Thanos collided with the furious Scarlet Witch. This adult woman was not the young girl Jiangwen knew. Scarlet Witch's expression was filled with rage. For her, Vision hadn't died 5 years ago, he had only just recently perished. The intense grief caused Scarlet Witch to lose control, her eyes turning red as powerful scarlet energy surrounded her. "You took everything from me," she declared, her voice dripping with murderous intent. Having just been sent flying by the Power Stone, Thanos found that the vast cosmic energy within him offered little protection. The disparity in power levels was significant, but it didn't inflict serious damage. He was, after all, incredibly resilient. As he lay on the ground, Thanos remained wary of Jiangwen's potential surprise attacks, dismissing the furious woman before him with a casual remark, "I don't even know you." "You will know," she replied, and with that, Scarlet Witch used her scarlet energy to envelop Thanos. If Thanos had been paying attention to Zhang Wen, he might have dodged or attempted to counter, but at this moment, he had nearly no power to resist, being wrapped in the scarlet energy and lifted into the air. Ah! Ah! Thanos groaned while suspended, his armor cracking under the strain of the scarlet energy. After facing the Power Stone, now he faced the scarlet energy, causing him to recall Zhang Wen's earlier words. Oh? Really? An ant-like planet. Do you truly know how many big shots are on their way? Struggling against the energy binding him, Thanos had no choice but to command his minions, fire the energy cannons. Sir, our troops. Do as I say, immediately. With Thanos' order given, the mothership hovering in the sky fired downwards. In an instant, many heroes were injured by the explosions, and Scarlet Witch was struck as well. While she wasn't seriously hurt, it was enough to free Thanos from her energy grip. Unfortunately, before Thanos' mothership could fire off many shots, it vanished in a violent flash of purple light. Zhang Wen had used the Power Stone to destroy Thanos' mothership. After knocking Thanos away, he had found the flying mothership above to be unsightly and decided to destroy it. Previously, he had refrained from attacking to engage Thanos first, but since his power was insufficient to kill him, he would leave it to others. Whether it was Thor or Scarlet Witch, they both had the capability to kill Thanos. As for their inability to defeat him, that was simple. Zhang Wen could control the situation. For instance, he could place Thor's axe at Thanos' neck and then exit the Speed Force state. He didn't believe Thor wouldn't be able to decapitate Thanos. Or he could simply snap his fingers, after all, he wouldn't die. Suddenly considering this possibility, Zhang Wen felt a surge of excitement. It seemed like he really wanted to snap his fingers and play around. The massive wreckage of the mothership fell from the sky like snowflakes. Zhang Wen used the Power Stone but didn't fully activate the mothership's destruction. He knew that such an explosion would be too powerful. A partial detonation was sufficient to annihilate Thanos' mothership. After all, this guy no longer had any other motherships, and from a combat standpoint, the Avengers were now fully capable of easily defeating Thanos. As for the troublesome army, they had already been mostly cleared out by Zhang Wen's Speed Force duplicates. In Zhang Wen's view, no matter how meticulously Thanos had prepared, there was no way for him to turn the tide. In fact, he had always thought that in the original storyline, if the stones had been properly hidden, a battle between the two sides might not have guaranteed Thanos' victory. Of course, the Avengers would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses, but the ultimate victory was unlikely to belong to Thanos. After all, both Scarlet Witch and Thor had the power to break through Thanos' defenses. If Thanos found the chance to kill Scarlet Witch, then he would have no opportunity left. Zhang Wen didn't believe any other heroes had the capability to break through Thanos' formidable defenses. The only thing to watch out for was Thanos' numerous armies, but that was no longer significant, as Zhang Wen had already cleared them out. The Avengers held a substantial advantage in numbers. Suddenly, Zhang Wen felt playful and wanted to snap his fingers using the Infinity Stones. However, the massive gauntlet behind him was impossible to wear. Due to the Power Stone's destructive energy, the gauntlet had almost turned into scrap metal, and its shrinking function had vanished. Nevertheless, he believed snapping his fingers should still be possible, as the act of snapping wasn't heavily reliant on the gauntlet. It merely helped mitigate the damage the Infinity Stones would inflict on his body. He couldn't help but wonder, if someone else were to snap their fingers, would Thanos still be able to wear the gauntlet? It was quite possible. Therefore, Banner would take the blame for that. After the mothership was destroyed, Thanos let out a deep sigh. Zhang Wen could clearly sense a hint of unease in Thanos' expression, but there was no fear. Even with the majority of his subordinates killed and many others waiting for revenge, Thanos merely frowned slightly, showing no signs of trepidation. However, that lack of fear didn't mean Thanos was at ease. A profound sense of defeat surged within him, a feeling he hadn't encountered in a long time. He understood that his future had attracted too many enemies and knew they would retaliate, but he had never imagined that his army would vanish here. Perhaps this was the price he had to pay. Thanos gazed at the fireworks exploding in the sky and whispered to himself. Then, he tightened his grip on his weapon and swung it fiercely at the enemies around him. Thanos would never surrender, nor would he allow failure. It had to be admitted that Thanos was incredibly powerful, especially in his enraged state. The feeling was similar to facing an angry Hulk. Zhang Wen wasn't sure if the Hulk in this world would still amplify his strength when angry, but it was clear that Thanos, in his fury, had significantly enhanced power. However, this had nothing to do with Zhang Wen. He decided to slowly descend following the pull of gravity. He dropped to the ground, the force of impact causing some of his leg bones to crack. Zhang Wen regretted his impulsive decision. He should have just run down. Though he had embarrassed himself, no one had witnessed his misstep, as his fractured leg bones healed completely in the next second. Filled with speed force, Zhang Wen's internal structure was the same as before, but his healing abilities were comparable to Wolverine's, even surpassing them. However, he didn't possess Wolverine's unique ability to heal without scarring. Every time he healed, he would look like a normal person, but the speed was thousands of times faster. After Zhang Wen landed, both Thanos' army and the Avengers' heroes quickly avoided him. For a moment, a patch of ground was cleared on the battlefield, and both sides chose to ignore this area. They were not cowering, rather, they were in awe of the Infinity Stones. Those close to Zhang Wen could clearly see the Power Stone emanating purple light in his hands. Of course, there were those who were fearless, like Ebony Maw, who manipulated some steel-like objects in an attempt to approach the Infinity Gauntlet behind Zhang Wen. However, Thor cleaved him in half with a single swing of his axe, sending him flying far away, his life unknown. After landing, Zhang Wen made no further moves and called forth his Speed Force duplicates. A series of silver figures melded into his back, appearing particularly mysterious. Along with Zhang Wen, the wreckage of the mothership also fell. Just how large was a mothership that could accommodate so many soldiers? Only when it fell could one truly appreciate its size. Massive chunks of debris blotted out the sky as they crashed into the water, prompting Doctor Strange, who had been preparing in the corner, to take action. Because of Zhang Wen, the first wave of laser cannon fire had not devastated the water, which puzzled Doctor Strange, indicating an unforeseen change. However, he still didn't leave, waiting for the wrecked mothership to plunge into the water. In an instant, the debris that fell into the water created huge waves, and a torrent was about to surge onto the battlefield. It should be noted that there were numerous reinforcements on the battlefield. If these waters flooded the area, many ordinary heroes would drown. But Doctor Strange, already prepared, quickly used his magic to halt the flow of water. Zhang Wen glanced at Doctor Strange but didn't concern himself with his actions. Instead, after gathering his Speed Force duplicates, he directly approached Tony. "Hey! Tony, give me access," Zhang Wen said to Tony, holding a small nanobox in his palm, resembling the kind Tony wore. "What?" Tony, who had just finished consulting Doctor Strange about the prophecy, was momentarily confused by Zhang Wen's question, especially since the situation had become chaotic. "Access to your armor. I want to snap my fingers and play around." Zhang Wen swiped his hand over the nanobox, causing it to revert to its original size. "My armor, you?" Tony looked visibly shocked, but quickly pieced things together. "You're that fast. No wonder." Tony had multiple nanoboxes, but to transform one into armor required him to set permissions, otherwise, he would have to hack into it. Given Tony's technology, perhaps Zhang Wen's Friday could crack it, but unfortunately, Friday's mainframe was too large for Zhang Wen to bring into this world. So, he had to ask Tony for access. There was no way around it. The Infinity Gauntlet on his back was too cumbersome, while Tony's armor box was much simpler. Friday changed the permissions for Mark 50. Soon enough, without asking further, Tony instructed Friday to adjust the permissions, looking at Zhang Wen with admiration. Zhang Wen actually had a good relationship with Tony. He had always liked the character while watching the movies. However, after spending time with Tony, he found himself less fond of Tony's incessant chatter, which often included things he didn't appreciate, and he found him rather arrogant and somewhat dismissive. But none of this mattered. Zhang Wen was generally quite magnanimous. However, seeing admiration on Tony Stark's face was indeed a rare sight. So, Zhang Wen pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of Tony. Tony was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Wen's unexpected action and stared blankly as Zhang Wen began taking pictures around the battlefield. Since he thought about capturing the moment, he might as well take a commemorative shot. It was a shame he hadn't recorded a video, otherwise, he could have returned with a blockbuster. He even considered taking a selfie with Thanos. Though Zhang Wen's speed was incredibly fast, the camera's shutter speed was not as quick, and he couldn't apply Speed Force to the phone, making it look somewhat perilous. In reality, Zhang Wen was unscathed. Even Thanos couldn't hit him while he was busy taking selfies around his neck. As the massive wreckage of the mothership cascaded down like snowflakes, Zhang Wen took a moment to savor the moment before finally putting away his camera. Observing this scene, both the Avengers and Thanos' minions sighed in relief. After all, pulling out a phone to take pictures in the midst of a tense battlefield was quite absurd. After indulging his desire to capture the moment, Zhang Wen slapped Tony's nanobox against his chest. With a metallic rolling sound, a suit identical to Tony's appeared on him. He retrieved the Infinity Gauntlet from his back, unhesitatingly prying out the Power Stone and attaching it to his armor. At that moment, Zhang Wen felt waves of different energies flowing through his body. Honestly, there was a significant difference between having the Infinity Gauntlet and not. When he had previously used just a single Power Stone, it had already been taxing on his body. But now, even with 6 stones embedded in his armor, he didn't feel much damage, only a slight itch in his arm. He tightly clenched his right hand, now adorned with all 6 stones, feeling empowered to harness the energy within them perfectly. Being the impulsive person he was, once he felt the power, he was ready to unleash it. The reality stone in his hand glowed, and Dr. Strange, who was controlling the flood, was astonished to see the waters he had manipulated suddenly turn to foam, slowly drifting upward. Meanwhile, the breach created by the wreckage was being restored by a surge of green energy. Time stone. Dr. Strange flew up from where he was, locking his gaze on Zhang Wen, lost in thought. "Tony! What have you done?" Steve exclaimed in shock, staring at the 6 stones in Zhang Wen's hand, directing his question to Iron Man behind him. Tony remained silent, looking anxiously at the figure above. Watching the flood transform into foam, Zhang Wen felt as if he had discovered a new toy and began experimenting with the powers of the Infinity Stones. Unlike the stones in Thanos' hands, which could only produce a snap, in his hands, the Infinity Stones could demonstrate world-destroying phenomena, as if using the stones required no cost at all. The Infinity Stones were indeed powerful, but only when gathered together could they unleash their full potential. Was the power of a single stone not strong enough? Not at all. It was simply that no one could perfectly control the powers of the stones. At best, they could use external means to exert some insignificant force. In Zhang Wen's hands, possessing all 6 Infinity Stones allowed him to wield them freely, completely devoid of the effort required when Thanos used a single stone. A blue light illuminated the gauntlet, lifting all members of Thanos' army off the ground. Wrapped in the blue energy, no one could move, not even Thanos himself. Initially, Zhang Wen thought Thanos would struggle, but to his surprise, Thanos simply stared at him with an expressionless face, as if he wasn't the one being captured. Compared to Thanos' minions, whose faces were filled with fear, he truly emanated the aura of a cosmic overlord. "This is quite a powerful force," Zhang Wen remarked, observing the mass of people suspended in the air. "You wish to eliminate all life in the universe? Then recreate a perfect universe?" Zhang Wen asked as he brought Thanos closer. "I am merely a survivor. This world is filled with crises, the resources of the universe are limited." If not restrained, Thanos spoke calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. "I know. I also know your home planet, Titan. It was beautiful. Thank you, but it has since been destroyed. To prevent other planets from following Titan's path? Yes. I believe this is mercy. Do you not realize there are countless universes? Are you intending to eliminate every universe? Why didn't Titan evacuate before extinction? Who suggested you eliminate life from the universe?" Zhang Wen pressed, his expression tense as he questioned Thanos. Combining the information he had gathered earlier, he seemed to uncover something unfathomable. "So I've decided to destroy this universe and then use the stones to recreate a perfect one." Thanos smiled slightly, as if he were the victor. "A perfect universe? Like this one?" Zhang Wen hit Thanos on the head, conjuring a vision of paradise in Thanos' mind, causing him to momentarily lose focus. "Or like this?" Another hit, this time sending images of hell into Thanos' consciousness. Zhang Wen wasn't sure what heaven or hell was like in this world, but what he had seen in the Flash's world was not so beautiful. Heaven and hell were merely different types of energy, they had nothing to do with good and evil. The actions of some hellish beings had given hell a notorious reputation, but the beings in both heaven and hell did not experience hunger, nor were there any limitations on lifespan, or diseases, everything that terrified humans. But Zhang Wen could guarantee that the beings inside were not happy at all. "What is this?" Feeling the hallucinations flooding his mind, Thanos asked in confusion. "Heaven and hell, not in this world. There are countless heavens and countless hells in this universe. Perhaps in some parallel space, you truly did destroy a world, but is that really what you want?" Zhang Wen queried, confused about why Thanos would consider such a plan. Perhaps the original world had this bizarre dream because of a comic book creator, but in the real world, existence equated to reason. There could not be a comic book artist arbitrarily changing things with a paintbrush. "Ha ha! It seems some interesting things are happening." Just as Zhang Wen awaited Thanos' response, a graceful figure appeared beside him. At her arrival, it felt as if time had stopped in the entire world. However, with the Speed Force, Jiangwen could clearly sense that time hadn't genuinely halted. Everyone present, including Thanos, was captivated by the sudden appearance of this person, much like how Professor X would hold sway over minds. "You are the goddess of death," Jiangwen said, gazing at the suddenly appearing figure.
"No. I am death."
Her gentle voice was filled with allure, and Jiangwen even felt a sense of familiarity.
"It seems you are the one who lured Thanos into doing these things." "No, I did nothing. This is all his own will." Death's hand gently caressed Thanos' face.
Then she turned to Jiangwen and said, "You should not alter the course of the universe.
The only being.
I have no choice. I can't find the original world, so." Jiangwen shook his head and curiously asked, "Are you the only one too?"
Death shook her head.
Under her cloak, Jiangwen caught a glimpse of a very blurry face. He couldn't recall precisely what it looked like, but he remembered it being the most beautiful he had ever seen.
"I am the native deity of this world, intertwined with life and death in this universe." Unity with the Tao? That's one way to understand it.
Jiangwen understood that death and he were not speaking the same language, but strangely, both could comprehend each other.
"It seems you are here to make me leave."
All right." As soon as Jiangwen uttered those two words, death vanished, and the world returned to its previous state, with all sorts of sounds flooding back. Looking at Thanos before him, Jiangwen suddenly felt no interest and directly snapped his fingers with his right hand. As Jiangwen snapped his fingers, the Thanos army that had been suspended in the air began to slowly turn to ash. What seemed like ash was actually very fine, gradually dissipating into the world as if it had never existed, leaving not even a trace behind. The people below looked up at Jiangwen floating in the air, their expressions complex. Since Jiangwen had suddenly appeared in this universe, very few recognized him, and there were far too many unfamiliar faces on the battlefield.
This didn't matter, as long as they were enemies of Thanos, they were their friends. "Who is that guy?" "I don't know." "Is it Iron Man?"
"No, Iron Man is behind him."
"Same armor?"
The chatter erupted below, with most faces lighting up with joy, while a few who knew about the side effects of the stone showed worried expressions. Although they didn't know who the person in the sky was, since Thanos had been eliminated, he was undoubtedly a hero. Seeing that everything had come to an end, Jiangwen casually discarded Tony's Mark 50 armor. To him, the armor was merely a constraint, completely useless. If given the choice, he would actually prefer the Savitar armor. Although it resembled a villain, it was incredibly stylish and, more importantly, didn't require him to divert his speed force to protect his body. Even though he had put away most of his armor, he didn't let Friday remove the changes to the gauntlet. In fact, nothing could remove them. The armor on Jiangwen's right hand was severely damaged.
"Hey! Are you all right?"
Thor asked,
noticing Jiangwen floating down. "Haven't you seen my future self?"
"Why ask that?"
Jiangwen glanced at the overweight Thor, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "You know."
"I'm not too familiar with time and those sorts of things," Thor defended, and upon seeing Jiangwen unharmed, he felt relieved.
"Are you worried about that mother from the parallel world?" Upon seeing Thor's expression, Jiangwen instantly understood something. "Yeah. I couldn't save her, so I'm counting on you."
"I'll do my best," Jiangwen could only promise.
He understood that the Dark Elves were surely strong. If it were like in the movie, he might easily deal with them, but if there were other developments, he might be powerless. The Dark Elves were enemies capable of going toe-to-toe with Odin, and Jiangwen didn't believe he could defeat Odin.
If he didn't use the stones, he might not even be able to kill the current Thor, though he could certainly toy with him. To kill him, he would likely have to rely on Speed Force to exhaust the divine power within Thor, which might eventually allow him to succeed. It seems he needed to search the universe for the Power Stone to embed it in his sword. Although the dwarves made inferior stones, an Infinity Stone should still be able to fit nicely, thus enhancing his offensive power. As Jiangwen pondered this while idly chatting with Thor, the other members joined the conversation. The Avengers were most concerned about the stones, and Jiangwen promptly agreed to return all the stones to their rightful owners. Just when Jiangwen thought everything had ended, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in the sky, causing everyone's hearts to tense and worry to surface once more.
"Captain Marvel is a bit late to the party,"
Jiangwen remarked, gazing at the flames on the horizon. Though Captain Marvel still looked youthful, her actual age had long entered the Ant territory, so Jiangwen found no issue in calling her that, though he conveniently overlooked his own age.
"Danvers?" Steve asked curiously.
He knew quite a bit about Captain Marvel, especially since her connection to Earth had increased significantly over the years due to Thanos.
It seems so. There's nothing to see, the battle is over, Zhang Wen said, redirecting his attention, planning to explore this future parallel world. After all, aside from the battlefield, the entire world didn't show much difference. Well, not quite, half the people were missing. But with so many new faces and a 5-year time gap, this was quite interesting. As Zhang Wen immersed himself in curiosity about the entire world, Tony's voice reached his ears, snapping his focus back to the scene in the sky. Wait, everyone be alert. She's blocking something, it's a second mothership. Everyone, pay attention, the battle isn't over yet. Tony's voice piqued Zhang Wen's curiosity, and he turned to Captain America beside him, asking, "Did you bring a second Thanos?"
"I don't know," Captain America replied, a look of confusion on his face. After such a large-scale battle, he was feeling somewhat exhausted.
"Danvers, what's going on?" Steve pressed the communicator at his ear, inquiring with Danvers. "Thanos' army. They've regrouped, and I've been trying to stop them. Did your plan succeed?"
Clearly, Danvers was unaware of the battlefield situation below and didn't know that Thanos had arrived by crossing time. She only knew that the Avengers had decided to go back to find the stones.
"It worked. But the Thanos from another world followed us, and he's been eliminated. Are you fighting this world's Thanos' army?"
Captain America briefly explained what had happened, then asked Captain Marvel.
"What?" "It's a long story."
"Alright, Thanos' remaining troops suddenly regrouped a few hours ago, and I can barely hold them back."
Danvers' voice revealed her exhaustion.
The energy she had transformed was persistently striking the mothership's shield, causing significant dents, but she couldn't break through and enter. The battle took place outside Earth's atmosphere, but the intermittent lasers could be seen clearly with the naked eye, colorful and looking like fireworks, but in reality, it was Danvers continuously blocking the fire from the mothership.
"I'll go take a look." With that, Zhang Wen flew into the sky.
Now possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, he felt overly confident and completely disregarded the so-called army. Arriving at the aerial battlefield, Zhang Wen experienced the true might of a cosmic mothership for the first time. Although he had previously destroyed several similar objects, he had to admit that the difference in power between a mothership with its shield activated and one without was enormous. During the first Avengers film, a similar mothership was easily destroyed by a nuclear bomb due to its lack of a shield, and the identical mothership he had just destroyed had also been taken out because its shield was not activated.
So why weren't they activating the shields?
In fact, it was because they couldn't. Whether it was the Chitauri mothership from the first Avengers or Thanos' recently destroyed mothership, the shields were meant to let the soldiers inside exit. Don't be fooled by the motherships being safe while firing. If they attempted to activate the shield while letting soldiers out, it would annihilate their own forces. They should have opened the shields, otherwise, they would eventually be breached by Captain Marvel. Zhang Wen glanced at Captain Marvel, who was caught in a tough battle, and then extended a hand towards the imposing mothership, gathering blue energy waves in his palm. The energy waves surrounded the mothership, trapping the sounds of the constantly firing laser cannons in a small space, preventing them from dissipating outward. However, Captain Marvel could still clearly see the flashes of the laser cannons flickering in that limited space, which appeared quite strange. If it had been someone like Tony or Cisco, the researchers would have been very curious about this phenomenon, but for Zhang Wen, it was completely normal. The blue energy waves continued to shrink, and after about 3 or 4 seconds, the entire cosmic mothership was compressed into a small metal sphere. This was not due to the PIM particles, nor was it any special technology used by Zhang Wen, it was simply a matter of spatial compression. Zhang Wen casually tossed the metal sphere aside and then restored it to its original state. As for Captain Marvel, Zhang Wen had never had a good impression of this character, so he had no intention of talking to her.
"It's over," Zhang Wen said lightly after landing. "We need to return the gems." Banner, holding his arm, slowly walked up to everyone and said, "Banner, don't worry, we will. We still have a lot to deal with." Steve comforted Banner a bit and then looked up at the surrounding ruins. "Let me do it," Zhang Wen said, and with a flash of red light from the Infinity Gauntlet, the Avengers base instantly returned to its original form, but all the equipment inside had been cleared out. In addition, Zhang Wen placed the fallen individuals from the battlefield in an empty space in front of the Women's Avengers base, creating a somewhat eerie and terrifying scene. "You shouldn't use the gems this way." Steve gave Zhang Wen a complex look before turning and leaving. Clearly, he did not like Zhang Wen's method of using the Infinity Stones.
However, this had nothing to do with Zhang. In his view, no power could corrode his heart.
After all, what power could be stronger than time? Almost none.
Once, when Zhang possessed the power of time, he also went through a dark period, completely deceived by inner demons, having played roles of good and evil, beauty and ugliness. But as time passed, everything that happened during that period became meaningless. Time is the most powerful force in the world, yet it is also the most useless force. It can render anything unimportant and cause any power to cease to exist. Zhang glanced at the infinity stone on his right hand and suddenly felt that this power was useless. He had no special wishes to fulfill, his only hope was for his loved ones to return. Unfortunately, those who had been erased from existence could not be restored, and this world had no wishing beads. Perhaps gathering the power of 6 infinity stones could be considered a way to fulfill wishes, but unfortunately, such things would only be effective in this universe or universes that possess infinity stones. Taking the stones to the Flash's world would only render them useless. Moreover, according to comic descriptions, the 6 infinity stones were merely the power of the goddess of revenge. Perhaps she was the only being, or perhaps not. But sadly, even if she was the so-called only, she could not bring back those who had been erased. If it were possible, Zhang would have taken that crucial step long ago. Zhang took the Soul Stone, Power Stone, and Reality Stone from the Infinity Gauntlet, pressed them back onto the original gauntlet, and handed it to Iron Man Tony Stark, saying, "I'll take a tour in this world and then return directly to my original world. You all can decide who will return these 3 stones." Tony took the gauntlet, showing a slight dazed expression on his face. He still doubted whether the other party would covet the power of the stones. But unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, the other party casually handed the stones back as if throwing away trash. However, the result was good. The Infinity Stones Zhang used were not the incomplete versions like Thanos's. Anything created using the Reality Stone would be real, and it would always remain real. In fact, this was the true use of the Reality Stone. Among the 6 Infinity Stones, the Reality Stone could create almost anything, but the cost was very high, and almost no one could master it perfectly. As for why Zhang didn't use the Time Stone, it was because he had to deal with the items he obtained from the Women's Avengers base.
Was he supposed to put them back? Zhang would never do something like that. Just restoring a building was already giving them face, right? After spending a few days enjoying this world, Zhang decided to leave. Before departing, he did a lot of things that might impact the universe's progression, but who would care? After all, it wouldn't give rise to a death again. In fact, Zhang suspected that if he hadn't acted against Thanos, death might not even have shown up. Such a being no longer had much emotion. Well, actually, it wouldn't be accurate to say there were no emotions at all. After all, death had once been in a relationship with Thanos. But compared to ordinary humans, their emotions belonged to another level. They seemed to have feelings but were actually devoid of them. They seemed cold but were, in fact, filled with feelings. In short, this kind of emotion was very strange. Zhang could vaguely sense some of this, because if he continued to merge with the Speed Force, he himself might become like that, which he very much disliked. Zhang did a few things that changed the situation. The first was restoring Thor's hammer and quietly handing it to the overweight version of Thor. As for what Thor would use it for, Zhang couldn't concern himself with that. Perhaps he would use it to create a reconciliation gift for his ex-girlfriend, making way for a new female Thor, possibly. The second was repairing Asgard. Zhang treated this world with a movie-watching mindset. He did whatever he felt like doing without considering the consequences. With the power of the Time Stone, these things were easy to accomplish. The Time Stone could reverse time within a certain range, even allowing the selection of objects or beings. Zhang directly repaired Asgard but did not restore the original Hela or the fire giant Surtur. No living beings were revived. The third was directly repairing Vision. Although he didn't particularly like the idea of Wanda from this universe falling for a robot, after living with the younger version of Wanda for a while, he did develop some feelings. So, he simply returned Wanda's robotic boyfriend to her. Although it wasn't the real person, seeing a similar face, a sad Wanda was still worth helping. The fourth was restoring the Time Stone of this world and handing it to the Sorcerer Supreme. To be honest, Zhang really didn't understand why Doctor Strange would allow the Time Stone to fall into Thanos' hands. Did he really think he couldn't defeat Thanos? Or did Doctor Strange not know that the Time Stone would reappear? While he was curious, he didn't ask anything and directly handed the stone to Doctor Strange. Upon seeing 2 Time Stones, Doctor Strange's expression seemed somewhat abnormal, but he said nothing and directly took the Time Stone of this world. Overall, the journey in this world was quite interesting.
Thor was happy, Wanda was happy, and as for Doctor Strange, he should be happy too. After finishing what he wanted to do, Zhang Wen unleashed the speed force within him, opening a time-space portal back to his world, and then stepped inside. However, just as he was about to pass through the time-space portal, a hand reached out from the portal, releasing a small machine. It turned out that Zhang Wen had forgotten to inform Thor that he had repaired Asgard, and since he didn't want to make another trip, he simply released a small flying device to convey this message to Thor. However, even if Zhang Wen didn't notify him, after a while, the surviving Asgardians would be able to find the reappeared Asgard. After all, although Asgard was martial, there were actually many magicians as well. Zhang Wen returned to his original world, where Gui stood dazed in place, a hint of worry on her face. Although it seemed like Zhang Wen had been gone for a long time, in reality, only a few seconds had passed, and Gui's concern didn't last long.
I'm back. Zhang Wen smiled at Gui.
I was a bit worried there for a moment.
Gui chuckled, then sighed in relief. He took the time stone from around his neck and handed it to Gui. She accepted the Infinity Stone, putting it away and wearing it around her neck. Did you find what you were looking for? Gui suddenly asked, looking at Zhang Wen. Things? No. I wasn't specifically looking for anything. What I pursue is far beyond this place, perhaps I'll never see it again in my lifetime, Zhang Wen replied, gazing into the distance at the ongoing battle, his expression slightly melancholic. When he left with Banner, the battle had not ended long ago, so there should still be 3 visitors from parallel worlds here, who would probably need to wait a while longer before leaving. However, Zhang Wen had no desire to meet them, not just because he found it meaningless, but also because he had to avoid the consequences of time interference. In fact, Zhang Wen's strength had not reached the so-called uniqueness, but his body had already possessed the attributes of singularity. Most importantly, time would not affect him, while he could influence time. Just like in another world, when the overweight version of Thor told Zhang Wen he had encountered his future self, it meant Zhang Wen had to meet Thor at that time, otherwise, time interference would occur. Time interference is a troublesome matter when 2 different results appear at the same time. It can lead to the creation of parallel worlds or erasure by altering forces. Thus, Zhang Wen quite disliked so-called time travelers, as his uniqueness meant there could be no duplicate to fill the void in the timeline. The greatest possibility was that an entire universe could be directly erased. Upon arriving in this world, Zhang Wen had never expected to encounter other time travelers. The only possible time stone was firmly in Gui's control. Therefore, he hoped to live a peaceful life here, but unexpectedly, the parallel world crossing he thought was merely a trip through time had indeed traversed some time. Fortunately, this wasn't too troublesome. As long as he was careful, there wouldn't be any issues. Looking at the ruins of the battlefield not far away, Zhang Wen felt a bit forlorn. Just then, Friday detected Zhang Wen's return and flew directly to his side. "Boss, you're back." Friday appeared in humanoid form, somewhat awkwardly. However, since she had not yet formed a true data life, controlling this body was quite taxing for her, and the entire large computing system was in an overloaded state. There was no way around it. No matter how much memory and computing power she had, it was of no use to Friday. Her core had long surpassed the carrying capacity of an ordinary machine. She needed to undergo a transformation to form a true life, which is a soul. Here, take this. With this, you should be able to evolve into a data life. Zhang Wen handed the Mind Stone to Friday. Upon receiving the stone, a look of surprise crossed her face, but she soon regained her composure. Her whole being began to tremble under the impact of the Mind Stone's energy. The form Friday had taken was a beautiful image she had designed herself, flawless. A beautiful woman trembling on the ground should have been a scene full of allure, but at this moment, no one was there to appreciate it. Zhang Wen's attention was entirely focused on the Mind Stone, and Gui was equally unconcerned. The Mind Stone directly merged into Friday's body, releasing a massive amount of energy. After a brief tremor, Friday's body returned to normal, undergoing new changes under the influence of the Mind Stone's energy, becoming more human-like. The Mind Stone suddenly appeared on Friday's forehead, looking much like Vision, but unlike Vision's red skin, Friday's existence resembled that of a true human. No! The current Friday was indeed a human. Zhang Wen could clearly feel Friday's soul. She was no longer a mere data existence but a true living soul. It seems you have become a true life form. Give yourself a new name. Zhang Wen said gently, looking at the now distinctive Friday. Boss, I want to be called Mia. Friday, now Mia, said after a moment of silence. Mia? Oliver's daughter? Why that name? Zhang Wen asked curiously. Although Mia's data was lacking, the name of Green Arrow's daughter had not been lost. I like that name.
Friday, no, Mia replied without hesitation, looking at Zhangwen with innocent eyes. Although the database was vast, Mia had only just been born a few minutes ago.
Well, then your name will be Mia from now on. Zhangwen nodded nonchalantly.
After all, this world had no Green Arrow. Although he had a good relationship with Oliver before, there should be no problem with using a name like his daughter's.
Now that you've become a true life form, you can simply call me one from now on, since you are my only family now. Zhangwen gently stroked Mia's hair, showing exceptional tenderness.
Okay.
Wen, this is for you.
Friday directly took the Mind Stone from her forehead and handed it to Zhangwen. Having learned from Vision's experience, Zhangwen would never let the Mind Stone truly merge with Mia, otherwise, it would bring a lot of trouble later. Thus, Mia was able to easily remove the stone from her head.
Alright, now that you've just become human, enjoy life in the human world. As for the matters at home, you can just create a program to replace them.
After saying this, Zhangwen directly transmitted the speed force within him into Mia's body. Zhangwen wouldn't give the speed force to outsiders, but for his longtime intelligent assistant, he would naturally not be stingy. Previously, it was just because there was no suitable body. Now that Mia had become a true life, she was also his only remaining family. Whatever Mia wanted to do, Zhangwen would not oppose, even if it meant slaughtering the entire universe. In the Flash's world, Zhangwen initially lived like a main character, facing almost no difficulties in life. He was adopted by Harrison at a young age, and although Harrison later became Reverse Flash, he still cared for Zhangwen, his concern being second only to Barry's. As an adult, he joined Star Labs with outstanding results and co-led the particle accelerator experiment with Reverse Flash. Although the experiment failed, his reputation was not affected in the slightest. Most importantly, he discovered the existence of the Flash. Using his knowledge of time, Zhangwen successfully obtained a permanent Speed Force serum from his future self, becoming a popular hero surpassing the Flash. He saved many lives while knowing the plot and even found his own love. Although his quasi-adoptive father, Reverse Flash, disappeared, it did not affect Zhangwen's happy life. Zhangwen's feelings towards Reverse Flash were quite complex, and his disappearance was somewhat of a release. After all, with Reverse Flash's negative speed force, he wouldn't die. After getting married, Zhangwen had adorable twin children, and he began to contemplate stepping back from the hero life. Thus, he returned to his long-lost homeland with his wife and children. To avoid any incidents after he left, Zhangwen informed everyone at Star Labs of all the known future events. However, they believed he had traveled through time, which created some barriers between them.
This was something Zhangwen couldn't explain. He couldn't just say he watched a TV show in his previous life, right? Anyway, he was about to leave, so he didn't care. As long as he confirmed they were aware of what was about to happen, that was enough. If things went badly, he could always return quickly as the Speedster. But he never expected this would be the beginning of a tragic life. After living a peaceful life for a few years, one day, all his loved ones suddenly vanished, leaving him alone with the fragmented artificial intelligence, Sevilla, in his battlesuit. At this moment, the once fragmented Sevilla finally transformed into a true life form, which brought a sense of comfort to Zhangwen. The memories of creating Sevilla with his wife floated through his mind like scenes from a movie, giving him a peculiar feeling of time and space intertwining. The transformation process of the Speed Force for Mia was extraordinarily swift, soon coming to an end. The silver light in Mia's eyes flickered and then returned to her original black pupils. She slowly lifted her hand, gazing at her somewhat blurred palm, a look of confusion crossing her face. "Don't worry, this is just ordinary Speed Force. You'll fully adapt in a bit," Zhangwen said. He could have directly granted Mia the Speed Force, but she could only use it freely when they were in the same universe. Otherwise, the Speed Force within her would become extremely limited, unable to regenerate on its own. The residual Speed Force in Mia's body might only last a few minutes, perhaps, based on her extraordinary physical condition. If it had been an ordinary person, it would likely be negligible. After all, not everyone could store such a massive amount of Speed Force like Zhangwen. "I feel much better," Mia said, closing her eyes for a moment before slowly speaking. As a data life, her adaptability was indeed impressive. "Well then, Master Gui, we bid farewell," Zhangwen said directly to Gui, then turned to leave with Mia. Gui smiled and quietly watched them depart, making no other moves. Two bolts of silver lightning raced down the street, undeterred by the surrounding ruins. "Star. Mia, how does it feel?"
Zhang Wen asked, looking at Mia, who was running alongside him with concern.
This feeling is very peculiar.
Before, I could only connect with the outside world through instruments, but I had never experienced such a vivid sensation. So this is the taste of life, Mia replied, her face showing a look of enchantment. To her, everything in the world was filled with novelty. Despite her database containing a vast amount of information, it ultimately could not compare to first-hand experience. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Wen arrived at the entrance of Stark Tower.
Looking at the chaos inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! So this is what well-trained SHIELD agents look like?" However, no one paid him any attention. Zhang Wen. The Tesseract has been taken by Loki,
Tony said as he noticed Zhang Wen's arrival, but his gaze was quickly drawn to Mia beside him.
"I know. The Mind Scepter is with me." Zhang Wen waved his hand gently, and the empty Mind Scepter appeared in his grasp.
As for the Mind Stone inside, he shook his head. It was better to keep it for himself than risk creating Ultron by giving it to them.
Don't hand me things.
I don't like when others hand me things.
Tony refused to take the Mind Scepter outright. Natasha took the scepter instead, remaining silent as usual.
Thor had likely already run off to find his brother, so he was absent from the scene. Although Zhang Wen's appearance relieved Tony and the others, many people in the Stark Hall were still busy moving around, notably some government officials who were particularly eye-catching.
"Did you encounter Loki?" Tony asked, watching Natasha take the scepter, curiosity evident in his tone. "No. The scepter wasn't taken by Loki. Don't worry about it, it's already over." Zhang Wen lied nonchalantly.
He knew that even if Tony found out the truth, he wouldn't react too strongly, but if he became interested in time travel, that would be problematic. After all, the Tony from that world was close to discovering a way to time travel.
If Tony succeeded in time travel, this world would likely descend into chaos.
Logically, a modified timeline would create a parallel universe, but due to Zhang Wen's existence, parallel worlds could not be formed smoothly, potentially leading to various unforeseen situations.
"We were planning to go for barbecue. Do you want to join us?"
"Also, bring this along," Tony suggested, seemingly hinting at something, his curiosity about Mia palpable. Whether it was due to a male instinct or a scientist's instinct, Zhang Wen refused to let him succeed.
"Oh, by the way, everyone. Let me introduce you.
This is Mia. She was originally the artificial intelligence Friday, but she has now become a true life form," Zhang Wen said, leaning close to Tony's ear to quietly remind him, "Don't get any ideas about her. Mia's combat ability rivals Hulk's, and her intelligence is even higher than yours. If she gets the wrong idea, I can't help you."
"Okay. No worries." Tony patted Zhang Wen's shoulder.
It was unclear whether Zhang Wen's words reminded him of Mia's earlier performance on the battlefield or if it was because Thor had zapped him earlier, but his face turned slightly pale.
"Real artificial intelligence. How did you do it?"
Tony stepped back a bit, but suddenly remembered something and turned around, loudly questioning.
"Guess."
Zhang Wen smiled mysteriously before turning to leave, with Mia closely following behind, not falling behind at all. Tony, left standing there, had a shifting expression, a wave of frustration washing over him.
"Excuse me, are you Mr. One?" Just as Zhang Wen was about to speed away from the tower, a female police officer's voice called out. "Just call me Zhang Wen." "Thank you."
Zhang Wen took the letter she handed over and casually glanced at it. It turned out to be a court summons from the U.S. government.
"Zhang. What?"
The officer read the name with some difficulty before abandoning her struggle and simply telling Zhang Wen, "This is a court summons. We sent one to your villa before, but it was refused.
We hope you can attend on schedule." After saying this, the police officer walked away.
Zhang Wen smiled slightly but felt a bit puzzled. "I just saved this city, how could I receive a court summons? It's not like in the Flash's world where everyone treated me as a hero, now there's even a court summons? What is going on?" "Forget it, I'll call that egghead later and ask." Zhang Wen casually tossed the summons onto a pile of trash behind him and sped away.
Along the way, Zhang Wen saw many ordinary citizens trying to re-enter the battlefield but being blocked by the military and police.
It seemed like loudspeakers were announcing something, but Zhang Wen zipped past without hearing it clearly. However, he could roughly guess it was warning about the dangers inside.
But did the American public care about that? They charged right in.
The police and military appeared helpless in the face of it. They couldn't exactly shoot at the citizens. But if the situation continued to worsen, that could very well happen. These matters were of no concern to Zhang Wen. He did not stop and directly zipped back home.
Mr. Zhang Wen, who is this sister? Upon returning home, Wanda looked at Mia behind Zhang Wen, her eyes filled with curiosity. Wanda, I am Friday. Now my name is Mia. You can just call me Sister Mia. Friday introduced herself proactively before Zhang Wen could. What? That's amazing. Sister, you've become human. Wanda exclaimed with a delighted expression. Wanda, go get Pirate, I've found something that can heal you all. Zhang Wen said with a smile, gently patting Wanda's head. Mr. Zhang Wen, did you fight those aliens?
To Zhang Wen's surprise, instead of being overjoyed, Wanda looked at him with a worried expression.
Don't worry, there's no need to be concerned about me. No one in this world can easily defeat me.
Zhang Wen turned his head and saw the news channel reporting on the battle in New York. All he could see was a wasteland. He suddenly understood and turned back to Wanda, saying, "War is very dangerous."
Wanda lowered her head and murmured, I know.
Wanda, you have to understand that while war is bad, we need to learn to be ready to protect ourselves and our loved ones at all times. Zhang Wen tried to guide Wanda, but the effect seemed less than ideal. So, he decided to leave this matter to Mia. After all, she had just gained a body, and two women communicating might be more effective than his preaching.
Wanda, go call Pirate now. He went out. A police officer took Pirate away. I asked Sister Mia, but she didn't respond. Wanda said worriedly. She had wanted to tell Zhang Wen when he returned but hadn't found the opportunity.
Zhang Wen glanced at Mia, who immediately closed her eyes and began checking the surveillance in the room, finding that everything was normal. Then, it seemed she discovered something and extended a hand toward a surveillance camera in the corner of the room. Zap! The camera was instantly destroyed by an invisible force, and a tiny component slowly flew toward Mia's hand.
Mia, what did you find? Zhang Wen asked, watching her actions.
Someone tampered with the surveillance feed. I didn't notice it before. Mia's voice was calm, but Zhang Wen could sense the anger beneath.
Who did it?
Zhang Wen was unconcerned about Mia's oversight. After all, she wasn't truly a data life yet, just a program, and there were too many things that could confuse her.
It was the US military. This kind of tampering is only detectable when activated. If it weren't for my growth.
Mia quickly traced the device's origin and investigated it thoroughly.
Mia's current abilities allowed her to control any technology worldwide.
Unless there was an existence on her level, any electronic device in her hands was like an ant she could manipulate at will.
Moreover, unlike the later Ultron, Mia now had her own body and soul, so treating her as a powerful mutant was perfectly fine.
Just like Professor X dealing with unsuspecting ordinary people, those high-tech electronic products would submit to Mia's control, allowing her to investigate so thoroughly in a short amount of time. It seems I was still too lenient, Zhang Wen muttered to himself, contemplating whether he should destroy some mountains to prove a point. When I found Pirate, he was just taken to the police station by ordinary officers because he was caught stealing. Just as Zhang Wen was considering whether to make a statement, Mia's words made him feel embarrassed. He never expected Pirate would go steal something and get caught by ordinary police with crucial evidence, waiting for Zhang Wen to come pick him up. Although picking him up directly would only result in Pirate doing some community service, Zhang Wen still thought it would be good for him to stay there for a couple of days. The police station was busy right now and wouldn't have time to contact his parents. Pirate needed a lesson. After all, Zhang Wen was not a petty person. He provided everything his siblings wanted, including various brand-name clothes, computers, and phones. He even gave them $1,000 a week in pocket money, considering that a waitress's monthly wage was less than $1,000. After providing so many conveniences, how could he go and steal? That made Zhang Wen very angry. Mia, what did Pirate steal? Amid his anger, Zhang Wen couldn't help but feel curious about what was worth stealing. With a wave of her hand in the air, a necklace pattern appeared before Zhang Wen. Seeing it, Wanda couldn't help but exclaim, "My necklace!" Wanda, what's going on? Zhang Wen asked, noticing Wanda's reaction. Pirate brought it back a couple of days ago. This necklace looks very similar to my mother's heirloom. Wanda said, clutching the necklace tightly to her chest. Is that so? Mia, go bring him back, Zhang Wen instructed. Okay. Mia nodded and completed the task in less than a second. In America, one advantage is the privileges of the wealthy. Zhang Wen had a dedicated legal department that employed various types of lawyers. Why are lawyers a high-income group in America? Because the policies in the US are very favorable to them. allowing them to easily exonerate the rich. Jianwen certainly didn't care about American law, such things didn't apply to him. However, his laboratory was in the US, governed by government officials. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to establish this legal department and even created a company specifically for it. But it wasn't solely because of the legal department. Jianwen also intended to build a company to sell products, just that the legal department's reason had led to the early creation of the company. Jianwen didn't want to manage the company, so he asked Pepper to help hire staff. Lured by a few vials of anti-aging serum, Pepper took great care of this matter. After all, her friends were all at Stark Tower, and a boss who doesn't manage affairs, has no shortage of money, and allows his subordinates freedom is rare, naturally attracting various talents. After several rounds of selection, a qualified corporate group was established. Although the company hadn't yet launched a main product because of Jianwen, it was already barely breaking even. This was no easy feat. A corporate group's monthly salary expenses are significant, and achieving a balance through common business methods shows how top-notch the managerial talents Pepper managed to recruit were. After handing the matter to the legal department's staff, Jianwen took Wanda into her bedroom, but don't misunderstand, it was just to use the Mind Stone to enhance Wanda's control over her mutant powers. Jianwen had previously conducted a thorough examination on Wanda and found no so-called mutant genes. Of course, there were also no inhuman genes, she was merely a cyborg. Within Wanda's body resided a powerful energy source known as the Scarlet Witch's power. This energy was immensely strong. Although it did not possess any other special characteristics, it was quite similar in nature to the Infinity Stones. It roamed freely within Wanda, and if her body had not been modified to adapt well to this energy, it would have caused her immense harm, potentially even leading to her exploding from within. It was likely that the earlier Hydra test subjects had met similar fates. Although Wanda's body was continuously adapting to this energy, it would take her hundreds of years to fully control it on her own. Fortunately, based on what he had seen in previous films, Jianwen had found a way to deal with it, by utilizing the energy of the Mind Stone. As for whether he knew the specific method of operation, Jianwen could confidently say that the Hydra folks knew nothing. They merely thought the Mind Stone's powers were similar to Wanda's and recklessly conducted experiments. When it came to controlling the Infinity Stones, Jianwen was very confident. He pulled out a box from his pocket, and upon opening it, the yellow glow of the Mind Stone came into view. If Jianwen had any evil intentions at that moment, he could easily use the Mind Stone to manipulate anyone, but he would never do such a meaningless thing. He held the Mind Stone in his hand. Although it did not possess the destructive power of the Power Stone, Jianwen could still feel a slight sting. He clenched his fist tightly, and a yellow glow emanated from it, reminiscent of the special effects in traditional fantasy dramas, but far more realistic than those cheap effects. Then, he directly aimed his fist at Wanda. 3 or 4 streams of yellow energy emanated from his fist, twisting through the air like yellow snakes before diving into Wanda's body. Under the influence of the Mind Stone's energy, Wanda's body temporarily floated in the air. If the intention was to use the Mind Stone to modify her body, this step would suffice, as long as the person being modified could endure it. However, the probability of that was likely only 1 in 1,000. Unfortunately, this was not merely a body modification. Jianwen would have to personally control this energy. His eyes shimmered with white light, as if he were seeing through Wanda's clothes and flesh, much like an X-ray, carefully observing the inside of her body. He had to control this energy with great caution. After all, this was the energy of the Infinity Stones. Although the Mind Stone was not as domineering as the others, it was still not something an ordinary human could endure. As the energy entered Wanda's body, a slight flush appeared on her face, coupled with a mixture of nervousness and pain. Why was she blushing? It was because these streams of energy, though intangible, directly entered her body, giving her a sensation akin to being caressed, yet accompanied by a slight sting, like being electrified. If she hadn't kept her eyes wide open, she might have thought Jianwen was trying to take advantage of her. Despite knowing that Jianwen kept his eyes shut, a blush still crept across her face. Jianwen kept his eyes closed to better control the energy from the Mind Stone. He transformed the energy into a large net within Wanda's body, exerting considerable effort to capture the chaotic energy roaming inside her. This feeling of playing hide-and-seek reminded him of his childhood when he used to catch fish in the river. Now that he had captured that energy, the next steps became much simpler. He directly increased the intensity of the energy he was extracting from the Mind Stone, refining the energy within Wanda's body. Whether it was refining or taming, he couldn't clearly articulate, but he could distinctly feel that this would help Wanda better control the energy within her. Time passed quickly. After about 10 minutes, Jiangwen manipulated the energy of the Mind Stone and reintegrated it back into the gem. Today's work was complete. The refining process had its limits, and he would need to allow that energy to adapt for a few days before proceeding with the next treatment. Alright, it should take about 3 more sessions to completely resolve this, Jiangwen concluded, tossing the Mind Stone back into the box. Although the Mind Stone had been emitting a stinging sensation in his hand, making it somewhat difficult for him to endure, he found the sensation of itching even harder to bear than that of pain. Is it over? Wanda asked, then stretched out her hand, releasing an energy far greater than before, observing it carefully. Today's treatment is finished. It should take about 3 more sessions before you won't feel any more pain, Jiangwen replied thoughtfully. Yes, it doesn't hurt at all. Thank you, Mr. Jiangwen, Wanda said with a flushed face as the energy in her hand gradually dissipated. Well, you can practice your abilities more. Now you can try using magic, but it's best to use your own energy rather than borrowing from others, Jiangwen advised before walking out of the room, as there was another individual waiting for him to reprimand. Don't think that just because it was for his sister stealing something, Pirate wouldn't face punishment. Being caught, Pirate, you truly are the worst one I've brought along. He walked out of Wanda's room with a smile, but his expression immediately turned sour. Downstairs, a female lawyer was sitting on the sofa with Pirate. Thank you for your hard work, Jennifer. Jiangwen nodded at the lawyer nearby. You're too polite. This is what I should do, Jennifer replied, standing up and exchanging a few pleasantries with Jiangwen before tactfully suggesting her departure. After Jennifer left, Pirate attempted to sneak away quietly, but Jiangwen noticed him instantly. Where do you think you're going? Mr. Jiangwen. Pirate stammered, knowing he was somewhat embarrassed. Pirate, even though we have no blood relation, I am now your guardian. Given that this situation occurred, don't you want to explain it to me? Jiangwen continued with a stern face, intimidating Pirate. Although his anger had lessened after learning the truth about Pirate's theft, he was still quite upset with him. This was not merely a scare tactic. I'm very sorry. Pirate offered little explanation, simply apologizing to Jiangwen, which diminished Jiangwen's anger significantly. Forget it, I already know why you stole, but stealing is stealing, and you must accept the consequences. Jiangwen paused for a moment before saying. This made Pirate's mood lift, but Jiangwen's next words came swiftly. How many hours of community service did the police assign you? None. As soon as they saw Ms. Jennifer, they released me. Pirate shook his head, replying. Why? Probably because I paid them $5,000, he said. Upon hearing this, Jiangwen fell silent for a moment before continuing. Next time, remember to buy what you want with money first. If you don't have enough, go ask Mia for it. Mia? Pirate looked puzzled. She's the former Friday, and now she's been renamed Mia. After all, she has become a true life form. We can't keep calling her by a robot's name, Jiangwen explained casually to Pirate. Really? Sister Friday has become human? Pirate exclaimed excitedly. It's Mia. Don't get it wrong. By the way, even though the police didn't penalize you, I have to punish you. For 1 month, you're responsible for the cleaning in the villa, and during this period, all household robots will be suspended. Oh. Jiangwen lay comfortably on the sofa, watching television, while Wanda was using her small hands to massage his shoulders. Ever since his trip to the parallel world, Jiangwen had lost interest in going out and had embraced the role of a homebody. With no major events on the horizon, he found great joy in simply enjoying life at home. However, there was more to this than just his newfound laziness. He also needed to supervise Pirate, who was busy with household chores. Ever since taking on the responsibilities of maintaining the villa, Pirate's life had become exceedingly difficult. This villa was not only expensive, but the daily cleaning tasks were also quite tedious, especially since Jiangwen had built 2 underground storage levels, making the cleaning comparable to that of a small building. Normally, there was no need for anyone to lift a finger, as Jiangwen's design for the cleaning robots could handle all the work. But now, having disabled the robots, the cleaning responsibilities naturally fell onto Pirate. Every day, Pirate spent at least 6 or 7 hours completing maintenance tasks for the villa. What troubled him the most was that Jiangwen had assigned Mia as his supervisor. As a data life, Mia could easily manage the household machinery, effectively preventing Pirate from slacking off. Initially, upon seeing the daunting workload, Pirate had pulled out his phone app to call several hourly workers. Jiangwen also made periodic checks on the quality of Pirate's work, and to punish him, he had decided to delay Pirate's treatment for his powers by a month, otherwise, the cleaning tasks would be too easy for him. Wanda was being particularly attentive to Jiangwen because she had made an online friend, similar to a pen pal, and she wanted to go out to sea with this friend. This was why she was putting in extra effort to please Jiangwen. Notably, after 3 days of treatment, Wanda's powers had returned to normal. In addition to controlling the Scarlet Witch's energy, she could also use it to hypnotize others and sense malicious thoughts directed at her. Thus, Jiangwen had no concerns about her safety. The current Wanda could handle 1 or 2 thieves, and even withstand a confrontation with the Avengers until Jiangwen arrived. The only thing Jiangwen worried about was whether this young girl would be deceived, but he couldn't protect Wanda for her entire life. Some experiences were ones she had to go through on her own. Alright, Wanda. I promise you, but you must be careful. There are many incredible forces in this world. If anything feels off, contact Mia immediately. She can hear your calls for help wherever there are electronic devices, Jiangwen said, stopping Wanda's massage as he continued watching television. Okay, thank you. Wanda exclaimed, bouncing with joy as she dashed to her room, bringing along a white puppy named Anderson. This dog had been named by Pirate, just the day after Wanda had brought it home. Jiangwen hadn't paid much attention until now, so this was the first he learned of the dog's name. Although he had some questions about the dog's origins, Jiangwen was well prepared for it and figured there shouldn't be any issues, so he let Wanda take the puppy outside. Meanwhile, Pirate was still struggling, vacuuming the nearly invisible dust in the villa with a disgruntled expression. It was as if he was retaliating, turning the vacuum's volume up to the maximum and moving around Jiangwen, seemingly trying to disturb his television time. Jiangwen could easily see through Pirate's little tricks. He simply extended a finger and aimed it at the vacuum. A faint spark of lightning flashed, and the vacuum fell silent. Pirate thought the vacuum had broken, and when he picked it up, he nearly sucked in his own hat. With no choice left, he could only continue his cleaning endeavor. For Jiangwen, the benefits of traveling through parallel worlds mainly revolved around television. There were numerous parallel worlds, and he couldn't pinpoint an exact number. Some were quite similar to his own, while others differed significantly. However, for travelers, there was no difference. The only enjoyable aspect was the entertainment industry. The variations in entertainment were inevitable, as slight historical changes, which might stem from a single person's whim or political fluctuations, could lead to different entertainment outputs. Thus, one of Jiangwen's favorite activities was to collect his favorite television shows from different parallel worlds, just like he was doing now. Wanda and Pirate were completely oblivious to the fact that the show playing on Jiangwen's television had yet to be filmed, as they were more interested in live variety shows. If they were to follow a drama series, they would be watching shows from several years in the future. And this was Jiangwen's gain from visiting those worlds. As for whether Wanda and Pirate would discover this magical television, Jiangwen simply didn't care about such trivial matters. When I did it. Mia's voice echoed from the machines in the hall, making Jiangwen pause his television watching. In an instant, he vanished and appeared in the underground laboratory. Now that Mia had become a true data life, she naturally possessed human emotions like joy, anger, sadness, and more. Jiangwen had initially thought Mia would behave like an ordinary girl and go shopping, but to his surprise, she had turned into a homebody like him. However, instead of playing games or watching TV, her favorite activity was research, especially concerning the Mind Stone and the Book of Darkhold, which she expressed great interest in. Thus, Jiangwen had entrusted both items to her, allowing her to tinker with them in the basement. Although Jiangwen was essentially a scientist, he was unfortunately more of a piracy enthusiast than an inventor, lacking the ability to create new things. Especially after acquiring the Speed Force, he had become even less interested in scientific inventions. He didn't lack money, power, or strength, so what was the point of creating inventions? With the time he would spend on that, he might as well learn some new technology for the future. After all, no matter how great an invention you create now, it would just be an outdated product in the future. As soon as Jiangwen entered the underground laboratory, he felt as if he had stepped into a primordial forest, clearly smelling the aroma of flowers and trees. If it weren't for his clear awareness of his other body, he would have thought he had gone to the wrong place. This is an illusion? Jiangwen focused his mind and easily detached himself from the illusion, arriving in a bright laboratory. He could clearly feel that the trees had instantaneously transformed into various scientific instruments. The research in the second world was successful. Mia smiled at Jiangwen, then showcased a cylindrical device behind her. A framework? Jiangwen murmured as he looked at the somewhat familiar object in front of him. Behind the hustle and bustle of this city, there exists a group of special individuals, some of whom are regarded as monsters, while others claim to be heroes saving the world. SHIELD, this so-called secret agent organization, was originally established to maintain the balance between the normal world and the extraordinary world, to protect people's justice, and to help them gradually adapt to this brand new reality. However, in reality, SHIELD is just an ordinary intelligence agency, failing to shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the world. What they do is merely erase seemingly mysterious incidents from the sight of ordinary people, preventing these events from causing panic. Perhaps in the process of carrying out their missions, they did save some civilians and protect a few lives hanging by a thread. However, this cannot change the insignificant role that SHIELD plays in the global landscape. Organizations like this number in the dozens worldwide. Although these organizations have far fewer members than SHIELD, the dangers they face are much more challenging. More importantly, other organizations rarely encounter issues such as jurisdiction and power struggles. At this moment, Nick Fury is overwhelmed, with various troubles flooding in like a tide, leaving the director of SHIELD exhausted. The occurrence of the Battle of New York has provided Jang-won with a temporary sense of relief. This is because his performance in that battle has deterred many organizations that wish to cause him trouble, leading them to turn their attention to searching for information on extraterrestrials instead. Previously, although many people were aware of the existence of aliens, no one could present solid evidence. Even if some organizations had evidence, they did not remain vigilant about extraterrestrials, as everyone believed that aliens would not attack Earth. As for the reason, no one knew, but almost all organizations tacitly accepted this fact. The Battle of New York completely shattered their false sense of security. Aliens had indeed appeared and destroyed nearly half of New York City. Although casualties were minimal thanks to the help of mysterious figures, this has already led the powerful elites to lose their sense of security. As the only organization with a deeper understanding of the situation, SHIELD has naturally become a thorn in the side of various factions. To deal with the wolves that have set their sights on him, Nick Fury has expended considerable effort. However, the biggest trouble does not come from the outside, but from the upper echelons of SHIELD. As a jointly supported organization, SHIELD primarily operates in the United States and other areas, but it is still monitored by the World Security Council. For SHIELD, the greatest threat comes from this World Security Council. This is because SHIELD first had the traitor Hydra emerge, followed by the loss of the Cosmic Cube, and then came the emergence of an uncontrollable Avengers team. This series of events has made the politicians of the World Security Council and certain others feel uneasy, prompting them to start placing their personnel within SHIELD. As the party being invested in and supervised, SHIELD is powerless to prevent the infiltration from the World Security Council. The arrival of these individuals has completely intensified the internal conflicts within SHIELD, causing Nick Fury severe headaches. There are simply too many secrets within SHIELD. Apart from the rigorously trained agents, ordinary people are unable to resist the temptations of dangerous items, let alone those power-hungry politicians. While Nick Fury struggles to cope with external pressures, he recalls a new plan hidden in his heart to split SHIELD. But to implement this plan, he needs to find trustworthy individuals, and there are very few people he can trust, including Coulson, who is currently undergoing treatment. Jang-won learned of Coulson's injuries while on the mothership. After discovering that he had not been stabbed through the heart as depicted in the movies, he felt relieved and left the sky carrier. However, he did not expect that Coulson's injuries were not as simple as imagined. In ancient times, what kind of injuries were the hardest to heal? Not the fatal external wounds, but those seemingly elusive internal injuries. Although there are no obvious scars on Coulson's body, Loki's kick had almost damaged most of his internal organs. With SHIELD's medical technology, they could not save him. In desperation, Nick Fury had no choice but to employ alien technology to forcibly revive Coulson, which is known as the legendary Tahiti Project. Now, the successfully revived Coulson remains in a comatose state. Meanwhile, Jang-won, who is tinkering with virtual online games in his basement, is unaware that Nick Fury has completely ignored his calls, leading him to inadvertently stand up the US government. But this is not particularly important. In the United States, even if someone is dissatisfied, they would not dare to easily provoke Jang-won. After all, he is a relatively influential billionaire, and almost everyone knows about the immense power he displayed during the Battle of New York. Therefore, even if some fools want to cause him trouble, his friends would stop them. As for those fools who lack strength, they have long been dealt with by Mia. For data lifeforms, there is no memory limit, nor is there an issue of multitasking. Under Mia's surveillance, as long as someone expresses a desire to oppose Jiangwen, she will discover it, almost like a modern-day Heaven's Path.
Of course, all of this requires a location with internet access. And in modern society, where is there no internet? Even Kamartaj has Wi-Fi.
After Mia evolved into a data lifeform, the large host that originally served as her habitat became obsolete. These hosts were capable of running hundreds of AIs similar to JARVIS. After all, not all AIs have the opportunity to evolve into life. The discarded hosts found new purposes as servers for virtual online games. However, Jiangwen is not currently designing an online game but has virtualized some single-player games. This is actually quite simple, as those single-player games already have the main storyline on the host. Jiangwen only needs to make some deductions.
As for the characters in the game, they must be real-life representations. The scenes cannot just be images, they must include some real elements, such as grass. Weapons must also be realistic, and the story characters should be set as autonomous.
After modifying the game, Jiangwen finally completed the virtualization of a single-player game after more than an hour.
He eagerly lay down in the game pod and entered the game.
After playing for a while, Jiangwen felt a bit disappointed. The game did not bring him the anticipated enjoyment, possibly because after becoming a speedster, he already possesses immense power, making the game feel not much different from his usual experience. Subsequently, Jiangwen tried a wargame. Watching those virtual soldiers fighting on the battlefield, he finally found some enjoyment in the game. In the following days, Jiangwen became completely immersed in the virtual game. While Jiangwen was immersed in virtual gaming, Nick Fury finally launched the Small Shield initiative, with the recently awakened Coulson as its executor. Although Coulson had been lying in bed in a deep sleep, he felt as if he had been on vacation all along, his mental state particularly good, as if he were glowing with vitality. Coulson had no idea that he was one of Nick Fury's contingency plans, he simply thought he needed to form a small team. Driven by a desire for benefits, he directly requested the two most outstanding students from the SHIELD Academy and a few excellent agents. Originally, he was just asking for a lot, but he did not expect Nick Fury to agree to his requests outright and even allocate a huge aircraft to him, named Harmonious Wind.
The first mission of Coulson's newly formed team was to investigate Hydra.
There was nothing particularly noteworthy about this, almost 70% of SHIELD's resources were dedicated to dealing with Hydra. As the greatest enemy during World War II and the main culprit behind the recent division of SHIELD, the organization would surely do everything in its power to resolve this issue. Coulson accepted the mission without concern and began executing it with the agents under his command. They needed to investigate a super serum called Centipede, which was said to be related to Hydra. SHIELD naturally seized the opportunity to conduct an investigation. It is known that Hydra is extremely secretive. SHIELD has spent considerable manpower and resources but has only found a few clues, achieving little more than cleaning up a few small Hydra bases.
As for the traitor within SHIELD? The former director, Alexander Pierce, who ran away with a third of SHIELD's resources. He remains at large with no leads. Coulson, you know I don't want to be on field duty.
On the plane, Mel, the pilot, activated the autopilot system and came to Coulson's side to say, "You have to understand, you are the most suitable person I could find, and right now SHIELD is short on personnel. It would be a waste for you to do clerical work," Coulson said with a slight smile, casually.
Recently recovered from illness, Coulson was indeed full of energy.
Although his instincts as an agent alerted him to something amiss, the joy of being reborn allowed him to overlook these details.
All right. By the way, how does it feel to be alive again?
Mel glanced at the smiling Coulson and asked calmly. "It's not that exaggerated, it was just stopping breathing for a little over 40 seconds, Coulson replied.
"I heard it was 8 seconds.
If you had been stabbed by a weapon from the Asgardian realm, you can say whatever you want. When I saw that flash of white light, it felt nothing like 8 seconds.
That sounds tragic. Actually, it was quite nice.
As soon as I left ICU, I was taken to Tahiti, where there were cocktails, detective novels, and a dedicated therapist." It sounds like Mel was about to say something when she was interrupted by the voices of Fitz and Simmons arguing outside the door.
"Officer,
we have made a discovery," Simmons said as she saw Coulson, quickly reporting the situation, since he was their superior.
"We found the Centipede serum."
On the other side, Wanda was strolling down the street in a dark red outfit, seemingly waiting for someone, occasionally stroking the little dog in her arms. The dog, transformed from a hellhound, was very well behaved, curled up quietly. Suddenly, a van sped towards her, performing a beautiful drift as it stopped beside Wanda, as if it were a $1 million war machine rather than a van. At the moment the van came rushing in, Wanda was already prepared. Although Xiangwen had previously advised her not to casually reveal her powers, it was evident that a vehicle was about to crash into her, which certainly did not count. The passenger door opened from the inside, and a girl struggled to push the passenger door from the driver's seat and called out to Wanda, "What are you waiting for? Get in!" "Sky!" Wanda exclaimed, surprised to see her, and immediately hopped into the passenger seat of the van. As soon as Wanda got in, Sky started the car. She even had no time to close the door properly and almost fell due to inertia, so she secretly used her powers to sit upright and tightly shut the door. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Wanda asked in confusion, wondering if she had been tricked into following a human trafficker, had it not been for the long time she had been communicating with this friend online. "Sorry, someone is watching me," Sky said, showing an apologetic expression as she spoke hurriedly to Wanda. In reality, Sky was not being targeted by Coulson as in the original plot, as his main target now was Hydra, while the organization known as Rising Tide was being investigated by other agents. Due to Sky's frequent movements, she naturally attracted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Luckily, her house was constantly moving in the van, so S.H.I.E.L.D. had not found many clues yet. Even so, Sky's personal information was well grasped by S.H.I.E.L.D., which made her very anxious. "Who is watching you?" Wanda immediately wanted to stand up for her friend upon hearing that she was under surveillance. "S.H.I.E.L.D. We can't afford to provoke them. I originally wanted to search for my origins in S.H.I.E.L.D., but instead, I found my wanted notice directly," Sky said with a wry smile, continuing, "I came to you mainly to seek help. With your hacking skills, you can definitely help me, right?" At this point, Sky's expression showed a pleading look. "Huh? Didn't you say you would take me to meet the civilian hero? I don't know how to hack," Wanda said, somewhat surprised. Creak! The old van let out a sharp sound as Sky slammed the brakes, indicating that the brake pads were severely worn. Normally, Sky would feel distressed, as replacing brake pads costs a lot of money, but at this moment, she couldn't care less. "No, can't hack? How is that possible? Your computer protection is so strong, even I can't break in." Sky looked at Wanda in surprise, then her face revealed a look of struggle. "What's wrong?" Wanda asked curiously. "It's nothing." Sky shook her head and said, "Sorry, Wanda. I've dragged you into trouble, but I see you haven't been discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. yet, so you can't follow me right now." Biting her lip, Sky continued, "I initially thought you were a hacking expert and wanted to seek some help. I'm really sorry. But I didn't lie about the civilian hero, here's his information." Saying this, Sky handed over a USB drive. "Don't be disappointed, Sky. I have a sister named Mia at home, and she knows many secrets about this world." "So many secrets?" Sky immediately thought of her high school classmates who loved gossip, and she assumed that Wanda's sister was probably one of those types. "Yeah, you don't know, but Mia knows almost everything. Once, I was really curious if those performers who did magic really had magic powers, and Mia immediately helped me find a ton of information about magic," Wanda said enthusiastically, completely unconcerned. "Is she a hacker?" Sky speculated, recalling the impenetrable defense system on Wanda's computer. "No, she's..." Wanda suddenly found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to explain Mia's identity. Should she directly say that Mia is an intelligent robot? But Mr. Zhang clearly said that Mia had become a real human. How should she phrase it? Finally, in desperation, Wanda took out her phone and shouted, "Mia, I need to talk to you." Then, in Sky's curious gaze, a flawless female image appeared above Wanda's phone. As soon as Sky saw Mia, her attention was completely captivated. What a beautiful woman! Sky couldn't help but think to herself. "Mia, this is my friend from the internet, named Sky," Wanda said, pulling Sky's hand and introducing her to Mia. "Hello." Mia extended a hand, and when Sky reached out in curiosity to shake it, she was unexpectedly grasped. The sudden situation startled Sky, and she almost jumped out of the car. What Sky was holding wasn't the real Mia, but just a simple application based on particles. In simple terms, it was a humanoid shield. Although it was not very powerful, it could still move small objects without issue. "Why hello," Sky finally steadied her heartbeat, casually greeting Mia. "Mia, Sky wants to know about her origins. She's so poor, she was abandoned right after birth," Wanda briefly explained and then eagerly awaited Mia's reply, knowing that Mia knew much more than she did. Mia glanced at Sky and instantly pulled up her information.
Sky, real name, Daisy Johnson, Inhuman. Not yet awakened. Mother, Jiaying, Inhuman leader.
Father, Calvin Johnson. Mia unreservedly stated Sky's details, not considering any plot-related factors, only omitting future events since she couldn't guarantee the future was fixed.
So that's how it is.
I knew they wouldn't abandon me for no reason. Upon learning her true identity, Sky no, Daisy was shocked, and a tremendous sense of relief washed over her.
Almost all orphans long to know their origins, but they often fear the truth because there are always some parents.
Luckily, Daisy's parents loved her, they were just taken by bad people. At this thought, a look of hatred appeared on Daisy's face, a hatred for Hydra, a hatred for Whitehall. Sister Sky, seeing Daisy's current demeanor, Wanda suddenly felt a bit scared.
I'm fine, just call me Daisy from now on.
Although Daisy wasn't entirely sure about the information's authenticity, she chose to accept her identity because what Mia said closely aligned with her own investigations over the years, like being taken to an orphanage by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the so-called 084 items. Thank you for helping me understand my origins, but unfortunately, I'm currently wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. otherwise, I could personally take you to meet those civilian heroes, Daisy said, gradually recovering from her shock and expressing her sentiments to Wanda.
No.
You don't need to worry about S.H.I.E.L.D., I'll handle it, Mia said with a smile before disappearing from view.
Sky?
Wanda asked, looking at Daisy, who seemed lost in thought. Meanwhile, on Nick Fury's desk, there was a newly printed note detailing the tasks he needed to address for Zhang Wen, including clearing Sky's wanted status and helping Zhang Wen deal with the US government. Nick Fury looked at the note that had suddenly appeared on his desk, feeling deeply helpless. But he had to help Zhang Wen resolve these trivial matters. After all, this was part of Zhang Wen's compensation for serving as an advisor to the Avengers. Moreover, Nick Fury did not want a powerful extraterrestrial human causing chaos on Earth. It was better to treat him like a deity, asking for his help when necessary, and he would comply. Of course, while this sounded good, in reality, whether or not Zhang Wen would help was entirely up to him. S.H.I.E.L.D. had neither the authority nor the capability to manage him. It's worth noting that although there was a plan of action against Zhang Wen, Nick Fury wasn't sure how effective it would be. After delegating the tasks from Mia's note to his subordinates, Nick Fury called in a pair of senior agents for a meeting, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was quite busy. On the other side, in the villa, Zhang Wen was enthusiastically playing a virtual fighting game. For Zhang Wen, fighting games were far more enjoyable than others. The skills he learned from Green Arrow and the martial arts he picked up in his home country's martial arts school finally had a place to be utilized. After all, there wasn't much opportunity to showcase those skills in daily life. One swift movement could save him a lot of combat experience. He could simply run over and decapitate his enemies before they even had a chance to react. As for enemies of the Speedster, it all came down to speed. Techniques were practically useless. Of course, the greatest use of this was actually to bully Pilot. Fighting games require at least 2 players, and Zhang Wen initially planned to call Tony to play, but Tony had instead dove headfirst into the lab to research the Mark model of the Iron Man suit. Zhang Wen actually wanted to give Tony the Mark 50 he brought from a future parallel world, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. He figured he would let Tony be busy for a few months. Once he crafted as many different suits as in Iron Man 3, he would give him the Mark 50 directly. The expression on Tony's face at that time would surely be amusing. In desperation, Zhang Wen had to find Pilot to play with him, even reducing Pilot's cleaning duties for several days. However, compared to Zhang Wen, Pilot's skills were really lacking. As for searching for Mia, it was partly because Mia had recently become infatuated with the Mind Stone, and partly because Zhang Wen simply couldn't beat her. After all, he would definitely be no match for a supercomputer, especially since Mia was much more powerful than ordinary computers.
You can't use free mode. Who can beat you like this? Even the world champion wouldn't stand a chance.
After being knocked down once again, Pilot declared a strike and refused to continue.
But you have various ultimate moves.
Use your special moves. Zhang Wen stood there, his health bar showing no sign of depletion.
I don't want to talk.
Pilot decided to remain silent.
Alright. I'll slow down my time flow. The so-called time flow was simply making Zhang Wen's actions appear slower.
Just then, a surge of information suddenly flooded into Zhang Wen's mind, making him stop his gaming thoughts.
Hydra took the obelisk? Wanda met her online friend, who turned out to be Photon. S.H.I.E.L.D. actually formed a team? Coulson died once?
After hearing the information transmitted from Mia, Zhang Wen, who had exited the game, felt a bit dazed.
It looks like it's time to go out for a stroll, Zhang Wen muttered to himself,
then he discarded the game in his hands, leaving a bewildered pilot behind, and instantly vanished from the spot. When it comes to the advantages of being a speedster, it's not just about super strength and extraordinary recovery abilities. For Zhang Wen, his identity as a speedster is most convenient for handling mundane tasks in daily life. Unfortunately, he hasn't yet learned the spatial cube from Kamartaj. If he did, it would be even more convenient. Don't be fooled by how it looks like just a ring in movies. Drawing circles inside that ring, the magic is incredibly profound. With Zhang Wen's current level of magical ability, he simply cannot modify it. As for learning conventional magic? Before meeting Constantine, Zhang Wen might have made that decision, but after hearing about the side effects of magic from Constantine, he no longer wanted anything to do with it. Could he use his speed to open a portal? Of course, he could. Not to mention opening a portal, even traversing time and parallel worlds would be easy for him. However, opening a time-space portal is not related to convenience. The fundamental power of the Speed Force is speed, while concepts like lightning, time, and space are merely its derivatives. Zhang Wen would need to extract those temporal powers to successfully open the corresponding portal, otherwise, he might not even know which world he would end up in. Who knows if he might end up in some other parallel universe? After all, there are countless parallel universes near the Marvel Universe. Not long after disappearing, perhaps only 3 seconds had passed, during which Zhang Wen visited Wanda, witnessed the rejuvenated look of S.H.I.E.L.D., and even took a trip to the newly expanded Star Lab. Perhaps Star Tower would be a more fitting name. Zhang Wen was living quite comfortably at home, but he completely overlooked the task he had assigned to Stern. For the past few days, Stern had been diligently poring over the information Zhang Wen had provided, working tirelessly in the lab. As for the big-headed issue caused by the Hulk serum, he had already found a way to control it. It's easy to manage tech-related villains, especially someone like Stern who craves a peaceful life. As long as their problems are temporarily resolved, they will work wholeheartedly for him, even alleviating their own issues. Seeing Stern work so tirelessly, Zhang Wen felt a bit shy about interrupting him. Speaking of Stern, he suddenly remembered Dr. Connors, who in the Spider-Man series shares a similar state with Stern. Thinking about Dr. Connors led him to think of Dr. Octopus. I'm getting off track. Who knows if there's a Dr. Octopus in this world? But even if there is, given the current situation, it's unlikely he could recruit them. Better to set that aside for now and go fetch the second world's data for Stern, skipping the game pod. Thus, in less than 3 seconds after leaving home, Zhang Wen returned. It would have been possible to send the information to Stern via the internet, but that would likely take several days, given the enormous size of the database. Stern! This is for you. Before Zhang Wen could finish, he was interrupted by Stern's high-pitched scream, reminiscent of a woman's. Stern clutched his chest, sitting in his chair, panting heavily. After a while, he weakly said to Zhang Wen, "I know you're the boss, but please, could you give me a heads up next time? Do you know what it feels like to have someone suddenly appear next to you while you're working?" I know. Listening to Stern's complaints, Zhang Wen felt a bit ashamed and couldn't help but recall Reverse Flash. When Reverse Flash was training him about the Speed Force, he often scared him to death until he learned to sense the presence of the Speed Force. Sorry. Are you all right? Thinking of this, Zhang Wen expressed his apologies again. I'm fine, but next time it might be a different story. My heart isn't in the best shape, Stern said, his color gradually returning to normal after resting for a while. So, what brings a busy man like you here? Stern, now looking much better, suddenly seemed puzzled. Although this place was Zhang Wen's property, he had only been here a few times, while Stern had practically turned this lab into his private domain. This is the data from the second world. I've researched it enough, just take a look. Then promote and publish it to the higher-ups directly. Don't worry about leaks, almost no one in this world can crack it. Zhang Wen handed over a storage device the size of a brick to Stern. You know I'm not a computer expert, right? Stern looked at the massive storage device and spoke up. Don't worry, learn a bit more. If all else fails, just make your head bigger, you can control it now. I believe you can do it. Zhang Wen smiled and patted Stern on the shoulder. Stern fell silent for a moment before saying, after I complete this project, I want you to invest in a research project of mine. It'll probably cost quite a bit. Sure, but Stern, you need to know I don't care about money, just don't bankrupt me, okay? Zhang Wen joked with Stern. And about increasing personnel for the lab. Didn't I tell you to take full responsibility for that? Is it really okay for you to be such a hands-off boss? After briefing Stern on his upcoming tasks, Jiangwen went directly to find Iron Man, Tony Stark. After all, he had been cooped up at home for a long time, and Jiangwen was curious about what he had been up to. Arriving at Tony's villa, Jarvis automatically opened the door for Jiangwen. As soon as he walked into the basement, he saw Tony wearing a white suit of armor, battling a hulking robot. The robot's arms looked particularly massive. "Hey! Tony! What new toy are you tinkering with now?" Jiangwen shouted at the white armor. However, Tony completely ignored Jiangwen, continuing to engage in an intense fight with the hulking robot, the sound of metal clashing echoing throughout the room. Thankfully, Tony was somewhat restrained, otherwise, everything nearby would have been destroyed. "Jiangwen! Come feel the power of Mark 41. Suddenly, Tony in the white armor flew directly at Jiangwen, only to be caught by the neck and lifted off the ground by Jiangwen. Tony was thrown to the ground, and the white robotic armor, now unoperated, fell down and created a large dent in Tony's basement. "Do you know I have the physical fitness of an ordinary person? How can you treat me like this? You just flew at me in that armor." Jiangwen sat down on the Mark armor, looking at Tony with annoyance. "Ordinary person? I doubt you can find another ordinary person like you on this planet," Tony casually replied as he pushed himself up. "You're too rough, can't you be a bit gentler?" Tony rubbed his neck where Jiangwen had hurt him, complaining. "You greet a friend you just met with a suit of armor? Who's really being more rude here?" Jiangwen countered and tossed Tony a can of medical spray. "What is this?" Tony asked curiously, looking at the small canister in his hand. "Medical spray, didn't you get hurt?" Tony naturally couldn't spray the medical spray on his neck, as there wasn't anything wrong with it, just a slight discomfort from Jiangwen's earlier antics. So, Tony tossed the medical spray aside and began asking Jiangwen about the various matters related to the Battle of New York, particularly the massive barrier Jiangwen created and questions related to FRIDY. Jiangwen was more than willing to share everything he knew, even passing along some technological insights to Tony. Tony looked at the nonchalant Jiangwen and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. "You just hand these things over to me so easily?" "I don't mind. I don't lack tech data," Jiangwen replied casually. "Do you think I lack it?" Tony shot back. "You can definitely figure it out, it might just take some time. By the way, what about Thor? Has he gone back to Asgard? He went to find Loki." "You mean Loki hasn't been captured yet?" Jiangwen asked, curious. It had been over a month since the Battle of New York, and during this time, Jiangwen had been cooped up at home not just because he wanted to avoid moving, but also to evade S.H.I.E.L.D.'s entanglements. After all, he had made such a big splash during the battle, and if someone foolish approached him looking for trouble, Jiangwen genuinely worried he might act impulsively. Although Jiangwen seemed to be free of trouble now, that was because he hadn't done anything harmful and was behaving peacefully. Even the hawkish types couldn't find an excuse to attack him, as others wouldn't support such actions. If Jiangwen were to kill someone in public, the situation would be entirely different. Many would come looking for trouble, including the military, agents, spies, and so on. They might even launch negative statements about him, tarnishing his reputation in society. Jiangwen didn't really care about these matters. After all, with his abilities, he could easily become the king of a country. If he had the mind to, unifying the world over several decades wouldn't be impossible. But the important thing wasn't whether these people posed a threat to him, it was whether they would bring him trouble. They might not be able to harm him, but they could certainly create a lot of problems for him. So, as long as no one crossed his bottom line, he would try to tolerate these fools. Otherwise, more idiots would attack him, including those who were swayed by these fools or those who didn't want to see them come to harm. Loki is still on the run. Thor has returned to Asgard dozens of times but hasn't found a good way to deal with it. After all, Loki took the cosmic cube, and every time we arrive, he just teleports away. Tony explained in detail about the current situation. Loki isn't the priority, the one wanting to invade Earth isn't him but Thanos, who is behind him. It's mainly about the cosmic cube, which is the space stone, Jiangwen clarified for Tony. Thanos? Space stone? Hearing these unfamiliar names, Tony couldn't help but interrupt Jiangwen. Yes, at the beginning of the Big Bang, 6 stones with extraordinary powers were born, controlling space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. The cosmic cube is the space stone. As for Thanos, just think of him as a paranoid, Jiangwen explained. What? Interestingly, Thanos is somewhat like you, he's one of those exceptionally intelligent types. However, unlike you, his planet was destroyed due to resource shortages. Just before the planet's destruction, Thanos proposed a theory: if he killed half the population, the other half could survive. But no one listened to him, and ultimately, Titan was destroyed. Thanos then decided to wipe out half of all life in the universe to achieve balance. "I'm nothing like him," Tony immediately retorted. "Doesn't matter. In fact, the Battle of New York was brought about by his army through Loki. If it had been the forces of Asgard, we would have been in real trouble." "Really? Is Asgard that powerful?" "You have to know," Jiangwen proceeded to detail various factions, including some long-hidden sorcerers and vampires and inhumans mingling in the human world. This piqued Tony's curiosity. The Stark Industries, in theory, should have some knowledge about these matters, but unfortunately, Tony hadn't focused all his attention on business. As a massive corporation in America, no short-sighted dark forces dared to interfere. Plus, Tony had often dismissed some of the rumors he heard as urban legends, so he was naturally not well informed about these things. In fact, Jiangwen sharing this information with Tony was simply a way to inform others through him. Whether Tony chose to disclose it or not had nothing to do with Jiangwen. It wouldn't affect him in the least. Jiangwen's real purpose in visiting Tony was to discuss the operation of the so-called virtual online game to establish the long-legendary virtual gaming company in the real world, which would be quite an accomplishment. As for the notion of the Earth being destroyed in a few years, that was just a joke. With Jiangwen around, he could take down Thanos countless times. Even if he encountered those enemies he couldn't defeat in comics, Jiangwen could always run away. If he didn't care about his body, he could easily reach the speed depicted in Flash comics. By then, it would all be Speed Force anyway. Wouldn't he be able to leave this universe? "What? You created a virtual online game. How did you do it? Why didn't you call me?" Tony jumped up from the couch the moment he heard the term virtual online game. As a billionaire, Tony had many things more interesting than games, so he didn't have much interest in typical games. But a virtual online game was a different story. "I did call you, but you just hung up on me," Jiangwen replied innocently. "Jarvis. What's going on?" "Sir, Mr. Jiangwen sent you a game invitation 5 days ago, but you declined it," Jarvis responded. "I was too busy." "I must have been too busy." "Stop pretending. So, how about trying out the virtual online game?" Jiangwen stood up and casually grabbed a bottle of red wine from Tony's cabinet. "That bottle of wine, forget it. Just tell me, what's the deal?" Tony shouted at Jiangwen, not in the best of moods. "It's simple. Co-development, I provide the technology, and we develop it together. I require a 61% stake. Everything else is up to you. What do you think? Doesn't that sound like a great deal?" Jiangwen poured Tony a glass of wine and continued. "You've really done the math well. You're providing technology, but you're not contributing anything else, right?" Tony took the wine glass, gulped it down, and then said, "Not quite, there's also an overpowered genius in the mix. You're saying you're trading one piece of technology and one employee for my billions of assets?" Tony lay back on the couch, pondering for a moment before continuing. "Don't joke. Do you really think I don't understand business? You don't need that much at the start. Anyway, the offer is on the table. Whether you do it or not is up to you." "Of course. Why wouldn't we do it?" "Just right to establish a private company that we both have stakes in, equal shares. Those shareholders have been bothering me lately." "Deal." Raising their glasses, Jiangwen and Tony clinked them together, with Tony looking at his empty glass, a look of resignation on his face. A business negotiation was smoothly completed amid the banter between Jiangwen and Tony. As the saying goes, when the higher-ups open their mouths, the people below run until their legs break. The next day, Stark Industries underwent a massive personnel reshuffle as if an earthquake had hit, leaving many people confused and unaware of what was happening. Meanwhile, a building in New York changed ownership within just a day, with new signage being designed. News about the virtual online game and the Second World began to swirl like snowflakes, quickly overshadowing the recent alien invasion incident. Of course, these matters had little to do with Jiangwen, and even Tony didn't pay much attention. They were just two partners running a company together. In fact, while the leadership was in their hands, the real work was being done by Pepper Potts. To allow Pepper to fully devote herself to her work, Jiangwen had arranged for her to have a robotic bodyguard, modeled after the Mark VI suit, which made her very happy and attracted a lot of media attention. The media nearly all assumed this was something Stark had created himself, leading to a flood of orders directed at Tony Stark. Almost every wealthy individual wanted to own such a robotic bodyguard.
It's unclear what methods Tony used, but a few days later, those eager buyers, waving their cash, were quickly replaced by military personnel.
However, they were not there for the robotic bodyguards but rather for virtual reality technology. Long before Tony had sent a suit to Rhodey, the US military had studied Tony's armor, concluding that it was unbreakable and not suitable for mass application. So these officials had simply backed up the armor's technology and ceased further inquiries. Virtual technology, however, was different.
Tony's armor was expensive and technically challenging to crack, and even if they did, they couldn't use it openly.
But virtual technology was another story.
The combat power of seasoned soldiers and fresh recruits was vastly different.
In fact, the concerns about soldiers were minor. The real priority was elite special forces and agents. Training a top-tier special forces soldier or agent could cost as much as a fighter jet, and the training process was extremely arduous. If virtual reality technology could truly be realized, achieving a superhuman army was not out of the question. Mr. Stark, we need to secure the training equipment you mentioned as soon as possible. A group of government officials and various agents incessantly pressed him in Tony's home.
You're talking about our company's product. The product hasn't even been made yet, and you're coming to the manufacturer. Do you expect me to just conjure it up? Or do you want the technology?
Tony, holding a glass of champagne, sat on the couch without even looking at them.
If there's technology, that would be even better. Piped up a nondescript little guy from the back. If I'm not mistaken, this is basically robbery. Tony took a sip of champagne and pointed at the little guy. Absolutely robbery. Let me think, what are we doing right now? Having a conversation?
No. You go ahead and do what you need to do, I don't care. Have them drive a tank through that guy's house and take all the technology.
Mr. Stark, we don't. What? Don't come over here and waste my time. I'm just the guy who pays the bills. The company isn't even established yet.
If you want the technology, go ask that guy. With that, Tony stood up and headed downstairs.
Oh, by the way. The door is over there. Tony pointed in the direction of the front door and then walked down the stairs.
Halfway down, he suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "If you want something, wait to buy it. If you don't want to wait, then do as you please." With that, Tony returned to his basement, ignoring the group of government officials completely.
Left standing there, the group exchanged glances, and then, "What are you waiting for? Waiting for someone to come in with a tank?"
A seemingly powerful individual mocked before glancing at the crowd and leaving the premises. The others had no choice but to leave in silence, almost without a word. Although they had been rebuffed by Tony Stark, this group wasn't about to give up easily. They turned their attention to the busy Pepper Potts. As an extremely busy person, Pepper originally didn't have time to deal with these people and had pushed the trouble onto Tony, but unexpectedly, Tony had kicked them out. Reluctantly, Pepper had to carve out some time to deal with the group. Unlike Tony, she was not going to give them a friendly face, especially since they were government officials. However, they wouldn't find any useful leads here, as Pepper, who practically managed an entire conglomerate, was not to be trifled with. She brushed them off with just a few words, leaving them with no option but to redirect their attention toward the creator of the technology, Star Lab and Zhangwon. At Star Lab, Stern was deciphering the database that Zhangwon had handed him. Though his brain was in an overclocked state, the information FRIDOI had produced was not something he could easily understand. After several days of effort, he had only figured out how to utilize and install it.
What? Government people are here? Let them in.
Stern said immediately upon hearing his intern's report, inviting the group of government officials inside.
Hello, Dr. Stern.
We're here to. The government officials began to express their requests right away, asking Stern for materials. They spouted a bunch of grand phrases about serving the country and the people, which made Stern smile slightly as he handed over a large box of storage drives.
This is the original file for virtual reality. If you want it, just take it. Just don't come back to bother us. By the way, to be clear, what I'm giving you is real, but you probably won't understand it.
Of course, that's just our little confidence. If you really do understand it, feel free to mess around. If you don't, then stop bothering us. The military training equipment should be ready in about 4 to 5 months. Stern smiled mysteriously and then returned to his work. He didn't believe that these people could understand something that he couldn't even grasp with his overclocked brain. Sure enough, after spending several days copying the data, the officials found themselves scratching their heads, as not a single computer expert could comprehend the programs, not even Zola from Hydra. Indeed, the US government had long been infiltrated by Hydra, so it was easy for them to obtain the materials, but unfortunately, no one could understand them.
If Jiangwen knew about this, he would definitely scoff, humph. Do you think anyone can understand the stuff created by a data life form?
For Mia, data was like her own hair. Any data stream that passed through her processing would become indecipherable to any program because, fundamentally, the program had already changed.
So-called computer programming is essentially just a more complex form of encryption. At its core, it consists of the initial zeros and ones. Mia directly altered this process, changing the password. How could anyone possibly decipher that?
As for Stern, Mia had designed a converter or something similar for him, something he could understand. Of course, the intelligible materials were not something Stern shared, otherwise, they might actually be cracked. But it didn't matter, Mia could always change the cracker. As for the years Stern anticipated, that was merely a miscalculation on his part.
Unless they could crack Mia's data structure, they would never be able to decipher it.
Thus, Jiangwen didn't care in the least about whether anyone was trying to crack or embed spies into the situation. On a peaceful morning, Jiangwen leisurely sat at the dining table with a cup of milk tea, quietly waiting for the breakfast that Mia was preparing. Even though Mia had become a true life form, she still personally made the food every day. This was not a requirement from Jiangwen, but rather a hobby of Mia's.
In the past, Mia had always struggled to cook authentic Chinese dishes, relying on data to record the actions of other chefs.
Now that she had a life of her own, she could finally prepare real meals. Because of this, Pilot's peculiar food preferences had also vanished. Gone were the days of grilled octopus and boiled ostrich eggs on the table. His meals now had to follow Mia's arrangements. He ate whatever she prepared.
Naturally, due to Jiangwen's influence, most of what Mia made was Chinese cuisine.
However, both Pilot and Wanda had gradually adapted to this diet and had become quite skilled at using chopsticks. It's worth mentioning that Wanda's journey at sea had come to a successful conclusion. She had traveled to many countries with Daisy, who lacked photon abilities, and they had met nearly every hero they could find online, including Blade, who was dedicated to hunting vampires. Unfortunately, Wanda didn't encounter any vampires, as most had already been eliminated by Blade. However, she did see the sorcerer she had missed, but that sorcerer seemed to harbor fear and immediately fled upon seeing Wanda. After several days of traveling, Wanda returned home, while Daisy set off on a journey to find her father.
"Wanda, what do you want to eat?"
At the dining table, Pilot was setting out dishes with his remarkable speed. Ever since Jiangwen had resolved Pilot's powers issue, he liked to activate his abilities for everything he did.
"Buns and white porridge," Wanda replied while perusing a book of magic.
Since returning from her travels, she had reverted to her quiet, studious self, often seen engrossed in her magic book.
Ding dong, the sound of the doorbell rang through the room. "I'll get it."
Pilot immediately dashed outside the villa and opened the door.
"Who is it?"
Jiangwen's voice called from inside the villa, clearly audible to Pilot.
Pilot calmly replied, "It's the government people. Throw them out. Then come back and eat." "Oh."
Without hesitation, Pilot closed the door, looking at the government agents with an internal smirk. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Usually, others treated them with utmost respect.
Even Stark wouldn't dare to treat them this way.
With no other choice, the group had to leave after pressing the doorbell a few times with no response.
As for forcibly entering? Who would dare?
Anyone coming here had been warned multiple times by their superiors and had some understanding of Jiangwen. After reporting the situation back to their superiors, the group returned to their original posts. While Jiangwen was enjoying his breakfast, his phone suddenly rang.
"Hello? Hi, I am."
The person on the other end began to introduce themselves, but Jiangwen interrupted. "I know who you are, and I don't care who you represent. If you bother me again, I will immediately expose your dirty laundry online." With that, Jiangwen hung up the phone and continued to enjoy his breakfast.
Less than a minute after putting down his phone, it rang again.
Jiangwen looked at the caller ID and saw it was the same number, feeling a bit impatient. "Mia, help me find out who just came to our house, and then spread some of their dirty secrets." Jiangwen directly blocked the number and said to Mia, who was tasting the food.
Oh, I got it." Mia responded promptly.
As soon as she finished her sentence, she completed a breach of the entire American internet. Basically, Jiangwen had control over all the dirt on those politicians. In this society, almost everything was tied to the internet. Even those inhumans on the far side of the moon couldn't escape Mia's intrusion, let alone those aimless politicians. In no time, the entire network was filled with scandalous information about high-ranking officials in the US, from bribery to murder, even down to some people's casual spitting at a specific time being exposed. All those whose secrets were revealed had previously sent people to Zhang Wen's villa. However, aside from the person who had called Zhang Wen, the others were very puzzled, unsure why they had drawn Zhang Wen's ire. When they finally saw the reasons laid out in the posts, they nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Big brother. We didn't provoke you. You retaliated against whoever offended you, but why drag so many of us into it?
Despite feeling deeply upset, they had no time to seek trouble with Zhang Wen and scrambled to try and cover up their scandals online.
For the American political scene, this day was undoubtedly a major earthquake.
Nearly a third of the personnel were embroiled in scandal. Zhang Wen's actions had everyone feeling uneasy. Even the president had to hold a press conference to publicly apologize to the public. Meanwhile, the person spreading the scandals online was referred to as the most powerful hacker.
The strongest hacker. The bravest hacker. A flurry of news reports followed, plunging the American political landscape into unprecedented chaos and notoriety.
Those government officials who went out to buy groceries faced price hikes and received various glares. As for Zhang Wen, he remained at home, seemingly indifferent to everything happening outside. Of course, some desperate individuals came to seek revenge against him, but such levels of retaliation were quickly thwarted by Mia. For example, a newly assigned assassin was taken out by another organization's assassin. Those who tried to come personally for revenge had their whereabouts leaked and were captured by the police. Mia even located 2 Hydra cells and directly contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate them. As for those sorcerers, vampires, and werewolves, the mere sight of the protective barrier at the entrance scared them away. Thus, several days passed, and everything gradually returned to calm. The entire American political scene underwent a dramatic overhaul, and those who remained no longer dared to cause trouble for Zhang Wen.
Mia, are you sure the Mind Stone can replace energy?
If not, I can go find the Power Stone for you, Zhang Wen said, looking at Mia with some concern as she prepared to place the Mind Stone into the nuclear reactor.
Don't worry, I've calculated everything, it'll be fine. Besides, I'm not ready for the spaceship yet, and you don't have any coordinates to go to space, right? Mia said, slightly irritated by Zhang Wen's lack of faith in her abilities. Okay, you keep going. If there's an explosion, I'll just reverse time.
Zhang Wen nodded, stepping back with some concern.
Hey! You can't die from an explosion, so why are you so scared?
Of course.
When I was a kid, I lit firecrackers and didn't die. Who would be foolish enough to stand around and watch? Upon hearing Zhang Wen's words, Mia angrily threw the Mind Stone into the nuclear reactor. Oh no!
Seeing Mia's action, Zhang Wen immediately scooped her up and carried her several kilometers away from the villa.
He then returned to the villa and brought Wanda and Pilot along with him.
They stood quietly watching the villa, but nothing happened.
Was that really necessary?
Mia turned her head aside, feeling a bit defiant.
What just happened? Pilot looked at the empty ground, utterly confused.
Meanwhile, Wanda sat in a chair, still processing everything.
All right, I admit it. I really shouldn't have doubted you.
In the room, Zhang Wen apologized to Mia with a guilty expression.
Ever since his last reckless action, Mia had been ignoring him.
Now, let's see the results, Mia asked eagerly, completely unconcerned about Zhang Wen's apology.
Pretty good.
This way, we can save a lot on fuel costs. I originally thought only the Power Stone could provide energy, but I didn't expect the Mind Stone could also serve as an energy source, Zhang Wen replied, looking curiously at the flickering yellow light in front of him.
Don't think of it that way. Each Infinity Stone contains immense energy, enough to power an entire planet. Mia explained patiently upon hearing Zhang Wen's question.
Still, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
A whole planet?
It sounds great, but it may not turn out as we wish, Zhang Wen remarked thoughtfully.
Right. By the way, the room's control system has absorbed enough energy. How about we remove the Mind Stone?
No need, just leave it there. After all, not many people can break in here.
Zhang Wen then took Mia to the very bottom of the basement.
There wasn't anything particularly important stored here. Instead, a group of large machines were busily working, all covered by a transparent membrane.
That transparent cover was merely for soundproofing and vibration damping. If people lived above while construction work was happening below, wouldn't it disturb their sleep?
As for whether building a secret base beneath his house could cause the house to collapse, Zhang Wen confidently stated that it was absolutely impossible.
How could he not have proper defenses in place? Even if a magnitude 12 earthquake hit, it wouldn't cause any issues for his house.
Zhang Wen's ultimate goal was to create a hive laboratory from the Resident Evil series, but he didn't want to hire so many employees.
Instead, he planned to transform this area into a robotic factory.
This would save him from the trouble of setting up factories elsewhere where some clueless agents might try to infiltrate. However, this time Zhang Wen and Mia were not here to check on construction progress but rather to see the spaceship. While the exterior construction looked grand, the place where the spaceship was being built was quite small, just a less than 20 square meter iron shed. This was naturally something Zhang Wen had created using his shrinking technology. Inside this cramped iron shed, various ant-sized robots were busily working. The spaceship itself was about a meter long, suspended in the air by thin wires resembling iron strands. Various tiny insect-like robots scurried across the surface of the ship, making it look rather amusing. Though they appeared to be made of wire, these were actually Zhang Wen's miniaturized metal rods, securely anchoring the spaceship in place.
Otherwise,
once Zhang Wen and Mia reached the vicinity of the spaceship, they shrank their bodies down to a size similar to the robots. After shrinking, Zhang Wen truly realized how massive the so-called spaceship was. It was nearly comparable in size to Thanos' Sanctuary 2, though it was not yet completed. The spaceship project had begun shortly after Zhang Wen returned from the parallel world. He had gathered a significant amount of spaceship data while in the Flash world and obtained some weapon data in the Marvel parallel world. Thus, the construction was progressing smoothly, though procuring materials had taken some effort. Although Zhang Wen was now considered wealthy, building a spaceship was still beyond his means, forcing him to resort to some special methods. These methods were actually quite simple, traveling through worlds.
This was Zhang Wen's forte.
After all, there was an entire spaceship that had crashed into the ocean in that world. He could just go and retrieve it. Initially, Zhang Wen planned to steal some ready-made resources, but during this time, due to the influence of Ancient One, he abandoned that idea. Whenever he tried to travel, Ancient One would always stop him. It wasn't that Zhang Wen couldn't defeat her, it was just that casting spells took time, and he always managed to escape before she could catch up. What truly prevented Zhang Wen was the alteration of the timeline. He simply wasn't sure whether the changes he made would bring him trouble, so he ultimately decided to abandon the idea.
Of course, this was also thanks to Ancient One's efforts. Mia, can we try flying now? Zhang Wen asked with eager anticipation.
It should be possible, but I still need to install the energy system.
I'm debating what kind of energy to use.
Mia busily tinkered with things in the cockpit as she replied.
How about Stark's reactor? Zhang Wen asked curiously. The energy it provides is too low. We don't have many assets, so we can't afford too much of it.
Plus, while Stark's energy is clean and safe, its intensity isn't sufficient, Mia explained.
Oh, I see. What about the core from Thanos' ship, the Sanctuary? You blew it up. Oh. Zhang Wen paused, then asked, what do you plan to use for energy then? Guess.
Zhang Wen shook his head helplessly and walked outside while pondering what design style the spaceship should have. Everything inside was currently a cold, metallic silver color, making it seem somewhat monotonous. Leaving the cockpit, Zhang Wen realized that the spaceship was indeed enormous, capable of holding tens of thousands of people. If it were scaled up to its normal size, it could rival a city in size. He genuinely didn't understand why Mia wanted to construct such a spaceship, as it had nearly depleted all the rare materials he had obtained in the Flash world. No wonder he had to go elsewhere for materials. Initially, Zhang Wen thought his spaceship would be as large as Harmonious Wind, but he didn't expect Mia to create something even larger than Thanos' ship.
Although he was a bit perplexed, he didn't inquire further. The energy issue was indeed quite tricky. Where could he procure energy?
Without a spaceship, he couldn't reach outer space, and with Earth's technology, they couldn't drive such a massive mothership. It seemed he would have to traverse worlds again. Should he go back to the past of this world, or to a past in a parallel world? He shouldn't be able to travel to this world's past. Nick Fury didn't recognize him, meaning he hadn't yet traveled.
If he had, would that alter the timeline? It was hard to say.
After all, Nick Fury was an agent.
Even if he had seen Zhang Wen, he wouldn't easily reveal it. For a moment, Zhang Wen fell into deep contemplation. What's wrong? Daydreaming over there?
A sweet voice came, and Zhang Wen looked up to see Mia.
Stop changing your voice. Zhang Wen complained.
I didn't change, I just don't have my own voice, Mia quickly retorted, but Zhang Wen chose to ignore her.
Do you want to come travel to the past of a parallel world with me? Zhang Wen said, looking at Mia.
Sure. In a certain space agency in a parallel universe, a man and a woman suddenly appeared, with an unstable portal shimmering behind them as if to announce their presence.
Probably right here. The man raised his hand to glance at the digital coordinates on it and said,
Sir, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter here. A security guard, looking like a serious black man, quickly approached Zhang Wen and said firmly, I'm here to see Dr. Lawson, Zhang Wen stated directly.
Dr. Lawson?
The security guard appeared puzzled.
Walter Lawson, one of your researchers. I certainly know Dr. Lawson, but what are you doing here?
The security guard instinctively moved his hand towards the gun at his waist. Just as Zhang Wen was about to take action to knock him out, Mia quickly grabbed his arm and walked straight up to the security guard, locking eyes with him. A flash of purple light flickered in the guard's eyes, and he instantly became dazed. This intrigued Zhang Wen. He didn't remember giving Mia such abilities.
This is Devo's ability.
I found it in your package, Mia casually answered, noticing Zhang Wen's confusion. Take us to see Dr. Lawson, Zhang Wen commanded the security guard. Once the guard returned to normal, he acted as if nothing had happened and led Zhang Wen and Mia toward a room. Along the way, the security guard encountered other familiar faces, but he maintained a flawless demeanor, smoothly guiding the two into the room while even providing excuses for their presence.
Mind Stone? Zhang Wen quietly asked Mia, leaning closer.
Mia manifested the yellow stone in her palm for Zhang Wen to see. After he had a look, it vanished from her hand without a trace.
I won't use the Mind Stone as an energy source on the spaceship.
If you want it, just hold on to it, Zhang Wen said calmly, his eyes fixed on Mia as he warned her with a serious expression. Remember, if you encounter someone you can't beat who wants the stone, just give it to them.
Don't fight back. Got it, Mia replied.
The security guard dutifully escorted them to Dr. Lawson's office, but instead of Dr. Lawson, they found Ancient One waiting for them.
Hello, Master Ancient One.
Zhang Wen greeted her directly.
Interesting. I don't know you, but I should know you, right? Ancient One smiled at Zhang Wen. Another version of me knows me. I see. Can you tell me what brings you to this world?
Although Ancient One still wore a smile, the gem on her chest remained activated, ready to respond at the slightest hint of danger. I'm just here for some technology. I won't disrupt your timeline, Zhang Wen answered calmly, but his speed force was already on high alert.
Zhang Wen felt a sense of wariness toward this well-known powerhouse in the Marvel Universe.
Although he was aware he might encounter Ancient One, he hadn't expected to meet her so soon.
I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to do that.
The timeline is very fragile, even a slight change can trigger unexpected consequences, Ancient One said, her smile fading but still not taking action.
I understand.
I also possess some power over time, and I'll do my best not to affect the timeline, Zhang Wen replied, preparing himself for a possible confrontation.
Unfortunately, I can't allow you to do that. Ancient One declared, and a golden magic circle appeared in her hands.
However, just as Ancient One was about to cast her spell, Zhang Wen and Mia vanished from the spot. All that remained was the security guard, who stood there in shock. Upon seeing this, Ancient One paused for a moment before opening a portal back to Kamartaj. Once back at Kamartaj, Ancient One used the time stone to search for Zhang Wen's location, but she couldn't find him.
Hey! Jack, is there something you need?
Danvers, passing by, greeted the security guard who was standing blankly in front of Dr. Lawson's door.
Oh, nothing.
The security guard snapped back to reality, responding hurriedly before leaving in a rush. Danvers watched the departing security guard with a sly smile. She opened the door and walked over to Dr. Lawson, whispering, Doctor, I think someone has a crush on you. After leaving the previous location, Zhang Wen checked into the most expensive hotel nearby. Although Ancient One had been pursuing him in this world, he was not overly concerned. Truth be told, he might not be her match, but he could potentially eliminate her with ease. However, dealing with a sorcerer was complicated.
While the Kamartaj sorcerers were mostly melee fighters, it depended on the opponent. For a speedster, everything was like a passing cloud. Still, even if he could potentially eliminate Ancient One, Zhang Wen would never strike first. Ancient One's reputation extended beyond Earth. She was known throughout the entire universe. Although her spellcasting movements seemed slow, having lived for so long, could she have never encountered fast opponents? Zhang Wen did not believe she could easily be killed. Moreover, with the time stone in her possession, who knew if she had left herself a time backup or something similar? What if killing her resulted in even more problems? Rather than pondering how to kill Ancient One, it was better to escape as soon as he saw her. After all, she couldn't catch up with him. He wasn't afraid of other spatial magic, and he was quite adept at time magic. As for some control-type spells, while they might pose some trouble, they were manageable. In summary, escaping was the wisest choice. How's this world? Zhang Wen asked Mia, who was standing by the window.
The technology is quite underdeveloped. It takes a long time for me to breach the network, Mia replied flatly, seeming somewhat unhappy. So, aside from hacking skills, internet speed is also a limiting factor for intelligent life, Zhang Wen joked lightly. I don't like staying in the network, Mia said, glancing back at Zhang Wen.
I've found Lawson's address. She lives alone, we can go see her tonight.
Alright, but remember, it's best not to let Captain Marvel see us, and try not to change things too drastically. Even though this world isn't our universe, it's still best not to attract the attention of the corrective forces, Zhang Wen added. Are there really corrective forces in this world? Mia asked, furrowing her brow slightly. I don't know, but I'd rather believe there are than face that kind of thing again, Zhang Wen said with evident annoyance.
Got it.
Mia's expression seemed calm, but she kept staring out the window, as if lost in thought.
Seeing Mia's demeanor, Zhang Wen suddenly felt something was off.
Since arriving in this world, Mia had seemed somewhat unhappy.
Was it because of the network?
Mia, how about we take a trip for a while and enjoy some normal entertainment for people?